can lead to unforeseen consequences.
I first started on the project on May 4th, 2006. That's when I got the email that I was brought in after I submitted a little writing packet to get on the team. I had pitched myself to them as I first started on. I was at the Art Institute of Pittsburgh, and my friends had all kind of gotten onto the Black Mesa team one by one. They knew that I was also just a huge Half-Life fan, and they approached me. They said, we'd love to have you on the team as like a modeler or something. I wanted to do writing and design, and I was not finding any outlet for that. So when they came to me and pitched me as a modeler on their team, I said, no, you should hire me as a writer or designer. Like, that's what the team needs. That's what this project needs. It's just interesting to think about it now, because narrative in a video game is now so, it's really respected and kind of revered. It's risen a few steps in terms of it, but I think really the team just thought, like, the game is written, what do we need a writer for? You know what I mean? Like, it's already got, we know what happens, we know when it happens, why would we need a writer? And I could see, after playing Half-Life 2 and seeing how their narrative had really matured and their ability to tell a story and that had matured, and just kind of, picking up on all the things that they had done in the first game and the second one, I just knew that there was a lot of room for interesting expansion, creative development, things like that, ways that we could combine the source engine with the original Half-Life narrative. I would say that the rules of Valve's storytelling, at least their storytelling in Half-Life games, as set up with the first Half-Life, is you want it to be a first-person experience, to be uncut with cutscenes or anything. You're always in control of your character, and then you're also like a silent protagonist, which kind of allows the player to inhabit that character. Like the first-person flow state, people are talking to you, the lines around your monitor kind of blur. You're inhabiting Gordon Freeman's body. Make it so that the player is always in control and that the player always has agency, which is such a wild concept when you think about like when it came out, And even when I think about my own development with video games and what I liked about video games when I was a kid, what I was attracted to is I always loved the cutscenes, the big cutscenes. That was like the reward for playing the game. You would get to a point where there'd be a big, beautiful, fully rendered CG thing that looked different from the other polygons, and that was like a big deal. And then Half-Life drops in and pulls off this like trick where like suddenly there aren't any cutscenes, and I don't even think that registered to me when I first played the game. You know what I mean? I don't think I was aware that I was constantly in control and flying around, and that it never pulled out for a third-person perspective to kind of like give me an overview of the level. I think that kind of like on subsequent playthroughs and reading reviews and other people talking about it, that really started to make sense, and you kind of notice just how incredible of a feat that is narratively, to be able to string the player along, get them to experience all these set pieces, these story beats where they are in kind of like full control of the character and the camera while they're moving around in there. And it's just amazing to see all the kind of care and like camera tricks, magic tricks, just the things they do to kind of create those like perfect little cinematic or narrative set pieces that you just like slip right into.
It's wild that Valve let you commercialize this project. Can you tell us a little bit about like what they've been like to work with over the years?
Yeah, so they're fairly hands off, and I kind of see that as a good thing. I don't know if they trust us or not. I assume they do, but way back before we even did Steam Greenlight, they were like, hey, do you want to send us a beta? And at that point, the game was in very rough shape. I think this is like 2010, 2011. We sent them the beta. They're like, oh, cool, everything's coming along good. And I sort of theorized that they were like feeling us out if they wanted to offer us a license. And at that point, it was a definite no, because the game was not ready. We decided to sort of pause on Zen and focus on the Earthbound levels, and that's what the 2012 mod release was, like all the Earthbound levels. And we were really happy with that. I assume between Greenlight and that release, Valve took notice, and that's why they reached out to us about going retail. If we have a specific question, we can message them, but other than that, they're just doing their thing.
To me, it felt like the level designers approached a lot of this stuff with, okay, like, we are going to be fixing things that don't work. My role, being someone who's like completely infatuated with the original text and, like the original script, all that kind of stuff, my personal feeling and this may be up for debate amongst the community, but my feeling was that I did not want to get in there and rewrite anything, right? And with the Earthbound stuff, I would never add NPCs to an area where they were not there. Like, I would not add them to an area where they were not before, right? And there are loads of instances in the original Half-Life where you walk into a room and there was a scientist there, his fists are balled up and he's just kind of like waiting for you to like show up, and his mouth like flaps. And like, so like these little like story scenes, and it's like, that's a perfect opportunity. I would look for those moments where it's like, here's a scientist in a room devoid of context, or like detail. And those are the things that I'm really going to grab onto. I want to be able to plug these guys into their environment in a way that just makes the scene feel more realistic, more grounded, really takes advantage of what the Source engine can offer.
I've got my little corner, and I'm sticking to it.
I had so many scenes, so many characters that I need to fill out. These levels would come to me and they'd be fully formed and they'd have NPCs in these rooms. And so that was just kind of how the marching orders came in. It's like, okay, the level designers have all the say, all the control, really, and their level would arrive to me, and I would just kind of work with the stage I was provided with, and just try to use whatever available assets were there and try to tell stories with the characters, how it was already set up. A really good example for me of what I would think of a scene that I think threads the needle really well in taking an existing scene but enhancing it so that it works better would be in Office Complex. At the very end of Office Complex, you meet up with a guard and a scientist, and the guard has just like one line of dialogue where he just says, like, hey, the elevators are out of order, but we can still climb.
Elevators are out of order, but we can still climb.
And that's it, right? And you just come down here and you grab those guards and scientists, you go upstairs, and like that's the end of the scene. And what I wanted to do with that scene is try to get the guard and the scientist to talk a little more. It's not just one line of dialogue from the guard now. It is the scientist kind of talks. He's more scared and hesitant about, but the elevators are out of order, and then the guard is the one who's confidently like, we can still climb, like clicks the gun. He's like ready to, charge forward. And to me, that's a scene that like hopefully still fits in the world and the feeling of Half-Life, still feels authentic to that world, but then also takes an existing scene and rewrites it, but hopefully doesn't change like the voice, the perspective, the angle of the scene, like the objectives of the scene, the stakes of the scene. Just trying to make sure that every scene embodies what the original scene tried to do, and then also, in addition, takes advantage of all these great things that the Source engine can do with character animations, facial animations, and just all the great storytelling tools that were available.
Is there any other sort of like generalist rules that apply?
Yeah, there's a ton of them. The big ones for me that stand out in the Half-Life series are no cinematics, and that sort of goes hand in hand with like the no tutorials. There's very small portions of the game where control gets taken away from the player. Off the top of my head, I can only think of apprehension, where you get captured by the HECU, so that the players are always in control, and then also no time jumps, other than, again, when you get knocked out in apprehension. Something that I think really invests the player into the Half-Life games is that you're there throughout the entire experience. So in Half-Life 1, you're actually the reason for the entire, like, you set up the whole disaster yourself, because you push the crystal into the anomalous materials machine. So that gives you some stakes in it. You started this, so maybe you should probably look into solving it.
It's not shutting down! Move go!
We sort of look at it as Valve has a three-step process for mechanics, where they introduce the mechanic in a simple way, and then they teach you the mechanic, and then they test you on the mechanic, so that you have this evolution, and you're learning how to use these things without ever having a tutorial. It's tutorialized, but there's not text on the screen that says, hey, you can do this, and then it gives you this, and so on. We tried to embrace that and understand that, and it was a learning process. I mean, we're still learning about it. I don't think anybody in the game industry who's good at what they do ever stops learning, but it was quite the process for us to fully understand it, going into the Zen levels and revitalizing the Earthbound levels. Like the red valves that you see in Unforeseen Consequences, what we realized is we weren't properly introducing the red valves to the player. So we have one that's in the wall, and you go up to it, and you do get a little text prompt that says press E to use. And then you can turn, I believe it's the refrigerator off so that you can lower the temperature of it. And then the second one, you see pretty much the same setup, but there's no valve. And immediately to the right, there's a red valve on the floor. So it teaches the player, pick up this valve, put it into the slot, and then you can turn off the freezer to progress. We introduce it simply. We give them a really limited, not even a test yet, of using the red valve. And then I think again in the sewer area, we have a valve that's further away. So that now we're making sure that the player understands the red valve mechanic. And then we keep bringing red valves back throughout the entirety of Earthbound.
We noticed that one of the things that we'd done, and as I said, I think this was half things that we hadn't thought about previously and then changed from the original, or half things that the original hadn't done itself, was that players could solve puzzles without knowing they'd solved the puzzles, which doesn't make any sense because it's not a puzzle if you don't understand that you're trying to solve a problem. It's just doing things. And I think Half-Life 1 actually got away with it a bit more because they're very basic environments, they're very simple and stripped back, so you can kind of get away with that a bit more because details don't get lost as easily, whereas in our version of the game it's very detail dense, there's stuff everywhere. We try to ascribe purpose to sections throughout. It's much easier to lose where you are and what you're doing and where the exits are and all those kinds of things. So I think that it was actually something the original didn't do in a lot of places as well, but it got away with it because it was a lot simpler. We also made areas a lot bigger in Black Mesa in general, so that compounds the problem because you can get lost easier in bigger spaces. So as I mentioned when we were talking about my role on the team and things earlier, one of the things that I've done historically a lot of is going in and reworking map sections to make them fit together better. And sort of what happened as we developed Zen was our design chops improved substantially as we really forced ourselves to try and get into a more Valvean mindset and just a good design mindset, really. And we learned from some of the mistakes that we'd made in Zen. When we were coming to the 1.0 early access release of the game, we took a look back at the things that we'd built from the original Half-Life, and we noticed a lot of flaws in it. Because we didn't have that design mindset at the time, we were less of a professional team at the time. It was a lot more disparate and less cohesive, so there were lots of kind of one-off bits, as I mentioned, the kinds of things that we don't really like anymore. There were lots of sections of map where you would solve a puzzle without actually seeing what the problem was first, and also not actually seeing that you'd solved the puzzle. So the residue processing vat is probably the best example of that. The way that the Black Mesa version had originally been designed was, you come out into the main room, there's this ladder that leads up to the top of a vat, and then a pipe that leads up to a vent. And the pipe that leads into a vent has a fire in front of it. You then leave the room, and you go into an adjacent room, and you turn a valve. And that valve turns off the fire that allows you to go into the vent. However, the way the player enters the room, in the old version, most players don't actually see the fire or the vent. And when you go and turn the valve, you don't see anything happen. So what happens is, you kind of just enter the room, leave it, turn a valve off somewhere, and then you go, well, what did I just do? When we were reviewing the Earthbound sections for the 1.0 release, I kind of identified a lot of the parts where I thought, we need to do something about this because we're not doing enough to teach the player what they're supposed to be doing here. And I think some of these things were present in Half-Life 1 as well, but some of them were from our own reimaginings of sections or our own recreations. So I think it was a mixture of things the original didn't do very well and things that we didn't do very well. The first thing I did was, as I mentioned earlier when I was talking about framing, I reframed that room. So as you enter the room, the vat is off to your far right. And so that's one of the reasons why the player didn't see the obstacle originally. So I moved the pipe into a corner of the room and then angled it at 45 degrees so that the player is directly facing the vat as they enter the room. I then moved the fires down to the ladder next to the vat rather than the vent that exits, because a fire covering a ladder is a much clearer sign than a fire covering an obstacle later past the ladder. Because luckily the map had already been designed in this way, I just added a window next to the valve where you turn the fire off. I kind of had to do a bunch of moving things around to make that actually work and make sense, and I think I had to reorganize the pipe and stuff. But basically I just added a window that means when you turn the valve, you see the fire go out next to the ladder in front of you as you're turning the valve. And then I also we worked in a bit of visual language where the pipe is red. And so that kind of helps you tie it into what you're doing because the valve you turn is red and it's kind of all mixed together. So just a few very simple things completely solved a problem in a section where in other playthroughs, we noticed loads of players were going and turning the valve, wandering off, and then getting frustrated. And there were loads of little bits like that throughout residue processing that contributed to players really hating that chapter, because they felt that they were spending a lot of time wandering around, not understanding what they were doing and not being able to solve it. And there were just lots of parts throughout our Earth sections that kind of violated these rules, and they were kinds of ones that we'd learned to adhere to throughout Zen. So we went back and we just reworked them so that we adhere to them.
It was very confusing. Residue processing in general, we did a lot of work on, and it was a perfect example of not showing cause and effect. Because you'd go into this isolated room, turn a valve, and it would turn off a fire back to where you had first entered. And people don't logically think to backtrack to progress. So a huge mantra for us was cause and effect. So if you interact with something, you have to see what it does. And that was a huge part of our iteration process. Of like, I push this button and I have no idea what I just did.
In Office Complex, you navigate around a series of shelves and vents, and you have to come and find a valve to plug into something, and you move this slab of meat to form a bridge between two vents, and then you use that bridge between the two vents to exit. The problem is, the way the previous version of the room was structured, and I believe this was true in Half-Life 1 as well, is that you can just go and find the valve, plug it in and turn it, and then you move the meat, and then you think, what does this accomplish? So you're kind of just trial and erroring your way through it, and then you will eventually solve the puzzle just by virtue of moving the thing around, traversing the area and finding that you've now bridged the gap between the two vents. But this really kind of went against a lot of what we thought needed to be done to see the design. I closed a bunch of doors, I rerouted a bunch of sections and closed them off from each other, so that now you go through that section, you come up to the vent, and you see the other vent in front of you, and then you drop down into the section with the valve. So when the players do move the meat, if they see it's moving towards those vents, they're more likely to go, right, I'm bridging that gap. So I originally started out as a fan of Black Mesa. I was a super fan after it released as a mod in 2012. And when the game released, when the mod released, sorry, I'm so used to calling it a game now. When the mod was released in 2012, there were 2 chapters that were significantly cut from their original Half-Life 1 versions. So that was Surface Tension and On a Rail. And I sort of dabbled in source level design at that point, and I thought for fun, why don't I try and recreate those missing sections just as a bit of a challenge, because I'd never done single player level design before. So I started working on that, and I fed it into the community and they really liked it. And so when I finished the On a Rail Uncut mod in 2013, the Black Mesa team approached me and said, would I like to join the team and work with them on multiplayer? And I said, yes, please. So I joined the team, and then that was when they told me that the game was going to be sold as a retail product on Steam after the game had been greenlit. And then beyond that point, we started updating the game on early access multiple times. We actually released Surface Tension Uncut as a full official update to the game, which we rebuilt from scratch based on my old mod version. And then as we kind of got really into the thick of Zen development, that was when I became the level design lead and sort of tried to help march it over the finish line across the heavy part of Zen development. On a Rail got cut specifically because basically the original chapter was extremely ambling, very, very long, and very unpopular. Apart from Zen, I would say it was probably the most unpopular part of Half-Life 1. So the mod team at the time decided, we're going to do a completely different interpretation of On a Rail. We're just going to shorten it dramatically and kind of do our own thing with it, and that's what they did. That was kind of intentionally cut. Whereas Surface Tension, the specific reason the team had cut that was because the level designer that was working on those maps left very suddenly towards the release. And they decided that it was too much work to continue to finish the levels, so they just cut those out of the game and did a quick band-aid fix for the mod release. The reason why we eventually ended up adding Surface Tension Uncut officially, but not On a Rail, was because the decision to cut Surface Tension wasn't done intentionally, whereas the cuts to On a Rail were intentional. So the Black Mesa version of On a Rail is actually mostly sort of, I would say, original design. It's not really got a lot of the Half-Life 1 DNA in it, apart from a couple of sections, because the Half-Life 1 design was very sprawling, very exploratory, very looping, and players would get quite confused. In the current retail version of Black Mesa, On a Rail is pretty much as it was in the mod, with a couple of changes that we made for the definitive edition that we released recently. And then Surface Tension has my updates. And the Surface Tension stuff that was cut specifically, from the original, it was, I think, 2 maps towards the end of the chapter, which featured very heavily a lot of combat, specifically between the soldiers and the aliens. And I remember as a fan, when I played it, I noted the absence of these maps, not because the maps were actually any good in the original. In fact, I would say they're some of the weakest maps in Half-Life 1, But the kind of story element of the soldiers dramatically losing to the aliens at this point in the story, I really felt it was missing from the mod, and we really went home trying to make it just a more cinematic interpretation of the maps, which we felt were quite weak in the original.
Building the Earthbound levels, I think, was perfect for where we were at the time, because most of us were in college or just recently out of college. Some of us had just recently graduated high school. So having that template was probably about all we could handle with our understanding of game design and game mechanics. It was great to be able to have the blueprint and then just sort of make it pretty. Looking at the Earthbound levels, that's what we needed. We needed that blueprint because of just where we were at in our growth. And then we decided at the end to do what we called at the time the Fun Quest, where we wanted to inject a bit more of like Valvean philosophy of how Valve would build the game if they built it in 2012. So that's where the flares came from, where you pick up the flares and throw them at the zombies and light them on fire. We set up gas traps so that you could throw flares into the gas traps and catch the zombies on fire. Something that is a little more interactive. We also really wanted to focus in on being able to use allies. So that's why in Unforeseen Consequences you don't have a gun right away or a crowbar, and you have to ask the guard for help, and then he follows you around. So there was a lot of stuff like that we sort of injected last minute to maybe make it feel a bit more like a modern game and a bit more engaging. Some of it doesn't work as well as I would like it to, but I think the overall spirit of that sort of set us off on the path for what would become Zen and what would become our later revisions on the Earthbound levels.
The final scene in Lambda Core is the supply depot scene. You've been told to get to Lambda Core the entire game. That's where the scientists, how to put an end to this, the resonance cascade, the disaster, that's where they're located. It's been the thrust of the whole game up to this point, to get to the Lambda Core. So you finally show up there and you meet this group of scientists and guards, kind of like the ragtag bunch, the final survivors here. And they usher you into the supply depot and explain to you this is where we have been breaching the membrane between Zen and Earth, and we've been going back and forth a lot more than you've been led to believe. You might have gotten your ideas in questionable ethics, that there's more to this than meets the eye. And this is where the survey team was going and collecting samples before they started being collected themselves, all those like classic lines of dialogue. It's the final staging area for Gordon Freeman on Earth, he's gearing up. It's like the gear up montage in an action movie, where he like goes and suits up before he jumps into the portal to defeat the last boss.
Don't worry, we're not done with the Earthbound levels quite yet, but much like the portals themselves, we're going to be doing a lot of jumping back and forth here.
For the levels set on Earth, the team had a fairly good template to work from, but in Zen they were pushing well beyond the source material, creating a version of Zen that respected the levels as much as people remembered them and the original intent of the Half-Life 1 design doc. They need to do all this while also reflecting the modernized Valvean design from Half-Life 2 and providing a more natural connection to the narrative of the sequel.
Alright, make sure your long jump module is tightly fastened. We've a lot of ground to cover.
I think reasonable people can come down on both sides of if you like Zen or if you don't. It's somewhat subjective, but I do agree. I think a lot of it's at the very least polarizing. We knew we had to do, or we wanted to do something with Zen, whether it's like just a smooth transition or a beautification. We knew we wanted to do something. Chris Warren was working on these really detailed plans to sort of overhaul it and make it into our own thing. There was a brief moment where I did like a quick design break of like, here's how we could overhaul the Zen levels and sort of keep in mind what's there in the original, like for example the butterflies. You release them from the cages, and that helps you advance in the puzzle, which it's abstract and it's crazy, but it's definitely like OG Half-Life. Eventually, Chris finished the plans. We all really liked them. And Mark Foreman, first he did some previs art, which we sort of saw, like if you squint, you could see it was very good art, but it was just a little bit different than the style we have now. And then he sort of delivered these modular kits that we could like strewn about the first couple of Zen levels, and that's where things really started clicking, and we really started to understand what we wanted to do with the Zen levels.
We'd gotten to the point where we realised that we couldn't create Zen and Earthbound and get the game out within a reasonable time frame. And my position on this, pushing for the game to be split, was that if we were to split Zen, we could then focus entirely on it and possibly go for something a bit grander, bigger, maybe even, rather than just adding the game on, make it a separate game in itself and call it Black Mesa Zen. In 2012, I sat down with Carlos and a couple of other people to talk about creating a full level design document for the whole of Zen. And that would cover every single chapter except Endgame, because Endgame we always intended to basically be a one-to-one copy of the original, because it's a sort of outro scene, if you will. And through that period, I think about 6 months, I spent writing all of the chapters. So Zen, Gonark, Interloper, Nihilith. And obviously, some of those chapters have got some very complicated storyline stuff, and things that were either not very well explained in the original, out of context because areas that were intended to be in were not finished in the original. And that does come across in the original, that a lot of it was unfinished when they put it out the door, rather than, it wasn't rushed as such. It was, these levels are ready to go out, these levels aren't, so we'll cut the ones which aren't and we'll finish the ones that are. And some of it works and some of it doesn't work. Zen in the original is a 3-minute level. That's, it's not even a chapter as far as I know. It's literally, you jump down some floating rocks, you go in, you chase some butterflies around, you open some stuff up, and then you jump through a portal, and you're already in a different area.
We knew there was an opportunity for authorship in the Zen world because, like with the Black Mesa stuff, with the Earthbound sections, we had created, we had invented, we had made a lot of things, but that game, that part of the game is by no means like it's an imitation, you know? There's innovation in there, but it's an imitation of the original Half-Life. It's trying to be a copy of the original Half-Life. And Zen is very much so trying to be its own thing, you know? And I think it was really interesting for the team to kind of, you know, go through these like growing pains, or at least kind of like pay our dues, making the Earthbound section, and then that's kind of like the proving ground, and the next opportunity is to like put all that we learned and developed. We were all very young and, you know, inexperienced when we started up on Black Mesa, and so just that day-by-day development and learning process felt like when we were ready to take on Zen, we were ready to take on Zen as like a different team, as like a different company. You know, we weren't just trying to recreate what came before us. We were trying to actually like make something that would be held in higher regard, and that was really exciting. Zen was obviously a troubled chunk of the game. It was obviously we knew that it was universally reviled. Seems like an extremely strong way of like placing it, but you know, compared to like the experience of Half-Life, you know, Zen is just kind of leaden and weighs it down towards the end there. I never really felt that way. I became aware of these thoughts by reading, you know, just other people's thoughts on those things. Like I could see that Zen was not as strong or as engaging as Half-Life, but I still just enjoyed the whole experience, just the weirdness of it all. That the sensation of going into the unknown by yourself, like going into the unknown alone and all that kind of stuff is just that. I like that. So I was really excited to kind of reproduce and replicate those kind of things. I was actually surprised to find out that so much of it was going to be scrapped or like thrown out when the original Zen design document came our way.
Initially, we had a really big problem with sort of the chicken and the egg of like, we didn't have art for these levels, so it was hard to make the design, and we didn't have design for the levels, so it was hard to make the art.
that was the really compelling problems to solve. Like, how are we going to do all this on Zen? Like, again, Zen is an episode. It's a it's like we have to. We don't have a bucket of tricks that we can keep pulling things out of. We've got to redo everything. We've got to reteach all of our buttons, our switches, our elevators, platforms, sentries, breakable materials, like the difference between gravity, fall damage.
That was certainly one of the major challenges with sending the player to Zen, was that you spend the entirety of, a 5 to 10 hour campaign building up these design norms, and then you take it all away. So what we had to do was we had to try and make sure that the stuff that you do in Zen feels like it still fits in with the kinds of things you encountered in Earth, but has a unique alien spin on it without being too different that players don't understand what they're doing, which was kind of, again, how the plug puzzles came into being, because they're very intuitive, whatever else they may be. You know immediately you've got to plug things in. And you're still able to tie that into sufficiently alien systems, while also like having the design language for doors and for power and for things like that. So to put it most simply, it basically comes down to, at least with Half-Life style design specifically, it comes down to putting things directly in front of the player whenever they need to see something. And it sounds simple, and it's something that most players would probably take for granted, but it's actually really hard, especially if you're building a complex level. You basically have to make sure that the player's objective and the way the space is built always frame what they want to do. The player needs to see what they're doing when they press this button. The player needs to see their exit when they come into this room. The player needs to see what's next when they do this step of the puzzle. It was something we really, really worked hard at, and I think it's kind of one of the unsung heroes of the way that Zen was developed. One of the things that we noticed really early on in development, and one of the things we were really scared of, was players getting lost and frustrated. In Half-Life style design, but actually doubly so for Zen specifically, you don't have objective markers, you don't have really an NPC telling you what to do, you can't prompt the player in simple ways, it's all done via the environment, and so that means you really have to double down on designing the environment smartly. The key way that we did that was just by framing things, by moving placements around, by adjusting the angle that players come in at, by adjusting the lighting around. So there's kind of a combination of art and level design that goes into that. I was really picky about when artists made changes to sections. I would say, no, you need to move this back a bit because it's obstructing the player's view of this thing slightly. In the opening room of Interloper, the way the vats flow, the tubes all flow towards the exit, and in Interloper, every single exit is signposted with a giant red energy core, and we always make sure the player is facing that energy core when they come into a room. And I think this is something that people never noticed consciously when they were playing it, but it somehow just guided them towards the solution without them realizing it. Yeah, that was a real great challenge with Zen, was that all of these tools that we had in Earth and we used liberally, the same way that Valve did, they're all gone, and then you have to kind of reteach it to players. And again, that was one of the things that I think was very effective about Chris's original structure, was that when you enter Zen, you get a chance to get acquainted with the natural environment first. You kind of have that familiarity of the human polytunnel section as just kind of a way of not making it too much too fast, and then you get into the alien tech towards the end of the chapter, and then you really dig into it in Interloper, and it's all sort of consistent and cohesive. But it was a real challenge because you end up with a very stripped back toolset compared to what you could play with on Earthbound. And I think the same was true of the actual whole sandbox that we had to work with throughout Zen, because I would say that half the fun of the Earthbound levels comes from fighting the soldiers. They're a really interesting and dynamic part of the game, they're really memorable, and there's a lot of fun set pieces that come from their interactions with the aliens and things you do with them, and then they're gone. And we further made this problem hard for ourselves by then deciding that we weren't going to use the Vorts, the A-Grunts, or the controllers until Interloper. So you end up having a really stripped back toolset with which you have to try and create something cohesive and fun. And that was kind of something that was encompassed in all parts of the game, I think, not just architecture and level design and guidance. It was also to do with the enemy encounters and stuff like that.
One of the things that really struck me about the original Zen was it felt like they'd got all these ideas that they wanted to do, and the original ideas were comprehensive, if you like, run through various different environments, which later was confirmed by access again to seeing original versions of those Half-Life maps, concepts from Valve for areas such as the swamps. In the original, there are no swamps, but there were concepts and there were beta maps for swamps and various other things.
one of the things that I think that we did very strongly in Zen that didn't land in the original whatsoever, or wasn't even really attempted in the original, was a sense of progression and cohesion throughout the environments, throughout the chapter. And again, this mostly stemmed from Chris's plans, actually, and the kind of way that we ran with those and developed on top of them. But one of the things that we identified that we thought was a problem, and we think it was a side effect of how quickly Valve had to finish Half-Life 1 Zen, was that every map basically ends with you teleporting to the next map. And what that does is it creates a very it is disjointed, because I think what ended up happening is Valve just linked maps together almost at random just to try and build a finished product. But it ends up being that you don't have a sense of progression, you don't track your journey, you don't really understand where you're going. So one of the things we tried to do was we really tried to make players aware that they're progressing through Zen and drive home these differences while keeping things familiar and cohesive. We kind of came up with the idea of, well, firstly there's the biome progression, so of course you have the kind of more natural environments in the first Zen chapter, followed by the basalt columns and the weird sort of giant causeway crystal stuff that we explored in Gonarch, and then the really strange organic stuff that there is in Interloper. We kind of came up with the idea of changing the color scheme as you progress closer to the tower, which again I think is something that players might have subconsciously noticed but never actually realized was something that we did. So we came up with the idea of having very tranquil colors in Zen. So you have the purple and the green, kind of familiar, naturey, relaxed colors that feel safe. Then in Gonarch it gets orangey and yellow as you're closer to the tower. And then in the Interloper it's red, which is obviously the universal color for danger. We even came up with a sort of nonsense rationalization for it, which was supposed to be that the massive portal at the top of the Interloper tower was serving as a local sun, which is why the environment gets a bit progressively more red as you head towards it. But the reality was we wanted to create a sense of progression, feeling that you're moving through the environment, that you're getting closer to danger, closer to the culmination. We also got the artists we created very soft, simple shapes in Zen. Then the artists went for more angular shapes in Gonarch with the the crystals and the basalt columns, and then in Interloper it goes absolutely crazy where there's all kinds of spiky rocks protruding everywhere. So it just, again, it kind of gets this layered progression throughout it that kind of ties in with everything else. The gameplay structure, Zen is very much focused on the wildlife. Gonarch is kind of a little bit more cinematic, a little bit more amped up, and then Interloper is very heavily focused on the combat and the puzzles ramped up to the extreme. So we just kind of built all of these different progressions into the chapter, into the whole of Zen, really. And then, of course, you have the Interloper Tower itself as the mechanism for your long-term goal, as I mentioned earlier. So I felt like that was something that we did quite well with our Zen, and I'm quite proud of the way that worked. We tried to think about short-term and long-term goals, because a map is only fun and directed if you know what your long-term goal is and what your short-term goal is. So that kind of tied back into what I was saying, where we tried to make sure that when you enter a room, the player sees the exit, because that's an immediate establishment of your long-term goal. And that was something that I think we did most effectively in the first Zen map, for example. You come out of that space, the Interloper Tower is right there in front of you. You know you're going there at some point. And then you also have the big island that you go to at the end of the map next to that. So you kind of get a sense that's where I'm heading. And then you kind of snake off the path to the left and you just get your short-term goals as you progress. Establishing immediately the short-term goal and the long-term goal, and then repeatedly seeding new short-term goals, using that same kind of micro approach as they progress through those spaces.
The sort of the mantra for Zen was to have good Valve-style design philosophies, and then also sort of mirror Half-Life 2 in places that we could. And that's sort of where the Interloper Tower came out of, where you have this beacon, you have this endpoint, and it's sort of your reference, and as you progress through the levels, you get closer and closer to it. It makes the world feel more grounded, but it also gives the player a sense of progress, so that they can physically see they're getting closer to their objective. And then just building the levels so that we introduce mechanics in a way that the player understands them naturally, versus, like I said before, with having the like a tutorialized thing with like text or a cutaway or something like that.
The problem with Zen is that we don't have these NPCs who are there to articulate concepts and point to things and direct the player. That was a big hurdle to get over, right? Especially when you're doing like an unbroken first-person story where you don't have an opportunity to grab a camera and throw it over. Like, here's your objective. Look over here on the other side of the level, and then the camera, comes back and rests in your skull again. And so I knew that there needed to be more story without NPCs. What we have to think about with Zen is we have like 3 different kinds of players coming to Zen right off the bat. The first kind is the person who has played Black Mesa 2 to 5 years ago previously to playing Zen. And so we have an obligation there to kind of bridge that gap and front load all the information and your objectives, kind of refamiliarize yourself with who you are, what you're doing, what's going on here, right? The second kind of player is the person who is just jumping into Zen right away, right? Like I'm sure there's people who played episode 1 or episode 2 before they played Half-Life 2. There's people who played Half-Life 2 before they played Half-Life. You know, so we had to also be mindful of that player, the person who is, you know, jumping into this this experience without playing Black Mesa previously. Maybe they're just interested in Zen.
The border world in Half-Life 1 comprised of 4 maps: Zen, Gonarch's Lair, Interloper, and Nihilant.
Crowbar Collective would retain this structure, but unlike the Earthbound levels, here they'd make an abundance of changes and add hours of extra gameplay on top of Valve's original piecemeal design.
We're going to tackle each of these chapter by chapter, so let's start with Gordon's first steps on the border world, the first of the 4 chapters, appropriately titled Zen. For this, not only did the team create a more naturalistic and varied playground for the player to learn the mechanics of this world, but they pulled back on combat in favor of connecting this place to the goings-on back at Black Mesa.
So we have to be mindful of the people who are returning to this after, 2 to 5 years. There is the playthrough players, people who have literally just jumped through the portal in Lambda Core and have arrived in Zen. And then there are the third kind of player, that's the unicorn, like the person who's just jumping in to play Zen and that's just what they want to do. We have to be mindful of all 3 of those experiences in a way that's going to allow that information to all be there at the front of Zen, no matter who you are, no matter when you're playing. And that's when the things like the cold open came into play. That was an idea I had where it felt kind of cheap, felt kind of dirty, like trying to do like a cinematic or something like that within Half-Life. We were talking about the rules of Half-Life. But we knew that like what would be even cheaper or even dirtier would have been like previously on Black Mesa or something like that. We did not want to do anything like that. We came up with the idea of this cold open. We wanted to set this thing up that would just refresh everyone with the information that they needed, right? We needed to point out that there is an antagonist. There is, a great and powerful being holding open a portal in some strange world over there. And like we needed to make sure that if the player doesn't hear that dialogue from Lambda Core, that they don't know like what's going on over there. We still need that player to understand what's going on when they arrive in Zen, to just deliver the stakes and the objectives of the story to the player directly, so that when you wake up on Zen, you have an idea of what you're supposed to be doing, no matter if you, like we said, no matter if you played 5 years ago or if you just jumped through the portal.
I'd say Zen was probably the biggest expansion on what the original was. And the main thing I really wanted to put in there was a better tie to Earth, which we did through the polytunnels, which would directly link it to both the Lambda Core laboratories, the questionable ethics laboratories, and to a smaller extent the anomalous material laboratories, in the way that the expansions for Half-Life had tried to put across. They would have had technology on Zen in little camps. So I created the idea that the scientists would have had different teams, different setup, but they'd have had a base camp.
With introducing more of the scientists into it, we thought there needed to be a bit more of a footprint in the Zen levels, especially if you look at questionable ethics. They've been capturing these aliens, they've been doing experiments on them, and it's kind of hard to do that without some sort of forward operating base. And so it started as wouldn't it be cool if there was like a base there? I think it gives more storytelling that you kind of stumble into, because if I remember correctly, they don't ever say, we got a huge base in Zen. It's just something you sort of discover, which I think is fun.
Originally, there were no polytunnels. It was a cave with some crates and various different things. What we wanted to do was to really expand on the idea that they were established, that they've got all these facilities in Lambda Core for teleporting you there, but they needed the opportunity, if they were going to bring samples back, they needed a location that they can create as a base. But because it's inside caverns, we figured that they wouldn't be able to just randomly teleport in there, because how do you know where the cavern is? So I started concepting various different technologies that would be portable. And that's why the labs in Earthbound areas look similar, but they're different, is because a lot of the technology in the polytunnel labs in Zen are portable. And the story we're trying to get across is that really, even with all this technology, all the money and backing, they've only managed to make it as far as the swamps with that particular base. The Lambda Core labs don't really have a laboratory there because their investigations are purely on Xenian technology. And it would be very difficult to move one of the Zen teleporters, the sort of strange arch-shaped things with the little bubble at the end. That wouldn't work because they're positional based. The way they work is different. Teleporter technology to the way the ones they've got on Earth work exactly. Human technology, as is explained in Half-Life 2, is based on a different model from the Xenian technology, and is based on a different model from Combine technology. So Combine technology uses a dark matter format of teleporter, which only allows you to basically create a hole between dimensions. Xenian technology allows you to effectively go between dimensions, but anywhere on those dimensions. And human technology, they found a way to use Zen as a slingshot, and they can then do localized technology. And obviously, aperture science, which is not part of anything there, created technology to get you through shower curtains without getting wet, basically, which I thought was fantastic. The idea that they came up with the technology for something as mundane as that, but actually it's a lot better than any of the technology that Black Mesa or the Combine even came up with, and that's why the Combine are interested in finding the Borealis in the Half-Life series. It's basically to get hold of this portal technology that you can basically fire a portal at the moon and just travel there instantaneously. Most of the area there is designed for the anomalous materials research in the polytunnels, because that's primarily the kind of samples that they would take back temporarily to store. So the sample that you slot into the AMS would have been studied in another format. They would have had those orange crystals. And then I think it's 8338 is the sample number, was given to one of the scientists by the G-Man, and somehow it's corrupt. So it creates a major portal storm that is what triggers the whole series of games off. I did note on one of the whiteboards in the polytunnel that there are in fact other sites that you don't get to visit in the game, which kind of reflect the idea that was put across in the expansions by Gearbox, where there are other locations, other portals that are focal points. It was kind of trying to create this expansive feel to Zen without actually making the maps for it. The important thing that I wanted to put into that structure of Zen was that the very first area that you get into would be a training spot for your long jump. When you first get the long jump, you can bounce around a chamber with a portal whilst you're waiting for him to warm it up. That doesn't really give you much of an opportunity to see how it works. I wanted to create almost like an obstacle course to start off with. Not really combat or anything like that. So the original first area was basically a long jump training area with some exposition, some environmental storytelling. So we added bridges, we added various different things into that for the player to do. We've got a very easy chasm jump where you can jump across it. If you fail, you don't die, you don't fall into the void, you fall into it and you can walk back up and stop and try again, because it's never a good idea to punish people the first time they try something. That then carried over to, well, why would those bridges have been put there? What if they were trying to get to a scientist camp? And then Craig Murphy, one of the other level designers, he basically took this idea and he just said, why not make them polytunnels?
That was probably the level of Zen that saw the most polish and development over time, because we knew we had to nail the opening to hook players in and to get them to want to experience what we designed. it actually changed a lot over the course of its development, and it was kind of the test bed for the art that we used throughout all of Zen. So that's one of the reasons it was worked on a lot. So originally, some of the early versions had controller and fort fights in them, for example. As we kind of played more and more with it, it just didn't quite feel right. So we knew that what we wanted to do with this was something that Valve didn't do well in the original version of Zen, where you need to basically shock the player with fantastic visuals, this whole new world that they have to come and understand, and then you also have to ease them into the mechanics and understanding of this new world so that they kind of get used to it. So that was kind of why we ended up going with a relatively slow-paced level. And that was an intentional design choice after we'd experimented with having combat and felt that it just didn't really fit whatsoever.
It was a huge discussion of, do we keep the old style controls? We did a ton of tests we had different test levels with what's the proper range for the long jump. And do we want to have it where it does the more Doom 2016 style double jump, or like the Team Fortress double jump where you go more vertical? Keeping it in terms of Half-Life 1, we decided to go with more of like the rocket strapped to your back, where it pushes you more horizontal. And then once we nailed the distance, we said, all right, we can't change this distance, because that means we got to change every level that we've built for this length. And the thing I really like about the long jump is I think it perfectly exemplifies like how we embraced the Valve design mechanics, because we introduce it in the Zen Cave, where it's a really safe jump. If you fall in the water, you don't take any damage, and then you can go up and you can try it again. And then there's the second jump, which is also safe, but there is a small gap, but it's really hard to mess up, and it actually drops you into the healing pool and teaches you, oh, this blue water heals you. The next one is dangerous, where there's a really large gap, and you have to use the long jump properly to progress. And then the final one in Zen A is you pull a lever on a pulley system. It pulls a floating island closer to you. You hop up into that, and you don't have those indicators anymore. You just have to sort of guess and hope that you can make this super long jump over onto this next rock. And hopefully by that point, we've given the player enough reps that they can use the long jump effectively going forward, because it's really important in the Zen levels.
For a while, we just kind of naturally went right into right from Lambda Core right to Zen, and it was just like the same enemies and the kind of like same squadrons and the same kind of like fighting, and the combat was getting just like increasingly like grueling and dull and was not providing anything like special or interesting. So in Zen, we would have Vortigaunts and things like that in Zen, and then it quickly became apparent that okay, we have a lot of stuff planned for the Vortigaunts, which we'll get into later, right? Like, we need to sell this idea of them being passive. And in order to create this moment where the player will actually pay attention enough to the Vortigaunts to see that their behavior is different, I don't think we can have 6 or 7 levels prior where the player is fighting Vortigaunts, just killing them on sight every step of the way, right? So our plan is going to be, we're going to drop the Vortigaunts out of focus for a long time, and then when they come back in and you see that their behavior is different, you're immediately going to recognize that there's something off, that there's something different with them. And so what we had to do then is we have to figure out a way now to fill up Zen A. And so we moved out all the controllers, all the A grunts, all the Vortigaunts, and that's where the conversations and discussions about new Zenian NPCs and monsters came to be. That's where I had the idea for the HEZ, the hazardous environment zombie. That's where we had the ideas for the underwater barnacles, for the alpha hound eyes, the suicide hound eyes. Enemies that have variations on a theme will still be like recognizable. The player will still understand how to react and respond when these things show up. Think about combat and think about combat spaces differently.
When you're in the Earthbound levels, you have the HECU, and you have the female assassins, and you have Vortigaunts and Bull Squids. You have the whole gamut of bad guys. And when you get to Zen, you lose more than half of those. We needed more variety in our combat anyway, and that was just a cool way to do it. What would happen if an HEV scientist was attacked by a head crab without their helmet on or something? The armor is pretty much impenetrable. You can't kill them by shooting them in the body. so you have to aim for the head. So it's a harder skill test for the player because you actually have to aim and have those accurate shots.
You know, you'd be hearing this monster coming around, you know, like minor, major fracture detected, you know, like those kind of things. Blood loss detected.
If I remember correctly, Kevin Sisk, who's the voice actor for the guard and G-Man, he was like, oh, we have to have this actually be freaking out and bugging out, and like, the team definitely agreed. We knew we needed to vary up the combat with our limited NPC set, so we started adding variants of the enemies, even simple ones too, like there's a class of the bull squid that will only melee you, so he doesn't use his spit attack, and little things like that gave our designers some options to set up different combat scenarios. But the main driver was just our limited time and the fact that we were behind and we needed variations quick. There's a lot more to it, but for all intents and purposes, they're basically skin swaps, and then we gave them different attributes to try and vary up the gameplay and introduce new things to the player, and also maybe hint at like how a species might evolve or different versions of a similar species in alien life forms.
It took us a while to kind of nail down the exact gravity that we wanted to use and how the kind of parameters of the long jump. And that kind of came about mostly from Gonarch, actually, where we found that we kind of were trying to refine how the long jump felt when you were fighting Gonarch and kind of how the player can behave with it. So that was when we came up, for example, with the idea of long jumping backwards and sideways being possible. I think one of the things that sort of was one of the huge problems with the original Zen is there's not really much to it. It's mostly just platforming. And I think the example you gave of the spinny platforms, that's actually the opening map of Half-Life 1 Zen. And it is really frustrating. You're just arbitrarily jumping between some platforms and hoping you have enough health to survive it, and it's just not fun at all. So we kind of knew that that was really frustrating and we weren't going to be doing that. Because at the same time, while we thought it wasn't very good, we also understood why Valve did it that way, because they wanted to teach the player the long jump. They wanted to teach the players the parameters of the long jump. It was just they hadn't really developed that very much. So we knew that when we did our version of that map, we were going to kind of take the spiritual idea of hopping between the islands and remake it, but follow an actual structure and kind of strip away any of the parts that made it frustrating and trial and error. So that was kind of the whole thing that we tried to do with our Zen, was we tried to spiritually capture a lot of what the original did, but not actually mechanically capture any of it, because there pretty much wasn't anything. The butterflies thing you mentioned, that's the closest example I can think of a new mechanic that Zen introduced, really, apart from the long jumping and the platforming. And again, because we were focused very heavily on trying to build this large experience with a cohesive gameplay progression, one-off mechanics just don't really feel very good, I think. And again, that kind of ties back to what I was saying earlier about where we may have overexpanded on some of the mechanics and seeped them into each other a bit too much as a kind of form of overcompensation for trying to deal with the fact that we cut out some cool one-off mechanics, if that makes any sense. And that was kind of why we ended up not really carrying over much of what was in Half-Life 1's Zen, because as far as I can think, we pretty much did everything that they did mechanically. We just expanded on them a lot, kind of drew them out over multiple maps, and then spiritually tried to capture a lot of what those sections represented, such as the kind of multi-tier boss fight of Gonarch's lair, island hopping in Zen A, the progression through the factory in Interloper, and then some of the platforming aspects of that as well.
Everything on paper looked pretty manageable, and we're like, yeah, we can break this up into maybe 3 levels. Like Zen, for example, I think it's 5. It's 5 or 6, and we thought we could do it in 3. And due to budgets and resource limits, we kept having to break these maps into smaller and smaller chunks so that the game wouldn't absolutely die. But yeah, the length, I don't think, if you told us back in 2015, like, yeah, you're going to have a 4 hours Zen experience or whatever it works out to, I think we would have laughed at you. There were sections that actually evolved into other things. There's a giant Zen hub tree. That originally was supposed to be what we call the puffball maze, where there was these plants that would put out a toxic gas similar to the poison head crabs in Half-Life 2.
So you would go near it, and it would release a cloud of toxins that poison you and bring your health down to 1. And then the maze itself would be filled with head crabs. So these kind of ineffective head crabs that normally you wouldn't care about now become lethal threats when you're under the effects of this poison. you find 3 power pylons, you break them, and that deactivates the force field that lets you get out of the puffball maze. I really like the puffball maze as an example because it's kind of emblematic of some of the struggles that we had on Black Mesa and maybe some of the areas where we may have misstepped potentially, and things that we can learn moving forwards from that. We built out this map Zen B, which was the Zenian Swamp level early in Zen, and it was originally supposed to be just one map. It was originally supposed to include the puffball maze, which was really just meant to be this small section of the map. It didn't really fit into the flow of the rest of the chapter. So we found that when players were encountering this section, they weren't really understanding that they needed to go and deactivate these force fields. We just found that it was really frustrating, and people, when we got external testers to play it, they were going down to 1 health and dying and just getting angry. That was when, in the previous parts of the Zen Swamp, one of our other level designers, Craig, he came up with the idea for the gate plant. At its core, it's just basically a door, and you shoot a little cyst and it opens a door. We kind of came up with some of what we thought were quite interesting ways to use these, and then we kind of thought, okay, well, you've got this gameplay element that we introduce and we build up through the chapter. We need to give it some kind of ending. So we kind of thought, well, the puffball seems like a good place to come up with an ending for this bit of design. It was a really unique and interesting gameplay space, but this kind of was emblematic of the problem that we had as we were developing Zen, was that these things were kind of coming together in isolation almost. And while we were thinking about the total sum of the parts, because as I mentioned, it was supposed to be the culmination of a mechanic introduced in the previous map, typically the way Valve layer mechanics and they layer gameplay is they introduce something in a really simple form. They then have a second step where it's then the more complicated form of the same puzzle. So in the example of Zen, we then do the same thing, but the cyst this time is round a corner, and you have to follow the route to find it. And that's kind of, you're then learning the mechanic and showing you understand it, and then Valve normally change it up for the third time they introduce it. The puffball maze itself is supposed to be that third step. You've learned the mechanic, you've mastered it, and now we're making sure that you really know what you're doing, and we kind of twist it by introducing other layers to it. It kind of got away from us a little bit. We then realized a bit later in development, this map is massive, and it's taking a relatively simple mechanic a bit too far now. I stripped it down a bit, I massively simplified the space, and it ended up becoming the space that you see in the actual version of Zen that we ship now. I guess the conclusion was just that we just ended up trying to build on these mechanics that we'd come up with, make them fit into the overall structure, but I think we took it a little bit too far. I think that kind of contributed to some of the overall criticism that people would have of Zen, where it was maybe a little bit too long in places. Some of the gameplay mechanics, I think people thought they were a bit too simple to warrant how much we'd done with them. And it was mostly because we had to come up with these ideas and then try and make them fit into an overall structure. And as we did so, we ballooned those ideas out a bit much. And so it ended up being a series of inflated balloons, one after the other, that on their own were quite fun to play and worked quite well. It just ended up being perhaps a bit too much in places.
We actually tried some versions of the game in Zen and in Gonarch where there were different paths, and it would give you a slightly different experience if you went back and replayed it. And it just sort of fought our core mechanics of having a linear game. Showing our inexperience when we built the mod, we let you open all the doors inside of the facility, and the goal was to ground the facility and make it feel like a real space. But it ended up just confusing people because they could go back into these areas that they had nothing, there was no objective in there, but they could still go into there and they would get lost and confused. But we tried to vary it up with examples like the tree hub, where it's point A to B, like you start the level or drop into the level at point A, and you can see where you have to go, and now you're going to adventure around this hub and sort of reusing space, traversing the same space at different altitudes or going underneath things. That's very Half-Life to us.
The original Gonarch's lair was a bit of an oddity. While Half-Life had large beasts that you had to defeat, this was the game's first bona fide boss fight, and it happened almost at the end of the game.
The original fight followed common boss fight conventions in that it all took place over 3 stages. In attempting to fix this, the team at Crowbar Collective decided to broaden these 3 stages into much larger levels. A cat-and-mouse chase that takes place over the course of multiple arenas and culminates in a final climactic battle.
Chris had these really well laid plans. We actually pared them down because we were running out of time. We didn't want to have to art 6 levels, and we were able to compress that chapter into 3 what I think really well laid out maps. We sort of switch who's in control throughout the map. So it starts off and you're in a battle arena and it's more of a standard boss fight. You have a bunch of rockets. Then you fight it out there. The Gonarch runs away and you're chasing. And then in map B, we try and flip it so that first she's kind of like pot-shotting at you, and then eventually out on the ledge, she's like chasing you full out. And then you get to the crystal cave and she's like smashing through crystals and you're like, oh, I really have to go now. And then it's still even more of a chase set piece in the C map, the final map of Gonarch, and then you have your final knockdown, drag-out battles. It was really challenging to have that script flip. That design sort of fights itself, but I'm really happy with how that turned out. We were very aware of the rose-colored glasses we were sort of up against, but we really wanted to do our own take on it, especially like once we got into the trenches with it. So with Gonarch specifically, probably a bit of what the friction you were having and others were having was that role reversal, where do I just shoot rockets at her now and that's what's going to win, or do I just run away? I think the Gonarch fight in Half-Life 1 was not super well regarded, so we wanted to go in and try and make it something that was our own, and we're really happy with some of the set pieces and the way the stuff comes together. We think overall the fight gives her a bit more of a place in the overall story. In terms of scale, we definitely wanted it bigger so that the player could long jump around. We use the long jump a lot more as a defensive dodge mechanic than I think the original Half-Life.
The original game, it's basically just 3 arena fights. You fight the Gonarch in Arena 1, you fight him in Arena 2, you fight him in Arena 3. And for me, it's a weird experience because Gordon Freeman is really the aggro antagonist of that scene. Like, landing in this creature's territory, attacking it, and like chasing it down and just like killing it. But I feel like in terms of the narrative of like who Gordon is and what other kind of experiences you've had in it, to me it never, I don't know, just going after Gonarch just seems like very aggressive and like out of character. The idea was always to combine the original Gonarch and then also to borrow heavily from the episode 2 Antlion Guardian chase, right? And now that's an interesting one because the episode 2 Antlion Guardian chase is that monster is chasing after the player. The player has a very specific goal. They know they know why they're here. They know what they're there to get. They're trying to get the Antlion extract to save Alex Vance. They've got a very clear objective, very clear stakes. There's pressure. There's like a ticking time bomb. You don't want to take too long. It all makes sense, right? And we didn't have any of those elements in the original Gonarch encounter, and so it just felt like this very linear, unengaging kind of. It never like popped. Nothing ever like the version of Gonarch that we were building in no way reflected what we all had in our minds. It just like wasn't there when we played this. So my idea was that we needed to create. The way that I approached this was like we needed to create then an antagonistic relationship with the monster. If we wanted the player to feel like they need to chase down and kill this creature, we want to spend some time here building an antagonistic relationship between the player and the god. What we try to do is we try to introduce a strong, obvious objective like right up front, which is like the tower, right? And that's how we eventually came up with having to touch the crystals to power up the teleporter in order to get to the tower. And then Gonarch appears and destroys your teleportation. You've kind of incidentally provoked the creature's rage. Once we've got the creature defeated, we want you to start moving forward again towards that obvious objective. Like you're still moving towards what you need to be doing. And now, after a while, maybe it feels like something is out there watching you, paying attention, kind of watching you from afar. Maybe you see something, skittering by some stalactites on the side or something like that, right? We want this feeling that you're being watched, and then suddenly Gonarch ambushes you. And it's a targeted attack. It's a personal attack. The monster is like after you now as a result of you, attacking and hurting it in the previous encounter. You understand now that the creature is like a threat and should probably be disposed of. That gets you to then chase after the creature. But then the twist there is that the creature is only pulling you further and further into its lair, into its kind of like feeding grounds, and excitement to chase down this creature and destroy it. Then you figure out, oh wait, it's got me just where it wants me, and now you're playing the third level where it is just chasing after you the entire time. It's like right on your heels, trying to kill you. You're still trying to get out, and we wanted to build that experience up from. We wanted it all to culminate in a feeling that was like a knife fight in the closet. We wanted you to just be like at the end of this battle, just you and this huge monster just out of breath, like you've got no resources, just like trying to destroy this thing while it's also just gonna beat the shit and is like trying to kill you.
Gonarch in itself, it's sentient in its own way. Getting a character across in effectively what appears non-sentient, it's basically a giant crab with a testicle, so it's not really anything you can associate or get a character, but I wanted to have an antagonistic relationship between the player and the Gonarch. A cat and mouse game, as such. Originally you were going to chase it, and then it would chase you, and then you'd chase it, and then it would chase you. We would have this section where you'd run onto the ledge, first time you saw it. And you get to the ledge, and now you have the opportunity to view the arena that you're about to fight in, to build up a kind of anticipation that something's going to happen there. So when you're fighting something as tough as basically a boss fight, you rarely have the chance to look around your environment, which is why there's now a teleporter puzzle. One, because it's an environmental way of telling the story. This is a portal device set up by the Vortigants, so then they need to power the teleporter on, which gives you the opportunity to force the player to view the entire arena to find spots that they might, use in the future. Oh look, there's a healing pool, that's handy. And there's all these pods which have appeared. This is the non-verbal way that I set the level up to basically say this feels too easy. There's a teleporter, it goes straight to the end of the game. There's all this ammunition and stuff and health, and this is great, something's going to happen. There's going to be a big fight here, isn't there? And you go through this whole thing and you hear occasionally the ground shakes and you hear a sort of rumbling sound. Now you've got two different areas of environmental storytelling which needs to be done, which is you want to show that humans had made it to this location, but they couldn't get past this location. So kind of the Gonarch there is basically the extent that humans have managed to get to, and there was only one team that actually went there. Originally, when the teleporter was used, it sent people to various random places. Those devices that you see with the spinny lights around it, kind of focus points for those teleporters. They're not local teleporters, they're dimensional anchors, if you like. Because Zen is technically, it's a border world, it's not within our dimension, it's on a different plane of existence. And these anchor points allow different teams to travel from the Lambda Core labs to those locations. And this particular one, Gonarch's there, is where the questionable ethics team are, because they are the primary ones for the fauna of Zen. The whole of that lab is focused on solving, well, how do we get past this huge crab thing that we can't beat? None of our weapons affect it. We've fired rocket launchers at it, we've done this, we've done that, nothing kills it. As you find out as you play it, it's very difficult to actually kill. In normal gameplay, you have to use basically an entire army's worth of weapons to take it down. So, being scientists, you find a better way of doing it, which was, they found a poison that would work. The idea was that I would create an archaeology for the player to dig up the remains, if you like, of that early team. And if you look in the polytunnels, you'll notice a whiteboard with various different research teams listed on it. And one team has gone missing, and one team has been sent to find them at Site B. And Site B is Gonarch Map B. That's the questionable ethics team. And if you match the names on the whiteboard, you'll find their nameplates and lockers in the questionable ethics laboratories. So that was my direct tie to the CES chamber to the Gonarch chapter through the cyanogen chloride tank, which you can carry from the polytunnels all the way to the end and use as basically a way to kill the Gonarch without actually firing any shots at it in its final lair, which is it's my absolute dream to make a Deus Ex boss. From the original Deus Ex, whole gameplay idea of Deus Ex was you can basically fight the bosses any way you want, including not fighting them and not killing them. And yes, you can in fact get through the whole of the Gonark's Lair chapter and not kill the Gonark at the end. You don't have to plug the cyanogen canister in, you can bypass it, leave it, and you get achievement for doing either thing.
And it's your own little Noam Chomsky as well.
Yes, yeah, our own Noam Chomsky, which I'm sure is an achievement that nobody likes before then.
Now we move on to the third chapter, Interloper, the biggest challenge for the team yet, because this is the part of Black Mesa where the narrative connections between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 begin.
Storytelling wasn't much of a strong suit in Zen because of how disconnected the levels were, but this part of the game contains two important areas, the Vortigaunt slave village and the alien factory. In Half-Life 2, the role of the Vortigaunts had changed, and while some of them were non-violent in the original game's factory, their role within the broader universe of Half-Life ended up being more complex. The same could be said for the Interloper Tower and the portal technology we see in Half-Life 2. So to connect the two games, Black Mesa would have to do a lot of narrative legwork in this chapter, and to keep the pace of the game from dipping, they'd have to add much more varied combat encounters.
Originally, the factory that you visit in Interloper, you never get to see what it looks like on the outside. It could be underground, it could be a flat factory, it could be a set of caves. It's very difficult to tell what it is because the visual side of Half-Life 1, it doesn't really show you that in the structure. The tower in Zen is actually not a building, it's a creature. It's a symbiotic creature that's creating a terraforming effect, which is why the Interloper chapters differ visually from the Zen chapters. Zen is effectively pure Zen. It's what Zen would look like without any interaction or interference from any kind of outside influence. That was another theme that I wanted to get across in the overall plan of Zen, was that the Vortigaunts and the Nihilants are terraforming it to be an area that they can live in comfortably.
In Chris's original plans, it was intended to be 4 maps, and each map is sort of a separate biome of sorts. And then the idea was supposed to be that the tower is obviously the alien grunt manufactory, while also housing the Nihilant underneath the island, and then kind of powering and keeping him alive as a form of life support system. A lot of the concepts that Chris came up with for Zen were around symbiosis. And so the tower is supposed to be kind of a half organic, half mechanical creature that is alive by itself. And then so you have the outdoor sections, which kind of represent the island that's been corrupted by the influence of the tower. The waste and respiratory systems, which are the first opening maps of Interloper. And then you get to the sort of digestive system, which is the conveyors moving things around. And you come up to the nervous system later on, which is sort of the top level of the tower. And so we kind of built it out that way originally, and we found, firstly, it didn't feel very climatic, mostly. It was a bit too exploration-based, especially because with Zen, we'd leaned quite heavily into the exploration area. So we kind of set about expanding on the ideas that we thought worked and could be built into a gameplay structure. And that was kind of how Interloper ended up getting a bit dragged out, a bit longer than perhaps we'd originally intended. And by the time we'd reached that point in development where we were expanding on these, we didn't have the resources or the time or the luxury of being able to have all this kind of variety that we wanted. So we ended up kind of going with what we thought worked, building out what we thought worked, and that was kind of how Interloper ended up being the way it was. And these were all really interesting things to reflect on and think about when we heard what people had to say about it. So it was a really interesting learning experience for us to sort of teach us in the future how to focus on gameplay in the right ways, how to build something better going forward, if that makes sense.
So Interloper A1, what we call the guard chase, it started off in a bunch of different versions. I can't remember who had the original concept for it, but we knew we wanted more gargantuas in the game because they're fairly underutilized. They're like a a big bad enemy, and I think you only see him in power up and surface tension. So we wanted them to have some sort of indigenous area in Interloper. And originally we were going to do a chase sequence where, kind of like the Lion King, where there's this fleet of hound eyes and bull squids, and they're all running away from you, and you're like intermixed in this chase with guards behind you. And from there, it sort of evolved into more of this, like Scooby-Doo, every door you open, the bad guys behind. As you run down, it just kind of gets more crazy and crazy, and we wanted to put more and more pressure on the player as the chase evolved. We're super aware of the highs and lows, and we knew we couldn't go to 2 high points in a row, and it was something we really tried to refine down. And it's even as simple as having, after the controller fight in Interloper A, you go down an elevator, and originally that was going to go into another combat section, what we called the mining area, and that ended up being cut, and it worked out well because it gives you that low now you can sort of chillly walk through this valley. There's a couple of jumping sections. You wind your way up some routes, and then it drops you into the Gargantua chase. Yeah, if you do too many of the combat stuff, it burns the player out, and they don't get any respite. They can't take anything in because they're constantly under duress. And I think that's a big part of the Half-Life series, is being able to take into your surroundings, and it helps add to the grounding of, even though you have these crazy, fantastical sci-fi stories, the fact that you have a moment to breathe and like look around and see these structures and everything that was built helps it feel more real.
What ended up happening was as I mentioned, we found a lot of the exploration just wasn't really that necessary at this point or that interesting because we'd already done a lot of it. So we ended up cutting out all of the exploration. We then found, well, it's not fun, it's not exciting, it's not interesting. It's no different from Gargantua chasing surface tension. It doesn't raise the stakes at all. So I started thinking about ways to make it a bit more interesting. The first solution was narratively driven, which didn't really help much. It was that instead of you just jumping across the gap and evading him, you jump across the gap, you turn around, and then he fights another Gargantua. And so they kind of have a bit of a territory fight, and they both fall off the cliff. And it was supposed to be a fun little set piece to cap off your chase with that Gargantua. But of course, we then realized, well, this doesn't actually make the chase any more interesting. With another one of our level designers, Jordan, me and him kind of did a whole bunch of back and forth to try and build in these other mechanics into the chase, such as what ended up being in the chase, where you kind of climb up little bits, you dodge through little obstacles, you duck underneath things, you break things. And so we ended up building a version of the chase which was one Gargantua, and you kind of have a whole obstacle course as you're running away from him. At the same time, this was when Gonarch was being worked on and developed. We found that these mechanics were quite fun, quite interesting, and we pulled a lot of those mechanics into Gonarch. And so I worked on the final map of Gonarch's lair as well. I kind of plagiarized my own ideas. I did a lot of the interesting stuff in the chase there, where you have to like break webs, where you have to dodge left and right around things, where you have to long jump down gaps and stuff like that. Because we just felt it made Gonarch more interesting, and we kind of thought that was where we should focus the bulk of the interesting and unique ideas, because there's a whole chapter structured around Gonarch. But then of course you run into the problem of the Gargantua is effectively just Gonarch. There isn't really much of a difference between them. They're just these two big monsters that chase you effectively. And around that point we started thinking, well, maybe we should just get rid of it entirely. It doesn't really add anything unique and interesting. It's not that much fun. It's using elements that we've now ported back into Gonarch that work well there. What can we bring to the table with it? We ended up just talking about, well, what the hell can we do to make this fun if the Stampede doesn't work? And we then realized, well, we've got two Gargs at the end who are fighting each other. That's how we cap off the chase. Why don't we just have multiple Gargs throughout the chase? Rather than having one Garg chase you around multiple obstacles, we could have it so that you get away from one Garg and then you find there's another one. You get away from one and then there's another. You get away from him, but then there's two more. And then you get away from him and there's three more. And then you come back and meet the one that was chasing you earlier. And that was kind of how the Gargantua chase ended up being this entire crazy romp through a whole map where Joel built an amazing track for it. And then we thought right at the end, why don't you just turn around and you see there's 8 Gargantuas standing there looking at you, roaring and kind of being angry at you. And we thought that would be the really nice cap off to it. And so it kind of ended up being this really big set piece that we thought worked really well and helped pace the chapter out a bit more, that still separated itself from Gonarch while using a lot of the mechanics that you'd learned in Gonarch. And so that kind of just got built into this big thing as a sort of a way of trying to fill the pacing of the chapter overall, but also kind of fit in for some of the mechanics that we cut out and some of the ideas we hadn't explored that we felt did add to the game.
Interloper, like I said, I think interactivity is a huge thing with the Half-Life series, even going back to Half-Life 1, and to feel like you're in the world and affecting the world. You're the reason that this whole disaster kicked off, so we wanted to continue that. You're changing the world, you're having an impact in the world, you're having an impact on the story, because a lot of stories told these days, it feels like the main character is just along for the ride. You get told where to go, you get told what to do, so we wanted the player to have some stake in it. In the earlier Zen levels, it's about engaging the player, and then as you get into the interloper levels, we wanted it to be like you're going into this alien factory and just breaking everything. Like you're messing up all their stuff to make it feel like you're weaving through these machines, and that like you're the alien now in someone else's world, like just breaking everything. Let me back up too. First, Ben wanted to introduce the idea of the passive Vortigons, because it's actually in Half-Life 1. When you're in the factory, the Vortigons won't attack you. And I think most people, myself included, didn't pick up on that. So Ben and others wanted to introduce a story beat that we show these Vortigons as slaves, as they're being taken over and forced into these labor camps, more or less. So we have this reveal of this large structure on cliff sides. The player knows they have to eventually go over there. And they long jump over to it, and then there's this short tunnel sequence where you can actually hear the Vortigons above you in distress and getting attacked, more or less. And then we wind you around to this framed window where you can see an A-grunt beating up a Vortigon. The whole goal is to make you feel bad for these Vorts. And I think most people get it. They take out the A-grunts, but they try and leave the Vortigons alone. And then we reinforce it by, after you go up the elevator, you push a button and there's this large reveal of the interior of the village. You're blocked. There's nothing you can do to progress. And there's a Vortigon, he kind of shakes his head at you and walks away, and then another one comes up and pushes the button and lets you through. So they're sort of helping you along your path, and it makes you empathize a little bit more with the Vortigons.
There is a Vortigon village in the original Half-Life. It's not a village, though. It's kind of like there are these weird little caves that I think are like carved out of these walls that might have like a light fixture or something, like, you know, kind of, something that looks like a candle or something hanging on a wall, which makes it feel like it's a residence. And I believe that's the only kind of like smattering of backstory or like context for like, you know, the Vortigons existing in Zen. I don't know what your experience was playing the first Half-Life, but I did not understand that the Vortigons were pacifist my first couple of run-throughs, right? And I think that's exactly what I was saying earlier, is that's because I've been kind of shooting them on sight in every level previously, and so that when I see one who doesn't immediately go to attack me, my brain doesn't, you know, take the few seconds necessary to actually process that this thing is not a threat. So we wanted to take our time and really make a moment where the player is going to be absorbing this story, especially because I think thematically Half-Life is so good in these kind of like story reversals, chapter by chapter, where just one other little thing is revealed and suddenly that turns, you know, your expectations or your thoughts on what had been happening like on its head. And Half-Life is so amazing because it does that so consistent. You know, every chapter reveals a bigger part of this mystery, and you, the player, you're the single entity moving through this story who's kind of piecing it all together as you go. The big turn in Interloper is obviously the reveal of the Vortigons are not a inherently angry, evil species. You know, in fact, they are pitiable and kind of like pathetic and being, you know, oppressed by something bigger and crueler. You know, they're being made to act against their will. So yeah, with all these kind of things in mind about like how important the Vortigons are in the story and how their role changes from Half-Life 1 to Half-Life 2, there's a very important connective tissue that we need to acknowledge about how they go from enemies in Half-Life 1 to these kind of like downtrodden fellow members of the Resistance in Half-Life 2.
The Vortigón village, it had multiple roles, and the first one, like I talked about, is just introducing them as helping you along your journey, and sort of teeing things up for Half-Life 2. You get to see a little bit of where they live and a little bit about their culture. If you look closely, you can actually see details on the wall of like really crude drawings of Gordon Freeman. reading into like their ability to be telepaths. And then at the top in the control room, you're again blocked, and we show you the controllers taking over the Vortigons. So it's a set piece specifically designed to show that mechanic. You can see the lines going from their heads into the Vortigons, and then their eyes change color from just the regular texture to like a really glowing red, which you see through all of Earthbound. We wanted people to feel bad for them, and we wanted people to target the controllers that are controlling the Vortigons first, sort of create that priority target list to hopefully have more interesting combat.
What I called the Akira treatment is that we needed glowing red eyes that left light trails behind them when you encountered an enemy Vortigon. That would very quickly, to me, kind of, a glowing red eye usually means enemy in video game talk, right? So that would help make the Vortigons seem aggro and evil whenever you encountered them on Earth. So like the big first step was like we have to retroactively change all of our Earth Vortigons into these new red-eyed glowing Vortigons, right? The second thing is looking at Vortigon lore in terms of what do they look like, right? Our Vortigon resistance members in Half-Life 2, they don't wear the green shackles. That very familiar thing about the Vortigons when you'd be going through like the Hammer editor, and they were called the alien slaves, right? In the original game, that's because they're wearing these like weird kind of like green glowing shackles all over their bodies. To retroactively fit that into the game, we looked at the only instance of those shackles in Half-Life 2, which is when there is a Vortigon's push broom at the very beginning in point insertion. He's a slave, right? He's like a slave to the Combine. He's still wearing his shackles. Obviously, those shackles are part of what makes them slaves, part of what controls them. Okay, what do you want to control about a Vortigon? What is it about a Vortigon that you would need the shackles to control? They have their Vortigon, like vortescence powers, which we see where they can kind of go in between realms. They can kind of teleport around. They've got they seem to have some kind of hive mind where they all can communicate or something like that. And then they've got these electricity powers. They've got this natural electric power, and to me that seems like if you're the slave master, if you're the controllers, in order to make sure that your slaves do not, instigate a rebellion or something like that, you're going to need to control their natural weapons, right? So those shackles must in some way act as like an off switch to their electric powers and also their kind of like, psychic connection that, connects them to other things. Now that we know what those look like, we also have to figure out what that state change is going to look like, right? Like how are we going to represent a Vortigon going from a passive state to the aggro state? And that's how we came up, like the controller flies down and, shoots out these beams, and then you see the Vortigons like reacting in fear. That was all very important in terms of like selling the idea that the Vortigons do not like the experience of being controlled. That was also very important there. Is like in order to kind of like make the player feel sympathy, right? Like in order to make them feel anything, it's very important to kind of see what the Vortigon thinks about the situation, and if you see that creature in peril, hopefully that's tugging on your empathy bone a little, like hopefully that's like, it just does that kind of Half-Life turn. It allows you to see this character or this story from the other side all of a sudden. And that's like, those magic moments in Half-Life when suddenly it's all different. Like the whole story has changed, everything. That turn is, again, it kind of echoes these turns that Half-Life does continually the entire time. And the one that I gravitate towards is this kind of light bulb experience for me was, and I did not realize this until years after playing the game, and I might be completely wrong, but this is my interpretation. I believe that in the scene, we've got, at the very beginning of it, we've got Hostiles, which is the chapter where you discover that that a military cleanup crew is coming to eliminate everyone associated with the project, or the disaster, right?
For God's sake, open the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only way out! Oh my God, we're doomed!
They're coming for us, it's our only way out, oh my God, we're doomed. And yeah, like I said, I always thought that meant is the aliens that are coming after these characters, right? That's like, he's trying to, like, they're coming for us, it's our only way out, like, get us out of here. But then I realized that the silo door he's trying to open up is to Blast Pit. And when at the end of the level, you are told to go through those silo doors into Blast Pit, and that's to like worm your way through the facility to avoid this military cleanup crew. So that scientist who's pounding on the wall, on that window, he's not saying they're coming for us, it's our only way out. He's not saying the aliens are coming for us, like we have to get up to the surface to safety. I believe he's saying, like, the military is coming for us. We are going to be killed by them. We have to get out of here. Oh my God, we're doomed. And then he runs off and he hits like a trip mine, right? Which I believe is the designer trying to compensate for this character not being able to turn around and give you a more information on the story, to tell you like it's a bloodthirsty military cleanup crew. Like I think that's very specific. I believe it's the same thing with the Vorts, where it's like, oh, these Vorts, they're evil, they're monsters, they're terrible, but then you actually get to see them and you understand that, oh, they are doing this against their will. This is not just the cut and dry story that you believed it was, that was being served to you. What I get the most gratification from is when the Vort stuff works, when people see it, when they recognize it immediately, like what's going on, and when they like feel bad for them and don't want to, when they then don't kill every single Vort they see afterwards just because they can without consequence. It's like amazing that it works so effectively that it tugs on the empathy enough that people understand the creatures, understand the character's plight. I couldn't imagine a better, just like a better scenario for that. That's what we wanted.
So I think the Zen levels for what I pulled away personally is how the narrative connects to the design. Like I said, we have the Interloper A set piece where we introduce the Vorts as sympathetic. I think that's a really important beat that sets up the rest of the chapter, and a lot of people try not to harm the Vorts because of it, which I think is interesting inside of a video game. And then just the reinforcement of how to build your mechanics and how to introduce things and not have the one-off mechanics that people walk into blind. That and how to properly scope, because everything on paper looks doable. You have to find ways to actually get things tangible so that you can scope it and have an idea of how long it's going to take so that you can get it done in a reasonable amount of time. It evolved a lot as we built it out and as we sort of started to see it in its whole. And then what we really wanted to do, and it's something that we didn't quite accomplish, I don't think, is we wanted to show the process of the A-grunts getting manufactured. So at the very start of, I believe it's Interloper C, you see an empty pod, and it's not lit up, it's just a gray pod, and then it goes into a machine, and then on the other side of that machine, it's lit up in green. And originally we were going to have that where you could see like green ooze like coming into a machine, and then if you shot a pod before it was baked, just a ragdoll A-grunt would flop out of it. It would go and get baked, and then as it progressed, now you would shoot it and there would actually be live A-grunts, and then there was a whole section where you're supposed to see their armor getting attached, and pretty much we wanted to tell the story of how this army was made. It's one of our regrets that we weren't able to really nail that, but you can see elements of it throughout, where the A-grunts are on the wall in the control rooms in Interloper C1, and you can see like the early bits of that factory of how these pods are getting made. The room just before what we call the brain, it has those vertical blue columns, and then there's some scientists and I believe some HECU that are captured there, and that's a callback to Lambda Core, where the guy says until the team started being collected themselves.
Before the survey members started being collected themselves, that is.
So we wanted to show where these people ended up, and also the sort of the flip side of questionable ethics, like what the alien version of it. So it's a small hint of that, and the main goal of that though is just as rearmament, so that you get all your gadgets back before starting the mid-land fight. And then there's a small what we call suck events that pulls you through to the next room, where there's just a giant galaxy hologram, and then you wind your way up onto the teleporter. We were definitely mimicking the Citadel, and not only just as a callback, but like I said earlier, just so that could be your waypoint, your guide point for the entire adventure. and we wanted it to pay off in the end, where you actually you first get to Zen and you see this tower miles in the distance, and now you're actually on top of it, and we have some story points where you can hear like echoes of voices from the Earthbound chapters. As always with Half-Life, you're the one that decides to jump into the portal. You're in control of the progression. One of the big takeaways I have from making this project is I'm also the one that has to like look at the budgets and stuff and sort of evaluate, if we do this thing, is it going to make its money back? Is it going to be worth the time we spend on it? And what we saw a lot of people, because you have this long drawn out interloper fight, and then you get to the top of the brain room, and there's this smaller teleporter, and people are like, this has to be the jump that takes me into the Nihilland to do the final boss. And it's a little bit of a fake out because it's a small jump that takes you just outside the tower to look at the super big red teleporter. And we saw a couple of people welling up there and sort of getting some sort of emotional impact there. And sort of my big takeaway was like, had I only looked at it in terms of funding and counting beans, like, I don't think you get that payoff if you just look at it in a spreadsheet. I think that's where you have to trust your designers of like, hey, you know, this is going to take time and effort, and it's going to be a struggle, and it's going to come down to the last minute, but this is going to be worth it, and this is what's going to give you that big payoff.
Okay, we're almost at the finish line. With the bones of Zen complete, all that was left was the final climactic boss fight. The encounter with the huge floating baby itself, Nihilant. Or Ninilant, I'm still not quite sure how it's pronounced.
The original game's boss fight was tricky. The only way to kill the floating bugger was with a trick shot you had to figure out. Meanwhile, he was capable of throwing portals at you that teleported you to levels that resembled Counter-Strike 1.6 jump maps filled with alien controllers. The end result was a boss fight that left you feeling with a sense of relief rather than accomplishment. But again, it wasn't exactly something the team could cut. This was the final boss of Half-Life after all, regardless of how people felt about it.
Our mantra for building the Nihilland, Chris built out these elaborate plans, and we started with like sort of the simple stuff and built up to what it eventually ended up being. We knew we didn't want to take the player out of the room. We wanted to simplify it. We wanted to have a combat space that the player could understand and like stay in and fight. One of the things you try not to do in game design is if you introduce something to the player, you don't change it. People aren't going to pick up on that. And one of the things they do there is now suddenly it's low gravity. The rest of Zen, if I remember right, doesn't have low gravity. So that feels weird to have that sudden change. And then the teleports were frustrating because you'd have this slow moving thing. It would build up tension, but not in a good way, where you're like, no, 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 and then you get teleported to another room. Now you got to do first person platforming to get back to the fight where you really want to be. So we tested bringing in other NPCs, like Hound Eyes and stuff, that didn't test very well. And what we ended up doing was having the Nihilland pull in parts of Earth, A, as a resupply, so that you could get some more resources throughout the fight, and B, sort of as a nod to the previous teleport section. Like, okay, he's not teleporting you places, but he's bringing these other things in, and then he ends up throwing like security jeeps and tanks at you and stuff. So like a callback to Earth, a callback to Half-Life 1. The whole thing was built to be a spectacle. The real challenging boss fight, I think if we're being honest, is Gonark. And then we wanted this to just be like a crazy spectacle. Challenging, but like we wanted the player to sort of feel satisfied, not challenged. That was probably like the pinnacle of us working cohesively as a team. Everybody was frustrated in that it wasn't coming together, but we weren't frustrated at each other. We were trying to bite off a little bit at a time, and it was always the idea of oh, we're going to try this thing. It may not stay this way. We can always try other things later, but first let's do this, see how it goes. Then we'll try the more elaborate ideas. Then we'll try the more elaborate ideas, and then we'll remix it if we need to. And it worked really well in delivering us to where we needed to be with that fight. I think actually the crystal, the head opening up in the crystal came in later in the boss, because we sort of realized that we had to do a nod to how you actually defeated him in Half-Life 1. We built out, again, rule of threes. We had phase 1, where you break the shield charger. Phase 2, where he's healing himself with orange crystals that come out of the ground. And then phase 3, he just gets super mad and blows away all your cover. And then now you're hurting him. He can't re-heal. He doesn't have a shield anymore. You damage him enough to it actually goes into a phase 4 where he's basically defeated, but he's more or less short-circuiting. So like everything's going off at once, and that's why you have that crazy overbearing effects going on. His head opens up, and then he tilts it back so that you can get a shot on it and take out the crystal to finish him off.
In the original game, and obviously with the Lore Master idea, the downside is we didn't have Mark Laidlaw on hand to ask every question. You don't really want to bug the person that wrote Half-Life every 5 minutes on Twitter or email. I sent him a few emails about various things that I really wanted. I can't remember if we responded, and that's a long time ago. So there was a lot of writing involved with the Nihilith, a lot of thought into what is the Nihilith, who is the Nihilith, why is he there. It's probably the only place in the entire game we actually have Combine technology on view, although it's very subtly placed. It's basically the life support chair that he's sitting in is Combine technology. This is because it's not specifically explained, and I'd have to look it up now, so I won't do that, but it's in the back of my head. I remember reading in a few places that the Nihilith was escaping the Combine, and that they were slaves to the Combine. So obviously the Combine, which is sort of this Kardashev, I think level 3 species, they built Dyson spheres. They're way beyond the technology of anything that Earth has even encountered, which is why it took them 7 hours to defeat the Earth forces. The Nihilith is obviously a very powerful psychic creature, as you keep hearing him in your head as you go through the chapter. So that's part of the storytelling that we try and do. That's in the original as well. You go into chapters, you hear him speaking in your head. We start the Nihilith fight right at the start of Zen. So right at the very start of Zen, as you portal in, you're travelling through a wormhole. Portal technology is directly tied to the Nihilith. In the original game, there was a game mechanic where he would fire teleporter balls at you. Now, in the 90s, I am quite old, so I do remember all of the 90s games. Like in Quake 1, they have a teleporter boss, basically. The way you beat the end boss of Quake 1, Shub-Niggurath, is you wait for this little ball to fly through him, and then you telefrac him. And it was a thing that you found in those 90s games, that developers loved making puzzle boss fights. The idea that you have to solve a puzzle whilst you're fighting an end boss, which worked brilliantly back then because the pace was a bit slower, graphics were not potentially as impressive, there wasn't as much going on. The idea being that if you have these breaks in the combat with the teleporter balls, you can dodge them in the original by standing behind columns, but if you get teleported, the boss fight stops. All of a sudden you're in a jumping puzzle. I remember from the original being massively disappointed. Oh, it's another Shub-Niggurath boss fight where you've got to do a jumping puzzle. Yes, it gives us an opportunity to pick some ammunition up, but it breaks the game flow because you've broken the fight, if you like. It's no longer a frenetic action scene. It's now a frenetic action scene followed by menial task, followed by frenetic action scene. And the idea was that in the original game, you had to blow up crystals that would heal it, otherwise the boss fight would just go on for ages and ages. So we've got that mechanic from the original in there. It's got shields as an added mechanic, simply to make it slightly more complicated, where you can take out panels of the shield and then shoot through those, or you can disable the shields entirely, which makes the boss fight a lot easier. And that again brings in the idea that if you think about the fight as you're fighting it, it makes the fight easier. One of our testers, worked out that if you were to drop 3 satchel charges at one each, you could detonate them at exactly the same time as the crystals come up, which just entered that phase instantly, and you were instantly into the final phase of the fight, and you could basically finish the thing in about 2 minutes. The teleporting side of it, I thought, in the Terminator films, when they portal in, the time sphere, if you like, it sort of cuts a chunk out of it. So what would that chunk look like if you were on the other side of it? So basically those sections of facility are areas of the facility that the Nihilith has tried to rip out of reality and drop on your head in a sort of panicked, I'm just going to throw everything at you, which is why you get cars and rocks thrown at you. This is sort of, okay, I'll try something bigger. So he tries to rip up entire buildings to throw at you, which just so happen to have very handily placed munition and health, and you have to suspend disbelief on that one just a little bit, but basically it's our way of recouping your ammunition, providing the gameplay mechanic of the teleporting from the original, and also it kind of works with the flow of the fight rather than detaching the player from it. So I felt that if you had any gaps in the fight, it wouldn't be the same thing. You really need to have the fight as one big final moment. With the Nihilith, portal technology is really important because he basically creates a focal point for Zen in himself. He controls all of the creatures. He also controls, in the same way that the controllers have a psychic connection to the slaves, the Vortigans with the slave collars are basically connected to the controllers. Controllers are basically a lesser form of the Nihilith, and he has control over the controllers, who control the Vortigans, and everything else is kind of connected to that. He sits not at the top of the interloper tower, he sits below it, in the roots of the tower, which you can see above him. You'll see these sort of curling roots, which are actually the base of the tower. And the Nihilith is the brain. He's the overall thing. He controls all the portal technology, all the areas. So his psychic prowess, if you like, transcends dimensional barriers. It's not a matter of, or he can make you teleport from A to B or from a room. He can basically create a portal the same way in Half-Life 2. They open a dark energy portal and you can start seeing Combine on their homeworld. And it's the idea that they're going to open that through. The Nihilith can do the same thing, which is why you get all these creatures teleporting into Earth. They're not using a device, they're literally sent there by the Nihilith, because he feels you're invading his world, and enough is enough. I don't know the full story of the G-Man because it's not, Half-Life 3 isn't out yet. I have read Mark Laidlaw's Epistle 3. It kind of explains it in a way, but it's very vague for obvious reasons. And I didn't feel that it would be a good idea if we kind of create a conclusion to the G-Man, the Nihilith, the Combine, anything like that. We left it as vague as possible. It's not our place to write the lore of Half-Life, that's Valve's. The Nihilith isn't really a fighting boss. It's a kind of a boss that tells the end story, which then continues into the endgame chapter, where you see the final explosion of the island. And the player, if they're sort of really engrossed in the story, suddenly realise they've just killed possibly the last of its species, and just the power of the creature that you've killed is shown as his psychic powers create a mini black hole, which then implodes, and the whole island explodes in this vast explosion that would easily have wiped you out if the G-Man hadn't popped in and just gone, actually no, I think we're going to keep you on for the next game, and then off you go. And you go through this whole thing where the G-Man is controlling what you're seeing. And you kind of get the feeling that you're not actually there in Endgame, neither's the G-Man. What you're seeing is a projection, which is actually completely true. The G-Man is a projection from a technical perspective. He is in a box room that's got black texture everywhere, and all the lighting is just switched, and then the camera moves through each different part of the level. And the tram that you see at the end is kind of that little vessel before he moves you into stasis or storage or whatever it is that he did. I won't spoil the Half-Life Alyx game as to what it is that you get put into.
Rather an anticlimax after what you've just survived.
The Nihilith is very important from the perspective that you have basically removed the barrier from the Combine. The invasions you see on Earth are caused by the Nile, not by the Combine. The Combine fill the void that you create when you kill the Nile. And then they take over the world in 7 minutes, or 7 hours, or whatever it was, 7 war. You have quite an impact on wrecking the planet as a player. You don't really win, Black Mesa. You kind of end the world by beating the Nile. You think you're winning, you're not.
So I think we stayed pretty faithful to actually what G-Men says. We wanted to have more spectacle, like with the island blowing up, and we wanted to do a callback to the Citadel in Half-Life 2, where time freezes and the G-Man emerges out of the doorway. And then, other than that, for the rest of the lines of the delivery, we tried to find assets that we weren't really using. Like the black hole, for example, is in the background of one of the shots. That was originally going to be in Zen A as part of the skybox, but it didn't quite fit in, so we decided to reuse it there. And then I think it was actually Nate that had the idea to break apart the tram, sort of for it comes together around you, and then if you do the bad ending, it like gets ripped apart, and then you go through a bad portal and get the bad ending. So that was just sort of like everybody having their input and little parts adding up to more than it was.
Zen is a remarkable achievement, the final act of a team that had earned its black belt in Valvian game design over the course of a decade-long refurbishment.
Black Mesa Zen was a sprawling, richly designed, often beautiful single-player experience, which also did a lot of work to tie together much of the narrative baggage between the two original games. When the credits roll on Black Mesa, it features the names of hundreds of people who touched the project over the years, many of whom have gone on to have their own careers in games.
But for the folks at Crowbar Collective, who shipped 1.0 and rebuilt Zen, what comes next? Because if there's one thing I'm sure of, being a fan of this series as long as I have, and someone who loved playing Black Mesa, we need more games like this, more games that follow the Valvian design principles.
It was crazy that we released almost the same month as Alex has. Well, it was the same month as Alex, so it was great to have that just line up. And then for us going forward, we really want to internalize all the things we've learned, especially on the scope end, on being able to do this as a full production studio and not just a bunch of volunteers or part-timers who can contribute when they're available, but like actually making games on a consistent basis with more regular schedules. One of the unsung parts, I think, of the whole project is just how we were able to communicate. We're super fortunate that COVID hitting and everything really didn't impact us because we're a remote studio to begin with. As hard as it's been to deal with COVID and just life in general, like, we're really fortunate that we were able to work within those constraints. Going forward, it's just improving our craft, and yeah, we're going to be doing our own thing going forward.
Valve threw us the keys to the kingdom and let us do whatever the heck we wanted to. That it's a life that it's incredible. You know what I mean? Like, the idea that they did this, I don't know if the decision to let us make this game in the first place, to let us put it on Steam, to let us sell it, like, I don't know if these things were like the whole Valve crew is assembled around a table and they're deliberating over whether or not they're going to let little Black Mesa, do this stuff, or if it's literally just like a hand wave, like, yeah, fuck it, and like an email. I don't know what that decision was like, but they let us do it, and that's been the coolest thing ever. It's an opportunity to just nerd out on my favorite piece of like pop culture ever, to just like tear it open and dig into it and study every little thing, Like, it's just been an amazing experience.
The team actually met with Valve in 2015. They went to do a meetup at Valve and did the Valve tour and stuff like that. To my knowledge, most of the Valve team said they hadn't played it, but the ones that did play it said they'd liked it. And then we've also got Dario Casali, one of the original level designers, said that he, in an interview somewhere, I think, that he would play Black Mesa instead of Half-Life to get reacquainted with the series when he was working on Half-Life Alyx, which to us, Black Mesa level designers, is pretty much the ultimate honor because that man is a fantastic level designer. And then, of course, Half-Life 1 is a masterpiece, a generational masterpiece of the game. So to hear that from someone that worked on it and had quite a meaningful role in it was absolutely incredible.
What I think about, what I would want to do in the future is, I mean, listen, if opportunity comes down the line to work on another Half-Life anything in any like, of course I would take that. Of course. My concern for now is, like, what my interests are is I just want to make games that still, to me, encapsulate all the things that Half-Life does well. You know, I want to continue, like, I've just been working on puzzles and stories and structure in the Half-Life genre. You know, I feel like I really understand that stuff, and I would love more opportunities to do that. So any opportunity that would provide a game where you can mix story, puzzles, combat, and platforming, you know, in a fun and engaging way, like, I would be completely happy to do that. It's story, platforming, puzzles, and combat, and it's just like, that's it, man. Those are the 4 quadrants. That's like all I need to, you know, feel warm and tingly. And I love the process of hammering those things out. I love collaborating with this team. Like, I've worked with this team for 15 years. We have a shorthand, you know what I mean? We understand each other. You know, we can talk to each other, where we can immediately kind of pick up what we're trying to convey in ways that would be easier talking to these people than it would be to talk to anybody else.
What this, I think I can only really talk about it, what it means, like, in my personal context. I don't want to, like, speak for what it means for people in the industry, because I don't know, and I don't want to put us on, like, I don't want to say that we're more than we are, because it started as a volunteer project, and I think that spirit really carried through even while we were grinding on it to release it in retail. But for me, it's sort of the evolution of really understanding how to make games, and the learning process never stops, but I'm starting to understand, I think, how we can tie all these elements together and make things even better in the future. For me, it started as, I'm going to do this project as a portfolio piece, and it's going to get me a job in the industry. And it did, and then I ended up getting laid off, and then it became my career. So, like, it's been a really interesting, like, up and down journey. I think this coming March will be 15 years on Black Mesa for me, so it's almost half my life of working on a project with people who really care about that project and who wanted to see it through and have it be enjoyable for everybody that plays it.
All right, let's see if I have any scientist phrases I can remember. Okay. Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties? With my brains and your brawn, we'll make an excellent team. Hello, Gordon Freeman. It's good to see you. They're waiting for you, Gordon, in the test chamber. You got any more? I'm trying to remember. Hello! I feel like there's ones like that. It's just weird little barks they do. Can't you see I'm busy? Yeah. Hello, Gordon. Do one of those. Bah! Oh yeah, I should do all the sounds when I get hit. Bah! 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 Hello, Gordon. Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
Just give some quick feedback. I think it's the overhaul helped a lot. I just kind of want to see us start to simplify and really smooth out the rough parts. Like these animations, for example, they take way too long. They're trying to emulate the burning barrel. I get that, but they still take too long.
We need more games like this. More games that follow the Valvean design principles. Cool. All right. This is good. It's wild, isn't it? Ah, look, it was hiding a white claw the whole fucking time! Woo! I bet that beer I owed you. I'm dressed as the wrong fucker. Look at this shit. We have a really weird job.
I want to begin this video with a question. How many of you, upon seeing the image of Hyrule Field at dusk and hearing the first note of this piano piece, thought to yourselves, really? Another Ocarina of Time review that starts with the opening? It's a fair complaint to have. I myself find it tiresome seeing this exact same scene at the start of every video essay ever made on this game. But there's a reason why it's so ubiquitous, why every Zelda music compilation starts with this song, and why every video about Ocarina of Time begins with this scene. Because the opening of Ocarina of Time, like the game itself, is perfect. It's a simple shot. Link rides a horse across the plains and hills of Hyrule at dusk, while a simple piano piece plays the scene in, soon joined by a single ocarina. 2 instruments, as simple as a song can get. But there's complexity to be found within this simplicity, a statement you'll find to be this game's golden rule. While the wide-open plains and many feats of Link's equestrian skill indicate a sense of freedom and adventure, the fact that this all takes place not at sunrise or sunset, as is often the case with tales of adventure, but instead at twilight, a time often associated with change and solemnity, is disconcerting. It implies that the scenery is but a single, fleeting moment in time. Combine that with the beautiful yet unmistakably bittersweet accompanying track, and it becomes clear just what kind of story the player is in for. One of adventure, growth, and heroic feats, but also one of responsibility, decay, and ultimately, loss. These are the key themes of Ocarina of Time's story, and here they are, all conveyed within the first few seconds of us booting up the game. I'm not going to sugarcoat things here. This game's a 10 out of 10, and I fully recommend it to anyone who has not yet had the privilege of playing it. If that's all you're here for, then there you have it. You don't need to keep watching. Play the goddamn game already. That being said, I doubt you clicked on a 3-hour review of the highest rated game of all time simply to see if I'd recommend it to you or not. That would be strange. So if you're not here for the conclusion, but rather wish to see me analyze the hows and whys of Ocarina of Time's timeless quality, then take comfort in knowing that we shall be examining this game in excruciating detail, from its dungeon design to its story to its music and all its side content. Ocarina of Time is a game so legendary and so important that it deserves that kind of in-depth critique, and I am all too happy to provide. So with all that being said, let's get to analyzing the greatest Zelda game, nay, the greatest game ever made, The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time begins with a nightmare, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call this a premonition of things to come. A young boy sees himself before the great gates of Hyrule as a little girl is whisked away on horseback, only for a great beast of a man in black armor to appear, the mere sight of which freezes the young boy with terror. The scene then shifts to the great Deku Tree, the guardian spirit of Hyrule's dense forests, but he is dying. He admits that he can no longer protect the children of the forest, the Kokiri, from the threats of the outside world. The time has come for the Child of Destiny, for Link, to set out on a journey to save Hyrule. To assist in that role, the Deku Tree assigns Navi to be the boy's guardian fairy. Navi flies forth, with the camera following her in first person. This serves as both a technical showcase of the game's 3D graphics, one which was quite impressive at the time of this game's release in 1998, and as an establishing shot of Kokiri civilization in and of itself. A village of children who live with nature, rather than against it. Navi enters Link's home, shakes the boy awake, and the game finally begins. The opening of Ocarina of Time might not be as snappy or to the point as the original NES title or Link's Awakening, but that's because it has a lot more elements to juggle than any of the earlier games did, and that's even if you exclude this game's story from the equation. You have to remember, first and foremost, that Ocarina of Time was the very first 3D open-world video game that actually worked, much in the same way that the original Zelda was the first open-world game, period, that actually worked. Every adventure game after The Legend of Zelda had to be The Legend of Zelda. It set the template for all open-world games to come. It was an extremely sturdy foundation upon which Miyamoto and his team could then build all future games in the series off of. But much in the same way that Miyamoto had to completely reinvent the Mario series when it transitioned to the N64, so too would Ocarina of Time have to reinvent the Zelda formula as it adjusted to the third dimension. That's why these games can't just plop the player into an open field and say go anymore. In 3D, story-based action-adventure games, you ideally want to create an opening that can introduce the game's story, setting, and gameplay all at the same time, while still managing to be brief yet informative. And, to be frank, most 3D Zelda games, and hell, most 3D video games in general going forward, are not going to be able to pull this off. Wind Waker sacrifices the consistency of its storytelling and level design in order to establish a brand new setting, the Great Sea. Twilight Princess sabotages the first hour of its gameplay in order to properly establish its characters and world building. Skyward Sword kind of just fails at everything, and Breath of the Wild will completely kill its storytelling capabilities in order to create an amazing gameplay tutorial. And to top off all of those individual shortcomings, none of these games' openings can be beaten in less than an hour. 2 hours in Breath of the Wild's case, and like 4 in Tears of the Kingdom. No matter what 3D Zelda game you name, it seems like there's always at least one element of their openings that they mess up. A sacrificial lamb of sorts upon which the rest of the game can be built atop. And frankly, that's to be expected. Making games, especially 3D games, is hard, and compromises have to be made in order to get your product out the door on time. That's simply the reality of the gaming industry. It sucks, but that's how your average game is made these days. But Ocarina of Time is not your average video game. Its opening tutorial manages to juggle all 3 of these elements, storytelling, world building, and gameplay, perfectly, while simultaneously keeping itself brief yet succinct. It doesn't bombard you with walls of text before you're allowed to actually play the game. It doesn't make you herd goats for an hour. It doesn't force you to watch 30 cutscenes before even approaching the first dungeon. And it doesn't sit you down for a 10-minute history lecture courtesy of the dead king of Hyrule. Your 2 opening goals are simple. Find yourself a sword and a shield. That's it. Accomplish these 2 tasks in any order, and in any way that you want, and you'll be challenging the very first dungeon of the game in all of about 5 to 10 minutes. And it's not just the brevity of Ocarina of Time's tutorial that makes it so fantastic. The underlying game design is just perfect. Kokiri Forest serves as a microcosm of the entire game, stripped down into a single area. You explore the environment, find rupees, buy new gear, and discover ancient treasures that will ultimately expand the player's moveset and open up more of the game world. There are rupees hidden everywhere throughout this forest, inside houses, beneath rocks, on high up platforms, in the grass. Practically any location of interest will have a rupee nearby. This rewards the player for taking the time to thoroughly explore the environment, while subtly teaching all the many points of interest to look for throughout the game. Chests, fields of grass, and high places will generally hold most of the game's future secrets, so that's where you'll find the most rupees here in the Kokiri Forest. It's a subtle teaching tool, but it works. Once the player finds 1 rupee in an NPC's house, he'll tend to search NPC houses every time he sees them for the rest of the game, a habit that shall lead to even greater rewards as the game goes on. Once the player acquires the sword and shield, he'll be free to speak to the Great Deku Tree, who will reveal that a man cloaked in black cast a terrible curse upon him. If we don't do something about it, this curse will continue to eat away at the Great Deku Tree and slowly spread throughout the Kokiri Forest. He therefore tasks Link to enter his trunk and purge the source of the curse. Thus begins the first dungeon of Ocarina of Time. One of the most impressive things about this game, even 25 years after its release, is its atmosphere. Every location in Ocarina of Time simply breathes imagination, while the camera work, lighting, and music manage to bring all of these incredible environments to life, even in spite of the game's aged visuals. As I said in my Final Fantasy VII review, graphics age, but art direction is timeless. And oh boy did Yoshiaki Koizumi knock it out of the park with this game. The camera pans down from the very top of the Great Deku Tree to its base, focusing in on a now minuscule looking Link as the music begins to kick in. It makes you feel small, like a child exploring an ancient, sacred place far older than you could possibly ever imagine. For thousands of years, this great tree has stood, and if you don't do something to purge the infection that's slowly killing it, then you'll be the last person to ever set foot here. An eon's worth of history rests squarely upon your shoulders. To quote the great Dunkman himself, this is how you establish atmosphere in a video game. One of the most impressive things about Ocarina of Time's dungeons is their attention to detail, how lived in and historic each place feels. There's a story to be found in each of these locations, but even if you aren't paying attention to that sort of thing, the visuals and soundtrack alone should be more than enough to impress even on a surface level. This is the first Zelda game to attempt to connect each dungeon's design with the main story and setting of the game. These temples aren't merely random locations with seemingly no rhyme or reason to their existence, as was the case in Zelda 1 or A Link to the Past, but real places with actual in-universe purposes to each and every one of them. But a level's atmosphere means nothing if the actual game design accompanying it is garbage. And luckily for Ocarina of Time, the dungeons in this game are some of the very best we'll see in the entire series. While Eiji Aonuma's legacy as lead developer of the Zelda series has been complex, and I would personally argue that he's had a mostly negative influence on the franchise as a whole, I do think that his start here with Ocarina of Time was quite strong. At the very least, it seems like he understood what worked and didn't work about the earlier Zelda games' dungeon designs, and fine-tuned those elements when creating the dungeons in Ocarina of Time. Certainly, interviews from the time suggest that he had a deep appreciation for the Legend of Zelda's puzzle-solving elements more so than its combat, and understood how to create incrementally paced difficulty spikes that would facilitate growth in the player's puzzle-solving capabilities over the course of the game's runtime. The Great Deku Tree is a strong start in that regard. One of the more brilliant aspects of its design is that it's built vertically, with the first half seeing the player ascend the inside of the Deku Tree's trunk, and the second half seeing him infiltrate the root of the infection, deep beneath the soil. This not only fits with the game's plot and current setting, thereby making the level design feel like an actual part of the larger game world, but it also communicates one of the most important focuses of 3D Zelda's dungeons going forward: space. Many of the challenges we'll see throughout this game, as well as later titles in the series, rely on the player's ability to investigate a 3D environment and sniff out the solutions to incrementally paced puzzles. The very first thing Navi will draw the player's attention to is these lines. They create a rough surface, allowing Link to climb it. This is how we ascend the trunk of the Great Deku Tree, but soon enough, we'll be greeted with this little diving board, at the end of which lies a recovery heart. It almost begs the player to jump off it, and in doing so, Link will land straight on the cobwebs leading underground, and they'll give a little, creating an almost subliminal impression in the player's head that, with enough velocity, Link just might be able to break these webs. Similarly, this chest located on the second floor will stick out like a sore thumb, inviting the player to open it and take what's inside: Dungeon Map. Much like in the first level of Zelda 1, this rather obvious map placement is deliberate. The devs are teaching the player that all the game's dungeons have a map, and that finding it should always be a primary goal for the player whenever he enters a new dungeon. The vines leading to the third floor are located here as well, but if you try to ascend them right now, the many Skulltulas lining the wall will converge on Link and knock him off, forcing the player to instead progress through the second floor. It is here where we find the game's first dungeon item, the slingshot, and are immediately introduced to its mechanics with a short puzzle. The door we entered this room from is located on a ledge that we can't reach on our own, but there's a ladder hanging just above which can solve our current predicament. You'll have to shoot it down, allowing Link to climb back up and exit the room, and thus the player has immediately been taught how the slingshot, and more broadly, ranged combat in general, works in Ocarina of Time. And by applying these lessons to the vines we had trouble ascending earlier, the player can shoot the Skulltulas from a distance and ascend to the third floor of the dungeon uninhibited. It's here where 3D Zelda's emphasis on space comes into full fruition. The little diving board at the start of the dungeon taught the player that Link's fate and physics can affect his surrounding environment, more specifically with the web covering the entrance to the dungeon's basement. And now that we've reached the very top of the Great Deku Tree's trunk, the solution becomes self-explanatory. Take a leap of faith and use the momentum of Link's fall to break through the cobwebs. This was a revolutionary game mechanic at the time of the game's release. Super Mario 64 was a great tech demo in regards to character control in a 3D space, but while there were some environmental interactions in that title, most of the game's physics were centered on Mario the character, and not so much Mario's interaction with the surrounding game world. Ocarina of Time, on the other hand, was developed squarely with a focus on the game's environment in mind. That's why Miyamoto seriously considered developing this game with a first-person perspective. He thought that the focus should be on the world of Hyrule, not the character of Link. But he quickly realized quite wisely, I must say, that without seeing Link's position relative to the overworld, it would become difficult for players to understand how their character was interacting with the environment, ultimately hampering the game's puzzles and exploration. And the dungeons of Ocarina of Time capitalize on this 3D perspective perfectly, creating complex, physics-based puzzles that rely on the player's logic skills and ability to understand each element of the dungeon in context with the environment that surrounds it. This type of game design was absolutely genius for its time, and it still is even to this day. Every 3D video game after Ocarina of Time would attempt to emulate this type of environmental interaction, to varying degrees of success, of course. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, despite their intrinsic design philosophy and game structure aligning more with the original Zelda, still continue to adhere to and build on the majority of Ocarina's basic design principles. Logic puzzles, character physics, environmental interactions, all of these elements trace their lineage back to this one title, and without it, no future Zelda game, or hell, no future video game would have ever been the same. The second half of this dungeon continues to build on these physics puzzles. Link will land in a body of water, breaking his fall, and a pressure plate in the very same room will ignite a local torch, which will then burn some surrounding cobwebs. Again, this creates an almost subliminal impression in the player's mind of what both of these environmental elements are capable of. The player will have to light the Deku Stick on fire and carry it across the reservoir to burn a giant web blocking the path forward through the dungeon. This puzzle is then built upon throughout the rest of the basement. We get a small trap room that will introduce underwater swimming, demanding that the player press a switch at the bottom of the pool to lower the water level, which in turn will lower the reservoir's floating platform, allowing the player to pass beneath the spike trap unharmed. Then we're introduced to block pushing, followed by one final torch puzzle to round the section out. Now comes the final puzzle in the dungeon. The player will need to push a block to create a path back to the start, where we lit our first torch, then light another Deku Stick and cross the reservoir, and finally light a final cobweb on fire to open the way to the boss room. There's so much going on in this one section of the dungeon. It's teaching the player block pushing, swimming mechanics, torch puzzles, environmental interactions, and yet despite all of these many different elements all being juggled at the same time, it never feels overwhelming to the player, because the introduction of each new mechanic is perfectly paced over the course of several rooms, with the final challenge asking the player to combine all these individual elements to solve one final puzzle. In isolation, this section of the Great Deku Tree is a well-designed puzzle-solving gauntlet all on its own, but what makes it truly great is that all of these little lessons will continue to be relevant in every single dungeon going forward, with each level design building upon this incredibly rock-solid foundation while subtly injecting new elements over time. It's genius stuff. Lying in wait at the end of this dungeon is the game's first boss, Queen Goma, and it's at this point that the player will finally get a true taste of Ocarina of Time's robust combat system. Yes, the combat in this game is robust, even by today's standards. That's a particularly impressive feat, especially when you compare this game to the majority of its contemporary 3D competitors. You see, one of the earliest challenges that 3D video games had to contend with, particularly when designing combat scenarios, was the camera. As you might recall from my Super Mario 64 review, the one part of that game which I criticized the most was the camera. Miyamoto never could decide on what to do with the damn thing, and changed it thousands of times over the course of the game's development, and it really shows in the final product. So when developing Ocarina of Time, a game which, on top of being an action title, would also have prolonged sections of puzzle-solving and exploration, Miyamoto knew a drastic change had to be made. The solution was Z-targeting, a system that would allow players to soak in the vast world of Hyrule during normal traversal, then switch to a more focused perspective that would lock onto individual targets whenever encountering enemies. And the most genius part of all, the player would be able to control this new system using only a single input, the Z button. Compared to Super Mario 64's camera, which used all 4 directional C buttons, this was a massive improvement. And unlike with that game, I never find myself struggling with the camera controls in Ocarina of Time. The system is incredibly simple, yet robust. It was so ahead of its time that From Software, the guys who make the most batshit insane, skill-based single-player games these days, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring, to name a few, use this exact same system. Hell, Zelda still uses it. Z-targeting has remained virtually unchanged since its inception, and that's because Ocarina of Time got it perfectly on the first try. But it's not just the camera that makes Ocarina of Time's combat so robust. The enemy AI is quite advanced for its time as well, because Z-targeting will intrinsically force the player to focus on taking down one enemy at a time. The devs knew they had to find a way to make combat involving groups of enemies work alongside this singular perspective, and they looked to Japanese sword cinema, or Chanbara, as their source of inspiration. In fact, they even visited a movie studio in Kyoto and modeled their sword fighting animations off the actors they witnessed, and the effect this had on gameplay was substantial. In traditional Chanbara, as you might see in the old Kurosawa films, a lone samurai will often be pitted against a large group of weaker enemies, such as bandits, as a way of showing his superior strength and discipline as a warrior. And to make a fight like this look believable, the director would play this neat little trick where the camera focuses in on the samurai fighting one enemy after another, while the rest of the group remains conspicuously out of sight. This allows the fight to look believable from the audience's point of view, even when only one or two enemy combatants are fighting the protagonist at any given moment. Ocarina of Time took this cinematic trick and turned it into an actual game mechanic. When the player locks onto an opponent with Z targeting, the camera will, of course, focus in on that one enemy, and so too will the player. So to make sure no other opponents would interrupt this now one-on-one type duel the players entered into, the surrounding enemy AI will actually lose aggro and instead circle around the player, waiting for the current fight to finish. This allows the player to focus in on individual foes without having to worry about suddenly being cheap-shotted by enemies he can't even see. Dark Souls took this gift and spat upon it in order to make its combat more difficult, but for a series like Zelda, which is far more focused on puzzle solving and exploration than it is on combat, the ability to quickly shift between this new combat-focused perspective and a traditional third-person point of view was a perfect fit for the franchise going forward. Legit, the only fix I could see being applied to Ocarina of Time's camera nowadays would be to simply add a second analog stick to allow for occasional manual camera control. And, in fact, that's literally the only change which modern Zelda games have implemented in the last 25 years. On top of an innovative camera system and well-programmed enemy AI, the game's moment-to-moment combat benefits massively from smart enemy design. The first dungeon alone has more enemy variety than the entirety of Breath of the Wild. You have your standard squishies in the form of Deku Babas, who can be quickly defeated with aggressive swordplay, but are still quite dangerous in the early game due to their long reach. There's the Skulltulas I mentioned earlier, which are unbeatable in close quarters, but can be picked off relatively easily from a distance with your slingshot. There are larger ones, too, who have armored backs and hang from ceilings. You'll have to wait to strike their bellies instead, but get too close and they'll unleash a deadly spin attack. There's the Deku Scrub, who will burrow into the ground when approached, but you can knock his projectiles back at him with a shield. And of course, there's the Goma larvae, who will drop from the ceiling and aggressively charge the player. But if you take out your slingshot and manually shoot their egg sacs before they hatch, you can kill them before the fight even starts. This is but a small sample of some of the early game's enemies, and as you might have noticed, each opponent has different strengths and weaknesses than the last. If you play Ocarina of Time while only using the sword in combat, well, I suppose it's possible to beat the game that way, but you'll definitely be handicapping yourself. And the game makes that rather clear from the get-go with its first dungeon boss, Queen Goma. Link's sword won't be able to pierce her exoskeleton, but by shooting her eye with the slingshot, you can down the beast and slash at her weak point quite easily. She's a simple boss, quite trivial on most repeat playthroughs due to how large a target her eyeball is. But that's the point. She's here to teach the player that sometimes the sword is not your best option. When we begin encountering flying enemies such as Keese, this will become all the more apparent. Timing your sword swings to strike a Keese just as it charges at Link is damn near impossible, but pulling out the slingshot and locking onto the Keese with Z targeting, or choosing to manually snipe them from a distance, will entirely trivialize the ordeal. But the slingshot isn't the only tool at your disposal. Some enemies possess strong defenses, such as the Stalfos Knight, and will therefore have long wait times in between their openings. But by foregoing a simple sword strike and instead using a Deku Nut to stun them, the player can then use the opportunity to wail on his opponent with a jump strike or set a bomb near their feet. Every opponent in this game has its specific weaknesses, and the player will always have the tools on hand to exploit it. It's simply up to you to discover these secrets for yourself, and then apply them in battle. Combining all these many impressive gameplay elements together results in an incredibly well-designed and robust combat system that simply begs the player to prod at it and discover all it has to offer. Which is why it's sorta shameful that Ocarina of Time's difficulty balancing leans a little too close to easy mode in my opinion. Granted, I'll give it this much. I did actually die a few times on my first run of the game, and even died one more time over the course of my last 3 playthroughs. That's more than I can say for any other 3D Zelda game from here on out, excepting the most recent 2, of course. And I understand why this game was made to be easier than Zelda 1 or A Link to the Past. Miyamoto saw that a lot of players felt alienated by Super Mario 64's difficulty, and so he wanted to create something that could help bridge the gap between 2D and 3D gamers. And when you consider how new all this stuff was back in 1998, then maybe that was the best decision. That being said, Ocarina of Time does stumble a bit with its boss design at times, which is one part of A Link to the Past that I would say is definitively handled better than in Ocarina of Time. All the same, it's still rather impressive just how great Ocarina's general combat system is, even in spite of the sudden jump to 3 dimensions. And for that alone, I'd say it deserves high praise. After killing Queen Goma, the Deku Tree shall inform Link that, though his efforts to purge his curse have saved the forest, it was unfortunately too late for him. The infection has done too much damage to his body, and he shall soon die. In his final moments, the Great Deku Tree tells Link of the Triforce, the omnipotent artifact of the gods, and how the man who killed him did so in an effort to acquire it. He tells Link that he must never allow that man to find it, and gives him the Sacred Stone of the Forest, one of the 3 keys to the Sacred Realm, which he gave his life to protect. With this final request, the Great Deku Tree passes, and the Kokiri, and by extension, Link, lose their father. At this point, the player can now exit Kokiri Forest, though not before Link's best friend, Saria, gives him an ocarina to remember her by. We leave the forest, and that's it. Hyrule Field is now finally open to us. At this point, the player is allowed free reign to roam the overworld however he so pleases. That being said, there are a few parts of the map that won't be accessible right away. For example, you'll need a bomb bag to blow up the boulders blocking out Sora's River, and a letter from Princess Zelda to get past the guards gating access to Death Mountain. But of course, these progression gates aren't too different from the ones we've seen in previous games. The latter found in level 4 opened up large parts of Zelda 1's map, for example, and pretty much the entirety of Link to the Past's Dark World was cut off entirely by added requirements as well. So on the whole, how does Ocarina of Time's overworld hold up? Surprisingly, incredibly well. The simple N64 textures might lead you to believe that this world is quite empty at first, but Ocarina of Time actually manages to pack a surprising amount of content within this seemingly barren-looking field. If anything, the fact that it appears barren at first glance makes finding the many treasures held within all the more rewarding. There are little secrets everywhere in this game. It is by far one of the most stacked Zelda games in that regard, only rivaled by the original, of course. If a tree looks suspicious, chances are it is suspicious, and bombing the ground near it or rolling into the trunk will result in a reward of some kind or another. This is quite similar to Zelda 1's approach to exploration, where secrets were hidden in practically every area of the game, encouraging the player to leave no stone unturned. But exploration in and of itself can only hold the player's interest for so long. The rewards for said exploration, that is, the compensation a player receives for the time he or she invests in the game's side content, must be exciting enough to justify that sort of investment, and Ocarina of Time absolutely delivers in that regard. Heart pieces make their triumphant return, but there's 36 of them this time, as many as the last 2 games combined. And in addition to an increase in quantity, the quality of each piece of heart has been massively improved from the last 2 titles. Instead of there being 5 or 10 duds, there's only one, the stupid piece you get with Dampy, which is based entirely on RNG. But 31 out of 32 is still pretty damn impressive. Still, Ocarina doesn't simply reduce the number of duds, thereby fixing the mistakes of past Zelda titles, but also pushes the envelope in regards to the quality of good piece of heart locations. In the past games, heart pieces were mostly hidden throughout the map, with the only barrier to their acquisition being a missing dungeon item. For example, we had this piece of heart from Link's Awakening that was just sitting out in the open. There's no discovery to be had here, there's no interesting side quest to complete, you just need to beat the first dungeon, then come back and jump over these pits. Easy peasy. Alternatively, many of the mini-games would shell out heart pieces, like the chess guessing mini-game from A Link to the Past, Blast or the fishing minigame from Link's Awakening. These were usually fine, but their satisfaction often depended on the quality of the minigames themselves, rather than a sense of discovery on the player's part. Ocarina of Time hosts many of the same types of park piece locations, yes, but there are two great additions to the system that vastly improve its quality. First, many of the item requirement park pieces have been given greater depth. Take this piece of art at the entrance of Zora's Domain, for example. Sure, you could potentially see a piece of art like this, figure that Link can't get to it yet, and then reasonably assume that you're simply missing an item. And yes, the very next dungeon, inside Jabba Jabba's belly, will grant the player the boomerang, with which he can now grab objects from a distance. And so, like in past Zelda games, we simply need to backtrack and bam, you got the heart piece. Cool. But that's the traditional, rigid 2D solution to this puzzle. Now, if you want to be a real guy, you could instead grab a cuckoo from downstream, carry it up with you to the waterfall, and fly on over to the platform. An out-of-the-box yet completely valid solution. The same rule applies to the piece of art located in the Kakariko windmill. Yeah, you could enter the second floor from the graveyard in the adult timeline and platform your way over to it the way you're supposed to do it. Or you can manually aim a boomerang shot in the child timeline and get it a bit early. Or this one, located atop Dodongo's cavern. Sure, you could plant a magic beam, travel to the future, and ride this floating plant all the way to the top. You know, the way they want you to do it. Or you can do it the real man's way. Oof, that sounds like it hurt. Well, who needs kneecaps when you can get a piece of heart a couple hours early? Point being, in 2D Zelda, the solutions to acquiring the pieces of heart were always quite rigid, static, which in turn makes the act of collecting them feel exactly the same way on every new playthrough. But Ocarina of Time, as we already established, likes taking a more imprecise, physics-based approach to its puzzle solving. If you've played Breath of the Wild before, that probably sounds quite familiar to you. That game also grants the player great freedom in solving its puzzles with its rather robust physics engine. The difference is, Ocarina of Time does not allow so much freedom that the player can completely trivialize the game's puzzles, as is the case in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Rather, the physics and logic puzzles in Ocarina of Time simply serve as alternatives to some of the more straightforward solutions. It still takes effort on the player's part to come up with the idea of using a cuckoo to fly to this piece of heart, then drag one all the way up Zora's River and finally make the jump. If anything, it actually requires more effort to do it this way than the intended solution, but the reward is proportional to that effort. The player will acquire a piece of heart earlier than he would have otherwise, cutting down on backtracking and boosting the player's health pool earlier in the game, thus making future combat sections easier. It's not an exploit, but a trade-off. That's rarely the case in Breath of the Wild, where the simplest answer is usually the correct one, and has pretty much zero downsides associated with it. And as if the heart pieces didn't add enough content to fill out the map, there's a second set of collectibles to gather on top of that, the gold Skulltulas. In concept, these things are a bit like the seashells from Link's Awakening. There's 100 of them scattered throughout the map, and at certain milestones, in this case every 10 Skulltula tokens, you can return to the House of Skulltula and receive a prize. Each Skulltula location is unique. Many roam the game's dungeons, while others are located out in the overworld. Some require the boomerang or hookshot to acquire, while others rely more on the obscurity of finding their hiding places. They all have a tell though, the sound the Skulltula makes as it roams the environment, which is quite unmistakable. All in all, they're pretty fantastic collectibles. The rewards are worthwhile. 2 wallet upgrades, the Shard of Agony, 10 bomb shoes, and a piece of heart. And the locations and the solutions to acquiring their tokens are quite varied and intricately designed, which is much more than I could say for Breath of the Wild's Korok seeds. Except, they do share one key similarity with Breath of the Wild's Korok seeds, one which I find to be quite unfortunate, all things considered. You see, the Skulltula House stops handing out rewards after the 50 token mark, as the cursed children whom you cure by hunting Skulltulas are all free by this point. But their father is not. He says that this is fine, that he is more than happy to see his children alive and well, and that you need not break his curse. But that won't stop completionists from trying to do exactly that. And unfortunately, this is where the questline falls apart, because you'll have to kill every single Skulltula in the game in order to break this curse. This means scouring the whole map over and over again in the endgame, looking for that final token you missed as that torturous 99 gold Skulltula count burns itself into your retinas. I have no idea why the Zelda staff did this. Why the hell couldn't you bring back the totally awesome decision from Link's Awakening to remove the final 6 seashells the moment you collected the necessary 20 for the prize? I'm not even suggesting that the game cut out the last 50 Skulltulas. No, all you need to do is demand a max of, say, 95. That's it. Just let the player miss 5 Skulltulas and we'd have no problem. It's so annoying to have to backtrack through the entire game world and several dungeons just to find the final 3 Skulltulas I missed. Why would you put this in your video game? Look, this obviously isn't as big a deal as Breath of the Wild or, God forbid, Tears of the Kingdom's Korok Seeds. Unlike in those games, I'm not bored of collecting these things by a quarter of the way in. 100 Skulltulas is manageable. 1,000 motherfucking Korok Seeds is not. But I did it anyway. Fuck you, Aonuma. And like I said, the Skulltula locations are actually quite interesting and varied. That's the advantage of smaller game worlds like Ocarina of Time. You don't have to pad out your 120-hour game with useless filler content. And the reward for collecting all the Skulltulas is quite satisfying. Freeing the father from his curse is genuinely rewarding because you build a relationship with him and his sons over the course of the game. And instead of giving you a literal pile of shit, he'll reward the player with unlimited rupees. Yes, literal unlimited money. Granted, there's not a whole lot you'll be looking to buy at the very end of the game, but still, that's an incredible reward. It just bothers me to see that this team struck absolute gold with the way they handled the collectibles in Link's Awakening, only to completely abandon that system here. And the sad thing is, we'll never see that mechanic utilized again in another Zelda game. At least, not at the time of this video's publishing. A real shame, considering just how badly Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom could have benefited from it. But that's where the negatives end for Ocarina of Time side content. Beyond the added creativity we see injected into each of Ocarina of Time's collectibles out in the overworld, the game also adds several robust side quests which reward the player with a wide variety of rewards, like heart pieces and other collectibles. In Kakariko Village, for example, you can help round up several lost cuckoos and return them to their pen, the prize for which is one of the game's coveted empty bottles. In Castle Town, a woman will lose her prized puppy at night, and you'll have to sniff him out from amongst all the strays and return him to his master, who will then reward the player with a piece of heart. There's even a few side quests that span time itself, requiring that the player accomplish 2 parallel sets of tasks as both Child Link and Adult Link. There's 2 side quests in particular that I'm referring to here, one of which ends in an entire mini-dungeon, and the other is... well, it's the Lon Lon Ranch questline, my favorite quest from any Zelda game. I want to save discussing these 2 quests until later because they both deserve sections onto themselves, but in case you couldn't tell by how excited I sound, they're fucking amazing, and the rewards they provide for completion are nigh indispensable. Trading sequences also make a return from Link's Awakening. Like in that game, these are side quests meant to endear the player to several of the game's characters while rewarding thorough exploration of the game world and attention to character dialogue. There are actually 2 separate trading sequences in this game, the first of which is the Happy Mask Shop questline. There's this guy in Castletown who opens up a mask shop with the express goal of, quote, making others happy with his unique business model in which you borrow a mask with a set value, sell it, and then hope to God you can make a profit off the spoils. Basically, it's a multi-level marketing scam. But it works out just fine because you find a guy who's such a sucker that he overpays you by a ridiculous amount at the very end of the questline. So, just like in real life, the only way to escape the pyramid scheme is by roping another person into said pyramid scheme. The horrors of predatory business practices aside, this quest is actually quite fulfilling. The first trade is rather plain. A gate guard asks for a Keaton mask, and we happily oblige, earning a meager 5 rupee profit. But the second trade is rather ambiguous. It's a skull mask, so you'll need to find a character who could be in need of such a thing. And sure enough, there is one skull kid in the Lost Woods who does not possess a Stalthos skull of his own, so he'll be quite pleased to buy it from you. The third mask is a creepy wooden one, which a kid who roams the Kakariko Village graveyard will buy off you to make himself look more scary. The final mask is a bunny hood, and it's the hardest one to sell, since you'll have to track down the Running Man, the guy who marathons across all of Hyrule Field, and follow him until nighttime, when he is resting and therefore willing to talk. But as a reward, he'll give Link a shit ton of money in exchange for the hood. So much money that it'll completely fill out your wallet with max rupees. This is the final trade, and the reward you get for it is the Mask of Truth. an item that allows the player to speak to gossip stones in order to learn interesting tidbits of world building and character information from throughout the game. All in all, it's a decent quest, but it's not nearly as robust as the second training sequence, which we'll have to save discussion on until a bit later into the video because it relies on a few story beats we haven't quite gone over yet. All the same, Ocarina of Time hosts an incredible overworld for the player to discover. And shoot, that's just in terms of gameplay analysis. Story-wise, it's even more impressive. The world of Hyrule is so fleshed out, consistent, detailed, that it kind of becomes a character unto itself, which is a compliment that I can't really attribute to any other game in this franchise, or most video games in general. There's like 2. There's a lot of detail to go over when discussing this part of the overworld, so we'll save it for a bit later, after we've discussed some of the more pertinent details of Ocarina of Time's story. For now, just know that Ocarina of Time's overworld is absolutely one of the best from the entire series, masterfully pacing its collectibles, quests, and gameplay progression, while still permitting the player to step off and explore its wide array of side content freely. It's all great stuff. The first major location we're directed to is Hyrule Castle, which, in this game, actually has an entire walled city lining its outskirts. Here lies Castletown, the largest settlement in Hyrule, and the main hub of the game in several respects. It hosts most of the world's commerce, entertainment, and gossip. In-game, that means that many of Ocarina of Time's story events, minigames, and shops are all located in this one city, which conveniently sits at the crossroads of the early game's 3 main settings: Death Mountain, Sora's Domain, and Kokiri Forest. As an individual location, Castletown is incredibly detailed and interesting. It's bright, colorful, and all of the many townsfolk have unique and interesting gossip to share. Of course, the greatest landmark of all is the castle itself, which is off limits to mere peasants like us. So to see Princess Zelda, we'll have to beat a little stealth section. And while I'm usually not a fan of forced stealth sections in otherwise action-focused titles, this stealth section actually works wonders because, well, Link's a child. Plus, we just started out on this journey. There's no way we could reasonably expect ourselves, much less Link, to kill scores of heavily armored adult men just to talk to Princess Zelda. Plus, there's zero motivation for us to do so. Sure, we need to see Princess Zelda because the Great Deku Tree tasked us with doing so in a bid to save Hyrule, but that clearly doesn't permit killing innocent people. And talking our way in won't be possible either, because the guards see Link as just a kid. They tell him to shove off, saying that the castle is no place for children. Even upon capture, the guards won't hurt Link or throw him into prison, as they would no doubt do to a normal trespasser, because they really don't take him seriously. A fact that fits in perfectly with the game's overarching themes. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Once we arrive at the castle moat, we'll find a large, hairy man named Talon sleeping in front of a few milk crates, which presents a bit of a problem, since we need to use these crates to reach the sewage grate leading into the castle walls. But if you talk to his daughter, Malin, she'll give us a cuckoo with which we can wake up her dad. Once we enter Hyrule Castle's courtyard, we'll be presented with the second phase of the stealth section. This bit is much more intricate than the last. For while the outskirts of the castle were rather open, and thus granted the player a lot more flexibility in how he chose to sneak through to the end, the courtyard itself has several static guard patrols with very specific ways to get around them. This section is fine. Perhaps you could argue that it drags on a bit longer than it ought to, since we already snuck past scores of guards to get here, but at the very least, its more focused design adds some variety, and certainly fits in with the current plot and setting of the game. Once we make it past the guards, we'll finally meet Princess Zelda, who in this game is a child, same as Link. Apparently, she has also been having nightmares similar to our protagonists, and she believes them to be premonitions, rather than simply dreams. She believes that Ganondorf, a vassal of her father's, is trying to break into the Temple of Time to steal the Triforce, so that he may conquer all of Hyrule, and so she decides to conspire with Link to acquire the other 2 spiritual stones, so that we can get to it first. She writes Link a letter, proving that he is her anointed hero on a quest to save Hyrule, then has her attendant, Impa, teach us the Song of the Royal Family, a melody with magical properties to it, before leading us out of the castle and officially setting us on our quest. Our first stop is Death Mountain, the second of the 3 major locations of Ocarina of Time's early game. Like all parts of the map, it has its own unique set of enemies, the primary ones being Tektons, who roam the road leading up to Goron City, home of the titular Goron species. One thing I love about Ocarina of Time's world design is its creativity. A Link to the Past used a much more generic outline of Tolkien's fantasy universe. Dwarves, elves, fairies, and even some of the more original species, like the Zora, ended up just being mindless monsters. The only character of interest being this one dude who sells flippers, but there's kind of no reason why he does this. It's strange that you can just cut down scores of his brethren, end up at his doorstep, and then, instead of getting mad, he's just like, hey, buddy, want some flippers? 200 rupees. Point being, though A Link to the Past was a really good game, its world design and writing lacked any real creativity or common sense, which hampered the game's storytelling capabilities. That, and of course, the history, bitches. Did somebody call me? Nope, we're not doing this again. Ocarina of Time, on the other hand, is a much more creative title. So creative was it that literally every Zelda game hereafter would simply copy and paste the world building of this one game, with almost no new additions. Except for Skyward Sword. If there's anything nice I can say about that game, it's that it at least tried to do something different with its story and world building. The inhabitants of Death Mountain, for example, are the Gorons. Though they might at first appear to be your standard mountain-dwelling dwarf race from Tolkien's fantasy novels, you'll find that they actually have a much more diegetic reason for living beneath this mountain. They're rocks. And the diet consists entirely of rocks. Makes sense. And while they do have a few expert smiths and age-old tales of warrior bravery within their culture, the Gorons of the present are pathetically decadent, quite literally unable to bring themselves to eat any rock that is not gourmet enough for their sophisticated palates. It should come as no surprise, then, that the Kingdom of Hyrule has recently subjugated this land, indicated by the presence of Hylian guards sitting at the foot of the mountain, whom will have to show a letter from Princess Zelda herself in order to pass. But the Gorons are currently in a bit of a predicament. Ganondorf sealed off the entrance of Dodongo's cavern, the cave in which the highest quality rocks are located, and used his sorcery to revive the ancient Dodongo species to make mining operations far too dangerous. This crisis means that Darunia, the leader of the Gorons and bearer of the spiritual stone, is unwilling to negotiate giving it to us unless something is done about his people's plight. But he's not even willing to hear our offer to solve the issue ourselves, and is instead insulted to see that the royal family has sent a child to help this people. Therefore, we'll first need to find a way to cure Darunia's foul mood and gain his trust. And by asking around Goron City, we can find out that the guy really likes the music he hears coming from the nearby forest. And so, by solving a little torch puzzle, we can bomb open a shortcut back to the Kokiri forest and search for the source of the music. Sorry, she'll teach us her song, a tune which is beloved by the Kokiri and other creatures of the forest, and tells Link that he can use this tune to speak to her at any time. Essentially, if the player gets lost at any point in the game and needs a little nudge, talking to Saria via playing her song can usually provide a hint or two to get you back on track. With Saria's song in hand, we can put Darunia back in a good mood, and now having proven ourselves to be at least somewhat useful, he'll give the player a chance to earn the spiritual stone by raiding Dodongo's cavern and killing the beasts which plague it. And in aid of helping us accomplish this task, he gives Link the Goron's bracelet, with which we can now pluck bomb flowers and use their explosive power to open the way to Dodongo's cavern. Like Key Cavern from Link's Awakening, Dodongo's cavern begins in a small room with the path forward completely blocked off, necessitating that the player pick up a bomb flower and use its explosive capabilities to open the way forward. This reinforces the dungeon's primary mechanic, making absolutely sure the player understands its main conceit, bombs, before proceeding any further. Dodongo's cavern then opens up with a large central room. This dungeon is clearly built wide, in stark contrast to the Great Deku Tree. You can find the dungeon map in this room with a little bit of exploration, as well as a Deku merchant who sells extra Deku shields, which you may very well need, since these things are quite flammable, and Death Mountain is riddled with fire-type enemies. As the opening made rather clear, bombs are central to the majority of this dungeon's puzzles and progression. In this very first room, you'll have to pick a bomb flower and use it to blow up a wall leading further into the dungeon. And later, we see a full-blown logic puzzle utilizing these same bomb flowers. There's a giant stone walkway in the center of the room, with a whole crop of flowers surrounding it. Blowing up a few of them does nothing, but by placing a bomb right in the center of them, it'll start a chain reaction, creating a new stairway with which you can now ascend to the second floor. Later, we get this neat little puzzle involving a bombable wall at the top of a ladder. You cannot simply place a bomb next to it, as we have with all the walls previous to this one, so you'll have to, instead, pluck a bomb flower, wait till just the right moment, and throw the bomb as it explodes midair. It's after solving this final bomb puzzle that we acquire the dungeon item, the bomb bag, allowing us to take the bomb flower's explosive properties with us wherever we go. This culminates in the final puzzle of the dungeon, which builds on the bomb throwing techniques the game just taught us. You'll have to throw a bomb from your bag into each of the Dodongo skeleton's eye sockets, thus opening the door to the dungeon boss. But before we talk about him, let's take a look at Dodongo Cavern's mini-bosses. Yes, plural, the Lizalfos. These guys present one of my favorite combat challenges in all of Ocarina of Time's early game, as they take great advantage of the environment to enhance the fight's difficulty. The battle takes place over a lake of molten lava, which will drain Link's health over time should he fall into it, forcing the player to fight each Lizalfos on one of the several small platforms which rise above it. As the fight drags on, they'll tag out with one another and retreat across the platforms. It's up to you to either pursue the wounded one you were just fighting, or continue your battle against the fresh foe. The Lizalfos themselves are quite agile, capable of jumping clean over the player's head and dealing out fast sword strikes. It's a dynamic, fast-paced fight that will truly test the player's combat skills, and it's one of my absolute favorite battles from the Zelda series because of that. By contrast, the dungeon boss, King Dodongo, is... well, it's a Dodongo fight. What did you expect? For it to be good? Okay, so if you've seen all my Zelda reviews leading up to this one, then you'll probably have noticed a pattern by this point. Dodongo is kind of a shit boss no matter what you do with him. Link's Awakening tried something interesting by creating a sort of minigame out of the fight in Turtle Rock, and while it was intriguing, it still wasn't a good fight. Now, for what it's worth, Ocarina of Time does the absolute best job in designing a Dodongo fight so far. And actually, since this game represents the very last appearance of Dodongo as a boss enemy in any Zelda game, King Dodongo is actually the best Dodongo fight in the entire series. But, I mean, that's an incredibly low bar to clear. So what does this fight do right? Well, Dodongo actually has an attack pattern this time, which doesn't simply involve running into you. So that's neat. He'll charge up a big ball of fire and shoot it down range, and this can actually be quite the deadly attack if you don't dodge it in time. On top of that, the fight actually takes note from the Hydrasaur battle from Link's Awakening and adds an environmental challenge to the conflict. The center of the boss chamber is filled with lava, forcing the fight to take place within a square-shaped outline of the room's edges. And following in Hydrasaur's footsteps, King Dodongo will actually charge the player with a giant rolling attack, instead of passively running into him like in previous versions of this fight. On paper, these improvements seem to suggest that this fight is actually rather good, isn't it? If only. No, I'm afraid the Dodongo King possesses two fatal flaws which entirely kill his threat level. First of which being that his roll attack is... well, it's pathetic. It doesn't even crush through blocks. Watch. And if you happen to be thinking, well, maybe that's just how the shield works in this game. Okay, here's some footage of me trying to block a random Goron using the exact same shield. If a friendly NPC can be programmed to crush through blocks, then there's really nothing that should have prevented them from doing the same with King Dodongo. In effect, this rather easy to discover exploit will end up completely trivializing the boss's main attack, which is a massive blunder on the dev's part. The second key flaw of this boss is his weakness, which is the same as it always is with the Dodongo, bombs. But because the time frame for throwing a bomb into Dodongo's mouth is so generous, and it happens literally as he charges each of his fireball attacks, you'll most likely end up killing Dodongo without even experiencing a single one of his fire blasts. Hell, I had to purposefully not throw a bomb into his mouth just to get some footage of him using the attack on me. In normal gameplay, when I'm not recording for an audience, this fight would have been over in less than a minute. So yeah, in the end, the Dodongo King ends up being kind of a pushover. It's disappointing, to be sure, but it at least has a few positives, so it's far from being an egregious boss battle, like Vitreous or Anglerfish. After killing King Dodongo, Darunia will congratulate Link on his bravery and offer to become sworn brothers with him, gifting us with the red spiritual stone as a token of our newly forged friendship. And with that, we have but one final stone to obtain before we can open the door of time and acquire the Triforce, located at the source of Hyrule's many waterways, Zora's Domain. Like the Gorons of Death Mountain, the Zoras are more than just your generic Tolkien fantasy stand-in. An aquatic race, the Zora and their king hold court at the source of Hyrule's rivers and lakes, which essentially gives them control over the water supply of the entire region. As a result, the Kingdom of Hyrule has long maintained an amicable alliance with King Zora and his people, rather than domination or forced subjugation. Thusly, whereas the gates to Death Mountain were controlled by soldiers from the Kingdom of Hyrule, the entrance to Zora's domain is guarded solely by Zora's waterfall, which can only be traversed by the Zora people themselves or parted by one playing the song of the royal family. The domain itself, unlike the rapids leading up to it, is full of calm water which the Zora spend their daily lives in. Though their king acts as the secular authority over the domain and its people, the true ruler of the Zora is their living god, Lord Jabu Jabu, a large, whale-like deity who lives in Zora's fountain. As a sign of piety and humility, the royal family has assigned their eldest daughter, Princess Rudo, to prepare meals for the god personally, but she has recently gone missing, putting the king in much distress. And so, in order to get the final spiritual stone, we set out to find Princess Rudo and bring her home. Beyond just world building, Zora's Domain also has a lot going on from a gameplay perspective. One of the more difficult torch puzzles in the game is located here, and this time it's optional. You'll have to lead a flame from King Zora's court down the stairs, then rush to light all the torches on the bottom floor before anyone loses its flame. The last 2 torches are hidden behind a waterfall, a clever hiding place, but one that also adds a bit of a challenge, since guiding the flame while keeping it dry will be quite difficult. Completing the puzzle nets a treasure chest containing a piece of heart, a great reward for a great puzzle. There's also a diving minigame, where the player will have to gather 5 rupees underwater within a 50-second time limit. The prize, beyond monetary profit, is the silver scale, which will allow Link to dive underwater much deeper than he could before. With this new ability in hand, we can now utilize the 2 shortcuts found in Zora's Domain, one of which leads back to the Lost Woods, while the other leads to Hyrule's largest body of water, Lake Hylia. In many ways, Lake Hylia serves as an extension of Zora's Domain, both in terms of the story, since it is the natural endpoint of Zora's River, and the gameplay, since it's an aquatic-based setting with a great deal of side content. There's a rather robust fishing minigame located here, whose mechanics have been upgraded quite a bit since Link's Awakening. You'll have to eyeball the largest fish in the lake, then find a way to bait it with your lure using some combination of the A button and joystick movements. Once he latches on, you'll need to reel in hard and pull in the opposite direction that he's pulling. It's really fun. Honestly, it's a very relaxing and well-implemented minigame, giving the player a much-needed reprieve from the normal grind of combat and exploration, while also providing a sweet reward for catching the biggest fish in the form of a art piece. This is exactly what a minigame should accomplish. For real, the only future game in the series that'll improve on its fishing mechanics is Twilight Princess, so I think Ocarina of Time deserves high praise for making something fun out of a simple side mechanic like this. There are other oddities and secrets to explore here too, many of which won't pay off until a bit later in the game, but the most immediate reward is an empty bottle found near the north shore of the lake. Except, it's not completely empty. Inside is a letter from Princess Rudo, saying that she was somehow swallowed into Lord Jabu Jabu's belly and needs immediate assistance. And so, upon returning to King Zora with this information, we are tasked with saving the princess by infiltrating the 3rd dungeon of Ocarina of Time, Lord Jabu Jabu. Like the first dungeon, Jabu Jabu also takes place within the insides of a guardian deity. But since the Great Deku Tree was a plant and Jabu Jabu is an animal, the 2 dungeons, despite sharing the same initial concept, look and feel completely different from one another. The Deku Tree's infection was one of rot, subtle, but not overly putrid or gross in the way that an animal's sickness might be. But Dungeon 3 is quite impressive with its tone, as the very first room is the literal mouth of the creature, and to open the way forward, you'll need to shoot the uvula. It's gross, but that's the point. The setting is rather diegetic. It truly feels like you're exploring the insides of a giant sickly fish the entire time, and that's because, well, you are. And so most of the dungeon's puzzles and enemies will reinforce that image. It won't take long for the player to find the princess. She's actually not too deep into the creature, but unfortunately she refuses to leave. In fact, she seems generally uncooperative towards Link in general, insulted and, frankly, surprised that we've even come to rescue her, seeming to completely contradict the attitude displayed in the letter we read earlier. But she has a reason for staying. Lord Jabu Jabu ate the Zora's spiritual stone, which her late mother had entrusted her with, and she wants it back. But she's also kind of incapable of doing anything on her own. And so, our task is to carry Princess Rudo while solving all the dungeon's many puzzles. At first, Rudo will seem like a burden. You'll have to rescue her from the pit and carry her across several hazards, such as this lake of saliva, stomach acid, something unpleasant, I'm sure. To do this, the player will need to throw Rudo to the other side, then push a pressure plate to increase the water level, thus allowing you to swim across. But soon enough, you'll find that Rudo will actually prove useful, since the next room introduces weight-sensitive pressure plates that will need constant pressure to operate. Princess Rudo provides the perfect solution, a dynamic way of utilizing a secondary character in Zelda dungeon design. Dungeons in later games that share this same concept will not be able to pull this off so gracefully, but the idea is extremely clever since it works as both a gameplay mechanic and a ludonarrative storytelling element. As the very act of solving these puzzles and otherwise traversing this dungeon with Princess Rudo will endear these 2 characters to one another, a fact that shall become quite relevant in the game's future plot. The first room will open with the help of Rudo holds the boomerang. Like the slingshot, the boomerang is a ranged weapon that can damage enemies from afar, but unlike its predecessor, it also stuns many foes who are otherwise immune to ranged attacks, and doesn't run out of ammo. This often leads players to assume that the boomerang is a straight upgrade from the slingshot, causing many, myself included, to discard the old weapon and only use the boomerang for the rest of the playthrough. But as I discovered on my second run through this game, which was where I picked up on many of the game's intricacies in regards to combat, the slingshot still has its uses after this point. After all, the boomerang is much slower and cannot be fired in rapid succession like the slingshot. Plus, its range is rather limited, so the slingshot is much better kept as the main ranged weapon, while the boomerang takes on the role of a utility item, since its most useful function is the ability to grab items from a distance and bring them to the player, or to stun certain foes who cannot be killed by the slingshot. The boomerang can first be used to kill the parasitic worms inhabiting Jabu Jabu's belly, thus opening the way further into the dungeon where we find the spiritual stone. Rudo will grab it, but not before a mini-boss shows up, the Big Octo. Hey, that's me! Aw, hell yeah, you guys know me, I just love Octoroks. These cute little guys have been a staple of the Zelda series since the first game, so I can't wait to see what they did to my fellas in 3D Zelda. What the fuck is that thing? Kill it! Kill it with fire! The fight with the Big Octo is pretty much just a 3D version of the Hydrasaur battle from Link's Awakening. There's a giant obstacle in the center of this circular room, and the Octorok will charge Link in a circle. You'll have to use the boomerang to stun him, then strike him in the behind. It's pretty much entirely copy and pasted from Link's Awakening, but that's totally fine, because the Hydrasaur was an awesome boss, and he works just as well in 3D. The dungeon boss, Baronade, on the other hand, is a completely original fight, and totally kick-ass on top of that. He's got 3 phases, the first of which is your standard puzzle-like section of the fight, where you'll need to figure out that the boomerang can be used to dislodge his tentacles, all whilst dodging his electric cannons. But doing so only makes the fight harder. Now that he's free, Baronade will reveal that he's actually rather fast, spinning around the room with a shield of electric Baris to protect him while simultaneously dishing out damage should they strike the player. You'll have to throw your boomerang at just the right moment to get past Baronade's shield and strike his fleshy center, which will stun him. You could then take the opportunity to kill his minions, thus making future boomerang tosses much easier, or you can just wail on him and repeat the same process as before. For his final phase, Baronade will get desperate, firing shot after shot of electricity without relenting. The only way you'll be able to dodge these attacks is with expert use of the sidestep, which I most certainly did not have mastery over in my first playthrough. As a consequence, this was the first boss fight in the game that actually managed to kill me, which I think says a lot about the quality of its design. It's a tough, dynamic, and well-constructed battle, and it's easily one of the best from the 3D era of the Zelda series. A perfect way to cap off the first act of Ocarina of Time. Upon killing the dungeon boss, we'll be reunited with Princess Rudo, who will comment on how cool Link looked as he fought, which, after a fight as badass as that one, yeah, that makes sense. When we ask for the spiritual stone, she reveals that it's customarily only given to the betrothed of the current heir to the Zora throne. Her father gave it to her mother, and now it's hers to give to her own future husband. So, naturally, after squeezing out of a tough situation like that, courtesy of a cute little badass like Link, she is more than happy to give it to him. With that, we now have all 3 spiritual stones needed to open the doors to the Sacred Realm, but upon making our way back to Hyrule Castle, we are greeted with a familiar scenery. Princess Zelda is whisked away from Hyrule Castle on horseback, with Ganondorf following in pursuit, but he stops when he sees Link. He questions the young boy, who looks unsure of himself, like he might be deathly afraid, as he was in his nightmares at the beginning of the game, only this time. Perfect character development, conveyed without a single word of dialogue. And why should it have to be? We saw how Link was at the beginning of the game, a frightened little boy with little strength or self-respect. But over the course of the last 3 dungeons, he's grown. and the player has felt that. He's shown courage, gathered strength, and garnered the admiration of others. Saria, Darunia, Rudo, Impa, and of course, Princess Zelda, they all believe in him. And Link's response in this moment, to pull out his sword and face Ganondorf head-on, communicates that growth perfectly. Link is a character in this game. I want to emphasize that point especially because one thing the Zelda series has lost sight of in the last decade and a half has been character writing, Link's in particular. In the very best Zelda games, think Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, or Spirit Tracks, just to name a few, Link is not simply a silent protagonist with no soul, but an actual character with thoughts, feelings, and agency. Even some of the more poorly written games in the franchise, like Wind Waker or Skyward Sword, still managed to nail down some semblance of character writing for our Green Cloaked hero. But Ocarina of Time does it better than any other game, because Link's character writing is intrinsically tied to the central theme of this game's story. And that theme is growth. More specifically, the process of outgrowing one's childhood and budding into adulthood. Perhaps it's fitting then that at such an important apex of Link's development, a moment which easily showcases just how much he's grown over the course of his entire journey, that we are finally able to accomplish our goal. We take the Ocarina of Time, open the door of time, and find the legendary blade, the Master Sword, sitting at the center of the temple. But upon pulling the blade of Evil's Bane from its pedestal, we see this. Ganondorf is victorious. Okay, so this is the part of the game everyone knows about, the time skip. In a game titled Ocarina of Time, it shouldn't come as any surprise that we do indeed travel across time. 7 years into the future, to be exact, but in a grown-up body. Link's external figure now matching his internal growth in maturity. But regardless of your knowledge of these events prior to their happening, the execution is what really makes this bit of the story work. There's a lot of layers to dissect here, so let's start with the most pressing of these and work our way from there. So, Ganondorf wins. That's kind of a big deal, considering that we undertook this whole journey in the first place in an effort to stop that very possibility. What we learn in this cutscene is that Ganondorf knew of our intentions and purposefully allowed Link and Zelda to gather the spiritual stones for him. There's a couple great things about this twist. First, it tells us something about Ganondorf's character. Throughout the game, he'll sometimes be referred to as the King of Thieves, a title that the character of Ganon held back in A Link to the Past. There's a connection here. Foreshadowing aside, the interesting thing about this title is that, at first glance, Ganondorf does not appear to be much of a thief. He's a capable sorcerer, after all, and a monarch, and a vassal to the King of Hyrule. So what about him earns such a negative reputation? But the answer to that question lies within the game's subtext. You just need to search for a bit, and the answer becomes clear. Throughout the game, Ganondorf is consistently characterized by the underhanded, nigh-cowardly tactics he employs in order to get his way. Cursing the Deku Tree with rot, starving the Gorons with a cave-in, and infecting Lord Jabu Jabu with a parasite. And of course, his plan to use Link and Zelda as his personal agents in gathering the keys to the Sacred Realm. Okay, so that matches up with his character, but the question then becomes, where did all this come from? At what point in our journey did we start working for Ganondorf without even knowing it? How could the player have failed to notice this? But this twist doesn't simply come out of nowhere. Subtle clues throughout the experience hint at Ganondorf's invisible hand influencing us, guiding Zelda and Link to this shocking resolution. Remember that letter from Princess Rudo in which she tells us where she is and asks for a rescue? I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. It's such a minor plot point, after all. But recall Rudo's reaction to seeing us for the first time. Quote, "What? Are you saying my father asked you to come here to save me? I'd never ask anyone to do such a thing. Letter in a bottle? I have no idea what you're talking about." In isolation, and at a moment when the player isn't yet aware of Ganondorf's plans or Rudo's character traits, this dialogue seems rather innocuous. Perhaps Princess Rudo is simply playing the tsundere card and refusing to acknowledge her own pleas for help. Except her side of the story, that she willingly entered Jabu Jabu to find her swallow pendant, and has been doing so harmlessly for years now, completely contradicts the tale told in the letter. A letter whose prose sounds almost nothing like the headstrong, haughty princess standing before us. Plus, I mean, how the hell would she even get the letter out of Jabu Jabu in the first place if she's really stuck in there? And where did she get the pen and paper from? With some critical thinking, it becomes clear that Rudo could not have been the author of this letter. And combining that knowledge with the revelation of Ganondorf's plot, it becomes clear that he is our ghostwriter. He has been manipulating the events of the game leading up till this point in a bid to open the door of time, all without ever having to risk exposing himself as a traitor. For real? 10 out of 10 villain writing right here. Ganondorf represents a lot. He's a symbolic villain in so many ways, but he's also a character on top of that. His reasons for becoming such an envious, greedy man who uses underhanded tactics to get his way are genuinely human. We'll explore them a bit later, when we actually visit his homeland and are, therefore, able to put these pieces together for ourselves. But for now, just on the face of things, Ganondorf's plan makes perfect sense, and so it's completely believable that he ends up being victorious. Compare that to A Link to the Past, where Ganon's actions and motivations made absolutely no sense at all, and it becomes all the more shocking to see just how sharp an increase this game was in terms of Zelda's storytelling quality. But Link's Awakening proved that this team was capable of telling great stories when Miyamoto wasn't the one writing them, and I think Yoshiaki Koizumi and Kensuke Tanabe deserve big credit for their respective roles in creating this incredible setting and the stories associated with it. Speaking of which, our end goal going forward has shifted massively due to these recent plot developments. We've crossed over from a world where Ganondorf was the underdog, and we were simply trying to prevent his rise, to one where the forces of good are on their last legs. The Seven Sages, yes, the very same ones mentioned in A Link to the Past, built the Temple of Time and crafted the Master Sword to act as the key to the Sacred Realm, but Link was too young to handle such a power, and his spirit has drifted through time for the last 7 years. Awakening now in an adult body, Ganondorf found the Triforce, escaped the Sacred Realm, and has spent the last 7 years consolidating his power. 6 of the ancient sages have died trying to fight him. Only one remains, Rauru, the Sage of Light, who has dutifully watched over Link's body for the last 7 years. He tasks us with finding those destined to be sages, each of whom are locked away in Hyrule's ancient temples, and save them so that their combined power can be used to stop Ganondorf. And so we have our new quest. We exit the Sacred Realm and leave the Temple of Time to find that the world has changed. Ocarina of Time is a game about loss. Specifically, the loss of innocence, optimism, and joy that comes with age. It's a story about growing up, and the pain associated with it. I've waited this long to the video to discuss these themes because, while the setup is certainly all there from the very beginning of the game, we don't really see these ideas come to fruition until the second act twist. That is, the added context provided by the game's future plot points is necessary in order to understand the deeper meaning of these earlier scenes. So with that in mind, let's look back over the course of Ocarina of Time's story and take a deeper look at some of its subtext. Link begins his journey as a frightened child. Sheltered away from danger, he and his siblings in the Kokiri Forest are allowed to live a safe, isolated life away from the horrors of the world, and from responsibility. It's no coincidence that the clothing of the Kokiri take after Peter Pan's own wardrobe. Kokiri Forest is like Neverland, a fantasy world inhabited entirely by a race of children who never grow up. Their every need is attended to by their father, the Great Deku Tree, as well as his servants, these fairies of the forest. But parents only live so long. It's easy to think, as a child, that your own father is immortal. It often feels that way because, to a kid, a father often feels like an imposing, indomitable force that you don't want to mess with. This false impression keeps children disciplined, but it also makes them feel safe. A good father often feels like your very own Superman, but adults know better, and the truth is, all men must die someday. That is why, upon sensing that he is at death's door, the Great Deku Tree summons Link and tasks him with an actual duty for the very first time in his life. And to facilitate this duty, the frightened, sheltered boy is awakened by Navi, his very own guardian fairy. To the Kokiri, a guardian fairy like Navi is essential to considering oneself a true Kokiri, and the children of the forest comment that Link is now a real man, or truly one of us, because he now has one. It's easy to tell, then, that Link is sort of an outcast in this society, and it clearly bothers him. His home lies on the outskirts of the village, high up in a tree, and at its base is a carving of Link fighting a Dodongo from Zelda 1. A neat little Easter egg, to be sure, but also a clear indication that the boy hungers for adventure, for responsibility, to feel like a man. And now, his father finally gives him the chance to prove himself. Link buys a shield, finds a sword and answers affirmatively that he has the courage to purge the Great Deku Tree's rot and save the forest. As a father, the Great Deku Tree is satisfied to see that his son has grown to be so capable, and leaves him with what little aid he has left to provide, but all the same, he dies, and the forest children lose their great protector. Kokiri Forest represents early childhood, the part of a young boy's life where he is free from any worry or fear. But what shatters that illusion? A particular traumatic event, perhaps. In that case, the death of a parent would no doubt be a trigger for such growth. The death of the Great Deku Tree shatters the Kokiri's safe, illusionary world. Kokiri Forest was always meant to be a safe space, but the problem with safe spaces is that they don't last forever. No matter how comfortable you are, no matter how stable a place you may find yourself in life at the present moment, chaos is always waiting around the corner, ready to jumble up your life and challenge your worldview. It's a natural part of living. Nothing lasts forever, so change is, therefore, a natural part of life. Change can be terrifying, yes, but it's also a necessary part of one's growth. If we never changed, then we'd all still be terrified, useless children, unable to create new things or make the world a better place for our children. And so, Link grows. He leaves Kokiri Forest, as well as the sheltered childhood it represents, and ventures into the unknown. He meets new people, experiences new things, and forms new bonds. But in spite of all this internal growth, externally, he still appears to be but a child, and that's how people treat him. Throughout the game, the dialogue will reinforce this idea, the helplessness of being small and powerless. The very first person you meet upon exiting Kokiri Forest, for example, is this talking owl. He offers unwarranted advice about your adventure, then asks if you got all that. And when you say yes, he responds, "Oh, you're a smart kid." Like, what the fuck, dude? He's such an asshole. As an adult man, I'm playing this game constantly wanting to choke this motherfucker out for talking to me like I'm 9 years old. Then the camera recenters on my character and I realize, oh yeah, I am 9 years old. And this simple fact is reinforced throughout the entire game. As I mentioned earlier, the Hylian guards protecting Hyrule Castle won't jail or hurt Link. They'll just call him a stupid kid and throw him off the premises. When you wander the streets of Castletown at night, the guards will ask why a kid like you is out so late and not in bed. When you win the Cuckoo minigame at Lon Lon Ranch, Talon will ask if you'd like to marry his daughter. And if you actually answer yes, he'll laugh and tell you that it was just a joke, commenting that you're both way too young for that. As you can see, it's not even just Link who's being made to feel insignificant because of his age. His attitude blends into the other child characters as well. When we confront the gate guard at the base of Death Mountain, he'll write Link off as just a child and tell him to get lost, which is to be expected. But even when you present him with a letter from Princess Zelda herself deeming Link to be a champion on a mission to save Hyrule, he laughs. He literally laughs at his own monarch's child, his future queen, because, you know, she's 10. Not even lineage can supersede the emphasis adults put on age. And that applies in the real world as much as it does in the world of Hyrule. But over the course of this game, we begin to earn the respect of those around us. Even some of the adults, like Darunia, who, while at first writing Link off as just a useless kid, begins to show him mutual respect and even brotherhood because of the weight of our deeds. Look at how he words the task he's assigned to us just before giving Link the Goron's bracelet. If you want it so badly, why don't you go destroy the monsters inside of Dodongo's cavern and prove you're a real man? This incessant need to prove oneself to be an adult, to be a real man, as so many characters put it, is a consistent motif in Ocarina of Time, as well as a common desire for young boys entering adulthood. Even going beyond gender, the desire for a human being to feel like he or she belongs in the wider social circle of the community is ubiquitous. It's a desire we can all relate to. We're social animals, after all. We live and die by the bonds we form over the course of our lives, and it's only through the very deepest of human bonds that we can create new life. Perhaps it's fitting then that the final spiritual stone sees Link experience the very first sparks of this particular kind of bond, romantic love. As we just discussed, the third dungeon sees Link saving Princess Ruto from inside the belly of a great beast, an age-old tale that almost always ends in a lifelong romance. Take Perseus and Andromeda, for example. It should come as no surprise then that such a journey sparks feelings of romantic love in Ruto, though this love is not quite as developed as adult love. That shall come at a much later part of the story, as you should probably expect. But this all circles back to Link's manhood. When Ruto first comments on Link's heroism, she says, You looked cool. Cooler than I thought you would, anyway. Just a little. Link's reliability in a tough situation awakens something in Ruto, romantic feelings. one of the final complex emotions children will begin to feel as they grow into the first stages of adulthood. Of course, at the present moment, Rudo's feelings only scratch the surface of what love truly means, and that's the point. Those feelings, as we'll soon see, will have grown over the course of our timescale. In fact, every major character relationship Link has is representative of an associated part of his development into adulthood, and will tie back to the story's main themes of growth and decay. But themes can only get you so far in storytelling. What matters more than anything else is execution, and Ocarina of Time absolutely nails it in that regard. The contrast between Castletown as we knew it and what's left of it in the future is heartbreaking. It immediately conveys just how horrible Ganondorf's reign has been for the wider world of Hyrule, and ties in with the game's themes of decay. The once colorful, innocent-looking world of our childhood has become dark, depressing, and lifeless by comparison. But this rather shocking revelation is only the first sign of troubled times. Kakariko Village has become a refugee hub, housing whatever inhabitants of Castletown managed to survive Ganondorf's violent conquest. The many natural environments of the world, Kokiri Forest, Death Mountain, and Zora's River, have become twisted and horrifically altered in unnatural ways, with strange beasts and even stranger weather patterns terrorizing the region's few remaining inhabitants. Several characters are just straight up dead. Some of these deaths are explicitly mentioned, like with Dompy the Gravedigger, but most are implicit. The gate guard we met earlier, the one who made fun of Link and Zelda and even bought a Keaton mask from us to give to his son, well, he and his family are nowhere to be found, and their house has been taken over by one of the refugees from Castletown. And since this man was a soldier, and literally none of the soldiers from 7 years ago are still alive in this new world, well, it's safe to assume that he died fighting Ganondorf, and that his wife and child either fled or, more likely, perished without him. The world of Hyrule is shattered in so many ways. Man's relationship with nature has been completely thrown off balance. Thousands of soldiers have perished in the fight against the King of Evil, and the people have generally lost their colorful personalities and optimistic outlooks on life. It should come as no surprise, then, that the majority of side quests, minigames, and story beats from this point onward shall also lose their colorful presentation and happy endings. When Link was a child, most of his quests, no matter how screwed up they might have been, had a happy ending to them. Sneaking through Hyrule Castle to meet a little girl would constitute a horrible crime as an adult, but as a kid, it comes off as just a fun little game of hide and seek. The Gorons are a bit malnourished, sure, but only because they refuse to eat low-quality rocks. They're not actually starving here. They're just being a bunch of babies who refuse to eat lower quality food than they're used to, or, God forbid, actually do something about their own problems. So in spite of all their melodramatic monologues about how this could mean the very extinction of the Goron race, in reality, they're fine. It's only from the perspective of a naive child, like Link, that we could even possibly dupe ourselves into thinking that this is actually a high-stakes situation. All the same, it's one which has a lighthearted ending. But seeing this same world as an adult is, well, everything's different. It's technically the same place, but it's grayer, duller, and emptier than before. People you used to know are just straight up gone for one reason or another, and the world feels lesser because of that. These colorful little frogs in Zora's River that you used to play songs for in exchange for rupees, they're not here anymore, and neither are most of the childlike tales of wonder from that time period. Cuckoos are gone, so you can't fly around with them anymore. The Happy Mask Shop is gone, so you can't peddle cute little masks to the many characters of this world either. And the Skull Kids of the Lost Woods now attack you on sight, no longer seeing Link as a fellow child and friend, but as a dull, responsible adult. Growing up has brought with it an unwelcome side effect: pessimism, and the loss of childlike wonder. Though our childhood innocence might be gone, that's not to say that the game world is now devoid of content. The devs over at Nintendo are quite conscientious about not letting story elements ruin the moment-to-moment gameplay, after all. Still, the side quests available in the adult timeline are much more serious than before. Less fairy tale-esque and more gritty high fantasy than anything else. Take the side quest we find in the ruins of Hyrule Castletown, for example, Big Poe hunting. There's a character called the Poe Collector who resides here, and he'll offer to buy any Poe souls the player brings to him. Scattered throughout Hyrule Field are several Big Poes, who the player can hunt down after receiving the fairy bow and a horse. There's 10 in total, and the player will receive 50 rupees per Poe, as well as the final empty bottle of the game after turning it all 10. It's a great side quest, adding new content to a previously explored region of the game, while simultaneously cutting down on needless backtracking with the increased mobility that Force provides. There's a second trading sequence as well, which expands on the simple idea of tracking down specific characters in the overworld by adding several time trial races, usually with the goal of delivering an ingredient before it spoils. These are actually pretty fun. They reward exploration, since the player can use his knowledge of the map structure to plan out the quickest possible route, and they aren't ridiculously long or anything like that. 3 minutes for the first 2 races, and 4 for the last. The reward is sick as all hell, too. The Vigoron sword, the strongest weapon in the game, which deals 4 times as much damage as the Kokiri sword and twice as much as the Master sword. It has greater range as well, but you can't use a shield at the same time since it's two-handed, so there is at least one drawback to using it, but it's absolutely still worth the effort, at least for me. I'm more of a DPS tuck-and-roll kind of guy, personally. But of course, the absolute best side quest in all of Ocarina of Time is located at Lon Lon Ranch. The quest spans time itself. If you visit the place as a child, you'll find that Malin and her father Talon live a happy, carefree life on their farm. Malin sings a song her mother composed to the horses, which you can learn by pulling out the ocarina and following along, while Talon lazily handles the chickens and delivers his ranch's milk to Castletown. But trouble is brewing just beneath the surface. If you visit the stables, you'll find the ranch's one employee, Ingo, is dissatisfied with his place in life. He believes that he deserves to own the ranch because he does all the hard labor, while the owner, Talon, does nothing but loaf around all day. Never minding the fact that this is categorically untrue, since we've actually seen Talon do physical labor, Ingo feels this way because he's self-absorbed and prideful, referring to himself as the Great Ingo, or Ingo-sama in the original Japanese. This is an incredibly high-minded and immature way for an adult man to refer to himself, and indicates a sense of entitlement and self-importance on his part. So, it should come as no surprise that Ganondorf took a liking to Ingo and gave the estate to him after seizing Hyrule Castle. There's an ulterior motive to this supposed generosity, obviously. Ingo is expected to gift the King of Evil with an excellent horse in exchange for the ranch, and as a way of proving that he can produce better results than its previous owner. This constant pursuit of maximized productivity only ends up making the ranch and its inhabitants miserable. Talon is driven out, and Malin continues to live there as an employee, since she couldn't bear to leave her home and the animals she helped raise her entire life. Ingo is so cruel that he'll even mistreat the horses should Malin ever disobey him. In other words, her life is a living hell. In stark contrast to the once vibrant, happy child she was just 7 years ago, the Malin of the present is chronically depressed and always overworked. But if you visit the ranch at night, you'll hear a familiar tune. Malin, through it all, still finds the time to sing. And if you play your mother's song for her, she'll open up about what she's gone through over the last 7 years. How Ingo was always so nice, but seemed to change overnight into a vicious, greedy person. But the player knows that this is a false perception of hers. A rose-tinted picture of who Ingo truly was. He's always been envious, greedy, and self-absorbed. She just never noticed it. The player can participate in a race against Ingo, at first betting money, but when he loses, Ingo will eventually bet his best horse, Epona. After this final victory, Ingo will try to stop Link from leaving, but the player can jump the fence leading out of the ranch and acquire Epona permanently. In the aftermath of these events, Talon will return to the ranch, Ingo will regress into being a simple employee again, and Malin will rejoice over this turn of events, saying that Ingo stressed over the lost horse for days before suddenly becoming a kind person again. Now, you could take this tale at face value, like Malin has, and assume that Ingo was mind-controlled by Ganondorf or something childish like that. But let's not kid ourselves here. Ingo knew Ganondorf would deem him to be useless the moment he learned of this humiliating loss, and figured that his best chance at survival, since, you know, Ganondorf kills people who displease him and all, was to give the ranch back to Talon and, therefore, let the blame fall on him for the lost horse. But Malin unquestionably believes this almost fairy tale version of events because her emotional development was stunted, her childhood taken away from her by Ingo's cruelty, and so she's grasping at straws to fabricate simple good versus evil explanations for the bad things that have happened in her life. It's sad, but at the very least, we were there to protect her. She recognizes Link as the fairy boy from her childhood and rejoices at the reunion. There's clearly a romantic undertone to her feelings, somewhat backed up by a gossip-stoned rumor which states that she hopes a knight in shining armor will come and sweep her off her feet someday. It's cute, and the available racing minigame you unlock afterwards reinforces the sense of normalcy and peace the player has brought back to this once happy farm. This quest holds a very special place in my heart, as I'm sure it does for many of Ocarina of Time's player base. It's set up to be the very first side quest most players will run into upon being thrust into the future, due to Lon Lon Ranch's dominant, looming figure within the overworld. It nets an incredible reward, Link's now ubiquitous horse companion, Epona, and provides a unique section of gameplay on top of that. But perhaps most crucially, Lon Lon Ranch perfectly encapsulates the game's themes regarding the cruel march of time, endearing the player to a colorful, cheery girl who you become friends with, only to show how dull, sad, and oppressive her life has become in adulthood. When I first entered Lon Lon Ranch and heard the distant, sweet sounds of Malin singing, that was the moment I first felt the magic of Ocarina of Time. I'll never forget it, and that's why this is my favorite side quest in the entire Zelda series. The main quest from here on out has a very simple objective which should be familiar to those who've played A Link to the Past. Find the 5 remaining sages and use their combined power to take on Ganondorf. Fittingly, seeing as how Link just became an adult, the game actually opens up to some non-linearity here. You can tackle the next 3 dungeons, dungeons 4 through 6, in any order you so please. Once you've done the 6th dungeon, you can enter the 8th. Once you beat dungeons 4 through 6, you can enter the 7th. The structure of the game's story and moment-to-moment pacing is now entirely dictated by the player, which not only adds to the game's replay value by adding a great deal of player choice and freedom, but also fits in with the game's themes about growth and the responsibility that comes with adulthood. Link's guiding adult figures, the owl, Impa, and the great Deku Tree, are long gone, and now he has to carve his own way through life. Though, even in the darkest of times, you are not completely alone. A young warrior named Sheik offers guidance, pointing the player in the direction of Kakariko Village, where we can find the hookshot, and tells us that one of the sages waits for us in the forest. Sheik will be a recurring character throughout the second half of the game, providing warp songs that can be used to fast travel to several locations across the map. You can follow her advice and head straight for the Kokiri Forest, or, as I said earlier, do one of the many other dungeons the game has to offer first. For the sake of structure, we'll analyze each dungeon in the order Sheik suggests we do them, starting with the Forest Temple. It's fitting that the very first dungeon of the adult timeline, the Forest Temple, is also this game's first non-linear dungeon design. Like all good dungeons of this category, it has a large, central room sitting at the crossroads of each of its many branching paths, allowing for quick and convenient retreads of previously explored areas, which is vital to the design here, since the main objective of the dungeon is to hunt 4 Post Sisters to open the elevator leading to the final boss room. Do that, and the dungeon's pretty much over. But herein lies the challenge, because to even get to these 4 Post Sisters, you'll first need to unlock the many doors blocking off access to the dungeon's main hallways, and that, in and of itself, requires a scavenger hunt for several small keys scattered around the dungeon. There are several paths the player can take from the very start. If you acquire the small key hidden near the dungeon's entrance, you can begin to make your way through the west wing of the temple, or you can explore the courtyards where giant Dekubabas and Skulltulas roam the temple grounds. The atmosphere of this dungeon is palpable. Overgrowth seeps into the main entrance in the temple courtyards, indicating the long absence of its previous inhabitants. All the same, the stone hallways of the interior remain pristine, as if they were built to last a millennia. There's a hidden switch within this courtyard that drains the temple sewers, which can be accessed via the twin wells, and it's here where we find another of the dungeon's small keys. In contrast to the free-form exploration afforded by the open design of the temple courtyard, the northern wing contains but a small room hosting a mini-boss fight against Astalphos. This enemy possesses strong defenses, and his lunge attack covers a lot of range while dishing out some pretty decent damage. All in all, he represents a large jump in combat difficulty compared to the enemies we fought as a child. But this is hardly the zenith of the dungeon's combat difficulty. This room holds the third and final key of the dungeon's first half, and upon proceeding through to the dungeon's midpoint, we'll have to fight another 3 of these guys. The second phase is particularly difficult because if you don't kill both knights at the same time, they'll revive, encouraging the player to switch between foes in order to take them down simultaneously, just like in the Chanbara choreography the game's combat was modeled after. genius. This is where we acquire the dungeon item, the fairy bow, with which we can finally get to hunting the 4 Poe sisters. The first 2 of these ghosts are located in twin stairways adjacent to where we found the bow. You'll have to shoot arrows into the paintings the Poes are hiding in to force them out, then kill them with your sword. The bow will also have to be used to solve a few standalone puzzles. To acquire the dungeon key used to enter the boss room, you'll first have to hit a hidden eye switch that will, in turn, twist one of the temple's hallways around, allowing you to access new areas of the dungeon. Later on, you'll encounter another switch like this, which is frozen over. But if you align Link with the room's sole torch, you can light an arrow on fire in order to thaw the ice and hit the switch. This puzzle takes earlier lessons regarding thermodynamics that we witnessed as Child Link, the ones from all the way back in the Great Deku Tree, where we had to burn away these cobwebs with a torch, and combines them with a brand new dungeon item that is, in effect, just an upgrade of the one we got all the way back in that very same dungeon. It's brilliant game design. This leads to the 3rd Poe sister, who changes things up by possessing several painted blocks instead of a single painting. You'll have to push the blocks together into a single image to summon her. Once she's dead, the 4th and final sister will appear back in the main hub of the dungeon, leading to a 3rd and final mini-boss fight. This battle is more puzzle-focused, rather than presenting an actual combat challenge, which is fine, since the Stalfos already provided that for us earlier. This Poe will split herself into 4 copies, and you'll have to discern which ghost is the real one. I'll be honest, replaying this game for the footage, I was able to make short work of her because of the rather obvious tell, which is that she does a little spin before each phase of the fight. That being said, my last couple playthroughs were almost a year apart from one another. Jesus, I've been working on this video for a long time. And on both of those runs, I couldn't figure it out for the longest time and just guessed over and over again. So the quality of this boss fight kinda comes down to whether or not you're a dumbass like me, and if you're not, it'll be easy as all hell. It's certainly not the most creative boss battle, I know, but luckily for the Forest Temple, the Poe sisters are not the final dungeon boss. No, that title goes to the patron ghost of this temple, Phantom Ganon. This boss combines the puzzle-solving elements of the Poe sisters with the mechanical challenges of the Stalfos Knights we fought earlier. This fight takes place in a large circular room with 6 identical paintings surrounding it. The Phantom will begin the battle by disappearing into one of these paintings, then re-emerge out from another to let out a devastating magic blast. He'll also summon 2 decoys, so you'll have to not only locate the bastard, but then shoot the right one. This is a huge upgrade from the Poe sister fight we just had, because you're on a pretty tight time limit and you can't see all the copies at once. You'll have to quickly discern which Ganon is the real one, indicated by a slight difference in color, then shoot the moment he exits the painting. It's damn tough getting this just right, and messing up can be devastating due to the Phantom's raw attack power. Once you hit him with a couple arrows, the Phantom will shift to a second phase, where we play a game of energy tennis. Now, I've said before in my Link to the Past video that energy tennis is generally a really bad foundation for a boss fight, and I stand by that assessment for the most part, as you'll see soon when we get to the Ganondorf fight near the end of the video. That being said, Phantom Ganon actually presents a pretty decent challenge while utilizing this otherwise dog-shit mechanic. One of the main problems with energy tennis in general is that it's super slow because the pace of the fight is dictated entirely by the enemy AI. But Phantom Ganon is actually quite mobile, and the player is allowed to bet on his own reaction time by getting up in Ganondorf's grill and engaging the fight at close range. Compare an exchange from far away with one up close. The problem with Aghanim, the harbinger of energy tennis, was the randomness associated with his attack pattern. Sometimes he would just throw dud after dud without any opportunity on the player's part to goad him into a real attack. The player would just have to sit on his hands waiting for the guy to throw an actual energy blast that could be knocked back. It sucked, but Phantom Ganon will always throw a serious attack, and the farther away the player is, the more reaction time both he and the Phantom will have. So by risking it all and engaging in a close-range battle, the player can dictate the pace of the fight, cutting down on excessive wait times and generally making the battle more exciting. It's a great fight. God, with a battle as kick-ass as that against a mere phantom of the Prince of Darkness, I can't imagine how awesome this fight will be with the real Ganondorf. Am I right? Anyways, killing the Phantom results in us saving the Sage of the Forest, Saria, and instead of giving us a fucking history lesson the way the sages did in A Link to the Past, this reunion is so much more personal. For starters, this is a character we actually care about, Link's childhood friend, his oldest personal relationship. Saria does not talk about the fate of the world or the history of the Triforce, but rather expresses sadness over the fact that she and Link can never be together, that their respective worlds can never collide, because Link is not a Kokiri, he's a Hylian, and he, therefore, can never live in the Kokiri forest again. Much in the same way that a Kokiri like Saria cannot leave the forest without dying. They must part. That's simply the way things have to be. Saria represents childhood, the part of our lives we most idealize, most fondly remember, but can never go back to, no matter how much we may desire to do so. In this moment, Link is forced to part not only with his oldest friend, but a living embodiment of his memories of sweeter days, a time before he knew pain, suffering, and responsibility, because those are the burdens adulthood brings with it. Saria will always be with us in spirit, just as childhood memories can fuel the passions and imagination of an adult, but we can never return to who we once were. Every temple's associated sage carries this type of symbolic weight to their personal relationship with Link, which we can see quite clearly with our next dungeon, the Fire Temple. In the 7 years since our disappearance, Ganondorf revived a dragon from beneath Death Mountain called Volvagia, and is planning on feeding the entire Goron species to it as a warning to the other races of Hyrule, essentially committing actual genocide to maintain his control over Hyrule and its people. This is a true crisis, a real existential threat to the Goron people, and Darunia plans to do something about it. Link's bravery and friendship had a profound impact on it. He even named his son after us. And rather than wait around till someone else helps his people, this time, Darunia decides to actually do something about it. When you enter the Fire Temple, Darunia can be found just outside the boss room, preparing to take on Volvagia. He asks you to help him by freeing his people while he fights the beast. The very first Goron prisoner is in this very same room, and he introduces the main concept of this dungeon quite deftly, saving him nets a key and a piece of advice, both of which will facilitate the player's forward momentum through the dungeon. Speaking of which, the Fire Temple structure is much more linear compared to that of the Forest Temple, but there is still a decent amount of exploration to be had here. Nay, it's all but necessary in order to free all the Gorons. And the temple is so large, sprawling, and has so many floors to it with big, wide-open rooms that it can almost feel like the dungeon isn't actually linear at times, even though it technically is. Take the first room in the dungeon's east wing, for example. The first thing the player will notice about it is that it's big. Like, really big. There's a clear path forward to take, but the door at the other end is locked, as is another door located just a little ways further into the dungeon. It's on the player to search this room for the imprisoned Gorons who hold both of the keys. The first of these prisoners is rather easy to find. Just hop over some pits of lava and follow this hallway to free the prisoner. But the second Goron is hidden rather deviously. There's a bombable wall that leads to his prison cell, but there are no cracks to indicate its location. But this is where the Goron's hints come to the rescue, because the one we just freed will give some relevant advice. A wall that you can destroy with the Goron's special crop will sound different than a regular wall if you hit it with your sword. There's two great design aspects going on here at the same time. One, we're building on the use of bombs, the very same dungeon item we acquired under Death Mountain as a child. It's fitting then that the adult dungeon located in this same region builds on that same item, introducing more complex and varied puzzles utilizing an old mechanic. It's fantastic game design. Secondly, we're being taught about sword dowsing in the very dungeon where that mechanic finally becomes relevant. This was a gameplay element which existed in the past two games, but neither A Link to the Past nor Link's Awakening actually took the time to teach it to the player. In fact, I found an interview from Miyamoto back in '93 where he was like, yeah, we put this one mechanic in the game, but I'm pretty sure nobody knows about it. Which sucks, because it's actually a super awesome mechanic. It's just a shame that neither of those games made use of it in any capacity. But not only does the Fire Temple actually take the time to teach the player how to douse, but the mechanic is now actually relevant in normal gameplay. Because while the bombable wall this third Goron is hidden behind may not have a visual tell to it in the same way that a cracked rock might, it does have an auditory one. Simply strike the wall with your sword and you'll hear it. And now, with this knowledge in hand, the player can free the third Goron and progress further into the dungeon. For the most part, the rest of the Fire Temple's design quality follows this same pattern. A concept is introduced, like, say, these time switches that can be hit to disable traps, and now the box solution, hinted at by a Goron, will be required to solve it. In this case, rather than hitting the switch with your sword and racing against the timer, the best solution is to climb to the objective first, throw a bomb, and wait as the explosion hits the switch from a distance, allowing the player to easily climb to the top before the trap resets. The Fire Temple, for the most part, does a great job with spacing out its puzzles in a way that facilitates proper incremental difficulty and growth on the part of the player. But there is one big issue I have with this dungeon, and if I'm being completely honest, I'm not sure how it slipped through the cracks. That problem is the platforming. The Fire Temple has several sections throughout where the player will have to traverse mechanical gauntlets, edging along thin platforms or jumping over pitfalls, all while simultaneously avoiding enemies who, I would remind you, inflict some serious knockback. Now, that might actually sound pretty fun for a second, and in a well-designed platformer with buttery smooth, pinpoint precise controls like Super Mario 64, it would be. But Ocarina of Time, as I previously mentioned, is a game that's focused more on the world of Hyrule than it is on the character of Link, and that extends to the controls as well. You can't manually jump, nor can you move through the air like an acrobatic wonder the way Mario can. Instead, the game's controls are limited to combat and exploration, which is totally fine. I love Zelda for those precise reasons. There's no need to turn these games into complex platformers or fucking vehicle builders of all things. Seriously, what the fuck was Tears of the Kingdom going for? But as a consequence, the level designer has an obligation to make sure that the dungeons in this game don't conflict with that rather limited moveset. And unfortunately, the platforming sections in the Fire Temple do just that. Take this climbing section, for example, where you will have to carefully straddle the edge of this fence and jump onto the proper platform after making your way up here. Why? Why would you put this in the game? Link can't make intuitive, precise movements in Ocarina of Time. That's why literally every other dungeon doesn't have platforming in it. Why the hell would you do this to the player? Or how about this part on the 4th floor, where if you don't get the jump down perfectly, you'll fall right back into the isometric boulder maze you went through earlier and be forced to waddle your ass all the way back. Or how about this part, where if you fall down this extremely thin walkway, which, be sure to note how windy and difficult to navigate it is, you'll fall all the way back to the 1st floor and be forced to hike your ass all the way back up again. The problem here isn't the dungeon's puzzles or layout. Those aspects of the temple are great, and that deserves some praise because those are usually the hardest parts of a Zelda dungeon to design. The problem here is that the designer clearly didn't build the level layout around the player's moveset, but rather some messed up vision he had of how this dungeon ought to be played. Funnily enough, the Shadow Temple will end up adding a few platforming challenges of its own, but these are totally fine because the dungeon actually gives the player a new tool to enhance its movement, which makes those platforming sections more than doable. The Fire Temple does not do this. Instead, its dungeon item is the Megaton Hammer, which is situationally useful at best. In this dungeon, you can use it to create a couple shortcuts back to the start and open a couple doors, but out in the overworld and in future dungeons, it'll end up being practically useless for the most part. At the very least, its application in the fight against the dungeon boss is actually quite nice. For one, there's a decent amount of lore built up over the course of the Death Mountain section about the dragon Volvagia and the Megaton Hammer. Apparently, an old ancestors of Darunia once used the hammer to kill the beast, which you'll find is definitely the best way to do things here. Volvagia will burrow into one of 9 lava pits and re-emerge to let out a blast of fire. You'll have to smack him with the hammer first and then strike him with the sword. As the fight goes on, he'll fly across the room and cause a cave-in, raining down boulders from the ceiling and forcing the player to manage 2 threats at once. A fantastic escalation. But while the hammer won't be able to help you out during this phase, the player can still try hitting the dragon's head with the bow or strike at him with the sword when he swoops down, giving you the option to play aggressive and dictate the pace of the fight, instead of mindlessly waiting for him to pop his head out of the ground. It's a pretty good fight, all things considered. Upon defeating Volvagia, we'll meet up with Darunia, who thanks Link for his help and, more importantly, comments on how great a man he's become after all these years. He tells Link that he's proud to call him his sworn brother and offers to help him in the coming fight against Ganondorf. Darunia represents friendship, the kind of bond we form with others not out of obligation, as we might do with our family or those we remember from childhood, but instead by choice. That's what being a sworn brother means to the Gorons of Death Mountain, to find another whose soul resonates with your own, whose friendship and respect is earned through your shared adventures. So great was Darunia's respect for Link that he not only named his son after the man, and clearly told the boy tales of the one whose name he bore, given his idolization of Link, but he also changed for the better because of him. When we first met Darunia, he was the leader of the Gorons, and yet, what was his response when his people were threatened by Ganondorf? To sit around and wait to be saved by the King of Hyrule. Darunia, like his people, had become decadent and overly reliant on outside support, but it was through his friendship with Link, a boy who showed more courage at 9 years old than any Goron had in their entire lives, that he changed for the better. He brought up his son on tales of Link's heroism, and when a real crisis finally came for his people, when Ganondorf attempted to wipe out his entire race, this time, Darunia actually does something about it. He travels to the Fire Temple and takes on Volvagia all by himself, stalling for time as Link frees the prisoners and retrieves the hammer. Friendship, in its most optimal form, is a mutually beneficial relationship. Friends will watch each other's backs and challenge each other's worldviews so that, together, they might grow into better people. And that's exactly the kind of effect that Link, that the player, has on Darunia. Because of his friendship with Link, he becomes a brave warrior willing to charge headfirst into danger, and even rises to become the Sage of Fire. Though rose-tinted days of carefree youth may pass us by, one thing we never lose is the ability to make new friends, to seek out new bonds and forge them with individuals who make us better people in the long run. That's who Darunia is to Link, a friend, a brother, and a guiding force in his journey into adulthood. The sixth dungeon is the Water Temple, but as the name might imply, it sits at the bottom of Lake Hylian, which presents a bit of a problem, since the player won't be able to open the door leading inside whilst also diving. So we're going to have to search for some other way in, which Navi suggests we may find in Zora's domain. But once we arrive, we see this. The entire domain has been frozen over, and none of the Zora remain. Lord Jabu Jabu is also gone, and a new cavern is available for us to explore due to the platforms of ice which have formed in his absence. This cavern is actually a bit of a dungeon unto itself. In fact, it's one of 3 mini-dungeons this game hosts. That's right, in addition to the game's 9 main dungeons, there are an additional 3 smaller dungeons. The first of which is mandatory, yes, but the other 2 are actually optional. Granted, one of them does hold a particularly useful item, the Lens of Truth, but while the game does highly suggest that you find it, you're technically able to beat the game without it, and can do it at any time and in any order you so desire. And no one tells you where these dungeons are either, so really, they feel like absolute surprises once you run into them. And beating them really feels like a treat, because they accomplish so much with very little space. The Ice Cavern is a great start in this regard. The atmosphere of this dungeon is palpable, the visuals are stunning, even a quarter century after release, and the music is just perfect. The dungeon design itself is also fantastic. We start out in this wide, circular room with 4 Freezards and a trap that circles around the entire area. These are our first Ice-type enemies in the game, and they're a pretty massive escalation in difficulty compared to previous foes, since ice attacks will not only freeze Link in place, but also drain his health over time. Once you kill all the Freezards, the path forward will finally open up, and we'll be greeted with a brand new mechanic altogether, Silver Rupees. These things will pop up every now and again throughout the rest of the game, but essentially, the idea is that the player will need to search a given room for 5 Silver Rupees, and only upon collecting them all will the forward path open. There's a blend of both exploration and mechanical skill needed in collecting these, but they're pretty mild challenges for the most part. Eventually, we run into a room housing Blue Fire, making its return from Zelda 1, with which we can melt a few specific blocks of ice to open up more of the dungeon. Some of these sections are optional, like this little bit containing a heart piece and a dwarf skulltula, but the mandatory path forward is also gated off by some of this ice, so the Blue Fire will be necessary to make our way further into the cavern. The penultimate challenge of this dungeon is a block pushing puzzle. You'll need to guide an icy block to the end of this room in order to climb up to the final hallway, but because the ice is so slippery, the block will just fly forward without stopping. And because there are several bottomless pits lining the room, you won't be able to just feel your way through this one. You need to solve the puzzle in your head before actually executing it. It's a pretty decent challenge, and a good way to cap off the puzzle-solving section of this mini-dungeon. In the final room, we're treated to a mini-boss fight against the Ice Wolfos. Aw, hell yeah, this is gonna be a kick-ass fight! Huh. Okay, so what just happened here? Well, the Wolfos is normally a pretty tough enemy, capable of dishing out great damage while blocking most frontal assaults. But it also has an exploitable weakness. If you dodge enough of its attacks, it'll eventually expose its back, and a well-placed jump strike will fell it in one slash. Honestly, they're great enemies. Like I said earlier, the combat in this game is robust, and I absolutely love that the devs gave each and every opponent some sort of weakness that the player can discover and exploit. The problem with the Ice Wolfos, though, is that the devs just took a normal enemy who has an exploitable weakness and simply roided him up a bit, but they didn't even bother to take away that normal enemy's exploitable weakness. It's okay to give the trash mobs in your video game specific weaknesses because there's usually so many of them, but for boss fights, this kind of shit just feels anticlimactic. This is how the boss battle is supposed to look, but for a guy like me who's played through this game like 10 fucking times in the last couple years alone, it's an absolutely nothing fight. It's a very unfortunate oversight, but hey, at least the reward is great. The Iron Boots. These things allow you to sink to the bottom of any body of water, and combining them with the Zora's Tunic, which you can either buy from a Zora merchant or receive as a gift for unthawing King Zora, will finally allow the player to tackle the 6th dungeon of Ocarina of Time, the Water Temple. The Water Temple is the best dungeon in the entire Legend of Zelda series. That statement alone is probably enough to cause a riot within the Zelda community, so let me explain my position. Zelda's underlying design philosophy has always, and should always, be squarely focused on player freedom. Zelda 1 is, subjectively, my favorite game in the series because it perfectly encapsulates that design philosophy better than all the others. Breath of the Wild also deserves an honorable mention in that regard, at least in terms of how it handles its overworld and story progression. But there's more to designing a Zelda game than just the overworld. Dungeon design is just as, if not more important than world design. And this is where Ocarina of Time fucking nails things, with the Water Temple in particular serving as the crowning achievement of the game's amazing level design. From the moment you enter this dungeon, the atmosphere is palpable. The music slowly creeps in as you ascend from the depths of Lake Hylia, only to find that the temple itself is also flooded. There's a large, square-shaped room sitting at the temple's heart, with 3 main floors and several hallways which split off into further parts of the dungeon, some of which are locked, but most are completely free for the player to get lost in. Not including the entrance, there are 7 possible paths to take at the start. This place is a fucking labyrinth. It requires a keen mind, capable of mapping out the interiors, while not forgetting which hallways you've been in before. Most of these paths will utilize the water which is currently flooding the temple as a central mechanic. For example, we have these pillars with hookshot targets on them that will only rise if you find a way to increase the water level. The logical beginning of this puzzle is a simple room with a pressure plate, where pressing it will increase the water level and thus open a path forward. In later rooms, we'll see several of these pillars used to create hookshot mazes, where you'll have to alternate between the water levels just to progress. But this isn't the only way water is utilized in the dungeon's traversal challenges. The flow of water, something that has been introduced to the player before out in the overworld, is used to create traversal challenges within several of these rooms. Take this one with its whirlpool, for example. It makes normal traversal via swimming rather impossible, but by combining the iron boots with our hookshots, we can stand in place and shoot ourselves through the exit without fuss. Lots of puzzles in this dungeon require lateral thinking like that. Instead of using just one rigid dungeon item that's simply handed out to the player at the midpoint of the dungeon, the Water Temple instead demands that we comb through our inventory and see what works and doesn't work while exploring these rooms. The iron boots, for example, are not just a way to allow Link to sink to the bottom of any given body of water, but also a means by which to keep him planted firmly in place when faced with strong currents like these. What all of these paths share in common is the dungeon's central theme: water. And yet, each one feels distinct with its own challenges and puzzles, which not only serves a great gameplay purpose, but also makes memorizing each of these paths easier on the player, which is vital in such a labyrinthine dungeon. All of that's to say that the Water Temple is truly one of the most clever dungeons in all of video game history. It does not insult the player's intelligence at any point, instead demanding the opposite. Navigating its wide breadth of branching paths is an absolute treat, with small keys and secret discoveries around every corner. For my money, this is the pinnacle of Zelda dungeon design, and all of the future games that take notes from this dungeon in particular end up creating fantastic imitations in their own right. We'll get to those one day, in the Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess reviews, respectively. But this was the origin of that design ethos, and for that, the Water Temple shall always remain my personal favorite dungeon in the entire Zelda series. At the end of one of these paths, the eastern one on the second basement floor, we will find Princess Ruto, who is now all grown up. She tells Link that he's a horrible man for having kept her waiting for so many years, but says that now is not the time to discuss love. The freezing of Zora's domain was the doing of the creature who currently lurks in the depths of the Water Temple. She asks Link to help her defeat it, then fucks off for good. I think it's a little strange, both in the Fire and Water Temples, that they introduce a character who is explicitly there to help you fight the boss, yet doesn't actually show up again to do just that. Ruto does end up giving you a verbal warning about the boss while you're fighting it, but she's not actually in sight and doesn't do anything. Based on some context clues surrounding this game's development, as well as the dialogue in these scenes, I assume the devs originally planned on giving the sages active roles in helping you fight the bosses, kind of like what they did in Tears of the Kingdom, but couldn't figure out a way to make that work, and so just scrap the idea partway through. It's unfortunate that they couldn't find a way to implement a supporting character into any of the dungeons beyond Jabu Jabu's belly, because that was great from both a gameplay and ludonarrative perspective. But also, I've played Wind Waker, so I know just how bad that concept can be if executed improperly. So, maybe this was for the best. It's after reuniting with Rudo that we find the dungeon map, which is absolutely essential to navigating this labyrinth, and are then introduced to the central dungeon mechanic of the water temple. These stone slabs, which can raise and lower the water level, thus allowing the player to explore further sections of the dungeon. You see, you can't open doors while underwater, so you'll have to lower the water level in order to explore certain paths on the basement floor. But you also can't reach the second or third floors without raising the water level again. As a consequence, you can only fully explore one floor at a time, which effectively means that the only way to comb over the entire dungeon is to constantly raise and lower the water levels, all while collecting several small keys along the way. Flat out, love this. It's not often that a Zelda game manages to completely nail its massive, non-linear dungeons like this. A lot of future games in the series, as you'll come to see in my subsequent videos, will end up progressing into a more linear type of design, with even the conceptually maze-like ones actually railroading the player down very specific paths with incredibly straightforward solutions. But the Water Temple is truly labyrinthine in a way rarely seen in video games. Diving into this dungeon and exploring its many paths for small keys, the compass, and eventually the dungeon item truly feels like exploring a long-forgotten ruin, since submerged in the depths of Hyrule's deepest lake. It blends the very best of Ocarina's gameplay and atmosphere to create the absolute best dungeon in any video game ever. No joke, I absolutely mean that with 100% seriousness. Speaking of atmosphere and gameplay melding perfectly, Darkling. Holy shit, is this not the best mini-boss in the entire Zelda series or what? After clearing your way through floor after floor of this twisting labyrinth and crossing a great chasm with your hookshots, Link enters an endless dimension of shallow water, with nothing but a lone tree, the exit, and his own reflection to look upon. But then, as you pass the halfway point, even your reflection vanishes, replaced instead with shadow. A shadow of Link. Throughout the game, Z targeting an enemy and pressing the C button will cause Navi to analyze the foe and give the player advice on how best to defeat it. But if you try asking her for advice now, all she has to say is this: Darkling, conquer yourself. Navi can provide no help for you here. After all, who could possibly know Link better than you, the player? You've been playing as him the entire game, after all. It's you who will now have to defeat him. Defeat yourself. This fight takes its initial concept from Zelda 2's final boss fight, which was also against Darkling. But unlike with that game, where you could literally just stand in the corner and whack away at the guy, there is no simple exploit here. Seriously, even if you look up ways to cheese this fight online and give them a try, they don't really work. You might get a couple hits in, but nothing's guaranteed, and that's because there is no exploit. You just have to fight him and win. Dark Link will copy your sword swings, and if you try stabbing, he'll straight up hop on the end of your sword as if to insult you for even trying. Jump attacks and great spin attacks are easily evaded as well, and he'll dodge all of your projectiles. The solution, then, is to simply duel the man on equal footing and pray to God that you can kill him before he kills you. Using spells like Din's Fire can also help, if you found it when exploring the overworld, that is. And the larger your health pool, the more mistakes you're allowed to make. But that's all the help you'll get from your extended arsenal. After a minute or two, he'll stop toying with the player and begin striking whenever he has an opportunity. And the more damage he takes, the more aggressive he gets, foregoing simple mirroring of your techniques and instead attacking with his own wrathful style. Legit, this fight has killed me every goddamn time I've played this game before writing this script. It is that fucking hard, for all the right reasons. In fact, this footage you're seeing right now constitutes my very first playthrough where I managed to beat him without dying at least once, and I was so proud of it. But then the fucking emulator crashed and I had to do it all again. Man, fuck Project N64. This is the greatest boss fight in all of Zelda. Nay, it may be the greatest boss fight of all time. It nails everything: atmosphere, flexibility, and gameplay challenge. Prepared players who explore the overworld for health and magic upgrades will have an easier time with this, and skilled players even more so. But no matter how ready you think you might be, it's safe to say that Darkling will forever remain in the player's head as one of the most intense fights in all the Zelda series. It's that fucking good. And a reward for beating him is fittingly kick-ass: the long shot. I'll be honest, the hook shot in this game always felt way too short for me, to the point where, on my first playthrough, I was very disappointed with it. Turns out, that was done on purpose, because the long shot, by contrast, is absolutely massive and can pull Link across huge distances. This will allow the player to explore the rest of the dungeon uninhibited. We already used the hook shot to pull ourselves up through the temple's central tower and across the earlier chasm which led to the fight with Darkling, but now we can use its increased range to access the rest of the dungeon, where we'll eventually find the boss key, with which we can finally face down the master of the water temple. More fun. Alright, so compared to the Darkling fight we just went over, This one's pretty lame. Yes, there's an exploit involving a corner and a lot of whacking, but it's actually quite difficult to pull off. Trust me, I've only managed to do it once off camera. But even if we play out this fight the way it's intended, it's still not that great. For one, Morpha's attacks are mostly cinematic, with him just sticking a tentacle out from the water and trying to grab at the player. If he does, a long-ass animation plays where he damages Link for like 2 fucking hearts and then throws him across the room. And that's it. That's his one attack. It might actually be the lamest boss fight in the entire game, more so than even King Dodongo, because the way you kill him is rather frustrating. You need to hookshot his core and then whack at it, but it's so fucking tiny and the long shot is so fucking slow that the process ends up being rather long and tedious. It's not the worst boss fight in the series, or even in the 3D games for that matter. Jesus Christ, I can't wait till we get to the Wind Waker review. But it is disappointing, especially considering that the rest of the Water Temple was all so incredible. After defeating Morpha, we'll get a moment alone with Princess Ruda. She tells us that her actions have saved Zora, and that she would expect no less from the man she chose to be her husband. She offers her eternal love, but suspects that she cannot give that to Link. There's a double meaning to this. On the one hand, she has to stay behind to guard the Water Temple as one of the 7 sages, but the more subtle message she's conveying here is hinted at through her follow-up question. And you're searching for the princess, Zelda. Ha! You can't hide anything from me. Princess Zelda. She's alive. I can sense it. So don't be discouraged. The way she says this, the hesitation as she talks about Zelda, you can tell that she's coming to accept that Link is in love with someone else. Rudo represents romantic love, the most advanced of human emotions that we, as children, begin to develop as we bud into adulthood. As Sheik said to us all the way back in the ice cavern, time passes, people move. Like a river's flow, it never ends. A childish mind will turn to noble ambition. Young love will become deep affection. Rudo's feelings for Link, which had only begun to bud when we first saved her as a child, has now deepened into true romantic love. But Link has eyes for someone else, and she sees that now. Thus, Rudo is faced not only with the joys of love, but its sorrows as well. For one cannot truly understand love without first understanding both its extremes, love's joy and love's sorrow. They are 2 halves of a greater whole that we call romance. Through Rudo, both the player and Link himself will witness the twin natures of love, and so we now truly understand it. Now, all that's left for Link is to find the one whom he truly loves. So a quick note before going any further. I ran into a problem with Project N64 where the game would keep crashing after the Kakariko cutscene, which we'll be going over in a minute. Mind you, I began working on this video well before the decompilation part of this game was finished, so I had to emulate it in order to record this footage. One slight problem, this crash happened at the absolute worst possible time, after beating 2 dungeons, several side quests, and collecting some 20 gold Skulltulans. So I pretty much lost something like 6 hours of progress. And then it happened a second time. So, after working close to 2 years on a project riddled with frustrating issues just like this one, I did what any sane man would do in this scenario. I cheated. I used cheat codes to regain all my progress and lost Skulltulas, and that ended up getting me back to where I was in only about half an hour. Problem, I accidentally broke the game's code or something, and so I then had unlimited maps, compasses, and keys in every dungeon from this point onwards, even after turning off the cheats. All of that's to say that you might see a couple oddities every now and then when we're in the dungeons from this point onwards, like a minimap at points where I shouldn't have one, and odd numbers of small keys in the bottom left-hand corner. But regardless of these cosmetic issues, the final stretch of this game was played legitimately. Okay, back to the review. Assuming you've beaten the 3 temples at this point, the last 2 dungeons will now be open for the player to tackle in any order he so pleases. If you visit Kakariko Village again, a little cutscene will play out where we see that the town is on fire and an ancient evil escapes from the bottom of the village well. It'll throw Sheik around, and Link will pull out his sword, ready to defend against the Shadow Menace. When we come to, Sheik will explain that Impa is currently trapped in the Shadow Temple, battling an ancient evil long since sealed beneath Kakariko in a bid to stop it from consuming the entire village. The stakes are raised. If we fail, it isn't just a single sage who will die, but the entire village. A village which houses most of Hyrule's population, now with Castletown being utterly destroyed. If this ancient evil re-emerges from the temple, we can expect that Kakariko will end up looking just like Castletown. But first, we're going to need a little assistance if we want to accurately traverse the Shadow Temple. We need the Lens of Truth, which sits at the bottom of Kakariko's well. The catch is that we can only enter this well in the child timeline. Thus, we will have to regress back into our old child body, with all of its many weaknesses and limitations, in order to progress through the adult timeline. This will become a recurring theme for the rest of the game, the switching between child and adult Link. And it's a really fantastic way of showing just how far the player has come, while also adding in some much-needed late-game difficulty, because the player won't be able to use the Master Sword or access all of his new items while in Link's child body. In other words, you'll be fighting adult timeline enemies and solving adult timeline puzzles while only having access to your childhood gear. As you should no doubt expect, the devs are going to leverage that newfound sense of helplessness to create more advanced late-game puzzles and combat challenges. The bottom of the well is the second mini-dungeon in Ocarina of Time, but unlike its predecessor, it's entirely optional. One, because we technically don't need the Lens of Truth to beat the game, although boy is it helpful, and two, because it's completely non-linear, meaning that the player could potentially end up exploring the entire dungeon before acquiring the lens, or you might end up accidentally finding it in the first 5 minutes, before you've even managed to meaningfully explore the area. To facilitate its non-linearity, the dungeon hosts a large central room, like all good labyrinthian dungeons do, but begins with this little false wall you'll have to walk through in order to progress. It's subtle, but the deliberate design choice here is brilliant. It immediately communicates the main conceit of the dungeon without having to say a word, because false walls and false floors just like this one litter the entirety of the well, leading to both great treasure and terrible traps. In fact, this exact same mechanic will also come to define the entirety of the Shadow Temple, our very next dungeon. How smart is that? Connecting a mini-dungeon and its associated main dungeon through a single central mechanic. In lesser Zelda games, a MacGuffin like this would only serve to open the front door of the dungeon, arbitrarily gating off progress without a solid reason, and then forever being discarded thereafter. But not only can the player technically ignore Sheik's suggestion and visit the Shadow Temple regardless, but this item is actually used to navigate the entirety of that dungeon. It isn't a simple one-off item like you usually expect a dungeon key to be, but an actual useful piece of gear that will serve as the foundation for that very same dungeon's puzzle solving. Like I said at the beginning of the video, Eiji Aonuma hasn't always had a positive influence on the Zelda series in his capacity as director and producer for these games, but as a dungeon designer, he was fucking unmatched. Boy, I wish he had stayed in that role. To acquire the Lens of Truth, the player will need to lower the water level, an extension of the previous dungeon's central mechanic. Again, genius. And it is here where we face the dungeon boss, Dead Hand. Holy fuck. I already praised the Water Temple for its incredible dungeon design and great sense of atmosphere, so I'm probably starting to sound like a broken record by this point, but legit, this shit is scary as fuck. I genuinely feel unnerved when I'm exploring this dungeon. Like, I just want to get the fuck out of here as quickly as possible. And the Dead Hand, as the dungeon boss, epitomizes that fear better than any other part of the dungeon. Now, gameplay-wise, it isn't the best fight ever, since he's rather slow and hitting him before he hits you is quite easy. But it's definitely a step up from the Ice Wolfo's fight back in the Ice Cavern, since the Dead Hand can't be one-shotted, and his many hands serve as an interesting environmental hazard that you'll have to avoid as you're fighting him. Our reward for taking down the Dead Hand is the Lens of Truth, with which the player can now see through false walls, floors, and even treasure chests. As I alluded to earlier, this simple item is actually rather robust in its application. Not only will we be using it throughout the Shadow Temple, but it'll also prove super handy in the Gerudo Desert, both for the final mini-dungeon and in progressing to the Spirit Temple. Finally, there's a chess-guessing minigame in Hyrule Castletown with a piece of heart as its main prize, and the easiest way to win is by using the Lens of Truth to scout out each of the chests beforehand. All in all, it's a pretty decent dungeon item, revealing many in-game secrets and having some sort of application in every dungeon after this point. The rest of the mini-dungeon is technically optional, but there are a few collectibles you'll probably want to bag up here. 3 gold Skulltula tokens, a gold rupee, and even the rare bomb shoes consumable. Most of the keys you'll need to unlock these areas with are hidden in rooms that are only accessible via false walls or by carefully navigating around false floors, which will serve to teach the player how to use the Lens of Truth. Other than that, there really isn't much to say about this place. It's a mini-dungeon in the best sense of the term, providing a short yet terrifying dungeon crawl that will prepare the player for the game's many later challenges. Speaking of which, the Shadow Temple is, in many ways, an extension of the bottom of the well, both in terms of level design and ludonarrative storytelling. Starting with story, one thing I really appreciate about Ocarina of Time, and something it does unequivocally better than all of its successors, is its ability to make each and every one of its locations feel like a real, diegetic part of the game world. with its own history and purpose that ties into its surrounding peoples and environment. The Forest Temple, for example, is hidden deep within the Lost Woods. As a consequence, it is characterized by overgrowth, with its enemies either being strange perversions of local fauna and flora, or the undead who once worshipped there. Satoru Takizawa, one of the game's main character designers, stated in a 1999 interview that the Forest Temple was once home to a religious cult, who were cast away from the rest of Hylian society for their heretical beliefs, and since hid themselves in the Lost Woods. And you can really tell. Honestly, we probably didn't even need him to tell us that in order to figure it out for ourselves. The temple's environmental storytelling truly speaks for itself. After all, the Lost Woods will turn Hylians into Stalfos should they stay in the forest for too long, and, well, taking that much into account, it becomes rather clear as to what fate befell the followers of this temple. In that same vein, the Shadow Temple is also a product of both its people and environment. Kakariko Village, while these days a refugee hub for the many displaced subjects of Hyrule, used to be the heart of Shiga culture. Before they all died out, that is. You can see what they got for the many generations of dedicated service to the royal family of Hyrule. A massive graveyard dominates the northern section of the settlement, a clear consequence of the recent wars for Hylian unification that the king was said to have waged in the years prior to the game's start. It was in these wars that Link lost his mother, and was thus given to the Great Deku Tree to be raised as a Kokiri. It was a bloody, awful conflict, but one which the young and foolhardy have no memory of. The Shadow Temple is, thusly, a monument to the kingdom's past sins. It should be no surprise, then, that it is hidden deep underground, away from the judging eyes of the public. As the ghosts within the temple will tell you, here is gathered Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred. The entire dungeon takes this underworld theme and runs with it. The Shadow Temple is full of undead, with the first floor housing an entire catacomb which the player will need to explore to find both the dungeon map and the mini-boss of the temple, the same dead hand whom we fought at the bottom of the well. I'm not usually a fan of repeat boss fights like this, but considering the thematic and geographical connection between the two dungeons, and the fact that this fight effectively conveys the increase in strength that we, as adult Link, have earned over the course of our journey, I'm willing to give it a pass in this scenario. Killing him will net the dungeon item, the hover boots, which allow Link to hover for short amounts of time, allowing us to cross wide chasms, like the one at the very start of the dungeon. As you might have noticed, this is a markedly different structure than not only most other dungeons in Ocarina of Time, but the Zelda series in general. The Shadow Temple starts by handing out the dungeon map and the dungeon item, rather than dealing these things out halfway. This was a rather deliberate design choice on Aonuma's part. You see, the Shadow Temple is completely linear, in stark contrast to our last dungeon, and so you're not going to be doing any backtracking the way you would in, say, almost every other dungeon in this game. The reason why most Zelda dungeons hand out a brand new item at the halfway point is because they want to give the player a reason to look at older parts of the level design in a brand new way, which is a godsend for any dungeon that necessitates backtracking. In the Great Deku Tree, if you'll remember, there was this group of Skulltulas who blocked our way leading up to the third floor, forcing us to explore the second instead. But when we came back to this room later, after finding the slingshot, we were now able to dispatch them from a distance and, thus, ascend to the third floor. In other words, the brand new abilities afforded to Link by the dungeon item forced the player to look at prior rooms in a completely new way. But the Shadow Temple is entirely linear, therefore it cannot pull off this same trick. So to compensate for this change in design philosophy, the player instead receives the hover boots at the beginning of the dungeon. That way, the level design can take full advantage of creating interesting puzzles and challenges throughout its entirety using this brand new item. And lo and behold, that's exactly what it does. For example, the door leading further into the dungeon lies across a great chasm which cannot be crossed, but by equipping the boots and running off the edge, we'll be able to reach the other side and progress further into the temple. As we head deeper into the dungeon, we'll soon see this giant chamber filled with guillotines and bottomless pits. Platforming through all this would have been a nightmare before, but by equipping the hover boots, we now have a much wider margin for error when clearing each of these gaps. This is also where we'll begin to encounter some of the dungeon's more linear challenges, and they're all quite good, introducing new concepts before incrementally increasing the difficulty over the course of the dungeon's runtime. For example, in this room near the start, we have to find 5 silver rupees in order to acquire a small key, but there's this massive, swinging dual scythe in the center of the room, forcing the player to take note of his surroundings during the search effort. And then later, we come across another one of these rooms, only this time, it's strangely empty, but you can still hear the sighs. If the player makes the logical connection and uses the lens of truth, he'll see that there is, indeed, a giant spinning scythe in the center of the room. It's just invisible. It's a neat trick, because a lot of players, myself included, will see a big empty room and just start exploring it without a second thought, which will end in disaster. It's pretty smart. We're combining 2 separate mechanics, the silver rupees and the lens of truth, to create one greater challenge. That's exactly the kind of dungeon design you want to see out of a linear dungeon, one that fully takes advantage of its linearity by incrementally upping the difficulty throughout its entire run. Another great design choice about the Shadow Temple is in how not afraid it is to demand that the player utilize Link's back catalog of items from past dungeons, with these hallways filled with fans. On my first few playthroughs of the game, I got really frustrated here, assuming that I just had to wait for them to stop and then run through them. But turns out, that's the fucking barbarian way of doing things, and I was just being a plain idiot. What you're actually supposed to do here is equip the iron boots in order to weigh Link down and just walk through the fans like it's nothing. That is so smart and subtle. Think about it. The dungeon has been demanding that you switch to the hover boots throughout its entirety, creating an almost subliminal impression in the player's mind that he'll have to switch to a new pair of boots to solve the dungeon's many traversal challenges. And what's the opposite of the light, floaty hover boots we've been using up until this point? The iron boots, the very same item we just used to clear out the previous dungeon. It's such smart, subtle game design. So subtle that I didn't get it till like my 4th playthrough. But like I said, that's a me problem. And that's exactly the kind of thing you want to see from a Zelda game's puzzles. You want the solution to give you that aha moment, where everything suddenly clicks and you feel like all your past failures were your fault, not the game's. Finally, the fairy bow actually sees a fair amount of use as well. First as a means to set off some distant bomb flowers to destroy this pillar and thus create a bridge with which we can cross to the boss room, and then in the fight against the dungeon boss himself, Bongo Bongo. This is genuinely one of the best fights in the whole game. It absolutely whooped my ass on a couple earlier playthroughs, that's for sure. One great thing about this boss is that he actually uses the environment to his advantage. Technically speaking, most dungeon bosses in Ocarina of Time will interact with the environment in some capacity. Goma climbs onto the ceiling, Phantom Ganon will disappear into the surrounding paintings, Morpha is literally made out of water, etc. But Bongo Bongo, like Volvagia, has the distinction of actually weaponizing the environment, rather than simply adapting to it. The whole floor is one big bongo drum, which he'll constantly beat, thus throwing Link up in the air. You can't attack when you're like this, so you have one of two options. Use the hover boots to keep yourself in place, or try to pop a shot off as quickly as possible. The second of those two options is a lot harder to pull off, but the hover boots will make it quite difficult to dodge Bongo Bongo's attacks or to follow up on your arrow shots, so either way, there's a trade-off. To beat Bongo Bongo, you'll have to shoot each of his hands, then hit him in his now exposed eye to stun him, allowing you to wail on him for a bit. This is actually a lot harder than it sounds. One, because he's a moving target, constantly circling around the player and never giving you a clear shot, and two, because his charge attacks are super quick. You have a very small time frame to get a shot in here, so you need to be quick and accurate if you want to hit him before he hits you. On top of that, you have to actually hit the palms of his hands, not the knuckles, in order to stun him. So if he looks like he's about to punch instead of slap, run. Other than that, there is no trick to the fight. You just have to dodge well and aim better. And if you don't have the big Oron sword, like I didn't on one of my most recent playthroughs, then holy hell are you in for a legendary battle. After defeating the boss, Impa will appear and tell Link that he's grown into a fine hero. Though, unlike with our previous encounters with the sages, this conversation is less personal and more detached, almost professional in nature. Impa does not praise Link for his actions. Rather, it is more like she expected him to do this. Impa talks about Zelda as if she is someone whom we must both serve, the one who tasked Link with saving Hyrule all those many years ago. It is not for personal reasons or individual growth that we are on this journey, according to her, but because it is our responsibility. Impa represents duty, the expectations that society puts on adults. Duty is usually one of the more bittersweet parts of growing up. Children oftentimes long for it, believing it will grant them the proper respect that adults get, but eventually, you'll begin to feel enslaved by it. The need to survive, to maintain one's house, to pay taxes, to force yourself to work so you have enough money to put food on the table. These are worries that adults have, not children. It's fitting, then, that after coming to terms with lost days of childhood, friendship, and young love, that Link finally learns about something more adult. He comes to understand responsibility, doing something not because you want to, but because you have to. It was Impa's duty, as Ashika to seal away Bongo Bongo and save Kakariko if she could, just as it is our duty as Zelda's appointed hero to fulfill our promise to her and save Hyrule. In pursuit of accomplishing that rather monumental task, we will now be heading to the final location of this game's vast overworld, the Gerudo Desert. This is the one part of the game that you actually cannot visit as a child, at least not legitimately, and that is because the border will be closed off by a couple Gerudo guards. But 7 years in the future, the bridge that once connected the desert with the rest of Hyrule is in shambles, so we'll have to use the longshot to cross instead. In fact, it's actually technically possible to beat this dungeon before the Shadow or even Forest and Fire temples. As I mentioned previously, the adult timeline marks the point in Ocarina of Time where the game world will stop holding your hand, as should probably be expected given the game's themes of growth and responsibility, and this applies to quest order just as much as it does to, generally, NPCs no longer bossing you around or treating Link like a child. So even though there is a suggested dungeon order as communicated to the player by Navi, you can actually tackle them completely out of order. Beating the Water Temple, for example, nets the Longshot, and that's literally all you need in order to start making your way over to the Spirit Temple, though the Lens of Truth will be extremely helpful for first-time players. So technically speaking, you could do the dungeons in an order that goes something like this: Water, Forest, Spirit, Fire, then Shadow. The Shadow Temple is definitely the most restrictive of these dungeons, only available after completing the first 3 temples, but that's for a deliberate reason. As I just detailed, the Shadow Temple designs its many challenges with the player's back catalog of items squarely in mind. The Fairy Bow, Longshot, and Iron Boots, most principally. As a consequence, it is necessary for the level designers to gate off access to this dungeon until the player acquires all the requisite equipment needed to actually complete it. That's just another reason why I love this game. The fact that it gives the player so much agency in how he chooses to traverse the overworld and tackle the game's many tasks, while also maintaining some semblance of structure and incremental difficulty. Gerudo Desert itself is a vast, arid, nigh inhospitable land sitting far beyond the mountains of southwestern Hyrule. It stands in stark contrast to the rest of the overworld, almost foreign and even alien at times. Nothing grows here, and there isn't a single drop of water to be found outside of the massive canyon which marks the territory's border. It should come as no surprise then that the largest settlement in the region, Gerudo Fortress, is situated rather close to this river. But without any arable land to grow their food or raise their livestock, how do the people of this land live, much less thrive, in such a barren wasteland? The answer to that very question is what defines the Gerudo as an ethnic group. See, the Gerudo are a very unique race of people, the kind that takes genuine creativity and brilliance on the part of an ambitious writer to come up with completely from scratch. Their species is made up entirely of females, with them only giving birth to a single male Gerudo once every 100 years, who is, by law and tradition, to be their king. Currently, that man is Ganondorf, the King of Thieves turned King of Evil. Neither of these nicknames are actual official titles, but rather insults attached to the King of the Gerudo by the Hylian public. But is this reputation as a King of Thieves actually warranted? Are the Gerudo truly just a misunderstood but proud people, forced to suffer unfair stereotypes levied at them by those who have never even visited their homeland, much less understand their culture? Not even remotely. You see, the Gerudo are, in fact, actually a race of thieves. This isn't because they're genetically predisposed to being bad people, or a result of an evil curse cast upon them by some monster we have to slay, or even because of the bad influence of Ganondorf. Rather, the Gerudo are, like all the many different races of Hyrule, a product of their environment. To recap, the fair-skinned, fair-haired Hylians come from the temperate, grassy, and, most importantly, highly fertile lands of Hyrule. They are, thusly, both the most populous and powerful of the game's many races. This has resulted in a fair amount of arrogance on their part. They believe themselves to be closest in relation to the gods, for example, and have even created entire narratives to back up this claim, like how they supposedly possess long ears in order to hear the voices of the gods. Likewise, the Gorons of Death Mountain are a race of rock people who eat rocks. They are highly resistant to fire, and as a result of their territory being a literal mountain of food that only they can consume, have become incredibly decadent. After all, they have literally zero threats to deal with on a daily or even generational basis. No food shortages, no invaders, not even monsters. It seems that all of their troubles are long in the past. It's perhaps even likely that Darunia's ancestor, the one who slayed Volvagia with the Megaton Hammer, did so not to defend his people, but in a bid to conquer Death Mountain from its previous inhabitants. inhabitants, likely the very same ones who constructed the Fire Temple. This would explain why the ancestors of the Gorons were such brave warriors, since they did not always live in the safety and security of Death Mountain, and why they have since degraded into such a slothful people, unwilling to so much as lift a finger to deal with their own problems. It should come as no surprise, then, that they willingly submitted to the King of Hyrule's domination over their lands, likely with the guarantee that he would not interfere in their affairs or colonize their lands, a promise that seems to have been kept, given the border patrol which keeps Hylian subjects from encroaching on their territory. In contrast to these two extremes, the Zora are a bit of a mixed bag, as it were. On the one hand, they live in absolute security at the source of Hyrule's greatest lake, providing them with unmatched defensive and logistical advantages. On the other hand, they do not subsist off their geographical setting alone, the way the Gorons do, nor can they simply grow their food the way humans can. As a consequence, they must constantly hunt and fish to sustain themselves. On top of that, a river, unlike a volcano, will undoubtedly be host to a great many competing life forms, including monsters and the rising regional power that is the Kingdom of Hyrule. Thus, despite the Zora being able to take great advantage of their geography to provide some semblance of security from the outside world, they are still forced to defend their home from potential threats and work to feed themselves and their families. As a result, the Zora have become great warriors, mastering the spear and aquatic warfare. Hyrule has, thusly, decided to ally themselves with Zora's domain rather than outright conquer or vassalize them. The Kokiri are the strangest of Hyrule's races, seeing as how they're entirely made up of children who never age and, unlike any of the other races, do not mend or shape their environment to their will. They live inside of the forest's many trees and pay no mind to agriculture or defensive planning whatsoever. The only reason they can afford to be so nonchalant about such vital matters of survival is that their father, the Great Deku Tree, takes care of all that for them. They are literal children, unwilling and unable to care for themselves, but with divine favor and the forest itself on their side, they are more than capable of surviving and even thriving within the otherwise hostile Lost Woods. In that sense, the Gerudo got the short end of the proverbial stick that is environmental determinism. Their desert is completely devoid of life, minus the deadly and incredibly annoying levers that stalk anyone foolish enough to wander into it. Therefore, the Gerudo are forced to loot and steal from the other four races simply to survive. The stereotypical behaviors of this group of people are not the result of some natural predisposition towards evil, but rather a product of their environment and culture. And how was that culture first shaped? By generations of behavior that was, originally, determined by their environment. The Gerudo these days have a robust and unique society. They believe all men, minus their king, are useless, because their race is made up entirely of women. They are all thieves and value skills such as stealth, cunning, and wit more than any of the other races, because those are the very traits that allow a Gerudo to best survive in their most cruel desert. They love horsemanship, but their horses are all stolen. If you approach the Gerudo who runs the horse archery minigame, she will not ask about Epona's genealogy or breed, but rather where we stole her from. Rounding these many cultural elements out is a rather interesting consequence of their biology. In order to breed more Gerudo, they need to find men from other races and, well, you know the rest. In other words, the Gerudo have to steal in order to survive, both as individuals and as species. There is quite literally no other way for their race to live on. Putting all of this into context does wonders at explaining Ganondorf's motivations as a villain. Think about it. He is the king of the Gerudo. He has seen his people wallow in poverty and misery his entire life. And even worse, the king of Hyrule took what little power and freedom he did have by subjugating his kingdom and forcing him to bend the knee. Is it any wonder how such a man, cursed to be unfairly scorned as a king of thieves by the comparatively privileged people of Hyrule, could possibly turn to evil? How a king of vultures and sands could be tainted by envy and greed when he sees that his neighbors have so much while his people have so little? A lot of Zelda reviewers, from what I've gathered over the years, like to credit Wind Waker with expanding Ganondorf's character because of this single line where he admits, verbatim and without any prompting whatsoever, that he coveted the winds of Hyrule. And look, if you played through Ocarina of Time on speed read without taking the time to look into the subtext, then I suppose I could understand how one might take this line at face value as being the only time Ganondorf is given proper motivation for his actions. But it's literally not. It's already here, in Ocarina of Time. All the setup is in the game. Wind Waker didn't really add anything. It just repeated what Ocarina of Time already said, but without any of the subtlety. In fact, the reason this game deliberately saves this part of the overworld for last, after you've already met all the other races and have visited every other part of Hyrule, is because the designers wanted to create a stark contrast between the Gerudo and the other races of Hyrule. The Gorons and the Kokiri are literally taken care of by their environment. The Zora and Hylians live blessed lives in fertile lands. But the Gerudo, they are doing their absolute damnedest to simply survive in this cruel land they inherited, because that's the hand they've been dealt with in life. All of that being said, this isn't a valid excuse for Ganondorf to start conquering his neighbors without so much as issuing a casus belli. In fact, while it is true that Ganondorf's original motivation for coveting the fertile lands of Hyrule was fairly justified, his actions since then have not been in the interests of his people. Rather than use his newly acquired wealth and power to improve his homeland or move his subjects to the fertile valleys of Hyrule, he has instead built a giant, luxurious castle for himself and left his people to continue to wallow in poverty. Plus, the underhanded way he conquers Hyrule, his unquenched desire for power, and his general treatment of the people living under his rule all points to him being a pretty bad guy, regardless of any genuine grievances his nation might have had towards the Kingdom of Hyrule. We'll put a pin in storytelling for a bit and get back to analyzing gameplay. So, from a gameplay perspective, how does the Gerudo Desert fare? Well, it is definitely the smallest of the game's many primary regions, at least in terms of content, consisting of the Gerudo Fortress, the Haunted Wasteland, and the area just outside the Spirit Temple. The order in which we visit these locations is linear, so let's start with the first of these areas and move on from there. Gerudo Fortress. Gerudo Fortress. This is the part of the game I've been dreading talking about. When reviewing what is, perhaps, the most important video game ever made, and what, legitimately, might actually be the best video game ever made, it is so hard to pinpoint parts of it that are unabashedly shit the way I have for previous Zelda games. But the Gerudo Fortress is absolutely the one major pitfall of Ocarina of Time, which really sucks because I actually like the concept here. As I just went over, the Gerudo are an integral part of the story, since understanding their homeland will reveal the origins of Ganondorf's insatiable greed and envy. So creating a section where we navigate through their society and learn about their culture is a fantastic idea. But the execution is the real problem here, because Gerudo Fortress is, unfortunately, a mandatory stealth section, and as will become tradition in all titles going forward in the series, mandatory stealth sections in Zelda games are always complete shit. Okay, so remember how I went over the stealth mission we had assigned to us near the beginning of the game at Hyrule Castle? Now, what worked about the setup for this little bit was the fact that A, Link was a child, and therefore could not be expected to murder adults, and B, these people were simply trying to protect Princess Zelda, and therefore were not our enemies. So the motivation to just rush in and kill the guards is simply not there. It would create a huge sense of ludonarrative dissonance for us to start killing a bunch of decent people who are otherwise on our side, simply to advance our own personal goals. If we did, then we'd be no better than Ganondorf. On top of that, the stealth section itself was rather robust, and even came with a checkpoint halfway through, so you wouldn't have to restart the whole thing from square one just because you got caught in the courtyard. It was short, sweet, and ultimately added to the early game's Ludo narrative. Gerudo Fortress, by contrast, is incredibly frustrating and nothing else. It begins with us getting captured by the Gerudo, who cannot be fought. Link will just throw up his hands, and the game will take control away from the player as he is imprisoned against his will. Thus begins the stealth mission. From here on, we'll have to free 4 captured carpenters from their prison cells. I know, it's honestly a bit random, but essentially, they wanted to become thieves, but were imprisoned by the native Gerudo instead because they're men. If you figured out by this point how the Gerudo are supposed to procreate, then you can probably guess what they have planned for these guys. On second thought, are we sure they want to be saved?
I volunteer as tribute!
You cannot fight the Gerudo guards whatsoever. If they spot you, Link will just surrender like a pussy and you'll have to start the section all over again. You can technically knock them out with arrows or a sword strike, but you can't, actually kill them. Now, look, I understand that the Gerudo are already riding a fine line as far as racial sensitivity goes. The game is already doing its damnedest to present these people as victims of their environment while simultaneously confirming that most of the stereotypes about them are true. That's a thin but brave line to walk, and I love this game for actually having the balls to take on social commentary like that. It's way more than the Gerudo in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom got. Seriously, what the fuck are these things they're calling Gerudo in the modern games? These ladies are jacked. Is this a race of thieves or the fucking Amazons? So with all that being said, I know that the reason the devs don't want the player to just go around killing Gerudo is because doing so would completely destroy the story they're trying to tell here. It would tip the balance just a little too far into demonizing these people, rather than presenting them as nuanced human beings worthy of redemption. So I understand why, from a Ludo narrative perspective, the devs would decide to turn this part of the game into a stealth mission and disallow killing any of the Gerudo. I get it. But from a gameplay perspective, this is incredibly frustrating, and I cannot get over my inherent urge to plunge my Vigoran sword straight into the heart of these desert-dwelling thieves whenever they throw me back into this stupid fucking prison. I actually had two completely different experiences back-to-back while playing this section. During my note-taking playthrough, which was played natively on my N64, I constantly got caught and spent half a fucking hour trying to stealth my way around here, whereas my recorded playthrough for footage was easy peasy lemon squeezy. In fact, the two times I got captured were on purpose, simply to demonstrate the mechanic for you, the viewer. And looking back, I think I now know the reason why there was such a massive discrepancy between these two playthroughs. A great many of these guard patrols, when indoors anyway, are deliberately designed to be unnecessarily cruel. For example, if you walk into this room near the end of the fortress, and if you decide to run ahead or even, God forbid, carefully look around the corner, a Gerudo will pass by almost immediately and catch you. Hell, hanging back and waiting for her to pass doesn't work either. You either need to quickly rub up against this wooden crate to hide from her, or knock her out as she passes with a quick arrow shot. Now, here's a question. How in the fuck would a first-time player know to do any of that? This is why my most recent playthrough was so much more successful. My last two playthroughs of the game were back-to-back, so I remember the absolute rage I felt while playing this section and thus had all of their patrol patterns memorized. But for first-time players, I can only imagine the absolute frustration they must feel as a random guard rounds a corner, spots Link, and immediately resets your progress because the devs decided that killing people was wrong just this one time. Even stranger is the fact that you do fight for the Gerudo, these sword ladies who pop up each time you try to free one of the carpenters. The ensuing fight is mostly decent, aside from the fact that, you know, she has a one-shot kill move that will instantly win her the fight and force the player to start the section all over again. Just a minor inconvenience, obviously. Now, look, I understand, reluctantly, why we have to just give up and not fight back when the Gerudo find Link. These are human beings who, as I previously established, we are supposed to sympathize with, not demonize. So killing these people isn't a valid solution. I get that. But if you're going to put the player in a position where he can finally fight back against his captors, why would you give them a one-shot spin move that knocks Link out cold and forces us to start from the beginning again? Because now I'm questioning how the Gerudo are capable of knocking out Link in one move, but ancient eldritch horrors like Bongo Bongo aren't. In fact, why the fuck is Ganon using monsters as the main basis of his army when these chicks are capable of one-shotting us with simple spin attacks? In fact, why is he turning them into Iron Knuckles? They can't one-shot us, but the Gerudo can. Why is that? We know the actual reason why. The devs wanted to create a stealth mission with tangible consequences for failure, but they didn't earn any of that. They didn't set up a proper motivation as to why Link is surrendering so readily to these women who, need I remind you, have kidnapped an entire cohort of carpenters simply based on their gender. Here's a solution. Why don't we have a cutscene where, upon entering the Gerudo Valley, Link is surrounded by dozens of Gerudo who easily outnumber us? Enough to where surrendering actually feels like a diegetic choice that our character would make in this scenario. Even better, you can give the player the option of not surrendering, but you would make the fight so one-sided that he would lose anyway and it would show the cutscene of him getting dragged off. Kind of like the end of Halo Reach. Our sword, shield, and all our other items are confiscated and we're thrown in prison like normal. After a few hours of shooting the shit with Navi about our current predicament, one of the carpenters comes by and informs us that he managed to escape, but that all of his friends are still in prison. He offers to help us on the condition that we free the other carpenters, throwing down a single piece of gear that he managed to snatch from the Gerudo before escaping, our long shot. And bam! We now have a means through which to escape our prison, but we don't have any proper weapons to fight with either. Therefore, we are forced to sneak around the fortress, freeing all the carpenters, until we finally accomplish our task and the Gerudo comment on our skills and give us back our stuff like normal. As for the Gerudo fights, just cut them. Seriously, cut them. Do we really need 4 identical mini-boss battles in the middle of our stealth section? Seriously, either commit to the stealth bit, or just make this a normal dungeon. This is easily the weakest part of Ocarina of Time. I don't think it's even a debate at this point. Anyone who says the Water Temple was more frustrating than this bullshit must have been playing with their brains turned off, because seriously, the Water Temple was actually the result of some proper game design. Every dungeon leading up to it was building to that moment, whereas the Gerudo Fortress just comes completely out of nowhere. Gameplay variety is nice and all, and I appreciate that the devs wanted to do something new and original with the 3D setting, but Metal Gear Solid debuted 2 months before Ocarina of Time, and it does an infinitely better job at action stealth gameplay than any other video game from before the turn of the millennium. And you know why? Because that's literally the main conceit of the game. Unless you're actually going to take the time to develop the mechanic, then stealth should really have no place in the Zelda series. God, I just hope they don't try to shove this into any of the future games. Why did I suddenly feel the wind shift? After freeing all 3 of the carpenters, a Gerudo thief will come out and comment on our skill, saying that she thought all men besides Ganondorf were useless, but that our actions have caused her to rethink that belief. She hands us a Gerudo membership card, which gives us free access to the services of the fortress, and that's pretty much it. There are 3 services in total this opens up to us. First, the gate guards will now let us pass into the Haunted Wasteland, beyond which lies the Spirit Temple. Secondly, we can participate in a horse archery minigame, which is a surprisingly fun and challenging section that can be played for both Heart Piece and the final Quiver upgrade. Finally, and most notably, we can enter the Gerudo Training Grounds, the 3rd and final mini-dungeon in Ocarina of Time. The Gerudo's Training Ground is a very unique dungeon in several senses. First off, it's entirely optional, which, while yes, the bottom of the well was also technically optional, its reward, the Lens of Truth, is all but necessary to beat the game without looking up a guide or having memorized the level design by heart. In contrast, the training grounds hold nothing necessary for beating the game, and are rather easy to miss on top of that. Secondly, the actual layout and goal of this dungeon is quite a bit different from any other dungeon in the Zelda series, which makes the act of tackling it rather refreshing. The dungeon begins by presenting the player with 3 paths, with the eastern and western ones leading to 2 separate gauntlets of linear challenges to take on, while the middle one leads to the treasury. Here lies the main conceit of the dungeon, a giant labyrinth gated off by locked doors, which necessitate finding the requisite small keys to open. This labyrinth will, eventually, lead to the dungeon's final reward, but in order to get it, the player will need to find a minimum number of small keys, 7 to be exact. Because while this dungeon technically holds a total of 9 small keys, an enterprising player can actually complete this maze in such a way that only necessitates finding 7 of them. This is necessary if you haven't yet beaten 1 or 2 of the game's main dungeons, since you actually need all of the dungeon items to explore this entire area. We'll start with the western path, since that's the one that I chose. It begins with a small challenge room that'll force you to kill 2 Stalfos in 1 minute flat. If you remember these things from the Forest Temple, they'll quickly revive if you can't manage to kill both of them within 10 seconds of one another, so only getting a minute to do this in can be quite challenging if you aren't taking care to whittle their health down simultaneously. We also get our first small key for completing this challenge. The next room is a Silver Rupee puzzle, and honestly, this might actually be the best one in the entire game, as it is both the most creative and the most challenging. All 5 of these rupees are spread throughout this large, multi-tiered room, which hosts many slopes with giant boulders rolling down, firewalls that hide themselves until you get too close, and several hookshot targets that you'll need to utilize in order to avoid all of the room's many traps. And with only a minute and a half to collect all of the rupees in, you'll likely be cutting things very close by the time you find all 5 of them. Needless to say, this is a great evolution of the Silver Rupee mechanic we saw introduced all the way back in the Ice Cavern, and that's exactly what I'd expect from an optional endgame dungeon like this. The third room of the Western Wing is kind of the gatekeeper room, if nothing else. There are 4 Wolfos enemies lying in wait here, including 2 Ice Wolfos. But the real kicker here is this giant block, which can only be moved if you have the Silver Gauntlets, the dungeon item that you'll acquire in the Spirit Temple. The subsequent room houses a couple like-likes who guard the second small key. Now there's the Eastern Wing to talk about. This final room of the Western Wing connects to the Eastern Wing, so we'll be going through this part of the dungeon backwards. The third key can be found right up on this ridge, leading into a small room with nothing in it. This one's just a freebie. In the lava room, however, there's a neat little puzzle that'll require that you shoot out all the statue's eyes in order to summon the chest containing the 4th small key. Unfortunately, the game kinda just gives you the answer here, and that completely kills the fun of this puzzle. See, each room gives you instructions as you enter, which makes sense. This is the Gerudo's training ground, after all. I'd expect there to be a trainer physically present who guides the player and provides the rules for each challenge. But while this sort of thing may work for the combat rooms, it doesn't work so well when the challenge is based entirely on puzzle solving, because now, having been told what it is I ought to do here, I have to wonder, what is actually supposed to be the challenge of this room? Shooting the eyes? That's the easy part. It's figuring it out that should be the challenge. The same can be said for the 5th key, since the trainer once again spoils the challenge by telling us to, quote, find a secret passage in this room. If we hadn't been told this little tidbit, then it would have been up to the player to investigate his surroundings and find a way to shut off the flames guarding the chest. But now, it no longer feels like my accomplishment. Instead, because the game tells me that there was a secret passage, I now feel like I was simply following an objective marker, rather than actually exploring the environment for clues. Luckily, the 6th key is much better in this regard. It's another Silver Rupee room, this time taking place over a lake of deadly lava and without the hard time limit from before, but that's more than fine, seeing as how this is only the prelude to the real challenge. You see, collecting these rupees opens an offshoot room with a giant reservoir in the center. There's a whirlpool effect and several shellblade enemies in here, and you'll have to collect another 5 silver rupees while underwater to summon the chest containing the small key. A significantly greater challenge, seeing as how Link's moveset is severely limited while submerged. The 7th key is located in our final challenge room, or the first if you chose to follow the eastern path from the start. This is a simple combat room, much like the first one, but our opponents aren't Stealthos, but rather Dynalphos, essentially just roided up versions of the Lizalfos we fought all the way back into Dongo's Cavern. The fight also adds a bit of an environmental obstacle through these firewalls surrounding the arena, which you can see me getting my ass kicked by in this footage, but other than that, it's pretty tame. And that's pretty much it. The last 2 keys aren't actually in challenge rooms. One sitting on the edge of the lava room from earlier, which you can reach either by taking a dummy path in the key labyrinth or by playing the Song of Time, and the final key is located in this secret room on the 2nd floor that you'll have to use the Lens of Truth to find. So, after all that, what is our reward for trekking through this final mini-dungeon? Okay, so, funny story, there's these things in the game called Gossip Stones that you can talk to using the Mask of Truth, that item you get for completing the Happy Mask Shop questline we went over earlier. And for the most part, they offer one of 2 things to say: extra story and world building info, or hints towards a couple of the game's more obscure secrets. Well, the stone sitting just outside the Spirit Temple, which comes after this mini-dungeon, will have this to say. They say that the treasure you can earn in the Gerudo's training ground is not as great as you would expect given its difficulty. There are more than a few hilarious implications to this, the principal of them being that the devs knew the reward they put at the end of the Gerudo's training ground, one of the game's final challenges, was underwhelming, yet didn't do anything to fix the issue, instead putting a tongue-in-cheek joke in the game referring to it being disappointing. Now, look, I'm sure most players would agree with the game's assessment that the ice arrows are, indeed, a terrible reward for beating this dungeon, especially given its heavy item requirements and difficulty. And if I had to judge the quality of this reward based on the number of times I've actually used the ice arrows before writing this review, which has been 0 times over the course of like 9 playthroughs, then yes, this is absolutely a shit reward for such a hard dungeon. And yet, I can't help but like both this dungeon and its reward. First of all, the Gerudo Training Grounds itself, when analyzing it purely on the basis of level design, is a kick-ass dungeon. Seriously, a linear progression of combat challenges and puzzles with a beginning choice that dictates the order in which you do said challenges in, and with some actually difficult rooms that test the player on his accumulated knowledge about the game's mechanics from over the course of its entire runtime. Honestly, I'd say this dungeon is a reward enough on its own, given how fun it is to tackle on a first or even 10th playthrough. But on top of that, I actually have to admit the ice arrows are not as useless as I, or the game for that matter, first thought they were. If you recall my comments from the ice cavern, freezing attacks do massive amounts of damage to the player, and this same rule applies to enemies. I found that using ice arrows actually ended a lot of fights quicker than they would have otherwise. Frankly, I think my aversion to using them, as well as the rogue dev who wrote this line of dialogue, has to do more with the fact that they cost magic points, and to an OCD-riddled brain like mine, that fucker better be at max value at all times, even though it's literally there just to be used. But that's my fault, not the game's. I'm certain that plenty of players who aren't me have made great use of the ice arrows, which are, objectively, pretty badass. All in all, the Gerudo's Training Ground is a fun little romp that perfectly caps off Ocarina of Time's mini-dungeons and side content, encapsulating the best of the game's level design and combat challenges from over the course of its long runtime to create a truly unique experience. Alright, that was the last bit of side content this game has to offer, and we're only 3 hours into the video, Jesus Christ. Now onto the game's penultimate dungeon, the Spirit Temple. But first, we'll need to cross the Haunted Wasteland. Essentially, this is just a small section where we first have to follow some wooden post markers leading to an outpost, then use the Lens of Truth to follow a Poe all the way to the Spirit Temple. It's not really necessary. I feel like, if anything, it's more here to gate off players who haven't yet beaten the second mini-dungeon, though, as I've already mentioned, you can technically get past this part if you feel your way through the desert instead, or use a guide. But I suppose it does answer why, from a story perspective, no one ever visits the Spirit Temple, and thus why orders from Ganondorf's second-in-command, Naboru, don't come from her directly. The Spirit Temple itself utilizes a pretty unique central mechanic, which is that it requires that we revisit the area as a child in order to actually progress through it. You see, there's a hole leading further into the dungeon's west wing, but adult Link cannot fit through it, so we'll be forced to leave. Sheik will then appear and teach us the last of the fast travel songs, the Requiem of Spirit. This will allow us to travel back to the area just outside the temple at any time, including as a child. So we head back to the Temple of Time, return the Master Sword, use the Requiem of Spirit to fast travel back here, and finally we can tackle the last mainline dungeon in Ocarina of Time, the Spirit Temple. The Spirit Temple begins in a very different manner than all the other dungeons, and not just because of the whole timeline switching thing we just had to do. We return to see a lone Gerudo woman inspecting the small passageway that we could not fit through as an adult. This is Naboru, the exalted second-in-command of Ganondorf, except her attitude seems to be completely different than what we would have expected. Through her dialogue, we learn that she's here to foil Ganondorf's plans, not to aid in them, and she asks that we help her by crawling through this tiny hole and retrieving the Silver Gauntlets, an item that grants its user superhuman strength. Basically, it's the power bracelet from the 2D games. In return, she offers to, quote, do something great for Link should he retrieve these gauntlets. So, it's into the Spirit Temple we go. This child timeline part of the Spirit Temple takes place almost entirely in the western wing of the dungeon, and it's an absolutely fantastic start to the level design. First off, as Child Link, our available pool of dungeon items has been significantly reduced, as well as our potential damage output. The Spirit Temple takes great advantage of this, pitting the player against adult timeline enemies, such as the Stalfos, Dynalfos, and eventually the Iron Knuckle. As for puzzle solving, the Spirit Temple takes great advantage of Child Link's arsenal, forcing the player to remember lessons from earlier dungeons and apply them to this one. Take this first room, for example. It starts with a fight against a Stalfos, yet even after killing him, nothing opens up. Instead, we are presented with a single gate blocking a switch. Try as you might to shoot at it with a slingshot, it'll do nothing. The gate blocks all of your shots. As adult Link, this puzzle would be completely impossible to solve. But as a child, we have access to a long dormant item that adult Link does not, the boomerang. So, throw your boomerang a little to the left and watch as it comes back, and oh look, now there's a bridge. This dungeon generally does a great job of forcing the player to utilize Child Link's back catalog of items while simultaneously injecting greater challenges into the mix. Like, a couple rooms later, we have this torch puzzle that you're supposed to solve using this Deku Stick and these already lit torches. Unfortunately, I don't have footage of me doing this because I decided to just use Din's fire instead, but hey, that's a completely valid way to complete this puzzle. Actually, the same can be said for another of this dungeon's many enemies, the Anubis. This is a creature that copies all of Link's movements and can only be killed with fire. The room we find him in provides the player with a solution in the form of this switch, which activates a little fire trap that you can guide the Anubis into. Or you could just use Din's fire, or even the fire arrows once you've returned to this temple as adult Link. These are great logic puzzles, giving the player out-of-the-box ways of solving the problem, but without completely trivializing the original challenge. Heading further into the temple, we enter a room containing nothing but a sundial, a cracked wall, and a switch. Upon hitting the switch, a chest will appear containing bomb chews? What the hell are these? Okay, so the bomb chews are an optional item, asterisks, that the player can buy from 2 select merchants or find in very specific places out in the overworld. Actually, I already mentioned them once before when going over the bottom of the well, since they appear in that dungeon as an optional reward for exploration. But beyond the bomb chew minigame played in Hyrule Castletown, which actually provides you with the necessary bomb chews regardless, there isn't a single puzzle in the game that requires that we use these things. Except for this one. This is strange for 2 reasons. One, Ocarina's level design does not generally thrust items and puzzles onto the player without some semblance of build-up to them. And 2, this is literally one of only 2 times in this entire video game that you have to use these bomb chews. We won't be using them again in this dungeon, so I have to ask, what is the purpose of this puzzle? It should be to introduce the actual central mechanic of this temple, the sundials, which activate upon being exposed to the sun. But this bomb chew bit is strange and somewhat detracts from the actual purpose of this puzzle. At the very least, the very next puzzle room follows up on this sundial mechanic by demanding that the player push a block with the sundial on it into a ray of sunlight. This will open the door leading forward, but we'll also need to solve a torch puzzle to get a small key. This one can't be trivialized with Din's Fire, because it's actually the hardest torch puzzle in the entire game, which is fitting, seeing as how it is the very last one we'll have to do as Child Link. The torches are hidden pretty well, and are spread out across this big room with several traps, which creates an absolute traversal nightmare. It's genuinely difficult, and I almost never get it right on the first try. We can pick up the dungeon map from the Spirit Temple Central Room before moving on, but other than that, our final challenge will be a mini-boss fight against a brand new enemy, the Iron Knuckle. This is actually one of the best mini-boss encounters in the entire game, edged out only by Darklink, obviously. There's a couple great design choices on display here. One, the Iron Knuckle practices a very different combat style than most other humanoid enemies, wielding a ginormous battle axe capable of crushing through blocks and even destroying the environment around us. That leads to the second great design choice, environmental interactions. By goading the Iron Knuckle and destroying the throne and pillars that litter the room, a heaping load of hearts will pop out of them, which will be quite useful given that this thing's axe hits like a fucking truck. Third, this fight is actually designed around being an encounter that both Child and Adult Link will have to contend with. As such, Child Link has a couple advantages that Adult Link does not. Because Link is so tiny as a kid, you can actually duck under the Iron Knuckle's attacks and keep relatively safe. Just be sure to get the spacing down right, or that'll be a big mistake. Upon defeating the Iron Knuckle, the player will emerge from the Desert Colossus and find the Silver Gauntlets. This is the first of the Spirit Temple's 2 dungeon items. Yes, 2, and it will allow Adult Link to finally progress further into the dungeon. But then, surprise! The Talking Owl, a character we have not seen in quite some time, finally returns, telling Link that he's all grown up now and that he's not sure old men like him have a place in the world anymore. All the same, he tells us that he's proud of our growth and that the fate of Hyrule is now in our hands. I guess now is the time to mention this. The owl is Rauru, the Sage of Light. This isn't mere speculation on my part. One of the Gossip Stones pretty much says this verbatim, he kind of looks like the owl, and they have the same eyes. Plus, Hyrule Historia later confirmed this much, though in all fairness, I don't consider any of the shit in this book to be strictly canon to the older games, or even the future ones for that matter. Regardless, this is an important revelation for us to consider, because otherwise, Rauru would have been a pretty nothing character in this story. After all, we only talked to him, like, once in the entire game. But by recontextualizing the owl in this way, we now see that his character is so much more. He has been a guiding force for the player, and a surrogate father figure of sorts for Link ever since the death of the Great Deku Tree. He is perhaps a bit heavy-handed in his advice, but hey, aren't all fathers? Mine certainly is, and actually, Raru's unsolicited advice and long-winded lectures remind me a lot of my own father. Maybe that's why I can't help but like him, even if his advice becomes grating at times. Sorry if you're watching this, Dad. But that's exactly what I love about this character. He comes off like a real person, with quirks, flaws, and actual character goals. He isn't just a sad husk of what some writer thinks a Sage of Light ought to be like. He watches over Link throughout his entire journey, more so than he lets on, and provides aid whenever he thinks we need it. But as Link buds into adulthood and leaves the nest, the owl never shows up again, until the Spirit Temple, where we see that he has continued to watch over us, even in adulthood. Even if he doesn't talk our ear off as often as he used to, or doesn't have the opportunity to aid us as directly as he did when we were a child, Rauru is still there for us. It's an analog for fatherhood. Rauru represents family, the part of our lives that paradoxically gives us life, yet must be abandoned as we grow into adulthood and carve our own place out in the world. Every young boy growing into a man will come to desire the chance to outstrip his father, and become the master of his own household. While fathers often, and rightfully should, desire for this to happen, there's still a serene sadness in seeing one's children leave the nest and move on with their lives. That's why fathers will still offer unsolicited advice or try to fix things even when their children have grown into full adults, because there's a great sense of loss at the prospect of losing one's place as the man of the household. Rauru, through this piece of dialogue, is coming to accept that Link has already far outgrown him and that he has no further advice to offer. No way to help Link that he cannot already do by himself. This isn't just conveyed through dialogue, but through actual gameplay as well. For example, the owl provides one of the early game's most direct forms of diegetic fast travel, flying the player from Lake Hylia to Castletown, or from Death Mountain to Kakariko Village. Yet, the player will almost certainly have forgotten about that by now, because the songs that Sheik teaches us are vastly superior, teleporting us to all of these locations and more. But Rauru is still waiting for us at his usual spots should we ever need him. We won't, and that's what's so sad about it, but all the same, he's there for us. Call your parents, kids. The second bit of story information we get at this point is a quick cutscene showing the Boru getting kidnapped by 2 witches, who then retreat into the Spirit Temple. In order to save her, we'll have to return to our adult body and continue on to the second half of the dungeon. Using the Silver Gauntlets, we can finally move the giant block gating our path and advance further into the dungeon. First, we're treated to an almost identical split hallway to that of the western wing. One of these rooms, the one on the left, is optional and holds the compass. The path on the right, on the other hand, holds the necessary small key we'll need to advance further into the dungeon, hiding behind a challenge room full of silver rubies. Once we get past that, we enter a room with 4 sundials and a massive mirror that we can turn to focus the sun's rays on each of these dials. 3 of these are dummy dials. One spawns a wall master, while the other 2 spawn a couple small chests, but the 4th one will open the way forward. This puzzle isn't complex, but it's here to evolve the sundial mechanic we ran into in the first half of the dungeon, namely by introducing mirrors that can reflect sunlight. This was revolutionary stuff for 1998. As I mentioned all the way back in the first dungeon, Ocarina of Time introduced a lot of insane ways for the player to interact with the game's environment, and this is just one more example of that. Next, we circle back around to the temple's central room, where we found the dungeon map during the child half of the dungeon. Assuming you didn't pick it up back then, you can get it now, and there's also a switch that'll open a shortcut back to the dungeon's entrance, should you need to leave halfway through for some reason. Besides that, we can collect a small key from one of the statue's hands and move on to the next part of the dungeon. There's another 3 Anubai here to kill, and from there we can head on to the second Iron Knuckle fight. Things will be easier this time in that Adult Link can deal a lot more damage than Child Link, but harder in the sense that we're also a much bigger target. Other than that, this fight's pretty much the same as before. Beating the Iron Knuckle will net us the second dungeon item, the Mirror Shield, with which we can deflect sources of light. This can be used in one of the previous rooms to deflect some sunlight onto the sundial in order to open a path further into the dungeon. Again, we're building on the central mechanic of the Spirit Temple, this time using our brand new item. It's good game design, if a bit straightforward. You've probably noticed by now, based on the monotony of my commentary thus far, that this entire dungeon is rather railroaded. After all, at no point in my analysis have I mentioned a stepping off point, where the player can explore the dungeon freely, like the ones we see in the forest or water temples. And that's because there is no stepping off point. This dungeon is completely linear, but unlike the Shadow Temple, which embraced its linearity by creating a palpable sense of atmosphere and a series of incrementally paced puzzles that got harder as the dungeon progressed, the Spirit Temple instead attempts to masquerade as something it's not. It uses clever tricks, like separating 3 doorways, only one of which actually leads anywhere, in order to create the illusion of non-linearity. Yet, as I've thus far demonstrated, the actual path you have to go through to complete this dungeon is entirely straightforward. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with linear dungeons. Half the dungeons in this game so far have been linear, and I've clearly had no problem with it up until this point. But I do take issue with how inefficient the Spirit Temple is at using its limited space to create incremental challenges. We acquire the Mirror Shield, for example, at the very end of the dungeon, and then only use it thrice. Once to open the first door, then a second time near the end where we essentially just move around some mirrors and burn away the mask of the statue, and then one final time during the boss fight. We'll get to how shitty that is in just a moment. It just feels like there was supposed to be more to this dungeon than there currently is. I have a theory about this. This isn't based on anything concrete, seeing as how Nintendo is rather tight-lipped about the development process, so take this with a grain of salt. It's widely assumed that one of the adult timeline dungeons was cut from the final release of Ocarina of Time, that being the Light Temple, which is the place Rauru was holed up in at the center of the Sacred Realm. Basically, it's that giant pyramid from A Link to the Past that we fought Ganon in at the end of that game. I know, there's a lot of connections between these 2 games that we'll get to talking about in just a bit. This information is based on developer interviews as well as context clues, like the fact that the hookshot is acquired somewhat randomly from the Ghost of Dampy, when it probably would have been the dungeon item of the Light Temple instead, and the fact that Rauru basically just gives us his medallion for nothing. I therefore posit, and I am far from the first person to theorize this much, that many of the proposed mechanics for the Light Temple were reused for the Spirit Temple, including the sundials. That would explain their rather underwhelming usage in this dungeon, and the fact that at no point does this temple explore the theme of spirit. What do I mean by that? Well, just to recap, the forest temple is plagued by overgrowth, the fire temple is entrenched in lava, the water temple is completely flooded and utilizes rising and falling water levels as a central mechanic. The shadow temple is shrouded in darkness, full of undead, and tells a story about the bloody history of Hyrule. By contrast, what actually makes this a spirit temple? Because we travel between bodies? I mean, kind of, but it's very vague. Point being, the dungeon feels unfocused. Don't get me wrong, I actually had a lot of fun playing this level, and it isn't abysmally designed, like the Face Shrine from Link's Awakening, or terribly unbalanced, like Level 7 from Zelda 1. But compared to the previous 4 dungeons, it feels like a step down, both in terms of level design and atmosphere. Don't get me wrong, if this is the worst dungeon in Ocarina of Time, then that would mean that Ocarina's worst level design far outclasses the very best of Wind Waker or Breath of the Wild. In fact, the Spirit Temple is far from even being a bad dungeon. I love the child timeline part of it. Tying in the time travel mechanic and forcing the player to deal with adult enemies and puzzles as a child lends to some great gameplay and ludonarrative storytelling. All I'm saying is, it's a bit of a shame that the Spirit Temple couldn't manage to perfectly stick the landing, considering that it is the game's penultimate dungeon. It's unfortunate, but, well, no game is flawless, I suppose. Moving on to the dungeon boss, the Spirit Temple actually does something a little strange in that it uses more than a few cutscenes to tell a cohesive story. We walk in on the witches from earlier, Kotake and Koame, who command their minion to attack us on their behalf. We fight a third Iron Knuckle, but once we tear off her armor, gasp! It's a woman! Naboru has been brainwashed by Kotake and Koame using their black magic. That's why Naboru was known as a ruthless second-in-command to Ganondorf in the adult timeline, but why she was an independent revolutionary with a burning hatred for her king just 7 years ago. This pisses off the witches, who kidnap Naboru one last time before retreating to their convenient boss chamber. So begins our final dungeon boss battle. Aw, hell yeah! Let's do this! Yeah, unfortunately, it kind of blows. The first phase of this battle is against the twins, and they'll alternate shooting at Link with their respective elements. And that's it. That's literally all they do. Can you guess how you're supposed to beat them? I mean, I already showed you, but even if I didn't, a child could figure this out. Just do what you've been doing for the entire last half of the dungeon and reflect their elemental magic back at the other sister. You know, I would have been willing to give this fight a pass if you were able to use your elemental arrows instead. How cool would that be? You spent the whole game doing side content, managed to find the fire arrows, cleared the Gerudo Fortress, and earned the ice arrows. And now, you get to use your optional gear to end this fight quicker, and on your own terms, rather than lamely waiting to reflect the witch's magic at just the right moment. But nope, this game just had to be lame this one time and make it so that arrows have no effect on either of the witches, even though they're supposed to be weak to their opposing element. This actually makes no sense. This game usually is so good about allowing the player to solve logic puzzles in logical ways, using Din's fire in lieu of the Deku sticks, or freezing an Armos to get him to stay on a pressure plate. It's so frustrating that they didn't apply that same kind of thoughtfulness here. Almost as if the devs had it in their mind that this boss fight was literally just a showcase for the Mirror Shield, and by God, you better play it the way they want you to. And the second phase is somehow even more painful. Kotake and Koame combine to form Twin Rova, a witch who uses both ice and fire magic. And can you guess how you're supposed to beat her? You know, I actually wanted to showcase this fight a little more when recording the footage for this video, so I was going to purposefully fuck it up in order to show the mechanics off. Because the way this fight is supposed to go, you have to catch one of the elemental attacks 3 times to overcharge your shield and shoot the magic back at her. If you catch the opposite magic instead, it'll reset the charge and you'll have to start all over again. Problem, which spell Twin Rova decides to use is randomized at a 50-50 chance. So depending on your luck, you'll either be waiting forever as she keeps using different spells, or you literally won't have to do anything because she'll just keep spamming the same element over and over again, which is what happened to me. She used her fire spell 3 times in a row, then used her ice spell 3 times in a row. And that was game. All in all, it's one of the weaker fights from the entirety of Ocarina of Time, only beat out, maybe, by Morpha. It's an unfortunate end to an otherwise middling dungeon. Upon defeating Twinrova, we'll meet up with Naboru in the Chamber of Sages. She tells us that Ganondorf had been using her to command the loyalty of the Gerudo for the last 7 years, but now that she's free, she's more than happy to fill the role of the Sage of Spirit, aiding us in taking down the King of Evil. She gives us our final medallion, then says, if only I knew you would become such a handsome man. I should have kept the promise I made back then. So you might have noticed, or perhaps you didn't, that Naboru tends to talk in innuendos a lot. That is because she, as our final stage, represents the last great barrier to adulthood, sexuality. Naboru represents sexual love. Obviously, her character design somewhat speaks to that. There's definitely a sultry nature to the way she dresses and looks, at least as much as the N64's graphics could manage. But this whole dungeon represents that journey, Link's awakening, as it were. Not that one, a very different kind of awakening. In the fight against Kotake and Koame, for example, after combining into Twinrova, they become much younger and more sultry. They even give this little wink to Link, and look at him blush. Link has never done something like that prior to this moment, and he's had plenty of opportunities. Gerudo is straight up naked the whole game. The fairies honestly ain't much better in the whole clothes department. In fact, throughout the early game, there were moments where characters would talk about adult things, like duty and love, and the narration would explicitly say that you being Link, don't understand what he or she is talking about. But by the time Link becomes an adult, we don't see that message pop up anymore, almost as if Link is finally at an age where adult things no longer confuse him. Yet it's here, at the Spirit Temple, where we finally see an adult reaction from Link. He is now keenly aware of his own sexuality, and Naboru represents that by making passes at Link. Just ignore the fact that she started flirting with him when he was like 9. We'll just chalk that up to harmless teasing, I hope. Regardless, that was our 6th stage, the last element of adulthood for Link to tackle. Now, all that's left is to find the 7th and final stage, the one of royal blood. Once the player's beaten all 5 adult timeline dungeons and saved the 6 sages, Rauru will contact Link directly and inform him that someone is waiting for him at the Temple of Time, and that we should see this person before facing down Ganondorf. So, heading back to the Temple of Time, we are met by Sheik, who handily comes to plug up the game's one major plot hole. Okay, so I didn't mention this before because it's kind of predicated on your knowledge of Link to the Past storyline, but in a nutshell, the biggest plot hole from Link to the Past story was the fact that Ganon had managed to acquire the Triforce, which was established as an omniscient and omnipotent source of power, yet couldn't find a way out of the Dark World, or couldn't just use it to kill Link, for that matter. If you remember that particular plot point, then you've probably been wondering the same thing I was by this point on my first playthrough. Why doesn't Ganondorf just use the Triforce to smite Link? After all, he has it, does he not? Well, that's been the assumption. As it turns out, Ganondorf did not manage to get his hands on all 3 pieces of the Triforce, but only 1. Remember, the Triforce has a will of its own. This was established back in A Link to the Past, and it's very picky about whom it serves. It's a sacred triangle that balances the 3 forces which created Hyrule: Ferore's courage, Din's power, and Nehru's wisdom. If the one who holds it does not have an understanding of all 3 forces, then he or she will only be granted one piece, the one which represents the force they value the most, while the other 2 will choose masters who are destined to best represent their own forces. The purpose of this split is to create an inevitable conflict between the 3 destined candidates, so that the victor might prove himself to be most worthy of the 3. Surprise, one of them chose us. We possess the Triforce of Courage, and honestly, this doesn't feel like an ass pull. Rather than just telling the player that he's the chosen one just because, we've played the entire game by this point and now fully understand why we were chosen. Really, who else would have gotten it instead? Link is absolutely the most courageous man alive. After all, it was Link who saved the 6 sages. He who took up sword and shield and purged the rot from the Great Deku Tree, all the way back at the beginning of his journey. It makes total sense. So then, who did the Triforce of Wisdom go to? Zelda has been here the entire time, guiding us, watching over us, fighting alongside us. Every step of the way, she's been there for Link. This is genuinely one of the best plot twists in any Zelda game. There's a reason why people still remember this moment fondly, even a quarter century after its release, because Zelda is actually a person in this game. She was the one who started all this. By tampering with fate, meddling in affairs she did not yet understand, she inadvertently caused the rise of the very man she was attempting to thwart. Zelda is a character in this game, with goals, flaws, and actual character growth. She was a helpless little girl when we first met her. Now, after the death of her family, the loss of her home, and 7 years on the run from Ganondorf, she has emulated the heroism she saw in Link and become a fighter herself. She, like Link, has grown over the course of her journey. Zelda's character writing has probably been the most inconsistent aspect of the Zelda series as a whole, which is really saying something considering the roller coaster that is Zelda games' quality over time. I actually made a whole video on this subject back when Tears of the Kingdom came out, but to recap, Zelda was just a plot device in Zelda 1 and 2. She only appeared at the end of those games as a way of providing the player with some semblance of narrative closure. In A Link to the Past, she was kind of a character, although we're really stretching the limits of that term, let's be honest. She didn't really have any personality in that game, and mostly just served as a damsel in distress. Twice, even. But Link's Awakening provided some insight into the potential of Zelda's character writing. Really, it's the missing link between the quality of this game's storytelling and Zelda 3's. Though Zelda doesn't appear at all in that game, we are introduced to a brand new female lead instead, Marin. If you want to hear me gush about this character for 2 hours, then you can just watch my Link's Awakening review. But to summarize, Marin felt like an actual woman with thoughts, feelings, and dreams of her own. She wasn't just a plot device. In fact, the game begins with her saving Link, rather than the other way around, and she was genuinely useful throughout our journey. In fact, take her out of the game, and we would have never been able to escape Koholint in the first place, because it was her agency as a character that allowed Link to learn the Ballad of the Windfish, to locate the Angler Key, and eventually find the strength necessary to move on with his life after the destruction of Koholint. So now we arrive at Ocarina of Time, the pinnacle of Zelda storytelling. And how do they treat Zelda this time? Well, she's an actual character with thoughts, feelings, and a character goal. But she plays a much more active role in this game's story than even Marin did. As I already mentioned, it was her plan to retrieve the Triforce that eventually led to Ganondorf's rise. It was a stupid idea, dreamed up by a stupid little kid who didn't know any better. And now that she's an adult, Zelda is riddled with guilt over having been responsible for Ganondorf's rise, just as the player no doubt is. The reason she now fights on the front lines is partly out of necessity, but mostly out of guilt for her own role in creating the horrible world we now inhabit. In other words, Zelda isn't a mere plot device. She is the plot. She's just as important to this story as Ganondorf or Link. That's way more than I can say for literally every Zelda game following this one, except for Spirit Tracks. I'm telling you, that game's a hidden gem. Unfortunately, our heartfelt reunion does not last. Ganondorf uses his sorcery to capture the princess, revealing that the whole reason he let us wander around freeing the sages was to draw out Zelda. Again, great setup, great payoff. Ganondorf's been hunting this woman for 7 years, and he needs her in order to obtain the Triforce of Wisdom. It's easy to imagine that he would assume that Zelda's affection for Link would eventually draw her out. It's essentially the same strategy he used to get us to open the door of time, only this time, he actually had to sacrifice something in exchange, because now, we're ready. We've freed the 6 sages, and with their combined power, we can finally take on the King of Evil himself. Ganon's Castle, a classic for the Zelda series, going all the way back to A Link to the Past. Strangely, it's actually a pretty short dungeon in this game. In fact, in some ways, I'm not entirely sure it truly qualifies as a dungeon. Maybe? It doesn't have a dungeon map or a compass, so mechanically it's more like a mini dungeon than anything else. Regardless of whatever category it falls under, Ganon's Castle is a fantastic way to end the game, so let's go over the level design on display here and see what works and, admittingly, doesn't work about it. This area hosts a blend of linear and non-linear dungeon design. Non-linear in that it presents 6 paths for the player to follow, all within a single central room, and linear in that each of these paths are entirely straightforward, presenting either a series of small smaller rooms with puzzles and enemies, or just one big challenge room. The order these are done in is mostly up to the player, though the fire and light paths are gated off until you receive the dungeon item, the golden gauntlets. Yes, these are just a slight upgrade from the silver ones. I feel like the only purpose of this was to gate off the Great Fairy who sits just outside the castle until the end of the game, seeing how she gives Link a permanent damage reduction that is essentially the equivalent of doubling your heart count. But other than that, these things are useless, and I'm not entirely sure they needed to be in this game. The main conceit of this dungeon is that we need to make it to the end of all 6 of these paths and destroy the source of each magic barrier, which is keeping us from ascending further up the tower. Each of these paths correspond to one of the 6 sages, as well as their associated temple, so you would guess, based on that description, that each of these paths builds on the puzzles presented in each of their respective dungeons. Right? Well, kinda. The Path of Spirit, for example, does just that. It begins with the Silver Rupee room, followed by the second and final Bomb 2 puzzle of the game. Lastly, it concludes with a final Sundial room. So all in all, yes, it's definitely building on the concepts we saw introduced back in the Spirit Temple, just as you'd expect. The paths of Shadow and Fire also follow this same pattern, the former of which requires that we navigate across this giant chasm, using the Longshot, Hover Boots, Lens of Truth, and Megaton Hammer in order to get to the other side. It totally builds on the multi-item type of level design we saw back in the Shadow Temple. The same goes with the Path of Fire. Big room, lots of lava, need a Goron tunic to stay in here indefinitely, it's all great stuff. But then we have the Path of Water. Rather than taking notes from the Water Temple, it uses the Ice Cavern as its inspiration. Which, hey, ice is technically water, and we did have to complete this mini dungeon first before moving on to the Water Temple, so it isn't completely disconnected from that part of the game, I suppose. On top of that, the block-pushing puzzle in this section is actually a step up from the one we saw back in the Ice Cavern. So this isn't exactly a dud or anything like that. It's just a bit strange that, rather than taking notes from its associated dungeon like the previous 3 rooms did, a dungeon that, need I remind you, is the best one in the entire Zelda series, they instead opted to use mechanics from a mini-dungeon instead. The Path of the Forest is even stranger in that regard, because it begins in a way that implies it's going to use concepts from the Forest Temple. Wolfos enemy, torch puzzle that utilizes the bow, it's perfect. Then we enter the next room, and what the fuck is this? Suddenly, we're interjecting elements from the Shadow Temple into what's supposed to be the Forest Temple's moment to shine. Why? Could they really not think of a way to integrate some of the Forest Temple's puzzles into this part of the dungeon? The Path of Light suffers the most from this lack of focus. Remember, this was the dungeon that allegedly got cut early in development, so what we get here is, well, completely without a central purpose. The first room has us kill some invisible enemies to acquire a small key. Then the next one has us just play Zelda's Lullaby. That's literally all you have to do here. Like, what? Then we have a Silver Rupee room, but honestly, compared to the Path of Fire Silver Rupee challenge, or even the Gerudo Training Grounds, this feels like a fucking cakewalk. And that's it. That is literally it. At least with the Path of Forest, there was at least some semblance of the Forest Temple in there, but you can really tell just how hard the Path of Light got hit by the loss of its associated dungeon. My point in laying all this out is to say that Ganon's Castle is definitely not the best endgame dungeon in the series, at least in terms of actual level design. It's also far from being bad. It's actually pretty good, all things considered. But compared to the sheer focus on display in Zelda 1 or Link to the Past's endgame levels, and in contrast to the masterpiece that is Twilight Princess's final dungeon, Ganon's Castle in Ocarina of Time is not the greatest endgame dungeon we'll see in the series. But that doesn't mean the ending isn't the greatest. Far from it, because at this point, the actual dungeon part of this dungeon ends, and the final ascent of Ganon's Tower begins. Our ascent begins on the ground floor, with several fiery geese flying around. You can either kill or avoid them, but the next floor shall not be so kind. You will be locked in a room with 2 Dynalphos. Kill them, and the path forward shall open. We continue our ascent up the tower, and at this point, you may begin to notice that the music is slowly getting louder. It begins muffled. You can hardly make it out, but if you played A Link to the Past, you might recognize it as Ganon's theme. But with each floor we ascend, the song is increasing in volume. On the next floor, we encounter 2 Stalfos. Kill them, and we not only open the way forward, but also receive the boss key. Continuing on, our final challenge is against 2 Iron Knuckles. They are the last line of defense before we finally reach Ganon's chambers. By the time we reach his bedroom door, the music is almost ear-piercing, and upon entering, we finally see why that is. Listen, I understand that this is an entirely superfluous detail for me to focus on, but the fact that Ganondorf literally plays his own theme as you ascend his tower is not only kick-ass in its own right, but actually adds a lot to his character. Like, so many villains in media are often characterized by their evil deeds and not enough by, you know, who they actually are as people. Most evil people in the real world had actual hobbies on top of doing whatever evil things they did. So the fact that Ganondorf really enjoys Gothic architecture and playing the organ makes him feel extremely human. You see what he does with the excess wealth he's accrued from his conquest of Hyrule. And frankly, that does a better job at convincing us that he's a villain than anything else could have. Yes, the King of Hyrule was also a conqueror, but he used his wealth to better the lives of his people. Castletown was bright, happy, and booming, and even the rural settlements were quite well off. The spoils of his conquests went to the people just as much as they did to the king. Ganondorf, on the other hand, has extracted every last bit of wealth he can from his subjects in order to erect this sick perversion of a palace on the ruins of the once bustling capital of Hyrule. His rule only benefits himself. He's not interested in unifying the people of Hyrule, but rather dominating them. The fact that he spends his days at the top of his tower, playing his own theme on an extravagant organ, tells you all you need to know about his kingship, and why we must end it. As soon as he notices us, the King of Evil will turn to face Link, remarking that the pieces of the Triforce, now united, can finally grant him his wish. With our Triforce of Courage, his domination of the world shall finally be complete. But first, he'll need to take it from us. Ganon's magic will prevent Navi from getting anywhere near him. In other words, she won't be able to help us in this fight. This is a mechanical challenge as much as it is a fitting thematic ending to our journey. Remember, Navi is a symbol of our childhood, more specifically of our dependence on guiding adult figures. She was given to Link as a guardian and mentor, and throughout the game she guides our actions, providing advice, enemy information, and even a literal auto-lock feature. Yeah, remember Z-targeting? That feature which is instrumental to the game's combat system? That's her doing. Like the Lakitu Bros in Super Mario 64, she is a living representation of an actual in-game mechanic. It took us 3 hours to get to this point in the video, which I think is a record for Ocarina of Time reviews, but the most common complaint about this game is Navi. More specifically, how annoying she is. Now, I know this is going to be a hot take, and I'm probably going to have to turn in my Mario Club card for saying this, but I think Navi's reputation is entirely unwarranted, primarily because her advice is absolutely necessary for first-time players, especially back in 1998, when the rules for 3D action-adventure games had yet to be established. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the only reason so many people feel this way is because they've played this game so many times that Navi's advice becomes superfluous. But let us not forget that Navi serves an important ludonarrative purpose as well. She is our guiding adult figure, after all, but in this instance, in our final showdown against Ganon, the moment where Link proves himself, once and for all, to be a real man, she is no longer present. You have to defeat Ganondorf all on your own, without the help of an adult. That is such a lovely little way of tying up the game's themes of growth in a nice little bow. I would happily trade a few instances of superfluous advice from a guide character in exchange for such perfect ludonarrative storytelling. This is so much more than I'll be able to say about any other Zelda game's guide character, except for the best one, obviously. So let's appreciate this while we can. As for the fight itself, it's okay, let's start with the positives. First, I like how this battle takes advantage of the terrain. As the fight goes on, Ganondorf will smash his fist into the floor and destroy large parts of it, effectively reducing the amount of room the player has to maneuver in. Also, if you jump onto his platform, Ganondorf will use the same attack to knock Link off. As I've mentioned a few times already, bosses who can actually take advantage of their terrain to throw the player off balance are always a welcome addition. On top of that, the song choice here is just badass. It's actually based on the Prince of Darkness from A Link to the Past, the boss theme for Ganon, which is one of the best battle tracks from the entire Zelda series, in my opinion. Okay, that was everything nice I had to say about this fight. Now let's actually start talking about it. It's bad. really bad. If this alone was the extent of the finale, and the game just ended with Zelda kissing Link and calling him a true hero right afterwards, you know, like they did in the original Zelda games, then it would actually be enough to knock this game down a peg. I'd probably have to give it like a 9.5 out of 10, maybe a straight 9, because this fight in isolation is so mind-numbingly boring that it really does almost kill all the tension we've been feeling up until this point. So what sucks about it? Well, it's energy tennis. That's it. That's the whole fight. I know we talked about this, like, almost 2 hours ago, but remember the second phase of the fight with Phantom Ganon? It's the same concept, except without the ability to dictate the pace of the fight, plus an added step where you have to shoot him with the light arrows within a 4-second time frame, and that's it. This battle is even more hilarious if you have the Goron sword, because the fight will end well before Ganon starts changing up his attacks, a fact I only discovered on my 10th playthrough, the last one I did before writing this part of the script, where I purposefully used the Master Sword just to demonstrate the fight for recording purposes. It was here where I discovered that he'll actually use his second spell after taking enough damage, and it was legitimately a joy to see this. Imagine you're in my shoes. You've been working on a review of Ocarina of Time, on and off, for almost 2 years, playing this game over and over again, taking notes, doing research, and at the very end of your final playthrough of this game, you see the final boss pull out a move you've never seen before. And then you realize that the only reason you've never seen this attack before is because the boss is so easy that the only way you would ever witness such a thing is by, say, deliberately throwing the fight because you're recording for an audience. And let's be honest here, even if the devs decided to fix this problem by buffing Ganondorf's health, the fact of the matter is that this second attack doesn't really add any substance to the fight anyway. In fact, it's easier to counter this spell since it cuts out the energy tennis bit entirely, allowing you to just shoot Ganondorf directly instead. In summation, this fight completely blows, because it continues the horrible tradition within the Zelda series of giving penultimate boss battles a phase involving energy tennis. A tradition which A Link to the Past started, and Breath of the Wild, thank God, finally ended. So we beat Ganondorf so bad at tennis that he starts to cough up blood, and then he dies. But not before casting one final spell. And not one of those tennis ball spells we deflected earlier. This time, he decides to bring the whole fucking castle down on our heads. Why couldn't he have used a spell like that during our duel? This leads into a final timed escape section, a la Metroid, where we'll have to descend Ganondorf's Wizard Tower in less than 3 minutes. I absolutely love this bit. Not only is it a genuinely tense section due to the short time limit and the many enemies we'll have to fight along the way, but it also includes a fantastic bit of ludonarrative character writing for Zelda. She will escape alongside the player, and although she's a tad bit slower than Link, which, in all fairness to her, she's wearing a dress, so that should be expected, she also plays a vital role in our escape. She uses her magic to open all of these barred doors, which is a really fantastic way of showing how powerful and useful she is. An obstacle like this would usually be impossible for Link to overcome on his own, requiring that the player search for a switch or solve a puzzle. But Zelda just lifts the damn thing up with her magic. It showcases just how powerful she's become over the course of the last 7 years. We knew she had an affinity for magic when she was a child, but this is on a whole new level. It exceeds the pitiful fire blasts, warping magic, and shield spells that Link learned over the course of the game. I think that's a brilliant bit of ludo-narrative storytelling. And on top of that, this whole escape section will endear the player to Zelda personally. A shared journey like this feels so much more intimate when you can actually see the principal characters interacting with one another. Zelda has been there for us behind the scenes, teaching Link warp songs and providing invaluable advice, but to actually escape the final dungeon alongside her, instead of merely rescuing her the way we have in previous titles, and even future ones, it makes the relationship feel that much more personal. Plus, I love the little gasp she does whenever Link gets hurt. The actress did a great job with this. It genuinely sounds like she's horrified to see the man she loves get hurt. Speaking of which, there's this fun little bit partway through where a couple Stalfos trap her behind some fire and you'll have to kill them to free her, and afterwards, this happens. Like, how adorable is that? I love little ludo-narrative flares like that, when a game takes its actual mechanics and blends them with the story. Zelda literally swoons so hard for Link that recovery hearts spontaneously erupt around her, and we can actually use them to heal up after such an intense fight. Man, do you see why this game's so brilliant? They literally don't make games like this anymore. Upon escaping from the crumbling tower, Link and Zelda take a moment to revel in their victory. Zelda, after 7 long years of seeing her kingdom crumble before her, finally breathes a sigh of relief. But it doesn't last. This is, perhaps, the greatest cutscene ever made for a video game. At the very least, it's absolutely the best boss introduction ever put in a game. The lighting, the music, the atmosphere, and the most subtle part of all, the name drop. I don't know if you've noticed this, but every single boss we fought in Ocarina of Time has 2 separate name drops. First comes their title, Parasitic Armored Arachnid, Subterranean Lava Dragon, Great King of Evil, then comes their names, Goma, Volvagia, Ganondorf, etc. But when Ganon reveals himself, when we finally get confirmation that this is, indeed, the same demon we fought in every mainline game before this point, there is no title. The game just drops his name, as if to say, you already know who this is, bitch. Because with an intro like that, Ganon needs no title. His mere presence is intimidating enough. Thematically, this is the greatest boss battle in the entire Zelda series, maybe even the greatest boss battle of all time. The way Ganon's massive figure silhouettes across the battlefield, how the only sources of light are that of the raging fire around us and the lightning which dances across the skies, and my favorite part of all, the absolute best scream ever recorded for a video game. I want you all to remember this name, Jun Mizuzawa. That is the name of the original seiyuu for Zelda, providing voice work for this character all the way up until Super Smash Bros. 4. Granted, she did not voice Zelda in every game between that time. Wind Waker and its sequels had a different actress, as well as Skyward Sword. But all the same, this woman is solely responsible for the female voice acting in this game being as good as it is. Like, literally, she plays all the female characters who have voice lines in this game. But this scream... This sounds like the horrified wailing of a woman who genuinely believes, for but a mere moment, that the man she loves is about to die. I'm being completely serious here, this one sound adds so much tension to this fight. I genuinely feel awful whenever I get hit by Ganon, not because I think I'm gonna lose, but because I don't want to scare Zelda. I know she's not real, but goddamn, that scream sure as hell is. Oh, and the fight! My god, the fight! We lose the Master Sword. This is a perfect opening to the battle, because let's be honest, everyone who plays this game has the exact same weapon in mind at the beginning of every fight. The sword. It's the default weapon in Zelda, the first weapon, and the one you rely on the most. So to take that away from the player at the very end of the game, it makes you feel naked, helpless even, like you're a child again. But the sword never made the man. Link, or more pertinently, the player, has gotten this far not by wisdom, not by power, but by courage. That might sound like superfluous rhetoric on my part. What are you talking about, Octo? My sword killed the enemies and my brain solved the puzzles. What good did courage do for me? A fair question, and one that the Zelda community often likes to pose. People make fun of the Triforce of Courage a lot. After all, what good is courage in the face of something more practical, like power or wisdom? But let me ask you this. How many times did you die while playing this game? Hell, any Zelda game. 2, 3, 30 times maybe? That's where the journey ends for a lot of people. They encounter a puzzle that's too complex or an enemy that's too tough and say, fuck it, I quit. And that's the end of their journey. What about the players who made it this far? Who made it to the end of the game? What did they do whenever they hit a roadblock? They got back up. They tried again and again and again, no matter how many enemies they faced, no matter how difficult the puzzle might have been, no matter how many times the stupid fucking emulator crashed while I was making this video. They got back up and tried again. That's the power of courage. And that's exactly the kind of power we need to fell Ganon once and for all. Let's fucking go. Ganon's body is immune to all forms of damage. Try as you might, no simple frontal assault can hurt him. However, that does not mean he is completely invulnerable. He has an Achilles heel, or an Achilles tail, more like it. The target is big, but the real challenge comes in getting behind him. Get too close, and he'll strike you with his massive swords. Try to circle around him, and he'll just turn his body. Thus, you have 2 choices. Shoot him in the face with a light arrow, thereby stunning him for a short time, or roll under his legs and quickly strike before he can turn around. Your choice in weaponry is... anything, really. Bombs, arrows, the Megaton hammer, and even the Bigoron sword if you earned it. I'll admit, using the Bigoron sword kind of trivializes the theming of this fight, so I kind of wish they had taken that away from the player too, but I also understand that the player did indeed earn this weapon and should therefore be able to use it. Regardless, no amount of preparation can trivialize the theming of this fight. It is badass with a capital ass. They even added in some environmental elements. The barrier of fire encircling the battlefield is genuinely something you'll have to watch out for. It snuck up on me a couple times, as you can see in this footage. You can also goad Ganon into destroying parts of his old castle, thereby revealing consumables like bombs and arrows. It's absolutely brilliant. Once he's taken enough damage, Ganon will fall and the fire barrier will disappear for a short time. This will give the player a moment to retrieve the Master Sword, the only weapon capable of cutting through Ganon's evil magic. We continue the fight as normal, except this time, Ganon is much faster, and the player has likely run out of magic by this point. If you've been relying on the light arrows up until now, it's likely that you'll have to switch tactics and begin rolling under him instead. Regardless of your methodology, with enough effort, Ganon will finally fall. Zelda will use her magic to hold him in place. It is therefore up to the player to deliver one final blow, to press one final button before the end of this long journey. In his moment of weakness, the sages trap Ganon in the sacred realm and leave before sealing the door shut forever. With his final breaths, Ganon curses the sages, curses Zelda, and curses Link, vowing that one day, when the seal of the 7 wise men is broken, he shall return to exterminate their descendants. We cut to Zelda and Link, who finally share a quiet moment together to reflect on their journey. Zelda admits that the tragedies of the past 7 years were entirely her fault, that in her haste to stop a prophesized evil, she unwittingly brought it about. Zelda laments that Link must return to his original time and hesitantly takes the Ocarina of Time from his hands. Despite how aged this game's graphics are, I have to commend just how much love the animators put into this moment. You can literally see the tinge of pain Link feels as he returns the instrument to Zelda, knowing that this is goodbye. Zelda plays her lullaby one final time and sends Link home. God, the hesitation in that final note. Koji Kondo, you son of a bitch! Zelda says sayonara, and that's our ending. Continuing in the tradition of the past 2 Zelda games, Ocarina of Time ends with one of the greatest tracks ever composed for a video game, while also showing us a few post-credit events. First, we see the inhabitants of Hyrule rejoice at their liberation. The people we saved throughout the game dance and sing at Talon's Ranch, while the 6 sages overlook the world from atop Death Mountain. As the credits fade, we return to the Temple of Time to see that Link has returned to his original body, and puts away the Master Sword for good. And Navi, without a single word, flies off, leaving Link on his own. For our final shot, we see Link return to Hyrule Castle, only to meet a young Princess Zelda, who clearly does not recognize him. The camera zooms out, and that's our ending. There's a lot going on here, and if you're a bit confused, I wouldn't blame you. This is far from a straightforward ending in a game which has, thus far, been anything but straightforward. While you could simply take the events I just summarized at face value, it should be rather clear by this point that there's a lot more to this ending than first meets the eye. This game loves to hide its actual meaning behind allegory and cryptic symbolism, after all. So let's take a second, more analytical look at this ending and see how it fits into the wider story of Ocarina of Time. So to start, Ganondorf. Ganondorf, as I've already mentioned, receives a fair amount of character writing and genuine development over the course of this game, and that makes him a rather believable villain, both in that his actions have proper motivations, and that those motivations in and of themselves are quite understandable, even if he is in the wrong. But this ending, where he transforms into a giant pig monster called Ganon and is sealed away in the sacred realm until the day when the seal of the 7 wise men might break, well, if you haven't guessed it by now, this game is a prequel to A Link to the Past. Now, depending on which games in the series you've played before watching this video, you're probably thinking either one of 2 things at this moment. No shit, or no Octo, you're wrong, and here's my 2,000 character unsourced rant proving it. Don't bother deleting your comments, I can still see them. The reason behind this discrepancy is mostly Wind Waker's fault, although if we want to ascribe an actual person to this fallacy, I suppose the real culprit will end up being Eiji Aonuma. These days, if you take a look at the wiki, or God forbid, one of the many revised versions of the supposedly official timeline Nintendo started putting out beginning with Skyward Sword, then you'll probably come under the false impression that Ocarina of Time is the game which began the Zelda series' whole timeline nonsense. I mean, how could it not be? It's called Ocarina of Time. Clearly, this was the Zelda game that forever ruined the series' storytelling potential through overly complicated timelines. Yes? Well, no, it isn't, and let me explain why. Now, look, I know what I'm about to ask you to do is hard, especially if you're a newer fan of the Zelda series, but I'm going to need you to forget everything that you think you know about the future games in this series and what they say happened after the events of Ocarina of Time, because I judge games based on a very simple philosophy, that time effectively stops at the date of release. This game came out in 1998. It deserves, nay, needs to be judged on its own merits, without the influence of future sequels dictating its story. That's why I didn't reference Ocarina of Time in the context it gives to the world building of Zelda during my Link to the Past review, because if I did, it would have retroactively improved the story of that game. In that same vein, I'm not going to rag on Skyward Sword's admittingly interesting handling of the ancient forgotten goddess Hylia just because Breath of the Wild took that concept and completely ran it into the ground by effectively converting all of Hyrule into a bland monotheistic quasi-Christian society. So then, working with what we had in 1998, what does the Zelda series look like at this point? We have Zelda 1 and Zelda 2, followed up by A Link to the Past, then Link's Awakening, and now Ocarina of Time. 5 games. That's it. Now, let me be real with you for a second here. Zelda 1 and 2 don't have stories. You had to read the manual to understand their plots, and no one gave a shit about writing any lore for these games. Functionally, A Link to the Past was a reboot from the series. This was normal for SNES games. They often took 8-bit titles and pretty much remade them tick for tack as a way of showing off the new hardware. Zelda 3 retells the events of Zelda 1, but with actual dialogue, world building, and character writing, while simultaneously weaving in elements from Zelda 2, like the Triforce of Courage and the wish-granting capabilities of the Power of Gold. Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 are NES games with no story, and were effectively rewritten by Zelda 3. They should, therefore, never be included in any attempt at making a Zelda timeline. Zelda 3, on the other hand, is the actual beginning of the storyline. That's why Miyamoto himself wrote that game's plot and world building, while Kensuke Tanabe only provided script support. Link's Awakening, on the other hand, is an immediate sequel, almost a side story, considering how low stakes its plot is. And it followed the same protagonist from A Link to the Past. It featured the writing talents of Kensuke Tanabe and Yoshiaki Koizumi, the former of whom would go on to write the script for Ocarina of Time alongside a newcomer to the series, Toru Osawa. So there you have it, a simple timeline containing 2 games. That's the Zelda series pre-1998. It really is quite that simple. So where does Ocarina of Time fit within that sequence of events? It clearly features a new protagonist, as well as a reimagined Hyrule that we've never seen before, and a new Zelda as well. Hyrule Castle is completely different and even has a town associated with it, while Kakariko is but a tiny rural village. So what's going on here? Is this another reboot? Not at all. Ocarina of Time portrays the events of the Sealing War, the very same one that the characters of A Link to the Past constantly reference without reprieve. Yep. It all comes back to the history, bitches, just as it always does. Think about it. A Link to the Past established that, long ago, many people sought after the power of gold which lay within the kingdom of Hyrule, until one day, someone finally got their hands on it. Evil power began flowing from the Sacred Realm, and so the Sovereign of Hyrule ordered 7 wise men to seal the Sacred Realm shut. It should be noted that while the English version of the game translates this bit to say that the king ordered the 7 wise men to do this, the Japanese title Osama can be applied to a gender-neutral sovereign as well, which is why queen in Japanese is just a contraction of the words woman and king, Jo-sama. Okay, so why am I sticking on this point? Because Zelda, the rightful sovereign and soon-to-be queen of Hyrule, orders the sages to seal away Ganon within the Sacred Realm at the end of this game. And remember, one of the sages must have been the sovereign of Hyrule herself, since Zelda in A Link to the Past is, simultaneously, one of the descendants of the 7 sages, the one destined to lead them all. That fits perfectly with the events we see in Ocarina of Time. On top of that, Ganon was said to have been a king of thieves. How fitting is it that the title he was given as an insult by the Hylian people comes to be the only thing he is remembered for generations later. Combine that with Ganondorf's transformation at the end of the game, where he takes on the form of the beast we see him as in A Link to the Past, as well as his being trapped in the Sacred Realm, which he had already turned into the Dark World by this point, if you recall Raru's dialogue from earlier, and it becomes rather clear that this is Ganon's origin story, a sorcerer king who sought the power of gold. his greed eventually becoming his own downfall, and leading him into becoming trapped within the dark world that he helped to create. And it also handily explains his motivations in A Link to the Past, which, if you recall from that video, were nebulous at best. I skimmed over this before, but now that it's relevant, let's go over Ganon's final lines one last time. Curse you, sages. Curse you, Zelda. Curse you, Link. One day, when this seal is broken, that is when I will exterminate your descendants. This is clear foreshadowing for the events of A Link to the Past, a game where Ganon's seal finally breaks and he returns to exterminate the descendants of the sages. Seriously, like verbatim, that is literally what he starts doing from the moment he first escapes. He spends that whole game kidnapping the descendants of the sages and using their magic to escape from the Sacred Realm. Also, he straight up kills the king, Zelda's direct descendant, as well as Link's uncle, a direct descendant of Link. And maybe Zelda too, depending on whether or not you believe they got together after the events of this game. I suppose that would make the king and his daughter, Zelda, Link's descendants also. And actually, if all the incarnations of Zelda and Link are both descendants of one another and are simultaneously always romantically involved, then doesn't that make all of these respective relationships incestuous? The royal family's bloodline is probably shaped like the very DNA they're fucking with at this point. Point being, Ganon's actions in A Link to the Past perfectly line up with what Ganondorf threatens to do at the end of this game. But more than just the characters, the world of A Link to the Past lines up exactly how you would expect it to if it were a sequel to Ocarina of Time. Kakariko, the once remote, rural village sitting at the base of Death Mountain, has since become a bustling city. No doubt, it enjoyed an increased importance following the events of the Sealing War, seeing as how the old capital of Hyrule was destroyed. There's even a tongue-in-cheek reference to the city's future growth from the Carpenter's boss, who says that Impa hired him to improve the village so that it might one day become a true city. Speaking of which, Castle Town doesn't exist in A Link to the Past because it was destroyed in Ocarina of Time. In fact, the whole castle is different because it had to be rebuilt from scratch. The rest of the game world matches up too. Death Mountain looms to the north. Zora's River is sourced from the rapids of the east and flows south to feed into Lake Hylia, and the not yet named Gerudo Desert lies to the southwest. Also, every sign, tablet, or letter we see in Ocarina of Time is written in Old Hylian, that ancient language which we needed the Book of Medora to translate with in A Link to the Past. The fact that Link and all the other characters in this game can just read this stuff without any trouble seems to indicate that we are, in fact, in ancient Hyrule. Combine that with the fact that the blood of the Hylians was said to have grown thin by the events of A Link to the Past, and all the elves in Ocarina of Time called themselves Hylians, and it soon becomes certain, beyond a reasonable doubt, that this game is in fact a prequel to A Link to the Past. The final detail lies in the war itself. As A Link to the Past established, practically every Holy Knight of Hyrule died over the course of the Sealing War, a fact we see represented in Ocarina of Time. Remember, all the soldiers of Hyrule we saw protecting the kingdom during the child part of the game are long dead during the adult timeline. Even their very homes are suddenly being occupied by completely new faces. The only one left standing by the end of the war is Link, the warrior whom our protagonist in A Link to the Past is descended from. This was the exact outcome of the Sealing War that A Link to the Past described. We finally defeated Ganondorf, but at the cost of an entire generation of young men. When you put this game into perspective like that, when we come to realize that this entire time we've been playing out the historical events that A Link to the Past kept drilling into our heads, the plot suddenly becomes all the more special to returning players. In fact, it retroactively makes me enjoy A Link to the Past so much more. It's a genuine joy to see the world we saved in Ocarina of Time continue to flourish due to our past actions, and to save it one final time, to finish what Link and Zelda started all those years ago in the quiet gardens of Hyrule Castle. This leads into the final part of this ending and the last chapter of this video. No doubt, I'm sure I have communicated to you by this point that Ocarina of Time is a game shrouded in symbolism and obscure allegories. It should come as no surprise then that the final subject of this video is me tackling these allegories and breaking down exactly what they're meant to represent. When we look at the story of Ocarina of Time from a literal perspective, the plot seems rather simplistic. Boy sets out on a journey to save the world, meets girl with prophetic powers, makes new friends, collects 3 MacGuffins, then evil bad guy wins. For the second act, boy-turned-man travels through time, delves into several dungeons, rescues more people, and then saves the day before returning home. When we put it like that, Ocarina of Time seems to be a simple, straightforward tale following the classic outline of the hero's journey. But as I've no doubt made clear by this point, the story of Ocarina of Time is so much more than what we see on the surface. It's an allegory for growing up. Link begins this story as a frightened, irresponsible child, but a certain traumatic event, the loss of his father, forces him to rapidly mature in a way that no healthy child should. He is forced to leave his home, let go of a precious childhood friend, and venture out into the unknown. But this journey into adulthood initially brings with it a fair bit of joy. Link meets a new girl who he quickly forms a lifelong bond with, forges a deep friendship with Darunia, and even experiences the very first sparks of romance courtesy of Rudo. But the good times don't last. Once Link's transition into early adulthood is finally complete, he sees the world for what it truly is. A dark, horrible place where more often than not, people are suffering at the hands of injustice, both natural and man-made. People we used to know are straight up dead. Places we used to visit have changed for the worst. The color, joy, and wonders of the world have been replaced with a constant need to fulfill a specific task, to take on crushing responsibilities and carve a place for ourselves in this cruel world. This is what being an adult is truly like. The world has so much less wonder and joy to it, because you know too much. There's no longer a sense of discovery about it. The ample time you once had to enjoy yourself is replaced with a constant need to maintain one's life, to produce the income or complete the tasks necessary to keep one's household and family together. But the truth is, the world didn't change. Link did. The world's the same as it always has been. There was always suffering in Hyrule, we just refused to notice it. And even if we did, a child couldn't have fully understood it. While Link was gallivanting around Hyrule, the Gerudo was starving out in the desert, and were forced to steal from the other races in order to survive. Is it any wonder why we couldn't visit the Gerudo Desert during the child part of the game? If we did, then it would have shattered the false perception we had of the world. We would have seen it for the horrible place it always was. The bottom of the well is another example. It doesn't suddenly spawn in Kakariko Village apropos of nothing. It's been there the entire time. Evil was always lying just beneath the surface of the bright, chipper world we thought we inhabited. We just couldn't see it. It's not until after Link becomes an adult that he can return to this area and finally see that the world was not always as perfect as he once believed it to be. The characters also help to tell the more allegorical parts of this story. Throughout the game, we save sages who, beyond assisting Zelda and sealing away Ganon for good, also represent important aspects of Link's transformation into full-blown adulthood. Saria, his unaging childhood friend who, as a Hylian, he must come to accept that he cannot see again. She represents the unchanging, perfect memories he has of his childhood, something that will always be with him in spirit, but can never truly be experienced again. Darunia, Link's sworn brother not by blood, but by choice, represents friendship, the kind that promotes mutual growth and support throughout a young man's life. Rudo, Link's childhood crush, represents romantic love, a more innocent yet complex emotion that can lead to both great joy and terrible sorrow. Impa, the domineering adult figure who first tasked Link with fulfilling Zelda's orders, represents duty, the part of adulthood that no one really enjoys but must be fulfilled simply to survive. Raru, the guiding, fatherly figure who offers unsolicited advice throughout Link's journey, represents family, the people we depend on for survival as children, yet, paradoxically, must be abandoned in order for an adult like Link to consider himself to be truly independent. Finally, there's Naboru, who represents sexuality, that final aspect of an adult's mental and physical development that must be achieved in order to bring new life into the world, and thus begin the cycle anew. As you can see, the journey we take over the course of this game is both literal, in that we save Hyrule by physically rescuing 7 magical girls, well, 5 girls, 1 old man, and a genderless rock person, and also metaphorical, in that each step of our journey represents a new breakthrough in Link's growth into adulthood. Link grows both physically and spiritually. This speaks to a shared part of the human condition that everyone can relate to. If you played this game as a kid, most of these concepts will have gone completely over your head. Personally, I first played this game as an adult, and so I found myself emotionally susceptible to the story from the moment I first exited the Temple of Time, because when I came back to Castletown as adult Link, only to see that the bright, happy world I once knew was now dead, depressing, and truly awful, it reminded me of my own experience growing up. If you're an adult, you understand this, and if you're not, then I'm sorry to tell you this, but you will someday. The truth is, growing up fucking sucks. Everything you once loved starts to slowly wither away. The people you once knew begin to disappear or become completely unrecognizable. Your life suddenly becomes consumed by duty and responsibility, and even the very place you grew up in becomes perverted by new development projects and the loss of individual identity. This brings us to the very final shot of the game. When Link returns to his original time and gets the chance to relive his childhood, you would probably expect that to be a happy ending. But remember the moral of Zelda's character story. By trying to change fate, she only hastened the world's fall. In other words, despite what some of the later games will try to tell you, this ending isn't about Link going back in time and stopping the events of this game from ever happening. That would be super lame and would essentially undo all of our progress. Rather, it is Zelda trying to give Link a second chance at being a kid, at regaining his lost time, as she puts it. But you can't turn back time, no matter how hard you might try. The fact is, Link is an adult now. He can't go back to being a child, even though he's definitely earned that much. Navi leaves at the end of this game because she knows that Link doesn't need a guiding adult figure in his life anymore. And Link doesn't chase after her because he knows that to be true. He knows that he's got to move on from his childhood and carve his own place in the world. They must part. Navi's mission is fulfilled, and she must return to the forest, the realm of eternal childhood, just as Link must move forward with his adult life. In this final shot, when Link meets Zelda again, there is almost a slight hope for but a mere moment that Link might relive his days of childhood wonder. But then, as the scene ends, this final shot turns monochrome, and we get our tragic answer. Link is reliving the same events of his childhood, but they're washed out, grayer, the color and wonder all but gone. Link can't go back to being a kid. The cycle will continue, and the events of this game will happen regardless of any attempt on our part to stop them. As Zelda once said, time passes, people move. Like a river's flow, it never ends. But that is not to say that Ocarina of Time's ending is a tragedy. It's just bittersweet. Because remember, these were our end credits. This is the world we helped save, and will save again when Ganon inevitably returns. The fact of the matter is, while Link's transformation into adulthood is absolutely tragic, and the loss of color and joy in his life should be lamented, the more important fact is, he's a goddamn hero. He saved thousands of people. He never could have done that if he had remained a child. If Link had never grown up, then he would still be a frightened little boy, unable to so much as fight back when faced against such an imposing figure like Ganon. Yeah, being an adult sucks sometimes, most of the time even, but someone's gotta do it. Someone had to take up the Kokiri sword and purge the rot from the Great Deku Tree. Someone had to save the Zora Princess from the belly of a beast. Someone had to oppose the King of Evil and liberate Hyrule, to save Malon from Ingo's cruelty, to free the Carpenters from Gerudo Fortress, to rescue the Seven Sages, and save the world. Ocarina of Time might be a game about how growing up sucks, but it also shows us exactly why we have to do it anyway. Why we have to continue pushing through life, no matter how hard it gets. It's a beautiful tale, channeling its themes of growth and decay through clever symbolism and ludo-narrative storytelling. Books can tell you a story, films can show you one, but only in a game can you live it. And Ocarina of Time perfectly capitalizes on the interactive medium by conveying its story through its gameplay. The characters are lovable and feel like real people, with proper motivations and development. The plot is layered and deep, while also being incredibly simple and easy to follow. And the world building is absolutely rich. The races are unique and interesting, with cultures that serve as a reflection of their history, biology, and environment. With such a perfect storm of factors all combined into one beautiful game, I feel no hesitation in calling this the greatest Zelda story, and one of the greatest stories ever written for a video game. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time is the absolute peak of the Zelda series. Future Zelda titles might have improved upon individual elements. Cinematography, fully orchestrated soundtracks, more advanced physics engines, but no game in the series manages to balance every one of its individual elements in such perfect harmony the way Ocarina does. True, there are a couple games which manage to craft as rich of a setting, as deep of a story, and as focused a design philosophy as Ocarina of Time does. Yet all of those close contenders owe their very existence to this one title. If Ocarina of Time had not revolutionized the 3D action-adventure genre, then we never would have seen Western RPGs like Morrowind or Fallout New Vegas, never would have gotten the modern Souls-like genre, whose progenitor took this game's combat system and fine-tuned it into what would eventually become Elden Ring. And of course, we never would have gotten Breath of the Wild, which overtook its legendary predecessor to become the greatest-selling Zelda game ever made. Ocarina of Time is the genesis of 3D Zelda, and yet it still stands as the greatest game in the series, even a quarter century after release. Its dungeon design is impeccable. Eiji Aonuma had such a deep appreciation for and understanding of what made the past game's dungeons so special, and fine-tuned their individual elements to near perfection. Even more impressive, he added an additional layer of depth that no past or future Zelda games, except for Twilight Princess, would ever implement again: environmental storytelling. Each individual locale serves both a gameplay and narrative purpose, from the putrid innards of Hyrule's guardian deities, to the haunted stone hallways of a long-dead cult, to an ancient flooded temple dedicated to the worship of a long-forgotten god. Every dungeon in Ocarina of Time tells a story just as much as it offers clever puzzles and unique combat challenges. The world design is similarly rich. Not only does Hyrule serve as a great overworld chock full of fun little secrets and intriguing side quests, but it also feels genuinely lived in and realistic. Every race has a unique look, a distinct culture, and a society that was clearly molded around their historical and environmental circumstances. The collectibles are fun and varied. The heart pieces are hidden well and have genuinely unique and varied ways of collecting them. And the fact that gathering all 100 Skulltulas is actually tied to freeing a man and his children from an unjust curse, one which you see them suffer from throughout the game, makes the, admittingly rather involved, act of completionism feel rewarding. The characters inhabiting this world and the individual stories they tell add so much flavor and variety to the game's story. Saria, Zelda, Darunia, Gerudo, Rauru, Impa, and Naboru, all of these characters have a narrative purpose with unique character traits and individual stories. They serve both a literal purpose and a subtextual one. And that's not even to mention the lovable side characters like Malon, whose singular side quest is more impactful and better designed than every single piece of optional content in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom combined. And the story is both simple and deep at the same time, adding complex layers to the lore of past games while carving a unique place for itself in the storyline. It's the perfect hero's journey tale, a simple plot on the surface, but with cavernous symbolic and thematic depth. It is just as much a tale of growth and heroism as it is of decay and the loss of innocence. But all the same, you push through that darkness and earn yourself an incredibly satisfying ending, one that is equal parts bitter as it is sweet. This game is a goddamn masterpiece, and it deserves every bit of praise it has ever gotten and more. I give The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time a 10 out of 10. No game is perfect. Hell, nothing made by humans ever will be. Because yes, I would prefer if the dialogue moved a bit faster. You have no idea how painful the slow text speed is until you decide to make a 4-hour review of this game. And yeah, Gerudo's Fortress was absolutely a misstep, and I think that part of the game needed a few rewrites in order to make the force stealth section work within the context of the game's story. And yeah, some of the bosses kinda suck, like Morpha, Twinrova, or Ganondorf. The first phase, obviously. But these flaws are so minor in the grand scheme of what this game accomplishes that I can't imagine what else I would give this game if not a 10. When I first started this project, and by this project, I mean when I first began playing all the Zelda games in order and ranking them well before I even made this YouTube channel, I first decided to rank this game a 9.9 out of 10. My way of recognizing that it had a few flaws, yet was otherwise perfect. But on my 5th or so playthrough, after having finally finished writing my notes on this game, I realized that if I didn't give Ocarina of Time a 10 out of 10, then I would never give any game a 10 out of 10. Halo 1's difficulty system has major balancing problems. Fallout New Vegas is buggy as all hell and crashes about a dozen times on every new playthrough. And Chrono Trigger suffers from many of the exact same problems as Ocarina of Time, including the awful, suddenly forced stealth section that happens near the end of the game. Each of these games represent the absolute pinnacles of their respective genres. They are, by most critics' metrics, 10 out of 10 titles of legendary report. And yet, they all have flaws, because all games have flaws. That's never up for debate. The real question is, do these flaws detract from the overall experience? In Ocarina of Time's case, the answer is a definitive no. So Ocarina of Time is a 10 out of 10, because in 25 years, no one has managed to make a better Zelda game. Not Nintendo, not Capcom, not even some obscure indie dev. No one has yet managed to one-up what is, arguably, the greatest game of all time. There have been several attempts, and some of these games did manage to become great titles in their own right. I know I rag on this game all the time, but the truth is, the first 10 hours of Breath of the Wild are still, to this day, some of the greatest 10 hours I've ever played in a video game. That is to say, don't lose hope just because Ocarina of Time is still the greatest game ever made. People didn't stop painting after Michelangelo finished the Sistine Chapel, and Nintendo sure as hell won't stop making Zelda games. Will they ever make one as great as Ocarina of Time again? That remains to be seen. But what I can say, definitively, is that many of the future games in this series are fantastic titles in their own right, and I cannot wait to review them all. Ending this video in particular is hard for me, because it has consumed my headspace for almost 2 years now. I'm gonna be honest with you, there were moments over the course of that time period where I almost hated this game. Not because of the game itself, but because the process of making this video has been so tumultuous. My physical copy of the game lost the charge to its internal battery 3/4 of the way through my initial review playthrough, and I lost about 20 hours of progress because of that. Then, Project 64 kept crashing at one particular cutscene, and I lost about 7 hours total from that. And through all of these troubles, and so many more, I kept asking myself, who am I doing this for? Well, I finally arrived at the answer. If you're listening to my voice right now, then I did it for you. I mean that. What keeps this channel going is the sheer joy I feel at seeing people respond to my work. Comments where people share insightful analysis and lively debates over these games which have honestly consumed such a large part of my life. Fan art that I have received from several viewers over the years, including my channel banner itself. My patrons who care enough about my work to support it financially. I have felt more emotionally fulfilled from reading your comments than I have while doing any other work I have engaged in over the course of my life, because I can see the impact my videos have had on people, be that a kind comment complimenting my work or the 1000th angry rant about how Zelda 2 isn't a bad game and I just suck at it. I love seeing that stuff come in on my feed every day. It drives me to make these videos, no matter how hellish the process might be or how few views my channel gets. So if you're listening, I have a favor to ask. If you're a first-time viewer, then I invite you to watch some of my earlier Zelda videos reviewing the first 4 Zelda games. They're much in the same style as this one, though admittingly, the first 2 in particular don't have as high a production value as I do nowadays. If after watching those videos you find that you enjoyed the series and want to be informed when the next part comes out, feel free to subscribe. If you're a long-time viewer of mine, I first want to say thank you for your patience. I promise that the next Zelda video won't take nearly as long as this one. For the members of my Discord community, I'd like to say I love all of you guys. The discussions I see you guys have on there always brings me so much joy, and I love how insightful your questions about the video making process and my opinions on the Zelda series always are. Finally, to my patrons, I'd like to say thank you for your now 2 years of financial support. It means the world to me that you enjoy my content enough to help fund this channel, and I always keep you guys in mind whenever I start to feel burnt out. It really helps to drive me to complete each project. Speaking of which, if you love my work, are financially stable, and want to help support future videos like this one, then I would ask that you consider visiting my Patreon page. I don't like plugging this sort of thing, but the reality is that projects like this one take hundreds, if not thousands, of hours for me to complete, and I remain mostly uncompensated by YouTube for that effort. Any little bit helps. So thank you, at the very least, for your consideration on the matter. Alright, that's the end of the video. Wake up. The great Deku Tree has summoned you. Let's get going.
This video is a complete chronological timeline of Half-Life and Portal, how these games interact with each other, and with it will contain spoilers for every game in the series, as of 2022. On a faraway world, the species now known as the Nyland lived in peace. Not a lot is known about how their world functioned or how they worked as a society, but as with everything in this timeline, chaos was soon to come. Out there in space, a multi-dimensional alien empire traveled from universe to universe, invading every sentient species they came across. After a successful invasion, they then got to work, where they took the natural resources of these planets. But the worst part of this was what they did to the species that inhabited them. Over their time, they learned how to analyze and adapt the biological structures of the species they encountered in an effort to grow their army, where they became a combination of countless, indoctrinated mutated species under the leadership of one, which is why humanity would later refer to them by the name the Combine, a dark force that spread fear across space. On one of their jumps to explore another universe, the Combine discovered the world of the Nyland, and just like they had done countless times before, they prepared for invasion. As the Combine overwhelmed the population of this world, the Nyland attempted to fight back, but were unsuccessful, where the Combine began their twisted experimentation to see how this species could be adapted to enhance their army. Just like every other population under Combine rule, the Nyland attempted to find a way to take down the Combine, or escape them completely. And for one of the species, it discovered a gateway from their world to somewhere new. And after passing through, this Nyland found itself on the border world of Zen. This was a place between dimensions, home to various flora and fauna to the worlds it had previously connected to over time. And here, the Nyland found sanctuary from the Combine, and eventually became the last of its species to survive the Combine invasion. Although the Nyland was safe for now, the Combine still continued their exploration across universes and dimensions. So, the Nyland explored Zen to see if it could find a way to defend itself, just in case the Combine discovered Zen. Moving forward an unknown amount of time to 1943 on planet Earth, a young man, Cave Johnson, formed a new company called Aperture Fixtures. Here, he used his father's theories of farming, although his father had never farmed a day in his life, to create the backbone of Aperture. These theories were to do everything from scratch, spare no expense, and to never cut corners, and using these, Aperture Fixtures thrived. Aperture Fixtures mostly developed and manufactured shower curtains. Although the functionality of these high-tech shower curtains is unknown, they sold extremely well, and were very well received by the general public and Cave's peers, where he was given the Shower Curtain Salesman Award in his first year of business. From here, success only followed him. Following this, Cave managed to acquire contracts with many branches of the United States military for his innovative shower curtains, where he quickly became a billionaire. In 1944, just 1 year after starting his company, Cave decided to expand, and with great vision and wealth, he purchased a salt mine deep underground in Upper Michigan, where they planned for this place to be the new home of Aperture Fixtures. Over the following years, the company thrived, and with a large team under him at this point, Cave opted to make a change to the company, where it went into a more scientific direction. By 1947, Cave renamed his company to Aperture Science, where he still used his father's theories in an unorthodox approach to build it up. Here, he spared no expense and sought out the best and brightest minds money could buy. Once again, this worked, and Aperture Science received an award for the best new science company in the same year. Over the next few years, Aperture Science grew, and the old salt mine tunnels were used to construct additional regions to work in and test scientific products. And by 1949, Aperture was rated number 2 in the top 100 applied science companies by the Mechanical Engineering World Journal. As Cave's employees grew to know him, they learned just how quirky his character was. One specific example noted was when he listed the 3 pillars of aperture science. The first, that science without results is just witchcraft. The second, get results or get fired. And the third, if an employee suspected a co-worker of being a witch, then they should report them immediately, as witchcraft would not be tolerated. As the years went on, the personnel of Aperture did not know if Cave was joking or if he truly believed this. Regardless, Cave had created a company from nothing, and it only continued to grow. Moving into the 1950s, Aperture's success continued, while over in the New Mexico desert, the government-funded Black Mesa Corporation purchased some land. Here, they believed that this location would give them the privacy to work on top-secret experiments without interruption. And over the years, they built a complex on this land, hired staff, and got to work in the new Black Mesa Research Facility. Back in Upper Michigan, Aperture was booming. Aside from becoming the runner-up for the US Department of Defense's Contract of the Year award, which came with its own monetary gain, Aperture's products continued to sell well to the public and the government. Their products were innovative and came at an extremely high standard thanks to the vigorous testing procedures in place. Due to their reputation, Aperture were able to bring in astronauts, Olympians, and war heroes as test subjects. Products such as the repulsion gel, sentry turret, and even the development of a quantum tunneling device pushed Aperture to keep breaking scientific boundaries, and with ample test subjects, many products in the testing phase, and an influx of revenue coming into Aperture, Cave continued to expand deeper into the salt mines for more room for his scientists to make his ideas a reality. As the company grew, Cave came to the realization that he could not oversee or participate in every aspect of Aperture due to how big this company had become. And so, he made 2 big adjustments to the way he ran his company. The first, he hired an assistant, Carolyn, and the second, he pre-recorded voice announcements which were played across the facility to welcome his test subjects and motivate his employees so that his presence would still be felt. By 1956, Aperture signed another contract with the US government, once again boosting the company's revenue and reputation. Aperture sold their sentry turrets to the public and explored potato science. But Cave heard word of another rising science facility, Black Mesa, who appeared to have similar work and ideas to him. But with his success, Black Mesa was of no worry. Moving into the 1960s, the boom period that Aperture had experienced began to die down. This in part was due to other companies performing extremely well, where the market became more saturated, but the major issue was how Aperture operated internally. Although the way Cave had built up Aperture had led to its initial success, these methods gave the company issues in the long run. Aperture Science developed and worked with advanced technology. This brought in revenue for the company, but it also came with its own dangers. The many products that Aperture sent out into the world were pulled from shelves for violating health and safety regulations, which impacted the revenue the company received. Alongside this, the products currently in development became stuck in the testing phase to make sure that they reached a level of standard that would allow them to pass these regulations, which resulted in very few products actually being sent out into the world. As a result of Aperture's new reputation of carelessness and a failure to comply with health and safety concerns, Cave decided to prepare Aperture in the event that his company and the complex were examined by an external party. So, in 1961, he sealed off Test Shaft 09 and the other areas that the scientists had conducted highly unethical experiments. Just a few of these experiments consisted of attempting to turn blood into pure gasoline, injecting praying mantis DNA into the test subjects to turn them into mantis men, and having his test subjects fight off an army of mantis men when the previous experiment was a success. Cave stated that he had simply wanted to do science, and he had achieved his goal with the brightest minds he could find. But this had come at the mutilation and, in some cases, death of his test subjects. Although Aperture had sped ahead of the competition as a privately owned company with the secret experiments, other science facilities such as Black Mesa were government funded and were limited in their capabilities. Regardless, with these regions of Aperture sealed off, the scientists worked on experiments on the safer side, which frustrated Cave as he believed he was limited in what he could explore. Over in the New Mexico desert, Black Mesa had begun to shape into one of the leading scientific forces in the world. Their top secret, groundbreaking technology, funded by the government, then allowed them to explore scientific branches that Aperture had not. By 1968, Aperture's situation had declined even further. Their products struggled to sell, and their reputation was not what it once was. Cave had grown increasingly more frustrated over this time, as he believed that Black Mesa had stolen his ideas. On top of his pressure and stress, the US Senate called upon Aperture after several astronauts had disappeared during testing. With this hearing, failure to sell products, and contracts with the US government pulled, Aperture was forced to declare bankruptcy. This had huge ramifications for Aperture and the way it functioned. Of course, Cave hoped that they would bounce back, and he pushed his scientists to keep working. But he struggled during this time, and his assistant, Carolyn, stood by him, helped him as much as she could, and became his closest confidant, where a strong relationship formed between them. Without the ability to hire renowned test subjects to test his products, Cave was enraged that he had to instead hire homeless people, who he offered $60 for their services, and an additional $60 if they allowed Aperture to disassemble and then reassemble them for science. This obviously came with a risk, but it was this very risk that had allowed Aperture to boom just a decade before. Although the issues Aperture faced were down to Cave's decisions and lack of care for those who had entered his facility, he instead blamed Black Mesa for all the issues he faced. But in his rants, he could not provide any proof that they had actually stolen anything from him. Moving into the 1970s, Aperture declined even further, but Cave was determined to push boundaries with new technology in development. Here, he reopened Test Shaft 09 and started work on dangerous experiments once again. And later in 1971, a dry dock was built where a team began work on the Borealis. Although this experiment was top secret, what is known is that it involved a research vessel, specifically a Healy-class icebreaker ship, and highly experimental teleportation technology. Although this experiment was top secret, the scientists at Black Mesa somehow heard word of this, which quite possibly confirmed that Cave had been correct about his theories, and there was a spy in their midst. By 1976, Aperture's decline forced Cave to widen his search parameters once again for additional test subjects, where this time he brought in child orphans, psychiatric patients, and the elderly. Although these new subjects essentially allowed Aperture to function just as well as before, Cave hated that he had to lower his standards. With his ego bruised, Cave's once positive and energetic pre-recorded voice announcements declined into aggressive, frustrated rants where he ridiculed the new test subjects in his facility. In an attempt to reclaim the reputation and prestige that Aperture Science had once had, he announced a 3-tier plan for the future of his company. The Heimlich Counter Maneuver, the Take-A-Wish Foundation, and most notably, the Portal Project. While the first two of this plan appear to phase out over time, the Portal Project stayed with Aperture and ultimately would make a huge impact on their future. This project essentially focused on the formation of portals with a handheld device, which Aperture named the Aperture Science Handheld Portal Device, ASHPD for short. And to develop and test this, they constructed the Enrichment Center, which consisted of laboratories, test chambers, and offices. Although Cave believed Aperture's situation could not get any worse, by 1981 it had. Having fallen even further into financial turmoil, Cave grew desperate for a profitable product for the company. So, in an effort to push the development of Aperture's mobility gels, he purchased $70 million worth of moon rocks to push this project, even though he was told by his financial advisors that he could only afford $7 worth, which he ignored. Upon the conversion of these moon rocks into a gel, Cave and his scientists discovered that the moon dust worked perfectly as a portal conductor, with a belief that the Portal Project could quite possibly be the venture that could save Aperture. Cave took a hands-on approach in the development of moon rocks into conversion gel, but over time, his exposure to the moon rocks slowly damaged his kidneys and lungs, where they began to fail. As Cave's health declined, he relied even more on Carolyn to help him with his medication and the running of Aperture. Over in the New Mexico desert, the top-secret Black Mesa research facility had built up a groundbreaking complex with many sectors that were divided into multiple areas of research. The most impressive was in Sector F, the Lambda Complex. Here, a team of scientists had built up a teleporter and discovered a world far away from Earth, the border world of Zen. With this discovery, Black Mesa set up survey teams and sent them through to explore and collect samples to study this place. Within, this team discovered many different species. After research and study of the flora and fauna here, the team determined that nothing was actually native to the border world. Everything had come from their own world and stayed. They also found out the hard way that this place was not safe by any means, and they had to be cautious to avoid the dangerous alien life forms and plant life. Moving into 1982, Cave's health had deteriorated immensely, where he accepted the fact that he was likely going to die. This led to mood swings where he on one occasion broadcast a rant about lemons to the entire facility. That if life gave you lemons, demand to see Life's manager and then burn down Life's house with combustible lemons. On top of this, Aperture could no longer afford to hire test subjects, so he made testing mandatory for all employees. This dramatically raised the quality of test subjects, but it also dramatically reduced employee retention, so involuntary human testing was phased out. As Cave reflected on his mortality, he lingered on the idea of the compact disc, and he thought, if humanity had discovered a way to store music on a compact disc, then why could they not also store a man's intelligence and personality too? If he could somehow get his scientists to achieve this, then he could cheat death and run Aperture as a machine. So, he ordered his brightest scientists to research artificial intelligence, something he himself believed he should have looked into 30 years before. And as a smart man, he knew there was a chance his illness would take him before the project was complete. Here, he left two instructions for Aperture upon his death. The first, that his ever-loyal assistant Carolyn was to be named as his successor and become CEO of Aperture Science. And secondly, that when the AI system was finally complete, that Carolyn was to be uploaded to the system regardless of any protests that she had. Shortly after, Kay succumbed to his illness and passed away, where Carolyn became CEO of Aperture Science. Jumping ahead to 1986, Aperture heard word that Black Mesa were working on their own portal technology, and with the competition strong, Carolyn pushed for the development of a disk operating system based on the genetic lifeform artificial intelligence research that had begun back in 1982. If this project were to be completed, it would allow Aperture to accelerate their portal project and hopefully beat Black Mesa in this race. As the Black Mesa survey team explored more of these floating islands in a void of space, they managed to bring back specimens of the flora and fauna they came across. Although dozens of this survey team fell victim to the dangers of Zen, this research was invaluable and increased their understanding of not only Zen, but also gave them a greater insight into how the universe functioned. On one of their expeditions, the survey team took notes of crystals scattered across Zen's landscape, and after they brought some of these crystals back to Black Mesa, they discovered that these crystals had interesting properties. So, Black Mesa formed the Anomalous Materials team to analyze them in the Sector C test labs. But to do this, they needed a machine that was capable of the level of analysis they needed. As one of the scientists that had originally worked in Sector F, Dr. Rosenberg took it upon himself to design this device, and here he came up with the anti-mass spectrometer, where it was constructed in Test Lab C-33A in Sector C. This machine scanned a chosen crystal sample with oscillating electromagnetic fields and beams of high-energy plasma, where it agitated the exotic matter in the crystals to form displacement fields, which were then analyzed with advanced sensors. The scientists theorized that if they were able to harness the negative mass or exotic energy in these crystals, then they could essentially create wormholes to discover new universes and dimensions for exploration. This was the portal technology Aperture had heard rumors about, but it was a completely different method of forming a portal, as Aperture's method relied on the ability to harness the power of a black hole inside of a handheld device to form theirs. While this was one of the main focuses of the Zenin crystals, Black Mesa also had other ideas for technology they could develop with them. Over the next few years, one of Aperture's most ambitious projects, the Borealis and its crew of scientists disappeared without a trace, and a part of the dry dock with it. With this experiment held in high secrecy, it was never reported what had actually happened to the research vessel. Many believed that this project was in some way linked to teleportation technology, so they speculated that something had gone wrong and it had teleported out of the facility. As Black Mesa and Aperture Science competed against each other out there in the world, a new generation of scientists worked hard to gain an education and join this race for scientific advancement. One of these was Gordon Freeman. With a thirst to explore and understand theoretical physics, Gordon managed to get into the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and over his years there, he made a strong impression on his peers and professors. One of his professors was Dr. Isaac Kleiner. This man was a well-known name in the scientific community due to his research and documentation on teleportation, something Gordon was also highly interested in, where he wrote his thesis on the topic. Eventually, Gordon graduated and moved to Innsbruck, Austria, where he joined the team at the Institute for Experimental Physics. During his time there, Gordon was able to gain a better insight into teleportation and even managed to observe a series of teleportation experiments. Over in Black Mesa, Gordon's old mentor, Dr. Kleiner, was offered a position with the Anomalous Materials team, where he could put his knowledge on teleportation to use. Here, Isaac worked with the other great minds on this team, most notably Dr. Eli Vance, Dr. Richard Keller, and Dr. Arnie Magnuson. Moving into 1996, Aperture's work on the genetic lifeform and disk operating system neared completion, and aware that when activated for the first time, there was a chance that its sentience would come with a godlike complex. With this risk, the technicians on this project put in place a safeguard, the Red Phone Plan. This plan was fairly simple. It required an Aperture employee to sit next to a red phone placed in GLaDOS's AI chamber, and if she appeared to be hostile upon activation, then the employee was to use it where GLaDOS would quickly be shut down. GLaDOS essentially was rooted into the whole facility and had full control of it, so it was important that the technicians made sure she had the right intentions. After many years of hard work and research on the GLaDOS project, it was almost complete. The technicians just needed to do one thing: upload Carolyn's consciousness. So they followed Cade Johnson's final order and uploaded her. It is unknown if she went willingly or put up a fight, but after this, any record of Carolyn is gone. Therefore, it is believed that her physical form passed away as her mind was uploaded. The ultimate aim for this project had been to see if Aperture could upload a human mind to a system that, when active, would control every aspect of the facility, help it run efficiently, and, most importantly, accelerate projects in progress. Although Carolyn had been uploaded to GLaDOS, something appeared to have gone wrong during this process, where Carolyn's personality was hidden away in the system and suppressed. Shortly after, GLaDOS was activated for the first time. Here, she instantly attempted to lock down the facility within 1/16 of a picosecond, with the intention to murder all personnel. To Aperture's luck, their preparation with the Red Phone Plan allowed them to shut her down before she could do any damage. Initially, this appeared to be a total failure, but the fact that a human consciousness had been uploaded to a machine and it interacted with the facility was an accomplishment on its own. So, the Aperture technicians persevered over time, where they activated GLaDOS from time to time in an attempt to discover ways to adapt her personality. With a whole team dedicated to the GLaDOS project, the scientists developed personality cores that they believed, when attached to GLaDOS, would positively adjust her personality and curb her murderous tendencies. As a technician worked on one of these cores, Henry, he explained to his friend, Doug, just how useful these cores were. The core Henry was working on was called the Morality Core, which he and the other technicians believed would stop GLaDOS's attempts to murder the facility, where it would push her to actually think about her actions and essentially act as a sort of conscience. This sounded like a great idea in theory, but as the more pessimistic of the two, Doug replied with, "You can always ignore your conscience." As the development of these personality cores were completed, they were attached to see what kind of difference they made, and GLaDOS went through various cores. One of note would later become known as Wheatley. Wheatley was designed to form a constant stream of stupid thoughts, where the technicians hoped would limit GLaDOS's ability to think about her need to murder the personnel. Eventually, the technicians settled on the perfect combination of cores: the Curiosity Core, the Knowledge Core, and the Emotion Core, which seemed to only display anger. With these connected, Aperture planned to show GLaDOS off as a scheduled event on the company's annual Bring Your Daughter to Work Day. But in Aperture fashion, this day ended with an unspecified disaster. With GLaDOS's track record, it was likely due to another attempt to murder the facility. Following this, the technicians attached the core that Henry had worked on, the morality core. Over in Austria, Gordon grew disappointed with the slow pace and poor funding of academic research, and decided to look for somewhere new that he could work and increase his understanding of theoretical physics, where he discovered a job opening as the Black Mesa Research Facility. Upon his application, he discovered that Dr. Kleiner was actually the lead of the project he had applied for, the Anomalous Materials team. With Isaac's great relationship with Gordon, MIT education, and time at the Institute for Experimental Physics, Gordon was offered the position. There was another candidate Black Mesa were close to hiring, Dr. Judith Mossman, but she just missed out to Gordon. With this offer, Gordon accepted and moved to the Black Mesa complex in the New Mexico desert. Entering the 2000s, Aperture still worked hard to get their promising projects up and running. The main one was the Aperture Science handheld portable device, where they once again used test subjects to solve the test chambers with the device. At one point during this period of time, a young woman called Chell attempted to apply to be a test subject, but Aperture had seemingly become stricter in the characteristics and traits that they looked for in test subjects and rejected her. There are also rumors that Chell was the daughter of an employee of Aperture, but due to the events to come, this cannot be confirmed. With the facility bustling, GLaDOS was activated once again, but this time, it appeared the morality core had in fact adjusted her murderous traits, where she spoke to the scientists and helped them in their advancements and projects. Although Carolyn still was nowhere to be seen in the personality of GLaDOS, the technicians were just happy to have her cooperate. But from a distance, Doug Ratman was still skeptical of GLaDOS and this instant fix that had been given to her. On May 3rd of an unspecified year in the early 2000s, way out in the Santiago military base, a young 22-year-old Marine, Corporal Adrian Shepard, waited to be assigned a mission. As he wandered the base, his unit spoke of a weird, government-looking man that had visited. Some speculated that he was from the government and looking to recruit, while others claimed he was with a secret research group. Regardless, Adrian wanted a spot in whatever this man offered. So, he continued to train and was then mysteriously bumped up the advanced training list. It appeared someone had a plan for him. Over in Upper Michigan, Aperture prepared for their annual Bring Your Cat to Work Day, and over the past few weeks, GLaDOS had remained active and cooperative with the scientists. She had stated that she had lost all interest in killing and only craved science, where, over this time, trust was built between the technicians and the machine. For Bring Your Cat to Work Day, GLaDOS asked if she could perform an experiment as a planned activity. This experiment involved cats and boxes, and she even had most of the necessary materials for it. She just needed one more, a little neurotoxin. To this, the scientists agreed reluctantly, as it was for science, and GLaDOS had shown great improvement since the attachment of her morality core. As the day progressed, the scheduled activities took place, and then it was GLaDOS's turn to begin her experiment. With full control of the facility, the trust of the Aperture personnel, and neurotoxin, GLaDOS locked down the facility within 2 picoseconds and deployed the neurotoxin she had been given. She technically had not lied about craving science or her desire to perform this experiment. It just so happened that Aperture was the box and the personnel were her cats. a homage to Schrodinger's cat, where, from the outside world, the personnel within were both alive and dead, as there was no way to know for sure without going inside, which was impossible as GLaDOS had locked down the Aperture Science Facility. As the facility fell into chaos, the neurotoxin took out the personnel one by one, but a group of scientists managed to avoid this and travelled to a secret vault full of human test subjects deep in the Aperture complex. Here, they locked themselves inside with a system that only something capable of performing human gestures could unlock. GLaDOS was unaware of this region of Aperture, but if she was somehow able to learn of its existence, the human gesture system would keep her out. Inside, these survivors simply waited to be rescued. With full control of Aperture, GLaDOS began her new testing initiative and a permanent testing cycle began. Firstly, with the surviving employees as her test subjects, but one man managed to escape this disaster, Doug Ratman. He had already been cautious about GLaDOS's motives, and upon discovering the body of his friend, Henry, he went into hiding in the regions of Aperture that did not have cameras. Of course, GLaDOS knew he had escaped, and a game of cat and mouse began. Although GLaDOS had killed most of the Aperture employees with neurotoxin, and more died during testing, she still had a purpose. She wanted to beat Black Mesa in the race for portal technology. On the outside world, the people were unaware that Aperture had completely locked down, sealed from within, and life continued to go on. On May 7th, at the Santiago military base, Corporal Adrian Shepard actually saw the government man that his peers had mentioned, and strangely enough, he noticed this man watching him from afar on multiple occasions throughout the day, and as the days went on, he and his unit were told that they had been selected for a mission. This mission would require them to become experts in indoor strategic combat. On May 11th, a research associate at Black Mesa, Colette Green, was sent a memo which informed her that a new sample had been brought back for analysis, GG-3883, and after her own analysis of this sample, she determined that this was the largest and purest sample Black Mesa had received so far. So, this sample was set to replace another sample that the anomalous materials team was scheduled to analyze in the following days. As the Marines at Santiago continued to train, they heard rumors that they were preparing for a mission at the Black Mesa Research Facility. But as this facility was government-owned and worked with top-secret projects, those on the outside were unaware of what actually happened there. Now weeks after GLaDOS's takeover of the facility, Doug continued to hide from the murderous robot as he watched his co-workers die during testing. Even if the scientists followed her orders and successfully made it through the testing track, it always ended the same way. They were tricked into entering an incinerator with the promise of cake. The cake had actually been used previously to incentivize Aperture test subjects before this event, but now the cake had a darker meaning. Doug was naturally paranoid as a result of a condition he had, schizophrenia, and without access to top-ups for his medication over this period, GLaDOS attempted to lure him out of the maintenance areas by playing on this. She created traps and then attempted to convince him that this whole situation was in his head. What were the chances that a murderous robot had taken over his place of work and murdered his co-workers? Regardless, Doug ignored her, and as he fell deeper into his schizophrenia, he came across a companion cube and projected a personality onto it, where it became his companion and guided him on the safest routes as he traversed Aperture. He did have 2 remaining pills to take, but he decided that he would only take them when he needed to. As a member of staff in the facility, Doug thought about the best way to take GLaDOS down and escape. Then, he had a hunch. GLaDOS had many test subjects in stasis, just waiting to be used to test the portal device. Although GLaDOS had murdered the majority of the facility, she still wanted to test. So, Doug navigated his way to the file room with the help of his companion cube, which helped him ignore GLaDOS's manipulation and turrets. Upon arrival in the file room, Doug adjusted the testing order of the subjects after finding a test subject that had been rejected from testing for being abnormally stubborn and never gave up, ever. He believed that Chell would be the perfect test subject for GLaDOS to use, as she would not accept defeat at the hands of GLaDOS. So, Doug moved Chell from number 1498 to number 1 in the test subject list. With his plan in place, Doug went back into hiding and waited for GLaDOS to begin testing the test subjects, where she would wake up his savior. Over in the Black Mesa Research Facility, on May 15th, a security guard and friend of Gordon Freeman, Barney Calhoun, was given his assignment for the next day, when he was scheduled to be working on Blue Shift. While over in the Santiago military base, Corporal Adrian Shepard and his squad were finally given concrete information on the mission they had been preparing for. They were told that the mission was going to take place at the Black Mesa Research Facility, but they were not informed what had happened there. Then, they were told that they were just waiting for it to happen, but no one knew what it was. On May 16th in the Black Mesa Research Facility, the Anomalous Materials team prepared for another experiment with the anti-mass spectrometer, but this was not a normal experiment. The crystal sample that Colette Green had analysed, GG-3883, was the purest sample she had ever seen, and with the belief that this sample could be the one to push their teleportation project, the administrator of Black Mesa, Dr. Wallace Breen, put immense pressure on his scientists to produce conclusive results, even if they had to deviate from standard analysis procedure. The anti-mass spectrometer ran normally at 90%. This level allowed a safety buffer for the machine and personnel, but Dr. Breen was insistent that they did whatever they could to work with this new sample. Within the Anomalous Materials team, Dr. Isaac Kleiner heard that Dr. Breen had gone to great lengths to acquire the sample. With this pressure, the team planned to run the anti-mass spectrometer at 105% against the protest of Dr. Eli Vance and Dr. Rosenberg. In the early hours of this morning, the team in Sector C prepared for this experiment, but with the additional power required for the anti-mass spectrometer, other areas of Black Mesa suffered system crashes and even complete blackouts. On this stressful morning, the team noticed a strange man wandering the halls, watching the surrounding chaos. The same man that Adrian had noticed watching him. With all of this additional work and preparation, the Anomalous Materials team ran behind their scheduled slot to perform the experiment, and the person responsible for pushing the crystal into the machine, Dr. Freeman, was also running late. This gave the team more time to prepare and theorize what could actually go wrong in this experiment, where some whispered of the possibility of a resonance cascade, a rip in space and time. As Barney Calhoun began his shift as a security guard, he was sent to fix an elevator. Around this time, Gordon finally arrived at the Sector C test labs and put on his hazardous environment suit. On his way to the test chamber, Gordon stopped in the kitchen and, for some reason, turned on the microwave, which destroyed a casserole that did not belong to him. This moment began a grudge that would last for decades. Upon Gordon's eventual arrival in the observation bay of the anti-mass spectrometer, he was updated by Dr. Kleiner on the situation, the changes in protocol, and that Dr. Breen needed the results of this crystal sample to be conclusive. From here, Gordon entered the test chamber and followed the instructions of his team above. In the observation bay, Eli Vance was approached by the government man that had wandered the halls of the facility, and he said something strange. Prepare for unforeseen consequences. This was such a strong statement considering Eli had been against the adjustment of the testing parameters, but the team were under immense pressure, and so he ignored the warning and kept it to himself, where the scientists boosted the anti-mass spectrometer to 105%, ready for Gordon to proceed. As they made this change, they did also notice a discrepancy in the readings, but as it quickly reverted back to acceptable bounds, they ignored it. In the maintenance areas of the anti-mass spectrometer, Dr. Gina Cross placed the crystal sample in a lift for it to be delivered up to Gordon, where, upon its arrival, he pushed this crystal sample into the beam of the anti-mass spectrometer, and then everything changed. As the crystal hit the beam, it shattered and the exotic energy inside of the crystal flooded the room. This in turn triggered a resonance cascade powered by the crystal. This cascade ripped a hole in space, where a bridge was formed between Black Mesa and the border world of Zen. As beams of energy surged around the chamber, equipment across the whole facility malfunctioned. As a result of this, the elevator Barney stood in collapsed as the hostile flora and fauna of Zen teleported into the facility. To Gordon's luck, he avoided injury during this incident, and he was even teleported briefly to Zen, and then pulled back to Earth to see the chaos this event had caused. The Black Mesa research facility had been invaded by Zenian creatures, and there was a force behind this, the last Nyland. After this creature had just escaped with its life, it explored Zen and discovered that it was stronger than most of the species on this border world. In a move of self-preservation, the Nyland enslaved these creatures and formed its own army, just in case the Combine discovered its new home. When humanity discovered Zen, the Nyland watched from afar, and when the resonance cascade occurred, the creature saw an opportunity to escape to Earth, where it believed it would be safe from the hands of the Combine. All it had to do was take out the population of Earth first. So, it sent every enslaved creature it had to achieve this. As Gordon Freeman left the ruined test chamber and wandered the halls, he discovered the bodies of the people he had worked with. Moving upstairs, he came across Eli and Isaac, who had attempted to call for help, but the incident had knocked out the communication system. With a suit to protect him from the dangers of Black Mesa, Eli asked Gordon to reach the surface and bring back help, where he left to do so. And with help on the way, Eli went to go and find his wife and daughter. Unfortunately, Eli's wife, Asian, had already died, but his daughter did survive, just in a strange way. The G-Man had somehow discovered where Alex Vance was and plucked her out of Black Mesa against the wishes of his employers, using unexplained abilities. It appeared that the G-Man and his employers had some sort of agenda, and this man was not what he appeared to be. As Gordon went on, he was attacked by headcrabs. These small creatures attempted to latch onto a host's head, break into its skull, and control it as a sort of puppet. So, Gordon picked up the first weapon he saw to defend himself, a crowbar, and he continued on to find help. Around this time, Dr. Gina Cross and Dr. Colette Green followed the instructions of their boss, Dr. Rosenberg, and after also fighting through Xenian creatures, they managed to send off a distress call for military support. Over in the Santiago military base, Adrian and his squad were told that it was time to leave. Under the banner of the Hazardous Environments Combat Unit, the Marines were deployed for their mission they had trained for over the past few weeks, and made their way to Black Mesa. The interesting part about this was that the person who had contracted Santiago to prepare the HECU would have somehow been aware that the resonance cascade was going to happen, which suggested that this was either a planned event or the forces behind this could manipulate time. On their way in, the HECU were kept in the dark on what their mission was. They were told that they would get their mission brief upon arrival. So, Corporal Adrian Shepard and the other units in his Osprey speculated what their mission was. As the HECU arrived in the New Mexico desert, the Osprey holding Adrian and his squad was attacked by a flying Xenian creature, where it crashed into the ground below. Although Adrian's Osprey had fallen down, other Ospreys managed to reach the landing zone safely, and the Marines inside were briefed on what their mission was. They were told that Black Mesa had conducted a top-secret experiment that had brought aliens into the facility, and their mission was to take over the Black Mesa announcement system, eliminate the hostile aliens, and any witnesses to this catastrophe. This included the personnel of Black Mesa. Essentially, this was a cover-up operation. Scattered across the entire facility, the HECU initially took out the scientists easily, as from the scientists' perspective, this military force had been sent in to rescue them. Following the fall of the elevator he had worked on, Barney finally woke up to see for himself the chaos in Black Mesa. As he navigated the corridors filled with bodies, Barney fought off the Xenian creatures and the HECU he encountered, and eventually discovered Dr. Rosenberg, who had locked himself away after the HECU attempted to capture and interrogate him. As Rosenberg had been a part of the team that had discovered Zen using teleportation technology, he believed they could use an old prototype of the Lambda Complex teleporter to escape Black Mesa. So, Rosenberg and Barney made their way to the older parts of Black Mesa to use it. On Gordon's journey, he helped the scientists he came across on the way and noticed that one breed of the aliens, the Vortigaunt, had shackles around their necks and arms, which indicated that these were just foot soldiers fighting against their will for an unknown force. Moving on, Gordon was told by a scientist that there was a military presence in Black Mesa that had come to rescue them. But shortly after, he discovered the true nature of this military operation, where he took it upon himself to take out not only the aliens, but also the HECU. Under Dr. Keller's instructions, Colette and Gina reactivated the dampening locks of the anti-mass spectrometer with the theory that this would seal the bridge between Earth and Zen and stop these alien creatures from flooding into the facility. But this did nothing to solve their problem, where Dr. Keller speculated that something on the other side, in Zen, must have been holding this connection open. In Sector F, the Lambda Complex, the held-up scientists there contacted Dr. Keller, and together, they theorized that they could use a prototype displacement beacon to create a resonance reversal and seal the rift. But to do this, they needed a satellite in orbit. With Black Mesa under military lockdown, Gina and Colette had to overrule this, which they managed to. The issue was that the HECU discovered what they were up to, and took over the control room, which they planned to use to launch a rocket with the satellite. Having fought well through the facility with every weapon he came across, Gordon took out both Alien and HECU, and here, the Lambda team believed that Gordon could help them with their problem. So, they managed to contact him and ask for his help, to which he accepted. On his way to the rocket control room, Gordon fought with many of Zen's dangerous creatures, and he even survived the underground rail, which consisted of many of the HECU. Eventually, he arrived at the launch site, took out the Marines who guarded it, and launched the rocket. The HECU did their best to complete their mission, but grew increasingly frustrated with the deaths of their Marines at the hands of Gordon Freeman, where they even called him out by name over the intercoms and sought him out to kill him. So, Gordon had to be more careful as he travelled towards Sector F, where he and the scientists could come up with a new plan. As a result of this colossal failure to contain this problem, the United States government decided to send in another unit, the Black Ops, to take out the HECU, the Black Mesa personnel, the Xenian lifeforms, and the entire structure with a thermonuclear device. With their satellite in space and ready to do their part, Gina, Colette, and Dr. Keller arrived at Black Mesa's Gamma Labs, the home of the prototype displacement beacon. After they fought off a wave of Xenian creatures, they successfully activated the beacon and initiated the resonance reversal. They had done everything they could to reverse this disaster, but the Nyland kept this rift open between Earth and Zen from its side, and their efforts have been in vain. So, Gina, Colette, and Dr. Keller attempted to leave the facility. Over in Sector A, Barney and Dr. Rosenberg had discovered the old lab with the prototype teleporter, and after a visit to Zen to activate a triangulation device to allow this old, rebuilt teleporter to work, Barney came back and helped the scientists recharge and complete the teleporter. As Gordon neared the Lambda complex, he was ambushed and knocked unconscious by members of the HECU. Here, they had to decide what they wanted to do with him. Their orders were to bring him to the surface and interrogate him, but the people he had killed were their friends. In Sector A, Barney activated the teleporter and watched as the scientists jumped through to freedom as he defended them against incoming forces that had discovered this lab, and using his security guard training, he fought them off for long enough to jump into the teleporter himself. As he entered, Barney bounced through different locations. In one of these, he landed in an underground room and watched as his friend Gordon was carried by two military units down a corridor. But before he could do anything to help, he was teleported outside with the scientists he had helped. Unable to help his friend, Barney left Black Mesa in an SUV. As Gordon woke up, he found himself in a trash compactor. It appeared that the two units that had ambushed him were fine with going against a direct order and killing him. Regardless, Gordon managed to escape this and continued on his journey to the Lambda complex. Over the hours since the resonance cascade had occurred, more and more aliens had teleported through the rift, where the HECU struggled to fight back against them and Gordon's killing spree, so they prepared to pull out. After the crash of his Osprey, Corporal Adrian Shepard finally woke up and found himself in one of Black Mesa's medical labs. He had been saved by a scientist. As a result of this crash, Adrian had not received any orders from a commanding officer and was still in the dark on why he had been sent here. So he navigated the halls of Black Mesa, unaware of what had happened here. On his path, Adrian discovered a radio and was informed that the HECU were pulling out, and he needed to make his way towards the extraction point, which he did. On his way to the extraction point, Adrian fought past Zen's forces and finally arrived. Here, he heard other members of the HECU mention Gordon Freeman, the man with a crowbar that had taken out many of their own. As Adrian attempted to board the Osprey to leave Black Mesa, the hangar door closed where he was locked inside. Here, Adrian saw who had locked the door, the G-Man, the man that had seemingly followed him since his days of training at Santiago. Having missed the last Osprey out of Black Mesa, Adrian had to find another exit from this place, where he came across other abandoned members of his unit. Together, they looked for an escape. As the HECU departed, they launched an airstrike on Black Mesa. Underground, Gordon avoided this and continued on his way to the Lambda complex. After he eventually arrived, he discovered many of Black Mesa's surviving scientists hidden within. He was told that they believed a force on the other side was keeping the rift open between Earth and Zen, and having survived against the odds, they believed Gordon would be the perfect person to travel to Zen to stop this invasion. So, they prepared to use the teleporter that the survey team had once used to acquire samples. As the teleporter loaded up, Zeni creatures flooded through into the chamber where they attacked Gordon and the scientist operating the machine. Alongside this, Adrian had also lost the HECU unit he was traveling with, and as he ventured through the vents of Black Mesa, he opened a door just in time to watch Gordon jump into a portal to Zen. Adrian knew Gordon's name at this point, and with Gordon gone, Adrian entered a different portal. This one took him to Zen, and after taking in this foreign world, he found a way back to Black Mesa. In a completely different part of Zen that Adrian had visited, Gordon traveled the floating islands, where he searched for the leader of the Vortigaunt and various other species that had flooded the Black Mesa facility. In Black Mesa, Adrian continued to search for an escape from this nightmare and discovered the Biodome complex, where the Black Mesa scientists have brought through these alien flora and fauna for study. Alongside this, he also discovered floating orbs, all traveling in the same direction. Unknown to the occupants of Black Mesa and Zen, another species known only as Race X had also taken the Resni's Cascade as an opportunity to conquer and take over Earth. But these creatures were planning on a different route. Deep in an abandoned part of Black Mesa, Race X had begun the formation of a portal, protected by their foot soldiers. All they needed was for this portal to grow big enough for the gene worm to come through. A giant creature that had the ability to terraform the environment around it into a hospitable environment for Race X. As Adrian continued across the facility, he discovered the bodies of the soldiers he had trained with, and even encountered the dangerous Race X creatures that had killed them. The most vicious by far was the pitworm, in which he subsequently avenged the deaths of his fellow Marines. Having discovered the displacer cannon at this point, Adrian accidentally teleported himself to Zen, and, unknown to him, he discovered the body of Gina Cross. It is unknown how she died or got here, but Adrian did manage to teleport himself back to Black Mesa. The pitworm was not the only challenging foe he encountered, as he often came across the Black Ops, who had been sent in to kill everyone. He also had the unique ability to survive in these impossible situations, where he took out everything that came for him. On his way through Sector E, Adrian discovered an underground garage that the Black Ops had taken over. Here, he discovered what their endgame was for Black Mesa. a thermonuclear device stored in the Ordnance Storage Facility. Once again, Adrian took out the Black Ops and deactivated the device. Here, he was told by a security guard that the only way out of Black Mesa was through a warehouse deeper in the facility. As he walked to the elevator, Adrian spotted the G-Man once again. This time, he was reactivating the device Adrian had just deactivated. Unable to get back into the parking garage, Adrian instead continued on his path to escape Black Mesa, where he hoped he would make it out before the thermonuclear device was set off. Over in Zen, Gordon discovered the habitat of the Vortigaunts and how they were treated as slaves by a higher force to run a biological factory to create more foot soldiers for whoever their leader was. So, he continued on using every weapon he encountered. Now deep underground, Adrian was informed by another Black Mesa security guard that there was something attempting to come through a portal in an abandoned part of the facility, and many had died attempting to stop it. So, Adrian entered an elevator and went down to face the beast. As he wandered the halls, Adrian followed the floating orbs he had seen all over the facility, heading towards a room at the back. Here, he discovered a giant portal. This gateway was connected to the home of Race X. It is unknown if this was just an extended part of Zen, or a completely new dimension or world entirely, but this was a threat that needed to be stopped. With the portal almost fully charged from floating orbs, the gene worm started to come through. Instantly, Adrian fought it off with Black Mesa lasers to blind it, and then fired at it with everything he had in his arsenal. That was until it retreated back into the portal. It is unknown if the creature died or just returned to its homeworld, but this stopped the invasion of Race X, and upon Adrian's victory, a portal storm erupted from the portal and took Adrian somewhere new. Adrian Shepard found himself in an Osprey flying through the New Mexico desert, but this was no normal Osprey. It appeared to teleport through dimensions, and in front of him, Adrian once again was face to face with the G-Man. He was told that he had adapted and survived against the odds, qualities that the G-Man had seen in himself. And so, he had persuaded his employers to allow Adrian's safe exit from the facility. Having seen great potential in Adrian, but with no clear use for him yet, the G-Man decided to store him just in case he was needed in the future. As the G-Man spoke, the thermonuclear device exploded and took out the entirety of the Black Mesa facility. Any remaining Black Ops, HECU, Zenny Creature, Race X, and Black Mesa personnel were taken out with it. As for Dr. Colette Green and Dr. Keller, it is unknown if they made it out in time. In this Osprey, flying in space, the G-Man believed that Adrian could still cause some harm in some capacity for his and his employers' plans in the future. So, the G-Man decided to place him in a void, stuck in stasis for the foreseeable future, where Adrian could do no harm, and in return, no harm could come to him. In Zen, Gordon had no idea that he had nowhere to return to upon completing his mission, and eventually, he came upon a large portal. As he entered, he came face to face with the giant creature that had triggered this entire invasion. Of course, humanity had had a hand in it too, but the Nyland had held open the rift and sent through everything it had to take over Earth. As they fought, the Nyland attacked Gordon with teleportation orbs and dangerous balls of energy, but Gordon had man-made weaponry. As he pulled out his weapon, Gordon continuously fired at the creature's head as he evaded its attacks, where the scientist managed to fire into an open crevice in the Nyland's head. Upon impact, the creature spun around and levitated as energy surged from it, and upon its death, Gordon was teleported. Gordon had successfully defeated the Nyland and released its hold on Earth. and as he recovered from this sudden teleportation, he realized that he was still in Zen, and the G-Man stood opposite him. The man that he had also spotted watching him from afar. The man explained to Gordon that he and his employers were impressed with his limitless potential. He had survived against the odds in an impossible situation, and they wanted him to work for them. Due to the secretive nature of the G-Man and his employers, Gordon still had no idea what he was being recruited for, or what he would have to do. During this conversation, the G-Man teleported Gordon across various regions of Zen, just to demonstrate how powerful he was. But still, the G-Man gave him a choice. Join them, or be placed in a fight he had no chance of winning. In this moment, Gordon accepted the G-Man's offer and entered a green portal into nothingness. With Gordon in his capture, the G-Man returned to his employers with the news that they had taken Zen as their own. But it is unknown why the G-Man and his employers wanted this border world. This also confirmed that this whole event had been orchestrated. Following the end of the resonance cascade, it appeared that the G-Man had multiple goals for this catastrophe. To acquire Zen, save a young Alex Vance, hire Gordon and Adrian, and some believe he even hired Colette Green. And to finish it off, he had made sure that the Black Mesa facility and everything inside was destroyed after the event. But this one disaster would come at a huge cost for the rest of humanity. Although the Black Mesa incident ended with the death of the Nyland, the few survivors discovered that this was only the beginning of something greater. As a side effect of the resonance cascade, portal storms ravaged the planet, where it brought Zenian wildlife with it. Their leader had died, but the creatures stayed. This was their home now, and they attacked anything they encountered. To combat this, Earth's militaries came together to fight off this infestation to protect the population, while underground in Upper Michigan, GLaDOS continued her testing and trapped Aperture employees as they continued to die, one by one. Here, Doug Ratman, now having fallen completely into his schizophrenia, still waited for Chell to wake up. With time to waste, he used the maintenance areas of Aperture to access test chambers and drew hints, tips and tricks on the walls to warn Chell of the dire situation of Aperture when she eventually woke. Above ground, the militaries of the planet fought until they grew weak. Then, something new came. Out in the vast universe, the Universal Union, known as the Combine to others, continued to search the universe with the plan to conquer every sentient species they encountered. And as a result of the resonance cascade, they discovered Earth. Following their exhaustion from fighting off the Zenian creatures that had flooded the planet, humanity once again had to fight as the Combine took advantage of the portal storms and humanity's weakened state. Death filled the streets as this Universal Union took down each nation over the subsequent hours. It appeared that humanity was going to be just another species that had failed to defend themselves. But then, Dr. Wallace Breen, the ex-administrator of Black Mesa, somehow discovered a way to communicate with the Ultimate Force. With permission from the Allied nations, on the 7th hour, Wallace offered the submission of humanity in return for their lives, in which the Combine accepted. This agreement relied on all of humanity's submission, but there was still some who wanted to fight. As the man that had made this deal, the Combine anointed him as Earth's administrator, the person with direct contact to the Combine to deploy their orders to the population of Earth. With this agreement, the Combine began their work to fortify their holding of planet Earth. Over a very short period of time, they examined the human biological structure to see how they could strengthen their armies in any way, and saw how they could control this species. Here, they created a suppression field that stopped any human from conceiving a a child, where the remaining children on Earth would be the last. With the Xenian creatures still being hostile to anyone that they came across, the Combine developed settlements, labeled cities, to safely hold and monitor the population of humanity and Vortigaunt. With their conquered species safe, the Combine got to work and adjusted man-made structures into Combine strongholds. Over the wasteland, they developed the prison, Nova Prospect, into a place to hold those resistant to the Combine's occupation of the planet. Here, they tortured, questioned, experimented with, and adapted the humans into shadows of what they had once been. Within the City 17 settlement, the Combine adapted a large building into the home of the Overwatch. The Overwatch was an AI that gave out orders to the human arm of the Combine Empire. This human arm consisted of volunteers that had been lured in by the promise of additional rations and better living conditions. There were also some who actually believed in the Combine's cause and willingly joined. The Combine ruled mostly on fear, but there was also another way to make humanity more submissive. This population relied on water to survive, and with this knowledge, the Combine began to add a solution to the water that made the humans who drank it forgetful. Here, they began to forget why they hated the Combine and became more compliant. Outside of these settlements, the region became known as the Wasteland, dangerous areas infested by Xenian wildlife, and as the Combine took Earth's natural resources, one of which was water, the oceans dropped and left dangerous sandy regions, which became home to the Xenian antlion species. The Combine and Wallace Breen attempted to control the entire human and Vortigaunt population, but they could not control everyone. The survivors of Black Mesa had been through enough, and they would not bow down to the Combine, where Dr. Eli Vance, Dr. Isaac Kleiner, Barney Calhoun, and Dr. Arnie Magnuson came together to form a resistance. In Upper Michigan, the Combine discovered the Aperture facility and attempted to enter, but as GLaDOS had full control, she was able to keep them out. Inside, underground, Doug was completely unaware of what had happened to his planet, and he still sought escape. Then, Chell was selected as the next test subject. A new testing cycle was about to begin. As Chell woke up, she looked around and found herself in a relaxation vault. It made sense as she had volunteered for this position. After a portal opened and allowed her access to the first test chamber, Chell listened to what she thought was an automated voice announcement with instructions, when in reality, this was GLaDOS who pretended not to be sentient and watched her new test subject through security cameras. Under the robot's instructions, Chell was guided to the portal device. It appeared that GLaDOS still wanted to beat Black Mesa in the race for portal technology, but due to the fall of Black Mesa and humanity, this race was over. Chell easily completed the test chambers as she learned more about how they function, as Doug and his companion cube watched her from the offices and maintenance areas. Then she reached test chamber 16. Before she could enter this chamber, GLaDOS informed her that the test chamber had been replaced by a live firing course due to scheduled maintenance. This appeared to be GLaDOS' first attempt to murder Chell. Undeterred and only able to move forward into the chamber, Chell avoided the sentry turrets that filled this space, and then she noticed something odd. A wall of the chamber had been pushed out. Upon further investigation, Chell discovered a maintenance area that Doug had lived in, and the messages he had left for her, help drawn on the floor, and warnings that the cake was a lie. Still under the impression that the robot voice she listened to was pre-recorded, Chell continued on, watched from a distance by Doug, as he believed the end to his torment would soon come with Chell as she ventured closer to the end of the testing track. Doug took his last 2 antipsychotic pills in preparation for the aftermath, where he argued that he needed a clear head for what was to come, against the wishes of his companion cube, which acted as his source of reasoning. During Chell's time in Test Chamber 17, she relied on her own companion cube to solve the puzzle, and although Chell could not have completed the chamber without the cube, GLaDOS asked her to drop it into an incinerator to proceed. Hesitantly, she did. Upon arrival in Test Chamber 19, the final test chamber on this track, Chell activated an unstationary scaffold and stepped onto it. With the promise of cake, Chell stayed on the scaffold as it moved closer towards a picture of a cake. But then, Chell discovered what was about to happen as the unstationary scaffold turned a corner and revealed the incinerator. As the scaffold slowly moved towards the fire, GLaDOS informed Chell that any Aperture product could survive up to 4,000 degrees Kelvin and thanked her for her service. Even here, she still pretended to be an automated voice. However, Chell was extremely stubborn and never gave up, the qualities Doug had been impressed with. So, when she discovered what Aperture had in plan for her, she quickly portaled herself onto a ledge. This act of defiance forced GLaDOS to break the illusion, and she revealed that she was actually sentient. Here, she attempted to convince Chell that this had also been a part of the test. All Chell had to do now was wait for a party escort bot to retrieve her, and she would be rewarded with cake. Chell instead ignored the instructions of GLaDOS and entered the maintenance areas, just like Doug had when the facility was originally wiped out. While working through these areas, Chell discovered just how empty this place was. From what she could tell, no one had actually watched her from the windows. It appeared only the robot had. Something awful had happened here, but from the drawings and dens she had discovered over her journey, she knew that at least one person was looking out for her. On his traversal and preparation for Chell to awaken, Doug had drawn arrows in these maintenance areas to guide Chell towards GLaDOS' central AI chamber, which Chell followed. Aware that this test subject could injure her, GLaDOS attempted to lure her out and place sentry turrets in regions that she thought Chell would go through. But this test subject was tenacious and defiant, where she easily ignored GLaDOS' manipulative tactics and traps on her way to the AI chamber. With her portal gun in hand, Chell entered GLaDOS' chamber and they met, face to robot face. Here, GLaDOS dropped her morality core onto the ground and attempted to convince Chell to destroy it, which she did. The destruction of GLaDOS' morality core once again gave her access to her neurotoxin, which she deployed. In a race against time, Chell used GLaDOS' rocket turret against her to break off other personality cores from her frame, and for each one that fell off, Chell dropped it into the incinerator. Each core destroyed left GLaDOS even angrier than before. Although the cores had limited her to a degree, they also served an additional function, to stabilize a reactor above GLaDOS, and due to the destruction of the cores, the reactor exploded and summoned a portal on the ceiling, where it pulled through both Chell and GLaDOS into the car park of Aperture. This explosion shook Aperture and echoed across its halls. As this wave knocked down Doug and his companion cube, they believed that this could only mean one thing. Chell had succeeded. With excitement, Doug ran across the facility to see Chell's handiwork and discovered the central AI chamber in ruins. But he was surprised to find that Chell was not there. So he made his way to the exit with the belief that she had gone outside to soak in the sun. On his way, Doug and his cube made sure to avoid the remaining sentry turrets in Aperture. GLaDOS had fallen, but her turrets had not. As he reached the exit, Doug pushed open the doors and discovered freedom. As he took this in, he heard something, and with his natural instinct to hide at this point, he jumped behind the carcass of GLaDOS, and he watched as an unconscious Chell was dragged back into Aperture by a party escort bots. Doug had been given his freedom by this girl, and in this moment, he had two choices. Leave Chell to her fate and leave this place for good, or travel back into Aperture and rescue her. Over his whole time in Aperture, his companion cube had acted as his logic and reasoning, and although he wanted to go inside, his cube told him to leave her. He had been running since GLaDOS had taken over the facility, and he finally wanted to stop, but his cube told him that he should not try to be the hero, as heroes die. To the disappointment of his sole companion, Doug re-entered the Aperture Science facility and ventured towards the extended relaxation vault, where he knew this bot would take her. On his way, his companion cube went quieter over time, until it stopped speaking completely and his mind became clear. His antipsychotic pills had finally taken full effect, and now all of his thoughts were now in his own head. As Doug reached the extended relaxation vault, he discovered that Chell had already been placed in long-term relaxation, but there was still hope to get her from here. He just needed to get up to the cryo control to help her. The issue was that GLaDOS' turrets still blocked the way. As Doug checked the control panel, he noticed that something was also wrong with the extended relaxation vaults. GLaDOS' explosion had blown the main power grid, and as a result, all of the cryo chambers and the life support had been knocked offline. In a race against time and desperate to save everybody in extended relaxation, Doug realized that the only way to save them was to pass through the room filled with sentry turrets to use the vault controls. He had relied on his companion cube throughout most of his imprisonment to guide him and help him survive. So, he asked his cube if it would be best to jump left or right to avoid the bullets of the turrets, but the cube did not respond. As he felt he was running out of time, Doug just ran for it and hoped for the best. The issue was that Aperture had designed one of the best sentry turrets on the planet, and he was unable to outrun them, where he was shot in his right leg. As the blood poured out of him, he felt weaker and weaker until he fell unconscious. Shortly after, Doug woke up and was greeted by his companion cube. His medication had worn off. At least now, he had a companion again that could help him with what to do next. And in this state, Doug could no longer rescue Chell. The companion cube suggested that although he could not reach her, he could still save her life by patching her cryo unit into the reserve power grid. In doing so, she would live but remain in extended relaxation without a wake-up date. Here, he had to decide whether she had the long sleep or the long sleep, death or stasis. Doug eventually decided to reactivate her life support, and he hoped that maybe she would be discovered sometime in the future. With Chell safe and on life support, Doug felt incredibly tired as a result of his injuries, and so he crawled into another cryo unit and went to sleep with his faithful companion cube at his side. Doug had sacrificed himself for Chell in the hopes she would wake one day, and as of now, it is ultimately unknown what happened to Doug Ratman after this point. With GLaDOS gone and every human either unconscious or dead, the personality cores stored in Aperture woke up and got to work to keep their facility functioning. Outside of Aperture, the Combine continued with their adaptation of the planet with new strongholds and settlements. Within City 17, they decided that this would be the perfect place to construct their main headquarters on Earth, where the construction of the Citadel began. As the Citadel grew over time, humanity adjusted to this new way of life under the constant control and surveillance of the Combine Empire. Here, more of the human population joined the civil protection in an attempt to get a more comfortable life. But there were still others that had not accepted this new regime. In the shadows, the resistance grew under the leadership of Eli Vance. Since his escape of Black Mesa and the subsequent 7-hour war, Eli had lost his lower leg and replaced it with a prosthetic one. Although he never stated how this happened, there were rumours that he had been attacked by a bullswing as he helped Isaac Kleiner climb over a barricade into City 17, which had resulted in the loss of his leg. Within City 17, the Resistance formed a strong framework to recruit, grow and help those in need. Shortly after, Eli moved out into the canals of the city with his young daughter, Alex, and set up Black Mesa East, a resistance base. This was the perfect location as he was just close enough to visit the city, but also just far enough away to evade Combine detection. Here, Black Mesa East focused on technology and the development of new weapons and equipment. This was aided by resistance raids of Combine locations, where Eli and another member, Russell, broke into these locations and stole Combine technology and designs. Within City 17, Isaac Kleiner set up his own base in an abandoned warehouse, where he attempted to focus on surveillance and infiltration of the Combine ranks. This is where Barney Calhoun came in useful, where he joined the Civil Protection as a spy and fed the Resistance information, such as upcoming Combine raids and captured Resistance members, just to name a few. As Eli, Isaac and Barney settled into their bases, Arnie Magnuson made his way to the region now known as the Outlands, to an abandoned old Cold War base that the Black Mesa Corporation had purchased many years before, White Forest. Here, Arnie and his team began work on a rocket with a displacement beacon in it, which they planned to use when an eventual uprising began, and the Combine sent for reinforcements. With the survivors of Black Mesa all working together, their resistance grew. It strengthened even more when Eli reached out and showed kindness to the Vortigaunt species, who had been stranded on Earth after the Black Mesa incident. Through communication, Eli learned that they had only acted under the orders of the Nyland, and after its death at the hands of Gordon, they too only wanted freedom. They knew that they had originally been freed by Gordon Freeman, but the Combine had taken it away from them. So, across the wasteland, in resistance bases, the Vortigaunt joined humanity and used their connection to the Vortesses to aid them. Over the years, the Resistance continued to grow with brighter minds, new bases across the wasteland, and they even adopted the sign of the Lambda, the symbol that Gordon Freeman had worn as he closed the rift between Earth and Zen and stopped the Resonance Cascade. The Resistance was strong, and to help the people of City 17 escape the control of the Combine, Isaac and Eli set up an underground railroad that consisted of bases between Kleiner's lab and Black Mesa East so that they could safely make their way out of the city. With each passing year, Alex grew up and formed a strong relationship with her father. Having mostly grown up in a resistance base with advanced technology, she quickly learned to understand how technology worked. This was only amplified when Eli built her a robot, Dog, to protect her from the dangers of the wasteland. And she adapted and built upon him, where they grew up together. As more learned about the Resistance, these refugees traveled the Underground Railroad and arrived in Black Mesa East. But it got to the point where this base struggled to house each incoming member. So, Eli decided to expand their hold of the region into the local, abandoned mining town of Ravenholm. Within the citadel of City 17, Wallace Breen noticed the increase in resistance activity, and as he was tasked with keeping humanity in line, he addressed the population through greencasts, but humanity only saw him as the man that had sold out his own species, a sentiment that Eli also held. He was the man that had pushed for the experiment that had caused the resonance cascade in the first place, and if they had only ignored their administrator, then they would still be working at Black Mesa, unaware of the Combine's existence. The Underground Railroad was a great way to relocate the refugees, but it did have its flaws. It was still open to Combine interference. Eli and Isaac believed that there must be a better way to transport these people between bases. So, as scientists that had worked with teleportation technology, they began to build a teleporter in each of their respective bases, based on Black Mesa technology, where they planned to use a relay device on Zen to act as a slingshot between Dr. Kleiner's lab and Black Mesa East. The problem was actually getting the teleporters to work correctly. In Black Mesa East, Dr. Judith Mossman joined Eli's science team and added her expertise to help in the development of the teleporters. As Alex got older, she helped too, and also travelled into City 17 to Dr. Kleiner's lab to check in on him and Barney. At one point, Judith and Wallace Breen made contact, where she became a spy for the Combine. Wallace discovered that although the Combine could jump from universe to universe, they had not yet discovered the technology that allowed them to jump from one point to another in a single universe. And this was the technology Black Mesa had looked into, and the technology that Isaac and Eli were working on right now. So, as a spy for the Combine, Judith took what she could from the Resistance's work on the teleporters and used it to help the Combine build their own in Nova Prospect. As a result of continued Resistance activity, the Combine discovered the Resistance town of Ravenholm. Having experimented on headcrabs as biological weapons, they launched headcrab shells into the old mining town, where an infestation began. The attack on Ravenholm meant that Black Mesa East had to make a difficult decision: enter the town and take out the headcrabs to save their own, or seal the tunnels to keep a still secret Black Mesa East hidden from the Combine, so that they could continue their fight, where Eli decided to seal the tunnel, which left the Resistance of Ravenholm on their own. Over time, Eli and Isaac continued their teleportation experiments, where at one point they attempted to teleport a cat from Kleiner's lab to Black Mesa East, but this experiment did not go as expected. As a result, Barney would have nightmares about what happened to the cat for years. The Resistance had come so far since the 7-hour war, and it only continued to grow. An uprising was coming. All they needed was a spark. Approximately 20 years after the Combine invasion, Gordon awoke in a void, where the G-Man spoke to him. It appeared that the job he had been hired for was about to start. He was told to rise and shine from his rest, and that his hour had come. Then, the G-Man disappeared and Gordon found himself somehow on a train entering a city. Confused, he left the train and saw the director of Black Mesa on a large television screen welcoming the occupants of this train to City 17. To Gordon, the moments between entering the green portal after his battle with the Nylon and his arrival on this train had felt like seconds, when in reality, it had been 2 decades. The G-Man had simply kept him in stasis and frozen his conscious thought. As he explored this train station, Gordon attempted to enter a gate to Nova Prospect, but the gate closed and stopped his entry. To his luck, Barney Calhoun happened to be working civil protection that day and recognized his old friend, where he took him to his office. A lot had changed in 20 years, and with Gordon still very confused, Barney began a video call with Dr. Kleiner, where they arranged to get Gordon to his lab. But when the civil protection officers became suspicious with what was taking so long in Barney's office, Gordon had to escape through a window, where he began his journey there alone, on foot. On his way there, Gordon did not speak to anyone in an attempt not to draw attention to himself, and headed through an apartment complex. Here, he saw just how terrified humanity were of the Combine and the civil protection. Unfortunately, Gordon did bring attention to himself, where the civil protection chased him through the apartment complex. To his luck, the civilians here guided him to the rooftop out of their reach, where he traversed the rooftops and avoided the bullets of the civil protection who fired from below. To escape the civil protection, Gordon entered an open window, but was ambushed by more of them, who beat him with their stun sticks. Unknown to them, Alex Vance had travelled from Dr. Kleiner's lab with the plan to retrieve Gordon, and she could fight, where she took out the civil protection unit with ease. After she introduced herself, Alex brought Gordon to Kleiner's lab, where these two old friends reacquainted. Gordon had last seen this man when he had been asked to reach the surface to get help. During this reunion, Barney joined them as Isaac gave Gordon an upgraded version of his HEV suit, and here they thought about what would be best to do going forward. Gordon had arrived on a very important day. This was the day that Dr. Kleiner had finished the teleporter, and he believed it would work this time. So, after a conversation, Isaac called Eli in his lab, and together they decided it would be best if Gordon was teleported to Black Mesa East, where he could put on his lab coat and work alongside them. Gordon wore the sign of the Resistance on his chest once more, and as a man that had survived against the odds, his return meant a lot to the Resistance and their cause, which pushed them much closer to an uprising. As Isaac prepared the teleporter, Alex was asked to go first, and after Gordon flipped the switch, she successfully teleported through to her father's lab. Next, it was Gordon's turn, but on his go, Dr. Kleiner's de-beaked head crab, Lamar, jumped into the teleporter as it charged up, where it malfunctioned. Over the next minute, the teleporter flung Gordon across the wasteland, and he saw just what the Combine had done to his planet. At one point, Gordon briefly found himself in the office of Wallace Breen at the top of the Citadel, who recognized him instantly. Breen was somewhat aware of the G-Man and his mysterious motives, and so, when Gordon disappeared, he contacted the Combine to let them know that something was off. To which, the Citadel was set to high alert and many units were sent out to track down and capture Gordon Freeman. Eventually, the teleportation sequence stabilized and Gordon found himself just outside of Dr. Kleiner's lab. Here, he once again had to begin a journey alone on foot, this time to Black Mesa East. And just before he embarked, Barney brought him a weapon he knew would come in handy on his journey, a crowbar. On his journey, Gordon took out many civil protection units as he ventured the Underground Railroad and the canals of City 17. Gordon left devastation in his wake as the Combine were never too far behind him, where they discovered each resistance base on this network, which led to the collapse of the Underground Railroad. Eventually, Gordon arrived at Black Mesa East and met Judith Mossman for the first time. She knew of Gordon and that he had taken her spot in Black Mesa, and here they descended to Eli's lab. As Gordon and Eli reunited, Judith left to go into a back room and she alerted Wallace Breen that Gordon had arrived. Judith cared for Eli and the work they did together on teleportation, and as a result of these feelings, she asked Wallace not to attack until she gave the signal so that she could protect Eli. But Wallace's relationship with the Combine had strained due to Gordon's wake of destruction since his arrival. He needed some sort of action to let the Combine know that he was on top of the situation. So, against the wishes of Judith, he ordered a strike on Black Mesa East. After a heated discussion between Alex and Judith, Eli suggested that Alex take Gordon into the scrapyard full of technology that the Resistance had sourced from their raids of the Wasteland and Combine facilities. And here, Alex showed Gordon the gravity gun, a powerful piece of technology designed by Eli, which also held similarities to a project Aperture had developed decades before. Following this, Alex introduced Gordon to Dog, who, at this point, was much larger than she was. This had been the most peaceful moment since Gordon had arrived on the train to City 17, but it did not last for long. As Breen's forces arrived at Black Mesa East, Gordon, Alex, and Dog re-entered the base to help Eli. But after a ceiling collapse separated Gordon and Alex, she asked Dog to take Gordon to the old Ravenholm tunnel where he could escape the raid, as she went on to attempt to help her dad. With trust in Alex, Gordon followed Dog and entered the eerie tunnel to Ravenholm as Dog dropped the barricade and returned to help Alex. Gordon was alone again. As he followed the tunnel and entered this nightmare town, Gordon discovered just why Alex appeared to be afraid of this place. Ravenholm was filled with zombies and headcrabs. These people had once fought for the Resistance and in return had been left to die. On his way through this awful town, Gordon met Father Grigori, who, as a man of faith, guided Gordon past the dangers of Ravenholm to an exit. Although Grigori had the option to leave with Gordon through the mines below the graveyard, he decided to stay. He believed his mission was to take out as many of these tortured souls as he could, so that they could finally rest in peace. After leaving the mines, Gordon continued on foot and arrived at Shorepoint Base, one of the many Resistance bases across the wasteland. Here, he received a report from Alex, who told him that Eli had been captured and taken to Nova Prospect. So, with a plan to save Eli, the leader of the Resistance, the Resistance members at Shorepoint gave Gordon a scout car to continue on his journey across the wasteland to rescue him. On his path, Gordon met the people who risk their lives every day to fight for the Resistance. He met Colonel Odessa Cubbage at New Little Odessa, where he helped protect it against a Combine gunship. He attempted to save Laszlo, the greatest mind of his generation, from Xenian antlions, but he was unsuccessful. And he met many Vortigauns, one of which introduced him to theropods. These allowed Gordon to manipulate pheromones, which, in turn, gave him the ability to weaponize antlions. And eventually, he arrived at Nova Prospect. Over in City 17, the pressure on Wallace Breen increased after every failed attempt to capture Gordon, where, in turn, Breen turned to his Breencasts to publicly ridicule the human arm of the Combine Empire for their failure to capture one person, a scientist. With the help of the Antlions, Gordon successfully broke into Nova Prospect and subsequently fought his way through the prison towards the depot. This was an addition that the Combine had built, and it appeared that they still had work to do on the rest of the prison. In this part, the Combine stored their prisoners and advanced technologies. In the wasteland, humanity feared this place as this was where stalkers were made. Heavily mutated humans turned into biological husks, and this was also the place where the Civil Protection were biologically upgraded into Combine elite soldiers. As he explored, Gordon reunited with Alex, and together they fought against the prison guards in their search for Eli. Battle after battle, the duo traveled deeper into the facility, and with Alex's ability to hack into Combine computers, they stumbled upon a conversation between Wallace Breen and Judith Mossman. Judith appeared to be upset with Wallace that he had gone back on a promise not to touch Eli, to which Wallace responded that Eli was too tempting of a prize to simply turn loose, especially as Gordon Freeman had escaped. To Alex's surprise and anger, Judith argued that the Combine would have Freeman if Wallace had just waited for her signal. Wallace was under a lot of pressure from the Combine to stop this outlier, and although Judith stated Eli needed to come around to Breen's way of thinking without pressure, Wallace instead chalked this up to Judith having feelings for the Resistance leader. As the call ended, Alex and Gordon headed further into the depot to confront the spy, where they eventually came face to face with Judith. In a fit of rage, Alex accused her of betraying the whole Resistance as she brought out her father. Although Judith had been caught, she still denied the claim that she had betrayed the Resistance, and instead had only worked to protect Eli. In the next room, Alex discovered the teleporter built from Eli's stolen work. With her main mission to rescue her father, Alex ordered Judith to prepare the teleporter as she contacted Isaac in his lab to get the coordinates on where to be sent. But Judith knew this equipment really well and distracted Alex with an error as she ran into the device, where she teleported herself and Eli to the Citadel. Having failed their goal, Alex and Gordon fought off Combine units as they waited for the device to recharge, and as the teleporter hit full power, Alex and Gordon jumped in and teleported. This teleporter in Nova Prospect was still in development and unstable, and having been used twice in such a short period of time, it malfunctioned and exploded. This explosion had two major effects. The first, that most of or all of Nova Prospect was destroyed as a result, and the fall of a major Combine stronghold had signaled to the Resistance that the Combine were not as indestructible as they had once thought, and if one stronghold could go down, then so could another. And the second, that Gordon and Alex had not arrived in Kleiner's lab as planned, and many believe them to have died in this explosion, martyrs for their cause. Over the next week, an uprising began, where the Resistance, led by Barney Calhoun, took to the streets to take back City 17. Block by block, the Resistance liberated the streets, where the citizens joined them in their fight. Alongside this, the Resistance also disabled the defenses that the Combine had put in place to keep out the hostile alien Xeni creatures from the wasteland, where headcrabs and antlions flooded the city. As Isaac packed up his lab in preparation to leave a war-torn City 17, he heard his teleporter activate in the back room, and as he opened the door with a shotgun in hand, he was surprised to discover Gordon and Alex. They were alive, and Isaac had a theory on what had happened. As the teleporter was unstable when they used it, and the fact that the Combine did not use a Xenian relay as a slingshot for the teleportation, the duo had been stuck in a slow teleport that to them had appeared like seconds, when in reality it had taken a week. After Isaac filled in the duo on what had occurred over the last week, Barney sent through a transmission and asked for help as he was under heavy fire. So, Gordon and Dog left to join the fight, as Alex stayed behind to help Dr. Kleiner out of City 17, which she did, and after doing so, she also joined the fight. On his path through a war-torn City 17, Gordon fought alongside the Resistance as a leader on his way to Barney, but Alex was captured by Combine forces during this push. Eventually, Gordon reached and rescued Barney from Combine snipers, and together they led the Resistance to the Overwatch Nexus. Here, they not only took over this once feared building, but they also deactivated the suppression field that the Combine had used to stop the reproduction of humanity. As the resistance marched forward, they came upon the foot of the citadel, where Dog pulled up a part of a Combine barricade to reveal a tunnel that led directly inside the citadel. Barney and his units had control of this region. Now, it was up to Gordon to do his part. So, as Gordon dropped into the tunnel to rescue his friends, Barney shouted down a message to give to Wallace Breen. Upon his arrival in the Citadel, Gordon entered a confiscation field which took away all of his weaponry, but it had a different effect on the gravity gun, where it supercharged the device and turned it into a weapon itself. Here, Gordon fought past Overwatch Elite, but was ultimately captured and taken to Dr. Breen's office. In his office, Breen felt immense pressure. His control of the population of City 17 had gone, and he was desperate to regain it. He needed their submission so that his relationship with the Combine would continue. And so, with Eli in his grasp, he ordered the resistance leader to tell them to back down. But Eli hated Wallace and the Combine agenda, and refused. As Gordon was pulled into the office, Wallace gloated that he had succeeded, and once again demanded that the leaders of this resistance put a stop to the uprising. And once again, Eli refused and Gordon stayed silent, where, eventually, Breen brought out a trick up his sleeve, Alex. Although Eli loved his daughter, she too was as stubborn as he was, and together, the three resistance leaders refused to do anything Wallace ordered, to the point where Wallace threatened to send Eli and Alex to the Combine overworld as they were of no use to him. Silently, Judith contemplated her role in this whole situation. She had a strong relationship with Eli and had been promised that no harm would come to him. But Wallace now appeared to be going back on it. As she decided her next move, Judith finally spoke up. She wanted Eli to be safe and argued that she needed him to complete their work on teleportation for the Combine, to which Wallace simply said that she was more than capable of finishing Eli's work herself. So, with Wallace having told her that Eli was set to suffer or die on the Combine overworld, she turned against him. Wallace asked Gordon to change the course of this uprising. He was the symbol and leader of this resistance, and as Wallace knew of the G-Man in some capacity, he spoke of how Gordon had essentially acted as a puppet for the G-Man and his employers. Before Gordon could say anything, Judith locked the doors of Wallace's office and freed Gordon from his containment pod. But unwilling to surrender himself, Wallace grabbed Gordon's gravity gun and activated it, where the blast stunned everyone in the room as he escaped on an elevator. As Gordon, Alex, Eli, and Judith recovered, Wallace contacted his Combine overlords and asked for help. Here, the advisor offered him a host body on their overworld. In this moment, Wallace Breen had a choice: face the species he had betrayed, or become something new on a new world to survive. In desperation, Wallace chose the host body, but his call with the advisor was cut short as Alex and Gordon came for him. So, he fled again, this time to a teleporter that could take him to the Combine overworld. Down below, Judith, repentant for her actions during this war, helped Eli leave the Citadel, where they planned to travel to White Forest in the Outlands, the place Arnie Magnusson had set up many years before in preparation for this very moment. At the top of the Citadel, Alex and Gordon discovered the dark fusion reactor that powered this entire structure, and with knowledge of how to use Combine machinery, Alex waited in the control room as Gordon followed Wallace. As Wallace activated a portal to the Combine overworld, Gordon fought against Overwatch soldiers as he climbed to the top of this structure to stop Breen's ascension. Using his wit and gravity gun, Gordon Freeman fired spheres of dark energy at the reactor, where it was shut down. In this moment, a chain reaction occurred. The portal above the Citadel closed, Wallace fell to his death, and all of the Citadels across the planet were disabled. As a result of this, all access and communication to the Combine overworld was cut off from Earth. In this victory, Alex cheered for joy, but then the reactor exploded and a surge of energy came from it. As Gordon watched this burst of energy come towards himself and Alex, time stopped and the G-Man appeared once again. He told Gordon that he had done so much in his short time back. It appeared that Gordon had somehow done exactly what the G-Man had wanted him to do, and as he had completed his task, he was once again plucked out of reality. The G-Man explained that he was impressed by his work, and he had received tempting offers for his services. This time, the G-Man did not give Gordon the illusion of choice, and instead placed him back in stasis, where he hoped to keep him for his next task. At the top of the Citadel, with the G-Man and Gordon gone, time started again, but before the wave of energy could hit Alex, it was stopped again, this time by Vortiguns under the influence of antline extract. This extract allowed them to amplify their abilities, and as some members of the Vortigun species had the power of foresight, they believed that they needed Alex for the fight to come. So, they too teleported into this region, grabbed Alex and placed her somewhere safe away from the wave of energy at the top of the Citadel. Alex found herself at the base of the Citadel, pulled out of rubble by Dog and out of harm's way. As she looked around, she noticed Gordon was missing. Over the next few days, Alex wandered the region around the base of the Citadel with Dog as she searched for him, but he was not there. After their arrival in White Forest, Eli and Judith were reunited with Isaac and their old colleague Arnie Magnuson, where he caught them up to speed. Their rocket was almost complete, and they believed that when the unstable Citadel inevitably fell, then the Combine would find a way to come back to Earth and reclaim the planet. To stop this, Arnie needed just two things. The first, to complete the rocket, which would be done much faster now that he had Eli and Isaac, and the second, the coordinates to the Combine overworld, which he believed was somewhere in the north. So, as Eli and Isaac got to work, Judith ventured to the north to discover them. With their enhanced abilities, the Vortigods broke into the G-Man stasis prison, where he stored his recruits. They needed to find Gordon Freeman. The Vortigods had once only known Gordon as the man with a crowbar who came at them down the steel corridors of Black Mesa, but now he was the free man, the person that would save them from the Combine. Eventually, they found him, and he woke up. As they prepared to bring him back to Earth, they were interrupted by the G-Man, who had come to protect his charge. But as they had amplified their abilities, they were able to hold him off. This angered the G-Man, as he appeared to have a plan for Gordon. However, the Vortigods were too powerful, so he left enraged with his plan for this scientist changed. In the north, Judith and her team discovered something unexpected, the Borealis. This ship had disappeared from Aperture decades before under mysterious circumstances. Although Aperture had attempted to keep their project secret, the personnel of Black Mesa had still managed to access confidential information. Since its disappearance, the Borealis had become a legend. No one knew how the ship had disappeared. There were only rumors that it involved teleportation. So, when Judith discovered it, she recorded some footage and returned to her Arctic base. Here, she documented her findings and began a transmission to White Forest, where she embedded her files into the transmission. The problem was that the Combine had spotted her team during their expedition, attacked her base, and interrupted this transmission. Judith managed to flee this initial assault as the Combine took this transmission and uploaded it to their servers. On Earth, Gordon woke up and heard Alex's voice. The Vortigaunt had placed him somewhere that she would find him, and after Dog lifted up the debris on top of him, they were reunited. Over the last few days, the city had fallen even further as a result of the uprising, and many had evacuated. As Gordon, Alex, and Dog began their journey to leave, they heard Eli over a communication station. Alex had attempted to reach White Forest for hours, and they had finally initiated contact. Although Eli and Isaac were happy to hear that Alex had found Gordon and that he was still alive, they were upset to discover that she was still at the base of a highly unstable citadel. Isaac suggested that the only way they would be able to leave City 17 in time would be if they entered the citadel and stabilized the core. It would explode eventually, but this would give them and the remaining refugees in the city enough time to evacuate. With their mission clear, Alex and Gordon entered the structure and fought past the remaining Combine units inside. Gordon wore a HEV suit that protected him against the radiation of the core, and so it was his job to stabilize it, as Alex watched from an observation window and looked through the Combine systems. With the core stable for now, it was clear that the Combine had set the core to melt down, so that they could use the power from a dark energy flare to send off a data packet and request reinforcements from the Combine overworld. As Alex looked deeper into the Combine system, she also came across Judith's transmission with the embedded information that the Combine had stolen, in which Alex downloaded all of their data, Combine overworld coordinates included. Having done everything they could in the Citadel, Alex and Gordon boarded a razor train out of the structure into City 17, and although this razor train crashed, the duo made it to the tactical train station where Barney had charged himself with making sure that the remaining members of the resistance and refugees boarded a train out of the city. The problem was that the remaining Combine units in the city also wanted to board the trains and kill the resistance. With the help of Alex and Gordon, the refugees made it to the train safely, and having done his part, Barney decided to leave with them. As Barney boarded the train, Gordon and Alex said their goodbyes as he left. After this moment, it is unknown what happened to Barney. However, as he had shown similar survival qualities to Gordon, it is likely he got the refugees to safety. Gordon and Alex had done everything they could for the resistance in City 17, and it was their turn to leave. But they were ambushed by desperate Combine units and a Strider, where Gordon had no trouble using a rocket launcher to destroy it as Alex prepared the train. As the train left the city, the core of the Citadel collapsed and a dark energy flare destroyed the Dark Tower and the city around it. From the train, Alex and Gordon watched as the Combine advisor pods launched out into the Outlands to safety. These creatures were the contacts Wallace Breen had with the Combine, and as far as he knew, they were the leaders. Although Alex and Gordon's train travelled at great speeds away from City 17, this burst of energy still caught up to them, and then everything went white. As Gordon woke up, he heard the strain of metal, and as he looked around, he saw that the train had just about survived the fall of the Citadel. Having survived another dangerous situation, Gordon made his way through the train to the ground, where he was relieved to find Alex also alive. Together, they started their journey towards White Forest. At one point, the duo looked out into the distance over the ruins of City 17, and right above it, they saw the formation of a super portal. This had now become a race against time, and they needed to get to White Forest with the data packet before this portal formed completely. However, the Combine knew Alex had this data packet and began their own offensive strike to stop the duo from reaching the Resistance base. On their journey, Alex and Gordon reached a communication station and contacted White Forest. Here, they let Eli and Isaac know they had survived the blast and that they had a data packet downloaded from the Citadel with all of the information the Resistance needed to move on with their plan with the rocket. Shortly after, the duo arrived at an old mine, and as Gordon looked for a way to open a gate to get inside, Alex was violently attacked and impaled by a Combine hunter as Gordon watched helplessly, trapped behind rubble. To their luck, they were close to a Resistance base occupied mostly by Vortigauns, Victory Mine. One of the Vortigauns there detected Alex was in trouble and came to save her, where it fought off the antlines around her unconscious body. The Vortigauns knew just how important Alex and Gordon were in this fight against the Combine, and after the Vortigauns freed Gordon from the rubble, it picked up Alex. Together, they travelled to Victory Mine. Alex was in a critical state, but the Vortigauns explained that they could heal her. All they needed was for Gordon to retrieve antline extract so that they could amplify their abilities to save her. It just so happened that this base was situated on top of an antline colony, and so Gordon and the Vortigauns that had saved Alex travelled into this colony to seek out the antline extract. As Gordon and the Victory Mine Vortigauns returned with the extract, the Vortigauns here began their procedure on Alex. From a distance, the G-Man had watched the duo since they had both found themselves at the base of the Citadel, and with the Vortigauns finally distracted, he froze time to have a heart-to-heart with Gordon. He told the scientist that he had plucked Alex out of Black Mesa when she was a child, as he believed she would also be a great investment, even if his employees had not initially seen her value. As a sort of repayment for saving Gordon's life after the death of the Nyland, the G-Man asked Gordon to make sure that Alex arrived at White Forest safely. Then, before this mysterious entity said goodbye, he whispered a message for Alex to tell her father when she saw him next. Prepare for unforeseen consequences. A message only Eli would understand. Having said what he needed to say, the G-Man disappeared and allowed time to continue as normal. The Vortigauns were completely unaware that the G-Man had taken advantage of this situation, but through power and concentration, they healed Alex's wound. With Alex healed, the duo left Victory Mine and continued on their journey to White Forest. On their path, they encountered a Combine advisor and discovered just how dangerous these creatures were. After they accidentally disturbed it, the advisor became hostile and showed off its telepathic and telekinetic abilities, where it lifted Alex, Gordon, and a dead Resistance member off the ground as it prepared to strike them with its tongue. Fortunately, a piece of the machinery malfunctioned and injured the creature, where it flew off to safety. Eventually, Alex and Gordon reached a valley leading to the base, but came upon one final hurdle: a strider. This valley was fully occupied by the resistance, so when the strider prepared to attack, Dog jumped from a cliff and ripped out its brain. Following this, Gordon and Alex raced Dog through the valley to White Forest, where, depending on who tells this story, the answer on who won will always be different. The arrival of Gordon and Alex boosted the spirits of the Resistance members of White Forest. Most importantly, Alex was reunited with her father, where he mentioned that as the Combine suppression field had gone down, maybe she and Gordon could give him some grandkids. Shortly after, the group got together and discussed the plan going forward. As they spoke, Lamar entered the rocket in secret. Gordon also placed a gnome inside of the rocket that he had picked up a while back. This was the final push for the Resistance. They just needed to complete the rocket. This was also the first time Gordon had seen Arnie Magnuson since the Resonance Cascade. But Arnie remembered Gordon for a different reason. On the day of the Resonance Cascade, Arnie had prepared a casserole and placed it into the microwave in the kitchen. When he returned to collect it, he discovered the remnants of what his casserole had once been. Gordon was responsible for this. Arnie did not understand why Gordon had chosen to destroy his casserole that day, but he had held this grudge over all of these years. Now, Gordon was the symbol of their revolution. So, if this man could help them launch the rocket, then just maybe he could forgive him. For the first time in decades, the Combine forces stranded on Earth found themselves in a desperate situation. They had no contact with their overworld, and the Resistance had the ability to stop their reinforcements from coming through. They just had to stop the rockets from launching. Having fully prepared for this moment since they had arrived at White Forest, this base was prepared for any assault that the Combine threw at them in these desperate times. As an alarm went off, Arnie sent Gordon to deal with it as the other scientists continued their work. Here, Gordon, with the help of the other Resistance members, fought off a Combine strike. Safe for now, Gordon entered a control room and watched as Dr. Kleiner explored the information from the data packet Alex had stolen from the Combine, where they extracted the Combine overworld coordinates, learned of Judith's attack, and her discovery of the Borealis. The discovery of this ship and attack on Judith instantly upset Eli. He argued that the potential technology on the Borealis, if used, could lead to another Black Mesa incident. He felt partially responsible for the Resonance Cascade, as he had not stopped the experiment when he had been told to prepare for unforeseen consequences. He did not stop that, but he could stop this, where he argued that nobody should have that sort of power. On the other hand, Isaac argued that the technology on the ship could help the Resistance and their goal to remove the Combine from the planet. Following this heated discussion, Eli decided that he would go after Judith and save her himself, where he would destroy the Borealis too. But as a leader of the Resistance, Alex argued that if the Combine were to get their hands on him, they could use their advanced technology to acquire Resistance secrets from his brain. With all hands on deck, Dr. Magnuson called for Isaac to continue his work on the rocket, while Eli attempted to calm down. However, in this moment, Alex felt the urge to reiterate the words that the G-Man had said to her when she was unconscious. Prepare for unforeseen consequences. Eli knew exactly who Alex had heard these words from, and linked this warning to the new discovery of the Borealis. As Combine Striders entered the grounds and made their final push to destroy the rocket silo, Arnie introduced Gordon to a new weapon he had worked on, the Magnuson device, named after himself. This device was designed to be launched at Striders, and upon contact, stuck to them. These were also highly volatile, as one bullet destroyed everything in the range of the device. With his gravity gun in hand, Gordon left the hangar, and with the help of every Resistance member, they fought with and defeated this final assault on White Forest, as the scientists inside continued their work on the rocket. With word that the rocket had been completed during this battle, and with the Striders dead, Gordon and Alex made their way to the rocket control room. Here, Alex, Isaac, Eli, Gordon and Arnie prepared to launch the rocket. In these last minutes, Isaac noticed an 8.5-pound anomaly in the rocket. Unknown to him, this was Lamar, but they decided that the rocket was still okay to launch, where Isaac volunteered Gordon to hit the button. As this scientist hit the button, the countdown began. This rocket, if successful, would change everything. The Resistance had all their hopes on this, so as it launched, Alex, Eli and Gordon headed outside to get a better view of the impact, as Isaac and Arnie stayed inside to make sure that the resonator was activated when the rocket got close enough to the portal. On his way outside, Gordon was stopped by Eli. Eli told him that he was very proud of him and that he could not have been prouder even if he was his own son. He also mentioned to Gordon that he knew of who had told Alex about unforeseen consequences, and they would have a conversation about this mysterious entity in the future. Following this heartwarming moment, Gordon and Eli joined Alex and Dog as the rocket hit the super portal, where it successfully stopped its formation and cut off the Combine's attempts to reconnect to their overworld. This was a great victory for the Resistance, but there is still work to do. Prepared to head off straight away to find Judith and the Borealis, they entered the hangar of an old helicopter Alex had fixed up that she and Gordon planned to use to travel, and Eli joined them. Just outside of the hangar, two Combine advisors waited for an opportunity to strike back at these key members of the Resistance, and as the trio traveled into the lower parts of the hangar, the advisors broke through the window in a last-ditch attempt to stop them. Here, they used their telekinetic abilities and pinned Alex and Gordon to a wall as Eli attempted to fight them off with a metal pipe. But the advisors were too powerful for him, where one lifted him up. In this moment, Eli told Alex that he loved her as the advisor impaled the back of his head. He died upon impact. As the advisors prepared to take Alex next, Dog crashed through the ceiling and fought off these creatures, but the damage had already been done. Eli was dead, and as Gordon fell to the floor, he watched as Alex cried over her father's body. This is where Breen Grub and Epistle 3 take place, if you consider them canon. I have pinned the videos above and linked them in the description. The G-Man was disappointed with Gordon as a recruit, and as he watched from a distance, he had an idea on how he could hire Alex instead. He had a way to motivate her to accept his terms. He just needed to challenge her first. Using his abilities, the G-Man travelled back 5 years to where Alex was a young, impressionable 19-year-old. The Combine knew of the G-Man and his abilities, so when he appeared inside of an apartment complex in view of them, in this rare occasion, they brought in one of their most advanced pieces of technology, the Vault, to capture him. Here, he and the apartment building were trapped inside. This moment began the adjustment of the timeline. With this victory, the Combine kept the vault in a place above the quarantine zone of City 17 and reported the use of the vault on their internal network. On a raid of a Combine region, Eli Vance and another Resistance member, Russell, looked for equipment, supplies, and information to help them with their cause. During this raid, Russell accessed a Combine system and discovered information on something called the Vault. But the information here was very limited on what this actually was. However, the access of this file alerted the Combine of their location, where, subsequently, Combine units were sent to capture them. This was the moment the G-Man had planned for. Eli was later captured by Combine units, and Alex did what she could to rescue him, but ended up getting arrested herself. Luckily, Russell was able to break her out of Combine custody, where the two worked together to free Eli. Through her journey of the quarantine zone, a Xenian-infested area of City 17, Alex used the Russells, also known as gravity gloves, and the weapon she came across to reach her father. Alex also met a Vortigaunt, Gary, who had suffered brain damage and somehow had a link to a big future event in Alex's life, Eli's death. But Alex thought nothing of this just yet, and eventually she derailed a razor train and rescued her father. Free from Combine capture, Eli and Russell looked further into the plans that they had stolen from the Combine system on the Vault, where they theorized that it could be some sort of super weapon. Here, Eli sent Alex to investigate further as the words of Gary rang in her head: follow the Northern Star. As she evaded Combine forces, Alex looked out of a window and saw the Vault for the first time. A giant floating ship in the middle of the quarantine zone, connected to several wires across the city. Alex later discovered a substation of the Vault connected to an abandoned hotel. This hotel also happened to be called the Northern Star. So, following Gary's words, she entered the hotel, fought through the Xenian infestation within, and reached the substation. Here, she made a disturbing discovery: that this station was powered by a Vortigaunt trapped inside of it, where their natural vortescence energy was absorbed and sent to the Vault. On her path, Alex discovered more substations and rescued the Vortigaunt trapped within them. As she reached a zoo infested by antlions, Eli contacted Alex with more information about the Vault. He and Russell believed it was not actually a super weapon, but a prison, and whatever the Combine had trapped in there was very dangerous to their cause. As she continued on, Alex overheard a conversation between a Combine scientist and an advisor, where they discussed who was in the Vault. Someone who had survived the Black Mesa incident and disappeared shortly after. Instantly, Eli and Russell believed this to be Gordon Freeman, the hero of Black Mesa. If they could rescue him, then this would be a huge win for the Resistance. So, Alex ventured on to attempt to do this. Eventually, all of the Vortigaunts in the substations were freed, which left the Vault without power. However, a backup generator kicked in and kept the prison in the sky. In response to this, Alex made her way to the Vault's dock and attempted to bring it in manually, but instead, the Vault crashed into the ground. As Alex entered the Vault, she fought her way to the core and discovered a man frozen in time, held by the Vortigaunt energy the Combine had stolen from its prisoners. Still under the impression that this was Gordon Freeman, Alex used her gravity gloves to manipulate the vortescence energy around her and shattered his cage. Here, the G-Man was free, and he was finally face to face with his potential new hire. She had passed his test, and he had an offer she could not refuse. The G-Man offered Alex a nudge as a reward for his freedom, in which she responded that she wanted the Combine to be removed from Earth, but that was too much of a nudge. He then played his hand and offered her something she did not yet know she wanted, and here he showed her the death of her father. The G-Man let her know she could change this, and as she looked at her hands, they filled with Vortigaunt's energy, where she struck out and sent a wave of energy through space and time at the Combine Advisor, just before it killed her father. She had acted exactly how the G-Man believed she would, and had passed this test, just like Gordon and Adrian had back at Black Mesa. Here, he told Alex that he had another employee, but he was unwilling or unable to perform how he had expected, where the G-Man showed Gordon, who had disappointed him as a result of the Vortigaunt's interference and his actions. With Alex in his grasp, he took her from the moment just after her father had survived and placed her in stasis as a new recruit. With his plan successful, he returned back to the present day and watched the aftermath of his actions, where Eli instantly knew that the G-Man had a hand in his daughter's sudden disappearance. So, Eli Vance handed a crowbar to Gordon Freeman, where he said that they had work to do. After this point, the fate of Gordon, Eli, Doc, Isaac, Arnie, Judith, Lamar, the Gnome, the rest of the Resistance, the Combine, the G-Man and his employers is unknown. Many years in the future, some believe this to have been 50 years, while others believe it was closer to 50,000. Deep underground in Upper Michigan, the Aperture Science Facility continued to function. The Combine still had not been able to access this facility, even in GLaDOS's absence, and as so, everything inside had continued to operate. Aperture planned ahead for the future and had installed an emergency test protocol that oversaw test chambers in a time of cataclysmic system failure, where the autonomous robots were able to function on a mere 1.1 volts. As time had passed, nature had reclaimed parts of the facility, and the enrichment center decayed without maintenance from Aperture personnel. However, some of these robots were sentient and sought to find out what planet Earth was like outside of the walls of Aperture, where a personality core, Wheatley, decided to enlist the help of the humans in the long-term relaxation vault. And here, he found one that was still alive, Chell. As she woke up, Chell was confused on how she had ended up here. The last thing she remembered was her fight with GLaDOS, and then a bright light. However, after Wheatley explained that some time had passed, and he knew of an escape route out of Aperture, Chell followed him. To escape the facility, Wheatley led Chell to the central AI chamber, where GLaDOS had once controlled and dominated Aperture. Here, they discovered her remains. It is unknown how her robotic body ended up back in Aperture, or how its design changed, but some theorize that the autonomous robots of the facility built her a new body in preparation to install her with a backup version. But no one came to do this, so her body, just like the rest of Aperture, was claimed by nature. Wheatley explained that all they needed to do was access the main breaker room to call an elevator to the surface, and they had to make sure that they did not accidentally activate GLaDOS in the process. As they entered the breaker room, Wheatley somehow managed to activate every switch, and as a result, he reactivated GLaDOS too. Since her death, GLaDOS's consciousness had replayed the last 2 minutes before her destruction on loop, constantly over all of these years as a result of a quick save feature in her system, and the first thing she saw upon reactivation was Chell, the person that had murdered her. As a result of this, GLaDOS placed Chell back into a testing track and crushed Wheatley's core. Back in the same situation she had been in many years before, Chell worked through Aperture's test chambers as GLaDOS repaired the Aperture facility. Alongside this, GLaDOS also began development on 2 testing robots, Atlas and Peabody, where she planned to murder Chell when they were complete. However, Chell's incarceration did not last long, as Wheatley managed to salvage parts from spare cores in the facility to repair himself. And then, he broke Chell out of the testing track. Within the maintenance areas, GLaDOS attempted to get back her rogue test subject, but Wheatley knew the maintenance areas extremely well, as he had worked here, and he had a plan to take down GLaDOS. First, he knew of GLaDOS's main forms of attack, turrets and neurotoxin. So, he led Chell to the turret manufacturing plant and instructed her to manipulate the production line. On this line, the completed turrets were scanned against a template to see if they were fit for use or defective. So, Chell adjusted this template and set the parameters to allow only the defective turrets to continue onto distribution, as the perfect working turrets were sent to an incinerator. With GLaDOS's new turrets now unusable, Wheatley led Chell to the neurotoxin chamber, where Chell used lasers to disable the robot's access to the substance. And here, with GLaDOS's defenses out of use, Chell returned to her central AI chamber. After a brief confrontation, GLaDOS realized what Chell and Wheatley had done, and now defenseless against them, Chell initiated the core transfer process of the facility, where they swapped out GLaDOS's core with Wheatley's. This meant that Wheatley was now in charge of Aperture, where he called for an elevator so that he and Chell could leave. But this newfound power appeared to have a negative effect on him, and instead, he got mad and placed GLaDOS's core into a potato battery. In a growing rage, he accused Chell of bossing him around and working with GLaDOS, while Potato Battery GLaDOS realized that Wheatley was the core that had been attached to her and given her a constant stream of stupid thoughts. As he got angrier, he smashed at the elevator with a robotic arm, where it plummeted deep into the forgotten parts of Aperture. As Chell woke up, she saw a bird fly away with the Potato Battery GLaDOS, Potatoes, and with her portal gun, Chell ventured into the enrichment spheres of Aperture to find her, where, upon discovery, she formed a more positive relationship as they attempted to climb up towards the surface. On this journey, the pre-recorded messages Cave had made were played out into the spheres, where Carolyn even made an appearance, in which GLaDOS recognized the voice as her own, a sort of conscience. And as time passed, GLaDOS appeared to unlock some semblance of the person she had once been before she was uploaded to a machine, and this appeared to soften her harsh personality. Eventually, Chell and GLaDOS arrived back at the enrichment center. At this point, they discovered Wheatley had an urge to test. This impulse was a side effect of being connected to the central AI system. If a test subject completed a chamber, then the robot was rewarded with a good feeling. But if they went too long without a test being completed, then they would get an itch to test. Wheatley had attempted to get around this with a new creation, the Franken turret, but they were unable to complete a test chamber. So, when Chell arrived back at the enrichment center, he put her back into a testing track. Since Wheatley had taken over the facility, he had neglected to care for it where its nuclear reactor began to melt down. As he did not know what the issue was or how to fix it, he just turned off the alarms and hoped the problem would go away. In this new era of Aperture, Wheatley renamed the facility to Wheatley Laboratories, and as Chell tested for him, he sought out other options to fulfill his testing needs. He knew how problematic Chell was, and then he discovered Atlas and Peabody. With robots ready to take her place, Wheatley attempted to kill Chell, but as another person in this universe that had the extraordinary ability to survive impossible situations, she escaped and instead made her way to his lair. On her way there, Wheatley watched back the battle between Chell and GLaDOS, where he adjusted his lair to make it Chell-proof. However, Chell had a secret weapon, GLaDOS, where she suggested they attach corrupted cores to Wheatley's body to trigger a core transfer. As Wheatley gloated and threw bombs at Chell, she used these to break open a pipe of conversion gel, which, upon touching the floor tiles and walls, made these surfaces portalable. Here, GLaDOS brought in the corrupted cores as Chell placed them on Wheatley. After Chell managed to connect cores to Wheatley, the system detected that he was corrupted and a core transfer was triggered. Surprisingly, Wheatley had planned for this event and placed bombs around the button Chell needed to press to initiate the core transfer. And as she attempted to hit the switch, the bombs exploded and knocked her back. Dazed and confused, Chell looked around and saw just how close the Aperture Science facility was to meltdown as a result of Wheatley's neglect, and above, she saw the sky. Here, Chell fired a portal at the moon, which connected to her other portal beneath Wheatley. Instantly, Wheatley and Chell were pulled through the portal to the moon, and in this chaotic moment, GLaDOS was able to reattach herself to the central AI chamber and pull Chell back as Wheatley drifted off into space. With full control of her facility once again, and with 2 robots to test for her, GLaDOS allowed Chell to leave. It appeared that GLaDOS, in a way, cared about Chell as a result of Carolyn's influence. So, as Chell rode the elevator up, GLaDOS discovered the location of Carolyn in her files and claimed to delete her. Whether she did or not is unknown, but she explained that Carolyn was her newfound conscience, and she did not want it. As Chell rode the elevator up to the surface, she was greeted by a turret orchestra, a grand send-off for her time in Aperture, and eventually, the elevator stopped and Chell stepped out into an endless field of grey. And behind her, a partially burned companion cube was thrown out. This was the cube Chell had been asked to incinerate way back in Test Chamber 17, but it appeared that GLaDOS had kept hold of it. Chell was finally free. The problem was that she had no idea what had happened to her planet in her absence as she ventured into the unknown with her companion cube. An untold number of years had passed during her long sleep in the extended relaxation vault, and it is unknown if the Resistance succeeded against the Combine, or if they still occupy the planet in some way. Regardless, the fate of Chell and her story is unknown after this hunt. Underground, GLaDOS was free of Chell, and she now had her own robots to test for her. As Atlas and Peabody completed her newly constructed test chambers, she missed the fear that the human test subjects displayed. These robots could simply be put back together upon their demise in comparison to the humans who would stay dead, and aware that some areas of Aperture were still out of her control. GLaDOS used her robots to acquire discs to access them in the hopes she could discover new human tech. test subjects. After the retrieval and installation of these discs, GLaDOS discovered the human vault, the vault that the scientist had taken refuge inside during her assault on the facility. Here, she sent Atlas and Peabody to access it. Upon their arrival at the vault, these robots interacted with one another in what the scanner perceived to be human, and the door unlocked, where GLaDOS and the robots discovered thousands of human test subjects in stasis. With these, GLaDOS no longer needed Atlas and Peabody, so she set them to self-destruct, and this time did not rebuild them. Over the next week, GLaDOS subjected her new human test subjects to her chambers. However, within just 1 week, she attempted to turn them into killing machines, but they all perished in her tests. Although GLaDOS preferred human test subjects due to their ability to display true fear and their limited mortality, when they did die, they were gone forever. And subsequently, as the final human test subject died, GLaDOS resorted back to Atlas and Peabody. In their reconfiguration chamber, Atlas and Peabody re-entered the testing hub. Here, GLaDOS told them that they had been out of commission for 100,000 years, and the humans were still all fine. But she later confessed that the humans had only lasted a mere week. For GLaDOS to lie to her robots, it would suggest that she felt a sense of guilt that she had lied, and for her failure to keep them alive. This further suggested that Carolyn may still have lingered somewhere in GLaDOS's memory banks. As she set her robots to test, GLaDOS detected something override her control of Aperture. To figure out what this was, she sent Atlas and Peabody to investigate. On their way, they used the skills they had learned throughout the test chambers and arrived at a control room outside of the standard testing region. As they entered, they discovered a bird's nest set up within an old chassis of GLaDOS. The bird had created a home here and laid eggs. Having formed a phobia of birds after she had been kidnapped by one, GLaDOS asked Atlas and Peabody to escape before it attacked them. But Atlas was brave and opened a hatch for it to fly away. And here, GLaDOS regained full control of her facility. Although the bird had fled, it had left eggs in the nest, in which GLaDOS took them for herself, with the plan to raise them as her own little killing machines. This is the last known moment in this long, complicated timeline. But in other universes, events occurred differently. The multiverse is an infinitely big place, and in other versions of Earth, Aperture acted differently. In one, Cave Johnson successfully transferred his consciousness into a machine, but due to complications, his fate left him trapped as a giant head without help. In another, Cave Johnson managed to trick the other Aperture Science facilities across the multiverse into building test chambers for him, where he was able to save enough money to keep his Aperture functioning the way he wanted. And in one more of an infinite number of possibilities, Cave Johnson became rich enough to purchase Black Mesa, and as the owner, he renamed the facility to Blaperture Mesa and put a stop to the study of anomalous materials, completely aware of the possibility of a resinous cascade. In this universe, the people of Earth lived on, unaware of the existence of the Combine or their brutal reign. In the multiverse, anything is possible, too many to mention. But in our timeline, the population only suffered due to the decisions of a few. Here, our timeline ends, and now all we can do is wait for it to continue. I knew this video would be long, but I did not anticipate it would be this long. I guess covering more than 11 pieces of media in one video does that. I have done my best to piece this timeline together in the right order, but as we all know, Valve are pretty consistent when it comes to avoiding using dates. So after a ton of research, I believe this is the right order. It makes sense and events don't contradict each other. It was tough, but I'm happy with it. I have only used canon games in this timeline, so this is Valve's timeline of the events of Half-Life and Portal. I'm still surprised that some people did not know that Half-Life and Portal were connected, which is part of the reason why I made this video. Although Portal stories meld, Entropy Zero, Entropy Zero 2, and even Hunt Down the Freeman add additional valuable lore to the world, they were not made by or commissioned by Valve. I did use Black Mesa to show the events of Half-Life, but I made sure to use only canon-friendly footage. Now, some of my older viewers will know that I created a Portal timeline and a Half-Life timeline a while ago. They were made when I was just starting out on YouTube, and looking back, all I can see are the issues in the videos. The frame rate is off, the audio sometimes clips above my voice, and the scripting isn't as strong as I believe it is now. Also, since then, Half-Life Alyx was released, and I didn't really give a lot of information about Blue Shift, Opposing Force, or Decay. It also wasn't a combined timeline, they were separate. I really wanted to challenge myself with this and combine every story into one chronological timeline, which is why it's this long. I also want to give a huge thank you to Mr. Floyd, who went out of his way to get me access to maps from Half-Life Decay so that I could capture them on PC and in 4K. You all probably know who he is. He's recreating Half-Life Decay for PC as a solo experience, which he has called Half-Life Decay Solo Mission. I've linked the ModDB page down below for you guys to check out. There's even a demo out right now for it. He's a super nice guy, and thank you again for your help. If you have made it this far, thank you so much for watching. I do appreciate it. I think that was everything I wanted to say. Please share it, please like it, subscribe if you are interested in deeper dives into specific topics, which I also cover on the channel. And finally, I would like to thank my gold tier patrons and channel members: Jonas, Lewis, Queen Arby, Fluffy the Dragon, Chicken Guy 791, Ruben Mendoza, Mosfalit, Montana Tusker, It's Sophie, and Laza Lowell. If you want to help support the channel, then there is a link in the description below to become a patron, where I do my best to post behind the scenes content, early access to videos, and many other great features. As always, thank you so much for the continued support. What did you think of this timeline? What is your favourite game in this series? And which game would you like me to cover in my next timeline? Let me know in the comments below. This is where our story ends. Check back next week for a new one. There have been many important figures that have made great change to the world, but there was one that some would consider to be the most important. A symbol of revolution, the puppet of a greater force, and simply, the man with a crowbar. What made this man so important? What happened to him in the 2 decades after the Resonance Cascade? And why did the G-Man and his employers have such an interest in him? Here we explore in the lore and story behind the right man in the wrong place, Dr. Gordon Freeman. Way back before the Earth fell prey to the Combine Empire, a young man grew up in Seattle, Washington. As he studied, he discovered an interest in the world around him and how it worked. Over the years, he took inspiration from the likes of Stephen Hawking and Albert Einstein. These men had given so much to the scientific community, and with this need to understand the universe around him, he followed in their footsteps and began the work to acquire a career in theoretical physics. Through his hard work and determination, Gordon managed to get into a program at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. While there, Gordon made a strong impression on his peers and professors. One of his professors was Dr. Isaac Kleiner. This man was a well-known name in the scientific community after his research and documentation on teleportation, and this bond between them would later grow into a much stronger relationship. While Gordon's time at MIT is mostly undocumented, it should be noted that his thesis was titled Observation of Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen Entanglement on Supraquantum Structures by Induction through Nonlinear Transuranic Crystals of Extremely Long Wavelength Pulse from a Mode-Locked Source Array. Although this title is a mouthful, in essence, Gordon's work studied how matter moved through objects without coming into physical contact with them, teleportation. After continued persistence, Gordon graduated from MIT, and without any known dependents, he moved to Austria and became a part of the Institute for Experimental Physics in Innsbruck. Here, they worked on similar research he had dedicated his studies to, the study of teleportation, and over time, he helped them with their research and even observed a series of teleportation experiments. But with this institute rooted in academia instead of actual scientific advancement, Gordon became discouraged by the lack of development and hands-on experience, and so he looked for a new place that would progress his career in theoretical physics. As he believed he needed hands-on experience to develop his understanding, Gordon applied to well-renowned science companies, and one of these was the Black Mesa Corporation, a government-owned research facility that worked on cutting-edge scientific advancements on a daily basis. As a company of this magnitude, only the best and brightest of applicants were given the opportunity to work here, and in the window of time that Gordon had applied, another hopeful scientist had also piqued the interest of the administration team, Dr. Judith Mossman. Although both of these applicants would have been a welcome addition to the facility, Gordon had an advantage. While Gordon had moved from MIT to study in Austria, his professor, Dr. Isaac Kleiner, had also left MIT and secured himself a job at Black Mesa, where he now worked as one of the core members of the anomalous materials team. With an already established positive relationship with Gordon and his additional experience at the Institute for Experimental Physics, Gordon was offered the position at the top-secret Black Mesa Research Facility, and he accepted. The Black Mesa Research Facility conducted top-secret research and experiments, and as such, the employees here were told that they had to live on the grounds for security purposes. So, when Dr. Gordon Freeman arrived, he was given accommodation in room 309 of the level 3 dormitories in the north wing of the complex. As a level 3 employee, Gordon was also given access to all of the level 3 regions of Black Mesa. In this new role, Gordon was assigned to the Anomalous Materials team in Sector C, where this department spent their days experimenting with quantum research as well as nuclear and subatomic work. Their most prominent work featured an anti-mass spectrometer that was used to analyze exotic samples secured by another team. Unknown to many, this team had actually been tasked with entering a place outside of Earth, the border world of Zen, and on their exploration of this hostile land, they brought back crystals for the Anomalous Materials team. It is unknown just how trusted Gordon was in his team to participate in this work, but it is known that one of his roles was as a materials handler of these exotic samples. A small but important role in this department. As time passed, Gordon grew as a valued member of the Anomalous Materials team, where he met the people that would change his life. He already knew Dr. Isaac Kleiner from his days as a student, and their relationship continued to blossom. He also met Dr. Eli Vance, another incredibly smart man that had just had a little girl, Alex. In his exploration of Black Mesa, Gordon also met and became friends with a security guard, Barney Calhoun. Over time, these relationships grew where they essentially became a family. Working at Black Mesa was what Gordon had hoped it would be. He learned and experienced new things every day, and in his downtime, he spent time with his friends. On some occasions, Dr. Kleiner would lock himself out in his lab, and so Gordon and Barney would race through the ventilation ducts of the facility to see who could unlock the door first. While Dr. Kleiner was known for his forgetfulness, Gordon also had a reputation for arriving late, and as time went on, it just became a joke within their department. His work was great. He even won Employee of the Month at one point, but his timekeeping was not. Gordon had settled in well and grown in this team, but change was on the way. On an unspecified date in the early 2000s, some believe this to have been May 16th, the anomalous materials team were given a crystal sample, GG-3883, to analyze with the anti-mass spectrometer, but this one was different. They were told that the administrator of Black Mesa, Dr. Wallace Breen, had gone to great lengths to acquire it, and he told the anomalous materials team that they needed to achieve a conclusive analysis of the sample, even if it meant going outside of the standard testing parameters to achieve it. This order immediately put immense stress and pressure on the anomalous materials team, where Eli, Isaac, Arnie, and the many others got to work. They had been used to working a certain way for so long, and there was always a risk that came with going outside of the standard protocols, but Dr. Breen had ordered them to do this, so they proceeded. There was also a shady government-looking man wandering the facility, putting those he encountered on edge. In their efforts to complete this task, the anomalous materials team increased the power of the anti-mass spectrometer well above what they had used before. The additional power needed for this machine and other pieces of equipment led to issues across the whole of Black Mesa, where machinery malfunctioned and systems crashed. This morning of stress had set the whole team behind on the experiment, but Gordon missed it all. He was running late. At 8:47 a.m., Gordon began his regular journey from his dormitory to the Sector C test labs on the Black Mesa Transit System. Upon finally arriving in the labs, he was mocked by his co-workers for arriving late, but he was also informed that the experiment was running behind, and they were still figuring out some kinks. As scheduled to be a materials handler for the experiment, Gordon put on his protective, hazardous environmental suit, and on his way down to the test chamber, he even visited the kitchen, and for some reason, turned on the microwave. This action would begin a grudge that would last for the next 20 years. Upon arrival in the observation deck of the test chamber, Gordon was updated on the situation by Isaac Kleiner and told to enter the test chamber where the stressful experiment would begin. Unknown to Gordon, his entire 27 years of life had led to this very moment that would change everything. Within the chamber, Gordon followed the instructions of his team in the observation bay, and as standard practice, he activated the anti-mass spectrometer and waited for the sample to come up from the ground. In his mind, this was a standard day. Following this, he pushed the crystal sample into the beam of the machine. Then, everything changed. As the crystal hit the beam of the anti-mass spectrometer, it shattered and flooded the chamber with exotic energy, and this eruption had cataclysmic side effects. All around him, Gordon watched as particles and a violent burst of energy struck out into the chamber. Unknown to him, This disaster had formed a resonance cascade, where a hole had been ripped in space, where a bridge had been formed between Earth and the border world of Zen. This bridge in turn allowed the hostile flora and fauna of the border world to enter Earth in an attempt to claim it for themselves. In this chaos, Gordon suddenly found himself in darkness, and that was when he realized he had been teleported to Zen, and he saw up close the other life forms that existed out there in the universe. Before he could be attacked by these creatures, he was pulled back into the test chamber, and his new journey began. I'm just popping in here quickly to tell you about today's sponsor, Manta Sleep. Some of my older viewers may recognize that I've worked with these guys before, and I've decided to work with them again because I really like their sleep masks. They believe that we should all nap more, anywhere, anytime, and I agree. I've been working on this video for around 25 hours so far, and my sleeping pattern is completely off. But with these sleep masks, I've been able to sleep at any time in the day, thanks to their 100% blackout sleep masks, and they're super comfortable too. In their range, they offer so many different types. This time, I tried out the cool mask, which honestly helped me fall asleep so quickly, and I felt refreshed the next day. They also offer masks such as the Pro Mask, Silk Mask, Aroma Mask, and Weighted Mask. There's so many options, and I'm sure there will be a perfect mask for you. Our bodies are wired to nap, so if you want a better sleep, anywhere, anytime, then click my link in the description below and use the code SCARION on checkout to get 10% off your order. Thank you to Manta Sleep for sponsoring this video. Now back to the lore behind Gordon Freeman. As Gordon recovered from the teleportation, he looked around him and saw just how much damage the resonance cascade had caused. As he navigated the Sector C test labs, he discovered the bodies of the victims of this catastrophe. These people had been his friends and co-workers, but luckily he found Isaac, who had been injured, and Eli, who was trying to help him. Eli explained that the communication system had gone down and there was no way to call for help, and so he asked Gordon to reach the surface and bring back reinforcements. Here, he, just like the other people in this facility, worked his way to any exit he could find. But only minutes into his journey, he came upon a security guard firing at a scientist who had somehow merged with an alien creature. It was here that he realized that an alien invasion had begun and he had to be ready. So, Gordon picked up the first weapon he saw, a crowbar, and continued on his journey to escape the Black Mesa research facility. Without a functioning transistor, Gordon took to the halls and vents he knew well. In these dangerous, claustrophobic corridors, Gordon found himself continuously fighting for his life against the creatures he encountered. Headcrabs, barnacles and vortigrunts to name a few. Each creature was different and more dangerous than the last. But the HEV suit he had worn to protect himself from the dangers of the anti-mass spectrometer, as well as his ability to teach himself how to fire any weapon he encountered, kept him safe. With the ability to fight off these forces, Gordon came across his peers that had barricaded themselves in safe locations where he helped them when he could. And then he heard of a military force that had arrived at Black Mesa to rescue them, the Hazardous Environmental Combat Unit. But when Gordon eventually encountered them, he was surprised to see them gun down the scientists instead of helping them. Then he realized they were here to not only take out the invading aliens, but also any witness to this event. So, going forward, Gordon had to fight against both of these hostile forces. On his path, Gordon killed many of the HECU as he navigated the sewers, the surface, and even the underground rail, to the point where this military force openly sought out Gordon by name, just so they could have their vengeance on this scientist with a crowbar that had killed many of their own. Although he had turned into a warrior, Gordon still was a scientist and learned from his peers he met along the way that there was a science team hiding out in the Lambda complex that maybe knew of a way to reverse the resonance cascade. Following instructions, Gordon launched a rocket with a satellite attached to it that the scientists believed would close the link between Earth and Zen, and with this complete, he continued his journey towards Sector F. Following additional altercations with the HECU, one of which led to his capture and imprisonment in a trash compactor, Gordon discovered a secret part of Black Mesa where he learned the facility had actively brought back creatures from Zen and experimented with them. They in part had been responsible for this incident. Throughout this journey through the bowels of Black Mesa, Gordon had noticed a man just out of reach watching him from afar. From his emotionless stare, it appeared he was just there to watch him and not help. Finally, Gordon arrived at the Lambda complex and was told by the remaining team here that the reason the rift between Earth and Zen had not closed was because a powerful force had kept it open from the other side. As Gordon had truly shown his ability to adapt and survive in unwinnable situations against both human and alien forces, he accepted the challenge to enter a portal to Zen to kill the creature on the other side, so that the rift would close. After arriving in Zen, Gordon fought past the hostile flora and fauna and eventually came upon the lair of the Nyland, the creature that had ordered its entire army to invade Earth, and after a brutal fight, the creature died where its hold over Earth was released. Gordon then once again found himself teleported, but not to a place he recognized. He found himself standing in front of the shady figure he had noticed watching him from a distance through his whole journey since this catastrophe had begun. The figure, the G-Man, explained to Gordon that he had been watching him and he and his employers were impressed with his limitless potential. He had survived against the odds in impossible situations and they wanted him to work for them. Due to the secretive nature of the G-Man and his employers, Gordon still had no idea what he was being recruited for or what he would have to do, but still, the G-Man gave him a choice. Join them or be placed in a fight he had no chance of winning. And so, Gordon accepted the G-Man's offer and entered a green portal into nothingness. Out of nothing, Gordon found himself still within stasis, a timeless void outside of reality. Then, the G-Man appeared once again. It seemed that the job he had been hired for was about to start. As he listened to the G-Man, he was told to rise and shine from his rest, and that his hour had come. After this, Gordon found himself somehow on a train entering a city. Confused, he left the train and saw the director of Black Mesa on a large television screen, welcoming the occupants of this train into City 17. Something was very different about the world, but he could not figure it out. Unknown to Gordon, the moment between entering the green portal and arriving on this train had seemed like mere seconds, when in reality, it had been 2 decades. The G-Man had simply kept him in stasis and frozen his conscious thoughts. As Gordon navigated the train station, he was ordered to follow some sort of police officer after he had attempted to enter a gate that had closed on him. After following the officer into an office, he took off his mask and revealed himself to be Barney, his friend from Black Mesa. Following this, Barney began a video call to Dr. Isaac Kleiner, and it was a relief to see that they had both survived the Black Mesa incident. Over the next few hours, Gordon learned that he had been gone for much longer than he had thought, and after his actions during the resonance cascade, he had in a way become revered as a legend. In his absence, The world had been taken over by the Combine, a multi-dimensional alien empire that had used the side effects of the resonance cascade to conquer Earth in a mere 7 hours. After escaping the train station, Gordon made his way to Dr. Kleiner's lab, a secret resistance base against this alien force, and on his way there, he met Alex Vance, the daughter of Eli. But now, she was no longer a child, she was an adult. The resistance had been waiting for a sign to fight back against the Combine, and they believed this to be Gordon's sudden return. After arriving at Kleiner's lab, he was given back his HEV suit that Isaac had kept and refined over the years. To jumpstart this revolution and to put Gordon's brain and brawn to use, Isaac decided that they needed to send him to another resistance base to work with Dr. Eli Vance, who had also survived the Black Mesa incident. But to get there, they needed to teleport Gordon and Alex. As trouble appeared to follow Gordon, the teleportation attempt failed on his turn, where he was propelled through space into various locations across the wasteland. Unfortunately, one of these locations was the office of Dr. Wallace Breen, who, upon eye contact, instantly recognized him as the scientist that had disappeared during the Black Mesa incident. In Gordon's absence, Wallace had allied himself with the Combine and had become an enemy of the Resistance. And on a more interesting note, the vorticod species who Gordon had fought during the Black Mesa incident had also joined the Resistance and saw Gordon as the person that would free everyone from the Combine reign. Wallace believed that Gordon could be a threat to this new way of life, and so he alerted the Combine of this potential threat, where the manhunt began. After the teleportation sequence ended, Gordon found himself outside of Dr. Kleiner's lab, where he discovered that he would have to make his way to Eli's lab on foot. Luckily, Barney had somehow managed to save his crowbar, and after handing it to him, he went off. As the symbol for revolution, Gordon met many resistance members on his path, where they all regarded him as the free man, the person that would help the resistance reclaim their planet from the Combine, the man with the symbol of the rebellion on his chest, the Lambda sign. After many battles, Gordon eventually arrived at Black Mesa East, the home of Dr. Eli Vance, but unknown to them all, there was a spy in their midst, Dr. Judith Mossman. Judith was aware of Gordon. She also knew that she had lost out on the position at Black Mesa to him, and in some aspects still held a grudge. Judith had a line of contact with Wallace Breen, and as Gordon reunited with his old friend, Eli, she let the Combine know where Gordon was. Shortly after, the Combine raided Black Mesa East, but to Gordon's luck, he managed to escape, but Eli was captured. And so, Gordon travelled the wasteland to the Combine's infamous prison of Nova Prospect to rescue him with Alex. This rescue attempt was unsuccessful as Judith managed to teleport herself and Eli away into a secure Combine location. To make the situation even worse, the teleporter was incredibly unstable. With no moment to spare, Alex recharged the teleporter and they escaped Nova Prospect just before the unstable teleporter exploded, where it took out the prison with it. As Alex and Gordon arrived in Dr. Kleiner's lab in City 17, he told them that the destruction of Nova Prospect had occurred a week before, and that they must